Chapter 671. Do you want to join? That is quite acceptable. Yi Feng sighed in relief, having feared he would be eliminated. For the second question, when the Revenant clan requires you to serve as a suicide squad, would you be willing to step forward? Is that even a question? I would gladly sacrifice my life for the Revenant clan, even if it meant being shattered to pieces, Yi Feng declared with righteous fervor. Excellent. Because next, we have a beheading mission. Though you may only number 200. You will need to infiltrate the territory of the colossal tribe and stealthily transport a portion of iron or using sand carts. The white instructor patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. Could I reconsider my answer to the second question? If it means joining a suicide squad, I would certainly decline, as life is singularly precious, unless the Revenant clan offers substantial benefits. Yi Feng quickly replied. Your complexion does not suggest a desert dweller, which brings to mind a tribe from a far-off land. Indeed, your adaptability is commendable. You have answered this question correctly as well, just having joined the mercenaries. If the higher-ups were to thrust you into a suicide squad, it would be clear they view you as expendable, even if destined for such a role. One should first enjoy the benefits of military service before being dispatched, for with privilege comes responsibility. Now, for the third question, how adept are you at embracing new concepts? The instructor inquired. What new concepts? Yi Feng retorted. For instance, this is a hand crossbow. I will now demonstrate how to fire it. I shall perform the action once. If you grasp it, you may ascend to the rank of junior mercenary. Upon finishing his words, the instructor picked up a nearby hand crossbow and executed a series of operations. Had an indigenous person witnessed such intricate maneuvers, they would likely wear a perplexed expression. However, Yi Feng, being a university-educated individual, found this task rather elementary. Whoosh! The bolt shot forth, piercing through a 2,000-pound boulder. What incredible power! Yi Feng exclaimed, astonished. This hand crossbow is merely 1 meter long and weighs no more than 3 pounds. Yet the bolt could effortlessly penetrate a 2,000-pound stone. Now, replicate my earlier method. The instructor instructed, handing the crossbow to Yi Feng. Yi Feng took a deep breath, gripping the crossbow in his hands. It felt heavy, exuding a cold metallic essence. Much like a rifle, the rear of the crossbow featured a wooden stock that could rest against the shoulder, helping to mitigate some of the recoil. With this thought, Yi Feng repeatedly drew the string back 3 times, maximizing its tension, then leveled the crossbow and aimed at the nearby boulder. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He released 10 bolts in quick succession, each one piercing through the stone. I cannot believe you have managed to activate the automatic firing mechanism. Your capacity to adapt to new concepts is impressive, and you have passed this stage as well. However, I must caution you, do not draw the string too tightly. While it is possible to draw it 3 times, it is advisable to limit it to 2.5. This will prolong the lifespan of the crossbow. An excessive force may compromise accuracy, the white instructor advised. I understand, Yi Feng nodded. Isn't this just like a smartphone? Yi Feng's first mobile phone was one he cherished, often cranking the volume to its maximum. However, after merely 6 months of use, the speaker began to produce a distorted sound. His second phone, on the other hand, he typically kept at a mere 60% volume, and after 2 years, the speaker still retained its original sound quality. This illustrates a universal truth. Everything in this world possesses a commonality. For instance, during combat with an adversary, if one strikes with full force, the energy expended leaves little for precision. Furthermore, after delivering one strike, the subsequent blow can never replicate the initial power. Thus, it is generally advisable to exert no more than 90% effort, with the ideal being around 80%, for sustainability is unattainable otherwise. Mr. Yi Feng, please stand to the side. Shortly, we shall proceed to the military camp outside the city, where you will undergo a period of training focused on mastering tactics, formations, and the utilization of new weaponry, the white instructor said with a smile, clearly fond of sharp-minded individuals. Very well, examiner. Yi Feng stepped aside, allowing Chunin, who stood behind him, to take his turn. Chunin successfully passed the examination, as the final test proved to be the most critical, the trial of the crossbow. Coming from a civilized society, he adapted swiftly. Next were Nolan and Shui Ma. The two took 3 attempts before they succeeded. Even so, they distinguished themselves among the rigid indigenous populace, also passing the exam. The 4 stood together, exchanging words of congratulations. Then, trouble arose. 2 of Shui Ma's subordinates failed the exam and were dismissed. They retreated, dejected, their faces reflecting disappointment. It's all right, you can try again tomorrow. Yi Feng whispered to comfort them. Brother Feng, let's come back tomorrow for another attempt, they replied. After working tirelessly from afternoon until dusk, the white instructor finally concluded his tasks. Come, the 27 of you follow me in an orderly manner. Walk in unison and do not disturb the inhabitants. Furthermore, once you become mercenaries, you are prohibited from entering Na City without the command of your superior, the instructor declared as he led the way outside the city. This exit was not the same as the previous gate, for this one was much smaller. Upon leaving, a towering ironworks factory came into view. Is that the metallurgy plant? Yi Feng wondered aloud. You are familiar with the term metallurgy? The white instructor turned to regard Yi Feng. Of course, metallurgy is common vernacular, Yi Feng retorted. Very well, it is indeed an ironworks, essential for metallurgical processes, and represents the core of our tribe, more precious than anything else, the white examiner explained. Surely, the production of sand carts must be the core, Nolan interjected, unable to restrain himself. No, the manufacturing of sand carts, crossbows, and vehicle crossbows is merely superficial. Without the steel produced in the ironworks, the weight of the sand carts would double, rendering the power systems incapable of handling such burdens. In essence, good steel is the most fundamental yet critical element, though it is difficult to articulate succinctly. The white instructor displayed a surprisingly affable demeanor, leading Yi Feng to develop a favorable impression of him. In other tribes, newcomers like ourselves would have already received a sharp reprimand for such inquiries. Indeed, civilized places provide a sense of comfort that is absent in the likes of the Gai tribe, the Yunshan tribe, and Chongqing City. There, a rigid hierarchy prevails, constantly categorizing individuals into various ranks, which evokes a profound sense of distaste and a desire to escape such dismal territories. For those who impose class distinctions inevitably belong to savage tribes, resulting in the mass production of subpar humanity. After walking for another 10 minutes, a colossal factory came into view, surrounded by barbed wire. Indeed, it was barbed wire, and quite formidable at that. The sudden appearance of such advanced technology in a primitive world caused Yi Feng and Chun to exchange astonished glances. This was astonishingly advanced, far surpassing the progress of other tribes. Chunin was taken aback, his words drawing the attention of the examiner. Chapter 672. All right, I concede to you. The very reason for such advancement is the restriction imposed upon us. For instance, the Huangsha tribe is unwilling to supply us with gunpowder and fuel. Similarly, the Jushur tribe refuses to provide high-quality iron ore. The Yaowang tribe limits our reproductive capabilities. We have been in this world for 80 years due to certain extraordinary circumstances. According to my ancestors, the temple denies us divine blessings, capping our lifespan at a mere 50 years. Were we to receive such blessings, each individual could live beyond a century, allowing our researchers to propel the civilization of this world significantly forward. Yet, alas, some individuals have established numerous tiers, fearing the disruption of their civilization, thus imposing restrictions upon us. Do you understand? The white man spoke with a sorrowful expression. Yi Feng's gaze became fixed. The white man's words rang true, reminiscent of Emperor Qianlong during the Qing dynasty, who, despite acknowledging the might of Western firearms, refused to introduce them. He feared the uncontrollable nature of such weaponry. A mere commoner wielding such arms could potentially eliminate an emperor from afar. Moreover, if the populace were fully satiated, they would begin to ponder, and too much contemplation could destabilize his reign, ultimately leading to a century of backwardness for Huaxia in comparison to the West. Some rulers are indeed reprehensible, prioritizing their family's interests while dragging an entire nation into the quagmire of historical regression. With your arsenal of advanced weaponry, why not forge a civilization? Yi Feng inquired. The white man slowly raised his head, scrutinizing Yi Feng and Chunin from top to bottom. If I am not mistaken, you two hail from a place called Earth, correct? I have discerned this from your demeanor, for individuals from other regions, including those from Earth, frequently fall into our midst. My grandfather was among them. The white man raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his features as he regarded Yi Feng. All right, I confess. Both Chunin and I are indeed from Earth, Yi Feng admitted candidly. Very well, indeed, I can sense the strong traces of civilization that you possess. Your companions exhibit a demeanor of timidity and caution, clearly distinguishing them from your kind. It is evident that you have been immersed in the essence of civilization. The white examiner chuckled. Yes, they do not belong to our race. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. That is good. Remember, in this land, civilization will be constrained. Novelty will also face limitations. However, these savages require the weapons we manufacture, which allows us to persist in this dire situation, the white man said, a flicker of indignation crossing his face. Yet, you belong to the great clan of the Yuanhai, are you not? Who can impose restrictions upon you? Shunan inquired. Great clan? Very well, in due time, you shall understand, the white man replied with a bitter smile, continuing to lead the way. After walking for another half-hour, a line of barbed wire finally came into view, surrounded by numerous sentry towers. On those towers were mounted devices reminiscent of crossbows, yet distinctly more compact. With bases capable of mobility, able to rotate 360 degrees, and adeptly target both ground and aerial threats. Feng raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, the Germans maintain a leading position in mechanical innovation. The group soon entered the military camp, where a gathering of newcomers clad in animal skins stood in formation. The white man approached another white individual and whispered a few words, gesturing towards Feng and Shunan. I understand now. The white man nodded and beckoned Feng and Shunan closer. Come here, I have inquiries for you. The two obediently followed him into the tent. My name is Hirol, and I have a task for both of you. Are you willing to undertake it? Hirol asked. What task? Feng inquired. 3 days hence, you are to proceed to the giant Stone Mountain mine, which harbors over 30,000 tons of iron ore. We will dispatch a sandcart regiment and a crossbow regiment to transport the ore back. Once we return it to Naching, we can forge numerous advanced weapons, even including aerial constructs, Hirol explained. Is it not perilous? Feng asked warily. Peril is indeed present. The giant Stone Mountain mine is guarded by 4 powerful masters, alongside an army of 20,000 from the giant Stone clan, Hyler replied. However, we have only just become mercenaries. Is it not somewhat audacious to entrust such a significant task to us? Feng hesitated. It is indeed somewhat demanding, but I shall offer you incentives. Should you successfully transport the iron ore back, both of you may ascend from mere recruits to squad leaders, commanding a team of 20, Hirol stated. Squad leaders? Feng's expression shifted. He now sought power within the military, for even a modicum of authority would enable him to glimpse the core technologies of the Yuanhai clan. He could then abscond with these technologies to Chunli Bean, thereby elevating the military capabilities of Hot Spring Island several notches. Although he currently possessed 19 warships, only the exterior of the Hot Spring No. 1 was forged from superior German steel. In encounters with moderately powerful adversaries, it might suffice as a defense. However, if a master like Meng Yanlai wields a spear forged from superior steel, he could likewise pierce through with a single thrust. At that juncture, he must acquire metallurgical knowledge and subsequently elevate the materials of the 19 warships to a higher standard. Most crucially, upon gaining power, he could stealthily drive a sand cart to the temple to retrieve the holy water and the Doyan Hina. Brother Feng, what do you think? Chunan inquired. Feng did not respond to Chun An's words, but cast his gaze once more towards Xyler. Mr. Xyler, how far is the giant Stone Mountain mine from here? How many men are we preparing to mobilize for the iron ore heist? Feng felt it prudent to clarify matters. He could not recklessly march towards death. A sandcart battalion comprises approximately 100 carts, each capable of carrying 7 individuals, amounting to 700 men. Additionally, with the reserves of the sand cart battalion, there would be another 700, totaling 1,400. Furthermore, the crossbow battalion would deploy 3 guards to assist, each responsible for a cart, resulting in over 3,000 carts. As otherwise, it would be impossible to transport such a vast quantity of iron ore, especially since some carts might be destroyed during battles along the route. Xyler elucidated. So many personnel mobilized? Very well, I shall agree to this, Feng nodded. He contemplated that with such a considerable number of participants, they should not merely be considered cannon fodder. Let me inquire further, who is the overall commander of this ambush operation? Is it the White Commander? Feng suddenly asked. You are indeed astute. Fear not, the commander this time is a vice-chancellor from our city, named Demola. With him at the helm, you should encounter no issues. Xyler replied with a smile. At that moment, Shunan raised his hand. I would like to ask, why did you choose us two upon your arrival? Why not others? Chapter 673, Restless Inquiry. Excellent question. We lack individuals with nimble minds here. The newly enlisted natives do not even know how to wield crossbows, and even if they could, they would not match your proficiency, which is why I have selected you both, Xyler explained. That cannot be right. You have so many veterans here, Why not utilize them? Chunin continued to express doubt. They have more pressing responsibilities. The city also requires protection. We cannot deplete our forces merely to launch an ambush on the giant stone mountain mine. After all, we have 5 armories and 2 steel mills outside the city, as well as the entire city of Na that needs guarding. If we completely deplete our forces, formidable sand beasts may stir restlessly. For instance, 200 kilometers from Na City lies an oasis, where a level 16 sand beast lurks. They are quite astute. As soon as our forces in Na City diminish, they will sense it through their channels and lead their sand warriors to besiege Na City. Although there are rules in the desert that dictate a tribe facing a beast tide must receive unconditional assistance from others, you know well that we represent civilization and are the oppressed faction. Those tribes would never come to our aid and would certainly allow the sand beast tide to raze Na City to the ground. As Xyler spoke, a flicker of dejection crossed his face. Yifeng nodded solemnly. It appears that civilization is indeed marginalized in this savage society. However, it is of no consequence. Grant yourself time. Once civilization becomes sufficiently formidable to compel barbarism into submission, it shall be they who face exclusion. Why do you not raise that oasis to the ground? Chunin inquired. We have ventured there, yet our sand vehicles are lamentably sluggish. Whenever we prepare for a grand assault, that formidable 16th level sand beast, accompanied by its legion of sand soldiers, flees in terror, distancing itself from us. When we retract our vehicles, they return to the oasis, perpetually watching our city of Na. They are akin to flies. When you shoo them away, they depart, but the moment you turn your attention to other matters, they return, buzzing incessantly, and alas, our speed is no match for theirs, Xyler expressed, a flicker of anger illuminating her eyes. Thus, your endeavor to pilfer those iron mines is aimed at constructing something capable of soaring through the skies. That would grant you the velocity to outpace that 16th level sand beast. Yifeng posited. Correct. Currently, a flying apparatus is under development. However, it requires a significant amount of high-quality steel, which can only be sourced from the materials of Giant Stone Mountain. Of course, ordinary iron ore can also be smelted into high-quality steel. But the time and effort expended would increase tenfold, and our research personnel are quite limited, Xyler elucidated. I empathize with your predicament. The speed of the 16th level sand beast is indeed daunting. It can strike you and retreat swiftly, leaving you unable to pursue. Even if you were to chase with 100 sand vehicles, one cannot discount the fuel consumption, which is restricted by those other races, Yifeng astutely remarked. Your intellect is remarkable for one of your age. Such sharpness is rare. Indeed, our fuel does rely on other races, yet they impose restrictions upon it as well. This substance is a viscous black matter. Our ancestors spoke of its appearance in the Black Tree River area, but alas, those knowledgeable about it vanished without a trace. Xyler recounted. Could it be oil? Yifeng inquired, his curiosity piqued. No, it is a unique type of mineral oil exclusive to this world. Currently, only the Yellow Sand tribe possesses an oil field, yet they would rather waste some fuel than sell it to us without limit, fearing our ascendance to power, Xyler explained. Why not utilize charcoal? Chunin asked. Yifeng shot him a disapproving glance for posing such an imprudent question. How large is a sand vehicle? Even if we filled it entirely with charcoal, it would only suffice for a mere dozen miles. Thus, charcoal is simply not a viable fuel. It is not a warship. Warships can utilize inferior fuels due to their ample hold. Even then, a hold brimming with charcoal would permit a warship to traverse only a few hundred kilometers. Sand vehicles, however, are diminutive, clad in iron armor, and traverse land, necessitating far greater fuel. Charcoal, in terms of burn duration and power, pales in comparison to that fuel, falling short by several multiples. Do not underestimate these multiples, as they render it incapable of propelling a sand vehicle, which must also carry crossbows and personnel, Xyler chuckled. From the wisdom emanating from his eyes, it was evident that Chunin was rather simple-minded. Very well, we comprehend your intentions, Mr. Hyler. Where shall we report next? Yifeng rose to his feet, feeling inclined to collaborate with these descendants of the Germanic lineage. If necessary, he would gladly integrate them into Hot Spring Island, granting them citizenship, for there were far too few individuals from civilized society on his island, rendering them ineffectual. Good question. From now on, you will fall under my jurisdiction. I am the director of the 7th Division, 8th Camp of the Crossbow Brigade, Hyler announced, standing up. The director of a precinct? Chunin inquired. What is a precinct? Hyler responded, looking bewildered. Ha ha ha, do not mind such trivialities, Director. Let us proceed with you to report, Feng chuckled. Follow me. I shall arrange accommodations for you. You may rest well for the next 3 days, and after that, we shall launch a surprise attack on the giant stone mountain mine. If you have families, it would be prudent to pin your farewells, Hyler stated. As Feng and Chun exited the barracks, they noticed Chasing Horse and Nolan undergoing training with the recruits. Brother Feng, you finally emerged. This fellow treats us like fools, claiming we wouldn't even know how to find our way. Should we not give him a thrashing and make our escape? Nolan suggested. Silence. Focus on your training. These steps are crucial for future coordination in combat, Feng admonished, continuing to follow Hyler closely. Before them lay rows of barracks resembling dormitories. Several soldiers ambled about, occasionally casting sharp glances at the 2 new recruits. Here, one's rank held little weight. Once the crossbow was drawn, even a 9th-tier warrior could meet their demise. Here lies your dwelling. Hyler indicated a modest dormitory. Feng surveyed the interior, finding it excessively modern. The floor was stone, adorned with a carpet fashioned from the hide of a sand beast. The room spanned approximately 30 square meters, furnished with 4 wooden beds arranged as bunk beds, accommodating a total of 8 individuals. Upon Hyler's entrance, the other 6 stood rigidly in place. I shall take my leave. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to consult your roommates, he stated. Yes, Director. Feng nodded. Once Hyler departed, the 6 individuals exhibited a marked change in demeanor. Chapter 674. A bully in the presence of the weak, they approached. Sizing up Feng and Chun and newcomers, allow me to teach you a few rules. First, go clean the latrine. A burly youth stepped forward, patting Chun on the shoulder. Clean it yourself, Chun retorted, delivering a punch to the youth's nose. Hey, the newcomers are quite audacious. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Feng found himself compelled to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chun, and half an hour later, Feng sat comfortably on the lower bunk, 1 foot propped on a stool. The youth was now assisting him with a shoulder massage, while 2 others pounded his thighs. Chun reclined on the opposite lower bunk, similarly relishing the ministrations of 3 individuals. Ease up a bit. Are you attempting to take revenge under the guise of a massage? Chun chided, slapping at one of them. Not at all, not at all. The fellow spoke candidly. What is your name? Feng turned his gaze towards the youth with a hammer tattoo on his leg. I am Dab, he replied. From now on, I shall be the leader of this barracks. Should anyone from other barracks bully you, inform me, and I shall make them regret it. Feng declared with an air of authority. He had resolved that since he was here to learn a skill, he must not appear weak and should assert his presence. Although Feng had never served in the military, he understood that barracks were places where the strong preyed upon the weak. If one did not demonstrate their strength, they would be bullied relentlessly until they were utterly crushed, unless, of course, a new target emerged. Dab, may I inquire how many people reside in this area? Feng asked. In response to Brother Feng, there are 1,000 residents in this area, all crossbowmen, Dab replied earnestly. Earlier, Feng had pressed Dab's head into a toilet, leaving his nose mere centimeters from the urine. Ultimately, Feng spared him further humiliation, for while drinking urine might not have been too grievous, if word got out, Dab's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. I shall ask you again, how many years have you been a mercenary? Chun inquired. I have served for 5 years. The treatment from the Yuanhai clan has been the best I have encountered thus far. We have meat at every meal and fine tree cakes, Dab explained. What is a tree cake? Chun further probed. It is a type of tree that can be eaten raw, but when the heartwood is ground into powder, it produces a thick, sticky substance. When cooked, it can be made into tree cakes, which enhance strength and provide exceptional endurance against hunger, Dab elucidated. Very well. I am quite pleased with your response. Shortly, you shall procure our meals, and remember, do not spit in them. Otherwise, I shall ensure you drink urine, Chun warned. Yes, I obey, Dab replied. 2 hours later, mealtime finally arrived. Feng and Chun lounged in their dormitory, surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile, the 6 other individuals went to queue for food on Feng's behalf. 5 minutes later, the 6 returned, but they had only secured meals for themselves. What about ours? Chun squinted, clenching his fists ominously. Do not strike me. The person serving food said that we must fetch our own meals. No one is allowed to serve on behalf of another, Dab stammered nervously. Very well, I shall see which fool made such a rule. Brother Feng, should we cause a scene at the mess hall? Chun inquired. That might not be wise. Although I am strong, I am still a newcomer. It is best to avoid drawing too much attention at the start, Feng replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. It matters not. In a few days, we shall become the daring squad. I trust they will not dare challenge us, given our potential usefulness, Chunin asserted. Indeed, we are in a position of power for now, and we have but 3 days to enjoy ourselves. Let us go, they said, linking arms as they made their way to the mess hall. There, 10 individuals clad in white linen were serving food, each time shaking their hands with every scoop. Dab, who is the scoundrel that forbids proxy serving? Chunin demanded. It was that burly fellow, his strength not to be underestimated, seemingly a third-tier warrior, yet still far inferior to my elder brother. Dab was watching the spectacle with great amusement. Hey, why are you glaring at me, new recruit? The portly chef inquired. What? I'm going to hit you. Oh, you dare strike me? Soon, Feng and his companion engaged in a brawl with the entire mess hall. The surrounding soldiers, initially eager to watch the drama unfold, found themselves caught off guard as Feng and his companion swiftly dispatched the entire kitchen staff. Chunin stood triumphantly atop the head chef, a look of satisfaction on his face. He had discerned that the members of the Grievance clan were primarily focused on technological advancements rather than martial prowess. Consequently, there were but a handful of 6th-tier warriors within the entire military camp, and naturally, such experts would be absent from the kitchen. Well fought. These fellows, emboldened by their minor authority, often impose their whims, favoring some while slighting others to showcase their power. I've long wished to confront them. Indeed, well fought. Let us applaud. A cacophony of applause and the sound of flesh meeting flesh erupted throughout the dining hall. As the vanguard, Feng was naturally lauded by over 1,000 spectators. They had long harbored a desire to confront these chefs, yet the stringent military regulations had held them back. Now, with someone to lead the charge, they viewed Feng as a hero. Chunin, too, was considered a hero, albeit slightly weaker, during a recent 1-on-3 encounter. He had ended up sporting panda eyes. Brother Feng, look, we've made a name for ourselves in battle. Would you like to say a few words? Chunin exclaimed with joy. Feng considered this, realizing that since he intended to learn skills here, and perhaps even steal a few sand carts to bring back to Chongqing City, he could not forego the process of winning hearts. Thus, he stood atop a chef's back, surveying the throng of over 1,000. Brothers, comrades, these kitchen rascals frequently bully us, their hands trembling when serving. I've long wished to confront them, and I know you all have too. From this day forth, should these fellows misuse their trivial power, invoke my name, and I shall strike them again, Feng declared with authority. By the way, I am Feng, and this is my brother. Chunin seizing the moment, Feng promoted himself. Long live Feng. Long live Feng. Well done, Chunin. Well done, Chunin. The dining hall descended into chaos. Just then, the crowd parted, and dozens of individuals clad in blue linen emerged, brandishing clubs without a word. What? Are the kitchen staff receiving reinforcements? Perfect. Today we shall truly relish this fight. Feng clenched his fists. Elder brother, run. Those are the military police. Dab hastily pulled Feng aside. What? Feng's eyes darted, and he discreetly blended into the crowd, while Chunin remained atop the chef, brandishing his authority. Another group of cannon fodder has arrived? Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, today we shall make a name for ourselves, Chunin proclaimed, only to turn and discover that Feng had vanished. Chapter 675. Rest assured, I shall treat you well in the future. In the realm of chivalry, the code is clear. A 1-on-1 duel. Do you dare to accept? Chunin retreated warily. Capture that scoundrel. Several fierce military officers lunged forward, swiftly pinning Chunin into the ground. Feng observed coldly from the throng. Dabu, will Chunin be all right? Do not worry, at most. He will receive a few strikes from a military baton, and the commotion is not severe, perhaps around 10 strikes, Dabu replied. Hearing this, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't severely injured, all would be well. Zyler stepped forward, surveying the disarray of the kitchen and the subdued Chunin. This is unacceptable. Take him out and administer 100 strikes. What? Chunin promptly fainted. Feng, filled with guilt, concealed himself within the crowd, later making his way to the training ground to witness the unfortunate event. Lift this fellow to the barracks and apply medicine to his rear, Zyler commanded. Departing with the military officers, a group hastily gathered, respectfully carrying Chunin back to the barracks. Brother Feng, I feel as though my backside is gone. Chunin wailed upon collapsing onto the bed. My dear brother, you have borne the brunt of it all. Fear not. I shall treat you well from now on. Dabu, assist Chun En with his medicine. Certainly. Dabu retrieved a vial and sprinkled the powder onto Chun En's dairy re. Ah, it feels cool. I sense it is quite effective. Chun En remarked. Indeed, this is top-quality medicinal powder. Brother, you may rest here. After receiving those strikes, you will be free from intense training each day, Dabu said enviously. Would you like to receive 100 strikes instead? Chun En retorted, rolling his eyes. As time passed, night fell. Yifeng sat on the bed, lost in pleasant dreams, until he was abruptly awakened by a shove. What is it, Dabu? Yifeng inquired. Many people have arrived outside. They wish to pay their respects to you as their elder brother, for you possess the greatest courage, Dabu informed him. Are they all from the crossbow battalion? Yifeng asked. Yes, they are all from our battalion. Even some captains have come, Dabu replied, beaming. Ah, excellent. Quickly, help me prepare. I cannot receive their homage while looking disheveled, Yifeng urged, sitting up hastily. The 6 dormitory mates swiftly prepared water for him to wash his face. The first to enter was a robust man. I am Hobalai, captain of Team 471. I greet you, elder brother. Hobalai, rise, henceforth. You shall be under my and Chun En's protection, Yifeng declared, pulling the prone Chun En into view. In the military, prestige holds great significance, and Yifeng deemed it necessary to make a bold statement at this moment. I am Indak, squad leader of Team 371. I greet you, elder brother. Rise. I shall protect you from now on, Yifeng said with an air of authority. This homage ceremony persisted until midnight, during which Yifeng successfully garnered the allegiance of 100 dormitory leaders, along with their 8 subordinates each, totaling 800 individuals. They were the underprivileged of the barracks, desperately yearning for a hero to rise and champion their cause. In the daylight, Yifeng's achievement struck a chord with them. To his surprise, the barracks burned with charcoal day and night, without any stipulated time for sleep. In any case, it was somewhat more liberating than the military camps of civilized society. However, there was a caveat. If one failed to rise for morning training, they would face the punishment of the military stick. Thus, the members of the crossbow battalion exhibited considerable self-discipline. The following morning, Yifeng found himself sprawled in bed, deeply asleep, until he was roused by Dabu. Brother, it's time for the early training. Hurry up. You mustn't be late, or you'll face the stick. Startled, Yifeng quickly scrambled out of bed. In contrast, Chun En remained snug in his warm blankets, peacefully slumbering. In that moment, Yifeng felt a twinge of envy towards Chun En. Their training was organized in teams, each comprising 100 individuals, each burdened with a crossbow and various weights. Do you see that ironstone mountain? I will count to 1,000, and you are to run back and forth. The last one will be tasked with cleaning the latrines for the entire team, the captain declared, blowing his whistle and casting a significant glance at Yifeng. His name was Hobalai. Although he was Yifeng's captain, he had acknowledged Yifeng as his elder brother the previous night. All right, prepare yourselves, run. Just as Hobalai finished his statement, a group of over 20 riders appeared in the distance, led by a white man. Training is suspended this morning. Our friends from the Huangsha tribe have come for important matters, the white man shouted from afar. Yifeng's heart sank as he sensed the impending trouble and quickly lowered his head. Moments later, a Huangsha knight stood before Yifeng's team, his piercing gaze sweeping across the faces of all. Now, I wish to identify the non-desert tribes. Step forward if you belong to one, the Huangsha knight declared coldly. Yifeng glanced around. Among the 100 individuals, there were perhaps 4 or 5 who were not from the desert tribes. Thus, he stepped forward, confident that he would not be easily discovered. Afterward, others gradually emerged from the crowd, totaling 5 outsiders. They were not from the Green Sea Desert, but hailed from various regions. I ask you 5, who among you comes from the southern grasslands? The Huangsha knight inquired. You go first. I come from Greenleaf Island. The knight scrutinized him for a moment and nodded slightly. Your appearance suggests you are indeed from that region. You are not deceiving me. Return to your team. The Huangsha knight then turned to the next individual. And you? Where are you from? I come from Tianshan Lake Island. Tianshan Lake Island? People from there generally have flatter noses. Why is yours so prominent? The knight asked coldly. Because my mother is of the Ants people. Very well. And you? The knight then focused his attention on Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes darted as he spoke slowly. I come from Madagascar. The Huangsha knight promptly produced a piece of animal hide and began to search it meticulously. Madagascar? Where is that? Why is there no mention of it on the map? The knight queried. In the distant west, where numerous penguins thrive alongside countless other creatures, Yi Feng spoke earnestly. The desert knight, puzzled, turned to Hobalai and inquired, "Have you heard of this island?" "Indeed, I have heard of it, but it lies far beyond reach. It is quite normal for you to be unaware." Hobalai promptly shielded Yi Feng. "Well then, next, where do you hail from?" Ultimately, the desert knight failed to uncover any clarity. "Listen closely, everyone. Our tribe's young leader, Mo-he, has perished at the hands of a prairie dweller. Should anyone possess knowledge of the prairie dweller's whereabouts, our tribe will offer 20 tons of black oil as reward. Furthermore, our high priestess will be arriving here. Once her divinations are set in motion, the consequences will be dire," declared the desert knight, before galloping away from the military camp. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Chapter 676. Have we stirred up trouble? He was acutely aware of the high priestess's formidable prowess. Duoyen Hina was a case in point, and it was possible she could indeed track him down. Never mind, he thought, when the time comes to raid the giant stone mountain mine in 3 days. I could simply seize a few sand vehicles and make a swift escape to the temple. With my charisma, perhaps I could rally a loyal band to follow. "Run!" a voice shouted, prompting everyone to commence their weight-bearing running drills. Time swiftly passed to the following day. The military camp was vast, allowing Yi Feng and his companions the freedom to roam within its confines. However, venturing into the city required them to surrender their hand crossbows and don civilian attire for leisure. Yet, Yi Feng chose not to indulge in urban escapades. Instead, he assisted Chun in leaving the military camp, arriving at a certain combat zone. Here, over 70 land sand vehicles were stationed, nearly filling the entire valley. Yi Feng now understood that sand vehicles varied in size. Some exceeded 10 meters in length and bore 2 turrets. Yet due to restrictions on the gunpowder of the Yuanhai tribe, they had yet to produce any shells. The smallest still measured 8 meters, resembling armored vehicles. Their exteriors enveloped in thick iron plating. The steel used was of excellent quality. When Yi Feng gently tapped it with the back of his knife, it produced a dull thud rather than a crisp ring, evoking a sense of weightiness. "Brother, may I enter the sand vehicle for a look?" Yi Feng inquired with a smile. "No, the hand crossbow camp personnel are not permitted entry," the sand vehicle soldier replied with an air of superiority, seemingly looking down upon the hand crossbow camp members. Observing this, Dabu stepped forward. "Brother, do you know who he is?" "He is Yi Feng, the one who caused a ruckus in the mess yesterday, leaving those arrogant chefs unable to fend for themselves," Dabu explained. "Oh." The sand vehicle soldier scrutinized Yi Feng anew. "So it is you. You are indeed our great hero. By the way, I need to relieve myself. It may take a while, so you all should hurry," the soldier remarked before lifting the manhole cover and slipping away. Yi Feng took a deep breath and slowly began to climb atop the sand vehicle. "Brother Feng, take me in as well," Chunin shouted from below, holding onto his backside. "All right." Yi Feng hoisted Chun-un and tossed him into the manhole. "Ouch!" came Chun-un's muffled grunt from within the sand vehicle. Yi Feng ascended the 5-meter-high sand vehicle and descended via the ladder. To his astonishment, he discovered 7 seats within, accompanied by an enormous steering wheel at the front, and behind it, a series of wooden crates. With an expression full of anticipation, Yi Feng opened one, only to be met with profound disappointment. Instead of bullets or shells, he found a collection of 10-centimeter iron nails. The nails were fashioned with a flared end at the back and a sharp, conical tip at the front, clearly designed for armor penetration. Was there perhaps another layer beneath? Yi Feng noticed a manhole cover above. It seemed so. He lifted the cover and descended to the lower level. Here, 2 seats were present, flanked by 3 large iron barrels. A pungent odor emanated from within the barrels. Upon opening one, he indeed found the same black fuel as that in the underground base. A steam engine? He recognized a familiar sight, utilizing a boiler to generate steam, which would force the iron lid upward and provide the power to turn the 8 wheels of the sand vehicle. However, Yi Feng discerned that this steam engine was evidently insufficient to propel such massive wheels. The Germans were exceedingly clever. They had ingeniously installed small gears beside the wheels. As such, after several rotations of the small gears, the larger wheels would naturally turn a full revolution. Although this arrangement reduced the speed of the sand vehicle considerably, it was still capable of moving this behemoth weighing several tons. Nevertheless, Yi Feng had only scratched the surface of understanding this power system. Yet it had already widened his horizons. Upon returning to the upper level, he observed Chun and placing an iron nail into a groove. "What are you up to?" Yi Feng inquired, his expression laced with caution. Brother Feng, I wish to test the power of this iron nail, since it is loaded onto the sand vehicle. Its penetrating capability must be formidable, Chunin replied. Is this really appropriate? Yi Feng hesitated. What is there to fear? Sooner or later, we must comprehend these devices. If not today, then when? Chunin asserted, proceeding to fumble around. However, the operation of this weapon proved to be exceedingly complex. It took Chunin 5 minutes to fully load the iron nails. I'm shooting, he exclaimed, and with that, a multitude of iron nails erupted forth. In Yi Feng's view, the sand vehicle ahead was immediately met with a cacophony of sounds as the nails struck, leaving a series of dents upon its surface. This is akin to a machine gun, isn't it? This is incredible. Yi Feng marveled in astonishment. Brother Feng, we struck gold. If we manage to steal one of these sand vehicles, we will have warships on the sea, giant birds in the sky, and such devastating weaponry on land. We would be truly invincible across land, sea, and air. Chunin exclaimed with excitement. Hey, who is firing a machine gun? 2 sand vehicle soldiers emerged angrily from the manhole cover at the front, furiously banging on the vehicle that Yi Feng occupied. Have we gotten ourselves into trouble? Yi Feng sighed, taking the initiative to pull Chunin outside. My apologies, gentlemen. My brother here was a bit reckless and accidentally triggered the machine gun. I hope you can overlook this incident. The 2 soldiers directed a barrage of complaints at Chunin before reluctantly departing. They presumed that Yi Feng and Chunin were merely sandcar soldiers. Had they known that the 2 were crossbowmen, they would likely have reported to their superiors immediately. Upon returning to the barracks, both Yi Feng and Chunin were astonished. They had not anticipated that the descendants of the Germans had also developed machine guns. Although they did not utilize gunpowder, the powerful kinetic machinery within could propel iron nails over considerable distances. Once machinery is perfected to its zenith, there is scarcely anything it cannot achieve. Were it not for the constraints imposed by other prominent clans, the Yuan Hai tribe would have undoubtedly soared to unprecedented heights, becoming the true sovereigns of this world. Brother Feng, I fear our weaponry on One Spring Island holds no advantage against the Yuan Hai tribe, Chunin said with great difficulty. Indeed, we lack such formidable mechanical engineers. Chung Li Bin is merely a shipbuilder. When it comes to weaponry, he pales in comparison to the members of the Yuan Hai tribe. Yi Feng nodded gravely in agreement. Yi Feng, Chunin, follow me. At that moment, Xyler appeared at the door, his expression serious. Understood, Director, Yi Feng replied, leading Chunin into Xyler's private quarters. There, Xyler stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. What is it, Director? Yi Feng inquired. Xyler slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning Yi Feng and Chunin. The young clan leader of the Huangsha tribe was slain by you. Yi Feng, correct? Xyler's words narrowed Yi Feng's eyes. No, my brother Feng has never harmed a member of the Huangsha tribe. Chunin interjected hastily, as Yi Feng had kept this matter concealed even from him. You cannot deceive me. The high priest of the Huangsha tribe has already deduced that the perpetrator of their young clan leader's death resides within the Yuan Hai tribe and hails from the vast grasslands. Yi Feng, you must have come from that direction. The number of individuals entering Na City from the grasslands does not exceed 300. Chapter 677. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon examination, I find that 90% of them have not achieved the status of a 6th-tier warrior. Only 30 individuals have reached such a level, and to slay Mo-He, one must possess at least the prowess of a 6th-tier warrior or higher. Since Mo-He graduated from the Bloodstained Hall, he undoubtedly has companions by his side. Thus, those capable of ending his life must possess combat abilities of at least a 9th-tier warrior, Xyler analyzed calmly. Director, as you can see, my brother Feng is only a 6th-tier warrior. How could he possibly kill Mo-He, especially considering the multitude of skilled fighters surrounding him? Chunin argued. No, I have already tested the courage of the others. They are quite timid. Those who first enter the desert generally shy away from taking lives, as normal individuals in unfamiliar environments tend to refrain from reckless actions. They lack the audacity. But you, Yi Feng, are different. On your very first day in the military camp, you assaulted the mess hall personnel. Do not take me for a fool. There were 2 assailants at the time. Yet I chose to deal with only one of you. Given your imminent assault on the giant stone mountain mine, you possess both courage and strength. These 2 factors are already in your favor. Additionally, I have discerned a certain divine brilliance radiating from you, which cannot be concealed from my sight. Therefore, I deduce that your true strength should be capable of contending with a ninth-tier warrior. If not you, Yifeng, then who else could it be? After Sheila concluded her statement, she fixed her gaze intently upon Yifeng. Director, you may speak as you wish. After all, I am innocent of any wrongdoing. Yifeng replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of denial. Ultimately, Sheila's assertions were mere conjectures and did not directly implicate him, especially in the absence of any evidence. Yifeng, I assure you that I will not betray you, provided you admit your actions. As your director and superior, I expect you to be forthright with me. Rest assured, even if you are guilty, it will not be a problem. I will protect you, Sheila stated with solemnity. Yifeng fell silent, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. Do not worry, you are about to join the death squad. Even if you are indeed culpable, it would not matter. Although the Huangsha clan is formidable, dealing with our Yuanhai clan is not a trivial matter. I merely wish to hear the truth from your lips. Only then can I regard you as a trusted confidant, Sheila continued. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Having been tempted by the notion of forming a close alliance with a director, which could potentially grant him access to critical resources and bolster his own reputation. However, his experiences over the past few years had rendered him distrustful of any foreigner. I assure you, I am not responsible. I, Yifeng, am an honest individual. I will never confess to actions I did not commit. My apologies, esteemed director, he asserted, shaking his head. Sheila's body became still as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Yifeng. After 5 seconds, he finally averted his eyes, directing his attention to another room. Madwa, I have already asserted that he is innocent. Do you now believe me? As Sheila's words fell, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically. The man exuded no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary individual. However, the malevolence etched on his face spoke of a history steeped in bloodshed, a manifestation of having taken countless lives. Yet, how could an ordinary person possess such a formidable presence? Even a ninth-tier warrior would be sensed by Yifeng. Thus, the only possibility became evident. The individual before him was a master warrior. Yes, you too, come with me. Director Sheila, let us replace the person for testing. Remember, the act must be convincing. Do not allow them to see through it. The middle-aged man commanded, gesturing for Yifeng and Chun and to follow. Yifeng maintained a stoic demeanor, though internally he was gripped by fear. Upon entering the room, Yifeng discovered 6 individuals already present. They remained silent. Though one recognized Yifeng and beckoned him, no noise, and do not create any disturbances, the middle-aged man instructed. Yifeng and the others quickly nodded in compliance. After a moment, Sheila's voice resonated from outside. Meng-Yi, come in. I am aware that you killed Mo He. The high priest of the Huangsha clan has deduced it. You are a 6th-tier warrior from the vast grasslands, so do not claim innocence. Director, I truly did not commit the act, Meng-Yi protested. Do not deceive me. Even if you are guilty, it would not matter. I will ensure your safety. However, I require your honesty. As your superior, I do not wish for my subordinates to lie to me, for such dishonesty would greatly displease me. However, as long as you confess that you were the one who killed Mo, I shall consider you my confidant. Yifeng, listening to Zyler's words from outside, felt his heart sink in terror. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively earlier. Otherwise, this formidable warrior would have swiftly subdued him. He feared that death would not come easily, for he would have to endure inhumane torment before the end. A cold sweat trickled down Yifeng's forehead. At that moment, the warrior named Mo Duo suddenly turned, casting a glance at Yifeng. A jolt surged through Yifeng as he felt his heart leap into his throat. Mo Duo approached, retrieving a piece of animal hide to wipe the sweat from Yifeng's brow. Damn! Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, realizing how close he had come to revealing himself. Outside, Zyler continued to probe. Is it not you who committed the murder? Meng-Yi, I desire my subordinates to be honest, not those who lie so casually. Do you understand? Furthermore, there is a vacancy for a captain here. Should you admit your guilt, the position shall be yours. I possess leverage over you, which is why I am willing to entrust this role to you. Outside, the cunning fox employed a different strategy. He had his own reasons. The Huangsha clan had declared that capturing the murderer would guarantee them fuel. This resource was urgently needed. Even if they acquired iron ore from the Giant Stone clan, they required fuel to operate their new flying apparatus. Other fuels would not suffice. They would burn inefficiently and lack the necessary power to propel the heavy craft. Moreover, this was merely in the developmental phase. fully realizing it would demand astronomical amounts of fuel, iron, ore, and manpower. Not me. I did not kill him. Meng Yi replied after much contemplation, shaking his head. He had nearly succumbed to temptation. After all, Zyler's intention was not to assist the Huangsha clan in finding the true culprit, but rather to identify a scapegoat to secure the fuel they desired. Very well. You shall remain in the adjacent room. Without a sound, Zyler instructed. Thus, Meng Yi stepped inside, and soon the room was filled with 9 individuals. Alpu entered, followed by another man. Alpu, you are the one who killed the young clan leader of the Huangsha clan, are you not? The high priest has divined that if you confess, I shall immediately promote you to captain, for I have leverage over you, allowing me to entrust this position to you. Do you comprehend my meaning? It was not me. Alpu protested. Wait, captain. Indeed, should you admit it, the captaincy shall be yours, and I will ensure your safety. Zyler continued to entice him. If I were to confess, the young clan leader was indeed killed by me. Alpu succumbed to temptation. However, you are a 6th-tier warrior. And that Mo is a master from the Bloodstained Hall, also a 6th-tier warrior. How could you have defeated him in a one-on-one encounter, especially with several companions by his side? Zyler inquired, primarily addressing Mo Duo. What I truly seek is merely a flawless explanation. As for me, I took advantage of their battle with the sand beasts, launching a surprise attack from behind, and eliminated them all. In his quest for the captaincy, Alpu willingly wove a web of deceit. A faint smirk crept upon Yi Feng's lips. This fellow's fabrication was remarkably convincing, nearly approaching the truth. Alpu, I appreciate your trust in me. Please accompany this gentleman, said Hyler, as she opened the door to the room. Madwa strode forth, no longer concealing his formidable aura. A powerful pressure radiated from him, causing Yi Feng's expression to shift dramatically. Indeed, he was a master at the strength level. And certainly not of the 1st tier, at the very least, he was of the 3rd tier. Director? Who is he? Alpu finally recognized the gravity of the situation. However, Hyler turned her back, hands clasped behind her, offering him no further glance. The objective had been achieved. She sought only the fuel. You need not concern yourself with this. In a swift motion, Madwa, like a specter, seized Alpu by the collarbone. You are the strong? Alpu exclaimed in disbelief, struggling in vain against Madwa's single-handed grip. Director Hyler, I shall return to report, and as for the fuel, it will soon be delivered to the military camp. You may send someone to receive it, Madwa declared, dragging the imposing 6th-tier strength master from the barracks as easily as an eagle snatches a chick. All of you, step forward, Hyler said calmly. The 9 members of Yi Feng's team emerged from the room, their faces dark as coal, casting glances at Hyler laced with skepticism. I understand that you harbor resentment towards me, yet our need for fuel is paramount. Without it, our clan cannot produce aircraft. Without aircraft, we remain forever subjugated. For the greater good, the sacrifice of a few lives is a necessity. In truth, I could have admitted that it was I who killed Mo earlier. Hyler proclaimed with a sense of righteous indignation. The others quickly plastered false smiles across their faces, while inwardly cursing her lineage. Yi Feng, you shall lead the team to secure the fuel. Furthermore, henceforth, no one is to enter the sand vehicle. It is confidential, and only the whites are permitted access. Hyler warned. Yes, Director, I shall not repeat this mistake. Yi Feng nodded, departing with his companions. This encounter had been perilously close, a brush with death. He had initially perceived this society as civilized, only to discover that even such a society harbors insidious elements. Upon reaching the city gate and finding no one around, they began to discuss their grievances. Damn that Hyler. I nearly confessed just now. The consequence of such a confession would have been to be captured and tortured to death by the Huangsha clan. That deceitful Hyler. How could someone who appears so upright be so treacherous? It is evident that one must be wary of those who seem overly proper. I never anticipated his malevolence to such an extent. If he were not the director, I would have struck him down on the spot. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Feng and Shunan joined in with a few scathing remarks. At times, one cannot afford to stand aloof from the crowd. It is essential to align with the prevailing sentiments. The soldiers at the city gates remained indifferent, for such disparagements towards superiors were a frequent occurrence among them. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to report these incidents, as doing so would jeopardize their standing within the military. In the barracks, those who resorted to reporting on their comrades would first find themselves scorned by their superiors, forever barred from advancement. Furthermore, Their peers would ensure their downfall upon discovering their treachery. After a while, a convoy emerged from the desert, comprising approximately 4 horse-drawn carts, each laden with 5 or 6 large wooden barrels. The lead driver alighted and gestured towards the barrels behind him. The fuel is here for Xyler, 20 tons. You may assess its weight, the man from the Huangsha tribe declared, boasting a strength equivalent to a third-tier warrior. Yi Feng stepped forward, his discernment sharpening. How could this possibly amount to 20 tons? It barely weighs 10, he retorted. Do you want it or not? If not, I shall take it away. The Huangsha tribesman asked with an air of arrogance. The Huangsha tribe had their own strategy. They could not afford to provide too much fuel. Even if their misappropriation was uncovered, the tribe leader would merely chastise them lightly, while secretly rewarding them for their deceit, as they bore the brunt of the blame and simultaneously curtailed the development of the Yuanhai tribe. Very well, I will take it, Yi Feng conceded, taking his seat atop the first cart while Chunin squeezed into the co-driver's position. The 3 carts rumbled towards the military camp, their wheels echoing through the tranquil night. Yi Feng, I feel that Director Xyler does not regard us as human beings, using our lives to barter for fuel from others. Today it is them. Tomorrow it could be us, Meng Yi suddenly interjected. I am aware. Therefore, the 9 of us must form an alliance. By the way, are you all participating in the Suicide Squad operation the day after tomorrow? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed, at the Giant Stone Mountain Mine, where the might of the Giant Stone City is stationed. I fear that this endeavor may end in calamity, another replied. All crows under heaven are black. I initially thought the Yuanhai tribe to be a civilized place. However, civilization does not always equate to cleanliness over barbarism. Sometimes, they can be quite treacherous, selling us out while we count their coins. Yi Feng's expression shifted as he began to incite the 7 others. Yes, as mercenaries in Nanching, we must unite and never allow ourselves to be sold out without reason. Chunin echoed in agreement. While this reasoning holds true, when the time comes for battle, we may find ourselves powerless, as none among us are in high positions and privy to coarse secrets. I suspect that during the raid on the Giant Stone Mountain Mine, half of US may become cannon fodder, given that it is the territory of the Giant Stone tribe, reinforced by their formidable warriors. Therefore, during the operation the night after tomorrow, we must strive to conserve our strength. If it becomes untenable, we shall flee. Yi Feng continued to rally them. However, should we become deserters of the Yuanhai tribe, we can forget about serving them in the future, one of the warriors cautioned. Fear not, allow me to enlighten you. I am aware of a place that embodies true civilization. Upon becoming a citizen there, one is granted access to all rights and privileges. Chapter 679. Once one succumbs to slumber, they shall never awaken again. For instance, citizens possess the right to vote and elect their leaders, who are held accountable by every individual citizen. The more votes one has, the greater the influence. Furthermore, this place ensures that the finest resources are equitably distributed among its citizens. There, individuals toil for less than 8 hours each day, enjoying weekends off. Subsequently, Yi Feng conveyed the benefits of Hot Spring Island, igniting excitement among the group, their hair practically standing on end. Brother Yi Feng, does such a perfect place truly exist? Where might it be? Meng Yi inquired. Rest assured, it is not far from here. Should the resentful child clan prove unwelcoming, we can seek refuge on Hot Spring Island, where military ships and formidable armaments can guarantee your safety. However, to become a citizen of Hot Spring Island, significant contributions are required. Yi Feng finally steered the conversation to the crux of the matter. Brother Yi Feng, what contributions are necessary? Meng Yi and the others gazed at him with eager anticipation. For instance, supplying quality steel to Hot Spring Island, or providing several sand vehicles, or even delivering crossbows and hand crossbows. Most importantly, one must offer the core technology of metallurgy. Complete these contributions, and citizenship shall be assured, Yi Feng stated with gravity. Hand crossbows are manageable, yet crossbows are a different challenge altogether. Not to mention the sand vehicles and the core technology of metallurgy, unless we can persuade those engineers at the armaments factory. Meng Yi's expression darkened. Then let us persuade them. By the way, having served as mercenaries in the resentful child clan for so long, you must have some connections with the technicians at the armaments factory, correct? Yi Feng queried. No, the technicians at the factory never engage with us. They maintain an air of superiority, came the response. Surely, you must be somewhat familiar with them? Not really. Their gazes toward us are filled with disdain. Yi Feng sighed. Well, even if we cannot acquire the core technology of metallurgy, obtaining the sand vehicles and crossbows would still be advantageous. Therefore, when we act the night after tomorrow, let us focus on the sand vehicles, seeking opportunities to seize them and make our escape, ideally capturing 3, and then driving them towards the temple. Yifeng articulated cunningly. Agreed, they replied, their hands overlapping in solidarity. At last, they successfully transported the fuel to the entrance of the storage facility designated for hazardous materials. There stood Sheila, arms crossed behind her back, accompanied by 30 guards. Director, the supplies have been returned, Yifeng announced. Very well. Arrange the fuel properly, stacking each barrel 5 meters apart. With iron sheets interspersed between them, Sheila instructed coolly. Yifeng furrowed his brow, sensing a faint aura of menace emanating from Sheila. What are you standing there for? Hurry inside. Sheila suddenly donned a smiling visage. Previously, Yifeng had perceived her smile as genuine and civilized, yet now, upon seeing it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, he replied, guiding the cart into the storage facility, though his eyes darted about. Finally, the 3 carts and 9 individuals all entered the storeroom. Yifeng sat in the carriage, unable to resist turning his gaze towards Xyler. He observed Xyler, with hands clasped behind his back, walking towards the entrance of the underground vault, accompanied by his 30 guards who gradually encircled the entrance. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed as the horses advanced into the depths of the vault, situated over 10 meters beneath the ground, surrounded entirely by steel. At last, Xyler's figure vanished, and Yifeng's 3 carriages journeyed deeper into the vault. Here, compartments emerged, despite their modest appearance, each occupied at least 200 square meters. Let us place the fuel in compartment number 170, Meng Yi suggested. Indeed, Yifeng nodded, opening the iron door forged from steel. The 9 individuals collaborated seamlessly, and before long, all the fuel barrels were positioned within the iron door. As they exited the compartment, the heavy half-meter-thick iron door unexpectedly descended on its own. A chill of foreboding gripped Yifeng's heart. Quick, get on the carriage. We must leave the vault immediately, he commanded urgently. The others, bewildered, hastily leaped onto the carriage. The sound of hooves thundered in a hurried cadence, accompanied by the friction of wheels against the ground. At last, Yifeng glimpsed the exit of the vault. Xyler and his 30 guards stood vigil at the threshold. Backlit by the light, Yifeng could not discern Xyler's expression, only the silhouette of a figure standing with arms folded behind his back, observing him. The 6 splendid steeds came to an abrupt halt, emitting restless whinnies. Close it, Xyler declared in a chilling tone. In the next moment, the iron door of the vault crashed down. Oh no! Yifeng gasped in shock, racing towards the iron door. Bang! His body collided violently with the door, a powerful recoil nearly shattering his bones. Director, we haven't escaped yet. Meng Yi's pale voice echoed in the cavernous vault. Yet this iron door, over a meter thick and weighing 100,000 pounds, was composed entirely of superior German steel. Director, we haven't gotten out. Chen's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. Yifeng's expression darkened as he glanced at the 6 torches affixed to the carriage. The once flaming torches began to flicker erratically, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Stop referring to him as director. That beast has likely sealed off all the other ventilation shafts. Yifeng furrowed his brow, pacing anxiously at the vault entrance. Is Xyler intent on exterminating us all for knowing his misdeeds? Meng Yi deduced. Is that even a question? That scoundrel. I initially believed he would wait until we participated in the ambush at Giant Stone Mountain to eliminate us, considering we still held some value. Yet this fellow behaves utterly unpredictably. Yifeng returned to the carriage, his mind racing. I refuse to believe this vault is entirely sealed with high-quality steel. With a rebellious spirit, Meng Yi drew a butcher's knife and plunged it fiercely into the wall. Clang! The sharp blade penetrated 2 centimeters into the stone, emitting a sound of metal striking metal. He trembled as he drew the sharp knife and held it up to the torch. The tip had been broken. He glanced at the ground. Chen spoke. Meng Yi nodded, then thrust the knife into the ground again. This German-made meat cleaver was remarkably sharp, effortlessly slicing through the stone slab above. However, once the slab was breached, it revealed a dark iron plate beneath. Meng Yi struck the iron plate with the back of the knife. A heavy sound resonated, indicating the substantial thickness of the iron. Damn! One of the 6th-tier warriors rushed forward, delivering punch after punch against the iron door. After 30 blows, his fists were bloodied and bruised. Yet the thick iron door remained unmoved. Shira, You bastard, I curse your entire lineage. Another warrior, overwhelmed with frustration, roared at the empty iron door. At that moment, the 6 torches began to flicker, their flames wavering between light and shadow. Yifeng shook his head vigorously and blinked his eyes. Deprived of oxygen, he felt a heaviness in his mind, an overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep. Yet, he could not afford to do so. If he fell asleep now, he would never awaken again. Chapter 680. Brace yourselves. I shall charge forward. Let us open the fuel compartment and see if we can create an explosive effect. Chenin said, feeling dizzy. All right. Several individuals hurried towards the nearest compartment. However, despair soon washed over them. The compartment was cylindrical, entirely sealed with iron sheets. And with their strength, they were equally unable to open it. Moreover, even if they managed to extract the fuel without oxygen, they would likely succumb to carbon dioxide poisoning before the iron door melted. Yifeng approached the iron door, exerting force with both palms. The door did not emit even the slightest sound. It was known that he was a 6th-tier warrior. Could it be that today, Yifeng was destined to perish here? Unwilling to accept this fate, Yifeng shook his head, channeling the energy within him. In the next moment, a layer of frost spread across the iron door. This time, he did not conserve energy, unleashing his frost energy at full power. In a short while, the entire iron door was enveloped in frost. After completing this, Yifeng flicked his finger, sending a burst of flames toward the iron door. The frost quickly melted, and the iron door soon glowed red-hot. Yifeng retracted the flames and once again summoned his frost energy. 5 minutes later, the entire iron door was once more covered in frost. You all, try to smash the iron door open now, quickly. Yifeng stammered, his eyelids heavy. I'll do it. A 6th-tier warrior stepped forward, launching both palms forward. The underground chamber instantly shifted in atmosphere. Yet, the repeatedly scorched iron door remained remarkably resilient, with only a thin layer of iron dust falling to the ground, approximately half a centimeter thick, having been displaced. Suddenly, 2 torches extinguished. Yifeng felt dizzy, his gaze shifting to the compartment. Damn it, if I must die, I shall ensure the fuel is consumed, burning it all down. He approached the compartment, preparing to unleash his fiery powers. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Yifeng swiftly turned around and beheld a massive dent in the iron door, as if something were relentlessly battering against it from the outside. Is someone out there rescuing us? Yifeng asked in a daze. It seems so, Brother Feng, but let's refrain from igniting the grid for now. Chenin approached the iron door and pressed his ear against it to eavesdrop. Outside, there were ominous, heavy thuds, accompanied by anguished screams. Just as he finished speaking, he was suddenly thrown backward, landing 3 meters away. Bang! The iron door was struck again, and a fissure opened in the lower slot, allowing a rush of frigid air to pour in. Ah, breathable air! Yifeng exclaimed with delight, quickly leaning towards the crack to inhale deeply. Ha ha, there's air now. The others rushed over, also gasping for breath through the opening. Simultaneously, the cacophony of battle cries erupted outside, mixed with the sounds of heavy objects crashing. Brother Feng, retreat a bit further inside, came a voice from the pursuers. Yifeng squinted and quickly pulled Meng Yi aside. Boom! The iron door shook once more, the gap widening by a meter. Quick, let's get out. Yifeng brandished his crossbow and rolled out through the opening. The biting cold wind greeted him, and in the flickering torchlight, he spotted a sand cart moving back and forth, surrounded by dozens of guards, none other than the subordinates of Sheila from earlier. Thud, thud, thud. A bolt from one of the cart's gun barrels whistled through the air, piercing 3 guards and leaving them lifeless. Simultaneously, a throng of mercenaries charged toward them, unleashing a barrage of crossbow bolts at the sand cart, each impact ringing out like a bell. The others tumbled out through the fissure, astonished by the unfolding scene. What are you waiting for, Brother Feng? Get on the cart, came Nolan's voice from within the cart. Yes, Brother Feng, hurry up, or we won't escape the camp, urged the voice of the pursuers. Yifeng, overjoyed, swiftly leapt onto the sand cart's hatch. Open the hatch, he shouted inside. Bang! The hatch was violently pushed open from within, nearly colliding with Yifeng's nose. Chenin, Yifeng waved to the back. I'll go first. A burly man rushed past Chenin, ascending towards the hatch. Just as he had nearly fully entered, a barrage of crossbow bolts rained down, turning him into a pincushion. Get out of the way. Yifeng hurled the body aside and yanked Chenin, get in. Okay, Brother Feng, you hurry too, Chenin urged, pulling Yifeng towards the hatch. Thud. Yi Feng's body jolted, feeling as if something had pierced through him. Brother Feng, with a mighty effort, Chenin pulled Yi Feng entirely into the hatch. Quickly, get into the sand cart, or those crossbows will be the end of us. Meng Yi and the others, alarmed, fired at the side while scrambling onto the sand cart. Thud, thud, thud. As they exchanged fire, Meng Yi's side fell 3 men short. He had an arrow embedded in his own shoulder. Without hesitation, Meng Yi'Tsai endured the excruciating pain and pressed forward. Then, another 6th-tier warrior squeezed in. Is anyone else coming in? Yi Feng turned to see Nolan manipulating the enormous arc platform, while on the other side, Chasing Ma operated a machine gun, firing wildly at the outside. No one else. Meng Yi'Tsai disregarded everything and swiftly shut the manhole cover. The moment the cover was secured, he sighed in relief, slumping into the sand cart like a rag doll. Ugh. The screams from outside quickly ceased, confirming that the remaining masters had been shot dead. Simultaneously, a clanging sound echoed from outside the sand cart. The crossbows were unable to penetrate the vehicle, yet they continued to fire relentlessly. Brace yourselves, I'm charging out, Nolan declared, pulling a lever and forcefully twisting it backward. Boom. The sand cart roared as it surged toward the exit of the underground facility. A few guards, caught off guard, were instantly flattened into 2-dimensional beings. Brother Feng, you're bleeding profusely. Chunin suddenly pointed at Yi Feng's abdomen. Oh wow, Yi Feng finally realized, clutching his stomach and wailing in agony. He had suffered fatal injuries before, but never had he experienced such pain. Quick, let me bandage you. Chunin hurriedly tore his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage around Yi Feng's waist. Meng Yi and the other warrior quickly responded, rushing to assist. The warrior took the passenger seat, helping Nolan manage the pressure on the sand cart. Meng Yi helped Chasing Ma load the iron nails into the magazine, 1 box at a time. Puff, 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 puff. Chasing Ma was elated, as he merely had to keep shooting. Although the iron nails were short, each one could pierce through gold and stone, making the guards outside scream in agony. Hurry, bring over the oil barrels, quickly, came Sheila's anxious voice from outside. Inside the sand cart, everyone felt a jolt of alarm. It was crucial to have infantry support during the sand cart's combat. Otherwise, they would be defenseless against fire attacks. Chapter 681. So hard if the oil were to be splashed into the sand cart, a single spark would result in them being roasted alive. Drive faster. The warrior gripped the lever tightly. The thunderous roar of the sand cart erupted, charging toward the gates of the military camp with unstoppable momentum. Not good. Someone is escaping in the sand cart, Sheila shouted from behind. On the sentry tower, several crossbows adjusted their aim directly at the sand cart. Clang. A sound of metal being torn apart resonated. The entire sand cart trembled. Yi Feng sat in shock, witnessing a crossbow bolt shoot in from above, piercing between his legs, barely missing him. What power does that crossbow possess? Yi Feng was taken aback. Hurry, drive faster. Clang. Another piercing sound rang out. The second sand chariot shot towards the control panel, nearly grazing Nolan's scalp. My head. Nolan cried out in pain, clutching his head. This is perilous. The burly man, startled, quickly shoved Nolan aside and took control himself. Being a seasoned veteran, he maneuvered far more adeptly than Nolan. The chariot roared forward, crashing through the sentinel tower and the barbed wire fence, stretching the wires taut before they snapped with a series of sharp cracks. Once the sentinel tower collapsed, the mounted crossbow fell along with its 2 operators. No, they barely managed to shout before the sand chariot barreled into them, crushing them beneath its heavy treads. Frustration surged within Yi Feng as he caught sight of the fallen crossbow through a gap. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly opened the manhole cover. In an instant, he leapt down from the sand chariot. Brother Feng, are you insane? Chunin yelled from within the chariot. With a jolt, the sand chariot came to a sudden halt, waiting for Yi Feng. At that moment, he hoisted the crossbow onto his shoulder. Though the crossbow was forged entirely from steel, it was significantly smaller than the ones in Chongqing City, weighing only a few thousand pounds. Despite his injuries, Yi Feng found it effortless to carry. Chase them. Why are you just standing there? Use the machine gun to cover Brother Feng, Chunin shouted. The machine gun roared back to life, sending the pursuing soldiers tumbling. Finally, Yi Feng managed to place the crossbow onto the sand chariot. However, the exterior of the chariot was exceedingly smooth, making it impossible to secure the crossbow. Damn it! Yi Feng gritted his teeth and yanked some of the barbed wire over, hastily binding the crossbow to a few of the chariot's gun barrels. Then, he swiftly slipped back inside the chariot. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of crossbow bolts flew towards them, sending sparks flying from the sand chariot. Give it full throttle, Yifeng bellowed. Understood, brother. The burly man grasped the joystick with determination. With a sudden pull, he yanked it down. Huh. The sand chariot surged forward at over 10 kilometers per hour, but without the joystick, it could not be stopped. Pressing the brakes was futile. Damn it, you fool. Chun and cursed angrily. Don't blame him. Quickly, take control of the steering wheel. We can't flip over now. In this situation, we must keep moving forward until we run out of fuel. Yifeng sighed deeply. Yes. The burly man, drenched in sweat, gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed through the gaps outside. Before long, the sand chariot burst out of the oasis and into the desert. Fortunately, the desert sky was a brilliant blue. Even at night, a sixth-tier warrior could see up to a kilometer ahead. Otherwise, if they hit a rock or the corpse of a sand beast, the chariot would surely overturn. Steer north, Yifeng commanded. Indeed, he aimed to head towards the temple. Now that they had the chariot and the crossbow, they were well equipped to confront that level 20 sand beast. However, uncertainty loomed over him. But I don't know the way. What should we do? The mighty warrior fixed his gaze ahead and spoke without turning back. Damn it! Yifeng, with a sorrowful expression, scrambled out from beneath the manhole cover and leaped from the vehicle. His body tumbled several times upon hitting the ground, landing directly in the gravel. With no time to express his pain, he hastily removed his trousers and faced the gravel. Brother, hurry and relieve yourself. I implore you, do it quickly, Yifeng urged, frantically digging through his belongings, his voice a continuous plea, as the sand vehicle receded further away. For heaven's sake, can't you just go at this critical moment? I beg you. He slapped his companion a few times, but urgency was of no help. The more he rushed, the less effective it became. The sand vehicle was now over 200 meters away. Hey, make the sand vehicle spin in place. Don't go too far. Yifeng's voice echoed distantly. However, after a brief moment, the vehicle surged beyond 1,000 meters, vanishing from his sight. At last, a stream of urine splashed onto the gravel. Yifeng quickly crouched down, grasping a beetle in his hand. Wait for me. Hold on. He dashed towards the direction where the vehicle had disappeared. Inside the sand vehicle, Chun and relentlessly struck the head of the mighty warrior. Why are you driving in circles? Brother Feng hasn't T-boarded yet. Don't hit my head. Don't hit my head. You can't drive. Let me take over, move aside. Don't snatch the steering wheel. At this speed, we'll flip over. The two grappled for control of the wheel. Alas, Chunin was still too weak. Meng Yi, unable to bear it any longer, rushed over and seized the steering wheel, executing a full 360-degree spin. Finally, the sand vehicle began to rotate in place, raising clouds of dust all around. Yifeng, panting heavily, ran for 2,000 meters before finally spotting the sand vehicle spinning in place, along with the crossbow bound atop it. Damn, I'm exhausted. I'm right here. Spin the vehicle tighter. Yifeng prepared to launch himself towards the distant vehicle. Boom. At that moment, a colossal creature erupted from the ground, emitting a thunderous roar. A level 9 sand beast. Yifeng's expression changed dramatically as he quickly stepped back. Without a moment's hesitation, the sand beast lunged at Yifeng. Frost Chi. A layer of white mist spread towards the beast. However, it was too powerful, rendering the frost nearly ineffective. Flame. With no other recourse, Yifeng unleashed a fiery technique. Boom. A massive conflagration enveloped the beast's head. Roar. The beast's features were obscured by flames, leaving it disoriented. It struck the ground with its claws in a frenzy, kicking up dust that soared several meters into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Yifeng leaped 20 meters into the air, landing squarely on the manhole cover. I'm diving in. Finally, he entered the sand vehicle, hurriedly presenting the beetle to Nolan. Damn, it's directly in line with that sand beast. Nolan exclaimed. Brother Feng, there's a level 9 sand beast blocking the way. What should we do? Chunin inquired. Charge through. Yes. The sand vehicle is much sturdier than the beast's body. We can crash right through. You can crash into your own mother. The sand vehicle spun in place before roaring forth. The flames atop the creature's head were finally extinguished. Yet it remained oblivious as the colossal sand vehicle collided with its thigh. Chapter 682. Our water supply is dwindling. A spray of blood erupted as one of the beast's hind legs was brutally shattered. A mournful howl escaped the 9th-tier sand beast as its massive form collapsed to the ground. Once more, Yifeng commanded. Yes, brother. The sand vehicle executed a leftward drift, charging at the fallen beast once again. This time, the impact was not upon its thigh, for the creature lay prostrate. Boom. The vehicle struck its head directly. A deluge of blood gushed forth, nearly staining the entire vehicle crimson. "The vehicle is stuck," shouted the strongman. "No worries, this is what we call a force stop." Feng emerged from the manhole cover, gazing at the lifeless sand beast. Though it was a ninth-tier creature, it would still perish after having its head obliterated. The four wheels of the sand vehicle continued to spin rapidly, propelling sand backward for several meters. Shannon also climbed out, wielding a curved blade aimed at the beast's abdomen. 5 minutes later, he approached Feng, holding a bloodied crystal core. "Brother Feng, a ninth-tier crystal core. I shall keep it for now." Feng grasped the core and immediately employed his blood-sucking technique. "Let's go, get in the vehicle." The two leapt into the sand vehicle, while Feng's technique remained unceasing. After swaying left and right, the vehicle finally freed itself from the beast's head and continued northward. 10 minutes later, Feng discarded the shard of the crystal core, feeling a surge of energy within him. He had now reached the pinnacle of a 6th-tier warrior, needing only to find a high-grade crystal core to ascend to a 7th-tier level. As for ordinary crystal cores, their insufficient potency rendered them useless in breaking through his bottleneck. Consuming more would only burden his body. "Oh no, another sand beast ahead. We forgot to bring the scented wood," shouted the strongman. "It's merely a 3rd-tier beast. We'll just ram it." Boom. The 3rd-tier sand beast had just emerged from the ground, intent on ambushing, only to be met with the hard object. Its body sent flying several meters away. "Brother Feng, should we collect its crystal core?" Shunan inquired eagerly. "Collect what? It's a 3rd-tier beast. It's not worthy of us disembarking, and getting back on after would be cumbersome," Feng replied, shaking his head. "Another sand beast has appeared ahead. It's a 5th tier. Charge." Boom. The beast was sent soaring. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Brother Feng, this is exhilarating." Shunan howled from within the sand vehicle. "Enough with the howling. Once we reach the temple, there will be a 20th-tier sand beast, and our vehicle will likely seem like a toy before it," Feng said with a serious expression. In a circular structure known as Na City, surrounded by onlookers of Caucasian descent, 3 elderly white men sat facing north, occasionally interspersed with an indigenous person among them. In the midst of a circular structure, Hyler stood like a prisoner, his hands adorned with iron chains. "Hyler, as the director, how could you allow your subordinates to steal a sand vehicle? Are you aware of the profound implications this pinnacle of technology could have on our city of Na?" An elderly Caucasian man rapped on the table. "Moreover, the sand vehicle has already ventured into the desert. If it falls into the hands of the stone giants or the sand people, given their substantial population, even a mere scrap of our technology could spell catastrophe for Na. The reason those great clans have preserved our race is primarily due to their ignorance of our core technologies. Should they acquire even a modicum of knowledge, our existence would no longer be of significance, and we would become targets for the entire desert's great clans. Do you comprehend this?" Another elderly Caucasian interjected. "Vice Commander, esteemed leaders of the 2 battalions, please grant me a chance for redemption," Hyler implored softly. "Hyler, how do you intend to remedy this situation?" the Vice Commander inquired. "I plan to take my 300 men, mount swift horses, and carry oil barrels to reclaim the sand vehicle. If we are unsuccessful, I shall incinerate it. We cannot allow our technology to fall into the wrong hands," Hyler declared. The 3 elderly men exchanged glances and quickly conferred in hushed tones. "We agree with your decision. However, we do not trust you, so you shall not lead this mission," they stated. "Then who will lead?" Hyler asked. "Your guard leader, Miss Darren, will be in charge. Hyler, as the director under her command, it is she who will lead the mission to retrieve the sand vehicle. If it cannot be reclaimed, it must be destroyed. The core power system must be obliterated. We cannot allow others to witness our core technology." The Vice Commander gestured towards a cold-faced woman beside him. "Understood." Darren stepped forward, her striking visage tinged with a hint of ire. Though she was Caucasian, she possessed the wild beauty of indigenous ancestry, likely a blend of Germanic and native heritage, rendering her exceptionally alluring. "Darren, how many men do you intend to take?" the Vice Commander asked. "I plan to bring 1,000 of my guards, each carrying an oil barrel, armed with crossbows, and mounted on the fastest horses," Darren replied. "Excellent. I had anticipated you would attempt to commandeer the sand vehicle. I am quite pleased with your resolution." The Vice Commander nodded approvingly. He feared that the sand vehicle they dispatched might be seized again. Thus far, the pinnacle of technology in Na was metallurgy, closely followed by the manufacturing of sand vehicles. Both were mutually reinforcing. Without superior light steel, the colossal land behemoth known as the sand vehicle could not be produced. Much like crafting a minuscule chip requires a multitude of complementary techniques. Na's craftsmanship was at least a millennium ahead of this world. Were it not for constraints on gunpowder, quality iron, ore, and fuel, one might speculate that they could have already developed cannons, machine guns, and even autocannons. After all, their origins traced back to the soldiers of Germany during World War II. In the desolate desert, a sand vehicle rested beside a solitary sea buckthorn bush. Surrounding the sand cart lay the lifeless bodies of 6 or 7 inferior sand beasts. Well, this is just splendid. We have run out of fuel, Feng. Are we truly going to leave the sand cart here and carry the crossbow to the temple? Chunin inquired while sitting atop the corpse of one of the sand beasts. Damn it, I am so unwilling. Menhanu, how far is it to the temple from here? Yifeng asked. At least 1,000 kilometers. Even if we managed to fill the sand cart with fuel, we would need to stop 5 times to reach the temple. However, where can we find fuel? Menhanu shrugged his shoulders. He was the 6th-tier warrior operating the sand cart. There were 6 of them in total: Yifeng, Chunin, Zhui Ma, Nolan, Meng Yi, and Menhanu. Among them, Yifeng, Meng Yi, and Menhanu were 6th-tier warriors, while Chunin and his companions were relatively weaker, with Zhui Ma being somewhat stronger, comparable to a grand beastmaster. Do you think we can use the corpses of these sand beasts as fuel? Yifeng suddenly had a spark of inspiration. The corpses of sand beasts certainly cannot burn as well as black fuel, can they? Menhanu shook his head. Does it even matter how well they burn? As long as they can get the steam engine running, that will suffice. Also, if you need to relieve yourselves, do not do so carelessly. Urinate into the steam engine, as our water supply is dwindling. Chapter 683. Interest fades instantly. After Yifeng finished speaking, he took a meat cleaver and sliced open the belly of a sand beast. Everyone, come help. We need to extract the fat from the sand beast. Its intense heat is the only thing that can propel such a massive sand cart. The group quickly busied themselves, cutting the fat and blubber into long strips for easy placement into the furnace. Yifeng commanded. Before long, the fat from several sand beasts was entirely extracted. Yifeng took a whiff, and a foul stench nearly suffocated him. Feng, the interior of the sand cart can hold a maximum of 3,000 pounds of fat. What do we do with the excess? Chunin asked. Just tie the surplus fat to the outside of the sand beast, ensuring it does not obstruct the driver and gunner's line of sight. Understood. The group utilized all the ropes available, securing not only the Nanxing crossbow, but also the thick fat onto the sand cart. Let me give it a try. Yifeng ignited the furnace and took his place at the helm. Before long, the fat caught fire, and the steam engine finally heated the water, restoring the power system in an instant. Damn, this burns too quickly. We need someone dedicated to tossing fat into the furnace. Chunin covered his nose and tossed a 30-pound piece of fat into the flames. Boom. The sand cart roared to life, starting its journey northward, leaving only a few sand beast corpses behind. However, less than 20 kilometers into their journey, half of the fat had already been consumed. We're doomed. At this rate, we will have to stop to hunt sand beasts every 40 kilometers, and we may encounter formidable foes along the way. With all these unforeseen circumstances, when will we ever reach the temple? Yifeng lamented. Boom. Just then, a cloud of dust engulfed the area as 5 or 6 sand beasts emerged from the gravel. Oh, that one is a 7th-tier sand beast. I shall ram into it. Yifeng altered his course and charged directly at the leading sand beast. 2 hours later, the lifeless bodies of 6 sand beasts lay collapsed once again. Ha ha ha, the likelihood of encountering sand beasts has increased markedly, for our sand vehicle is laden with fat, and the scent of blood will surely attract them, alleviating our fuel concerns. Chunin laughed heartily. At that moment, an angry roar resonated from ahead. What on earth? Chunin hastily assumed a monkey gazing at the moon posture. It seemed we could hear it, yet not see it. Why are you all diving into the sand vehicle? Chunin wore a bewildered expression. Hurry inside. That must be at least a level 9 sand beast. Quickly, into the sand vehicle. Yifeng poked his head out from the manhole cover. Bang. The sand vehicle was shut with a thud. After a brief pause, a dark shadow surged toward them. The 6 individuals peered through the crevices of the sand vehicle, astonished at the sight of the creature before them. This being resembled a gigantic gorilla. standing approximately 7 meters tall. In terms of sheer size, it might not even compare to some level 1 sand beasts. However, the aura emanating from it indicated that it was at least a level 9 beast, perhaps even a level 10. Silence. Yifeng covered Chun An's mouth. The sand beast sniffed the air, seemingly detecting a scent. After a moment, it pressed its large face against the sand vehicle, attempting to peer inside through the gaps for any signs of life. I could no longer contain myself. Chasing Horse activated the machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The barrel was pressed against the sand beast, unleashing a barrage of fire. Howl. The sand beast was taken aback, its arms tensed. Yifeng felt the entire sand vehicle lift, and they tumbled within as the vehicle rolled. Boom. The heavily laden sand vehicle's front end plunged into the gravel. Oh dear. I feel as if my bones might shatter. Chun An's head was buried in fat, his legs forming a scissor shape towards the sky. Get up. Yifeng pulled Chun into his feet, peering through the crevices of the sand vehicle towards the distant sand beast. That was undoubtedly a beast of level 10 or above. Otherwise, such strength would be impossible. The sand beast incessantly clawed at its chest, as if trying to extract the iron nails embedded within. Howl! A deafening roar erupted, causing Yifeng's ears to tingle and his vision to darken. Stand clear. Let us give it a few more rounds. Yifeng opened another barrel and loaded iron nails into it. The German-made nails were formidable, capable of piercing even the skin of a level 10 sand beast. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a flurry of sparks, dozens of nails struck the head of the level 10 sand beast. However, only 2 nails penetrated its skull, while the rest lodged upon its surface. Howl! The level 10 sand beast finally lost its composure, rolling incessantly in the gravel, its hands scrambling over its head as if trying to pry out the nails embedded within. Die! Yifeng squeezed the trigger once more. Fortunately, the gun barrel of the sand vehicle was designed with remarkable sophistication, allowing for vertical and horizontal movement. Otherwise, given the current state of the vehicle, he would have been unable to aim the machine gun at the sand beast at all. The vitality of a level 10 sand beast is exceedingly formidable. After dragging its severely wounded body for over 1,000 meters, it finally collapsed with a thunderous thud. Outside, it was indeed a level 10 crystal Dan. Yifeng lifted the manhole cover and emerged from within, leading the group. Upon reaching a distance of 1,000 meters, the 6 individuals encircled the sand beast. Goodness, if we could skin it, the hide might very well withstand ordinary crossbow bolts, Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Forget about the hide. Our sand cart needs fuel and cannot accommodate its skin. We shall only procure the crystal Dan, Yifeng replied decisively, picking up a meat cleaver and beginning to slice. Fortunately, his strength was considerable. Otherwise, even the hide of this level 10 sand beast would be nigh impossible to sever. After a while, Yifeng emerged, cradling a resplendent crystal Dan. My apologies, but this crystal Dan is mine now. With that, he discreetly employed his blood-sucking technique. However, Manhanu took out a meat cleaver and began to meticulously carve the flesh from the beast's arm. What are you up to? Yifeng inquired. Brother Feng, I have cultivated a technique known as dragon elephant skill, primarily focused on enhancing strength. This sand beast is evidently a powerhouse. If I can retrieve its arm bone and have an apothecary brew it into medicinal wine, it would gradually fortify my physique, Manhanu replied without glancing up. A technique? So, you possess such skills? That is wonderful. Could you teach me? Yifeng asked with palpable excitement. Teach me as well. I aspire to be a strong man. Chun chimed in eagerly. Are you certain? Manhanu raised his gaze, scrutinizing the two. Absolutely, they responded in unison. Brother, what you may not realize is that while dragon elephant skill can indeed enhance physical prowess, it necessitates a sacrifice of your advancement potential. The technique requires the absorption of the medicinal essence within the crystal Dan. I have been constrained by a bottleneck, remaining a 6th level warrior for the last decade. No matter how many crystal dawn I consume, the essence is wasted. Hence, I have opted to utilize this essence for cultivating certain techniques. Although I remain at the 6th level, I aim to be invincible among my peers, Manhanu explained. Upon hearing this, the others immediately lost interest. Chapter 684. Rhythmic convulsions of the limbs. After all, the human body has a finite capacity to absorb the medicinal essence of the crystal Dan. Currently, they had not encountered any bottlenecks, and thus the essence was better utilized for leveling up. Once they reached higher levels, it would prove far more beneficial than any technique. Even if one were to master the dragon elephant skill to its utmost pinnacle, they would still remain a mere 6th-level warrior. Meanwhile, Meng Yi and others could harness the medicinal essence within their bodies to elevate themselves to the 9th level. In a conflict between a 9th level and a 6th-level warrior, even with the latter possessing some techniques, they would still be outmatched, as the overarching framework of strength remained paramount. Excelling in the minutiae would yield little advantage. Yet, Yi Feng's expression shifted. He pondered that he might soon encounter a bottleneck. Perhaps the dragon-elephant skill was worth studying. Furthermore, he possessed the unique ability to absorb the medicinal essence of the crystal Dan indefinitely, setting him apart from the others. For instance, should Meng Yi consume this level 10 crystal Dan, it would likely take him 5 to 6 years to fully absorb the essence, with a significant portion lost in the process. As for Yi Feng, his blood-sucking technique enables him to absorb nearly all of the energy, digesting the medicinal properties within a mere 10 minutes. Could you teach me? Yi Feng asked earnestly. Are you certain? My dear brother, it seems you have yet to encounter a bottleneck. You might as well invest this energy in leveling up. Moreover, the dragon-elephant skill is notoriously difficult to master, widely regarded as the most challenging technique within the temple. Merely the first 3 layers have deterred countless formidable warriors. Yet it is only upon reaching the 4th layer that the true might of the dragon-elephant skill is revealed. Manhanu regarded Yi Feng with a look of incredulity. With such vigor, it would be far more prudent to focus on leveling up rather than wasting it on this somewhat trivial technique. Are the first 3 layers truly so arduous? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed. Firstly, a month of abstinence, during which the first layer induces a sensation of heat throughout your body, coupled with an overwhelming desire. It is akin to being administered an aphrodisiac while a naked woman dances beside you. Do you believe you could endure that? If you falter, all your efforts will be in vain, Manhanu explained. This, I could endure it. Now, what about the challenges of the 2nd layer? Yi Feng hesitantly nodded. The 2nd layer brings about a sensation of numbness, itchiness, and pain that can last for approximately a month. I nearly abandoned it when I first attempted the 2nd layer. Manhanu recounted. Yi Feng's expression darkened. He was genuinely beginning to contemplate giving up. And the 3rd layer? Yi Feng asked casually, wary of the difficulty. For the 3rd layer, you must consume bone liquor daily and a copious amount of nourishing substances, officially entering the realm of bone refinement. This will enhance your bone density, increase resilience, and grant you unparalleled recovery abilities among your peers. Yi Feng's interest was piqued. What are the side effects? The side effect is a constant state of heat in your body. If you refrain from engaging with women for too long, it may even affect your intellect. Manhanu stated bluntly. Manhanu, this technique is perfectly suited for our brother Feng, as he has little intellect to begin with, so he won't be affected. Chunin exclaimed exuberantly. With a swift motion, Yi Feng sent Chun and flying with a slap. What benefits does the 4th layer confer? Yi Feng inquired. Though I have yet to master the 4th layer, based on the descriptions, it allows one to easily defeat foes of higher ranks, even up to 2 ranks above. Furthermore, your skin will become exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding the force of a common crossbow. As for the 5th layer, it appears that no one in this world has yet attained it. However, according to the texts, achieving the 5th layer enables the development of a skill known as the diamond roar. The might of its roar can obliterate an enemy's head, and even against powerful adversaries, it can induce a momentary daze in them. The diamond roar is effective against foes of lower ranks. No matter how many they are, they cannot withstand its formidable power, Manhanu expressed with a sense of longing. Is it truly that extraordinary? And what about the 6th layer? Yi Feng pressed further. I do not know, for I only acquired the techniques for the first 5 layers. The remaining 4 layers would be of no use to an ordinary person, as humanity's capacity to absorb medicinal properties is limited. Even with 3 centuries of accumulated medicinal energy, one would likely struggle to reach the 5th layer. Hence, I opted only for the 5th layer. Manhanu spoke as he extracted the bone from the sand beast's arm. Wonderful. Please transcribe that 5-layer technique for me. Once we are on the sand cart, you need not work. Just focus on copying it for me. Yi Feng exclaimed with excitement. Given his rate of absorbing medicinal potency, he felt confident that he could master even a technique with 90 layers within his lifetime, let alone one with just 9. At that time, would he be capable of carrying the earth on his shoulders? Of course, the dragon-elephant technique was merely a means to pass the time when one encountered a bottleneck. The essence of the crystal pill's potency should primarily be utilized for upgrades. Once his level increased, the significance of the dragon-elephant technique seemed somewhat negligible. Reflecting on this, Yi Feng exerted his right hand, enhancing the potency of his blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He could even hear the sound of suction emanating from his palm. In a mere moment, the crystal pill was reduced to a mere husk. Tossing aside the remnants, he said, "Come, let us all exert our strength to lift this sand cart from the gravel." Just as Yi Feng uttered these words, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. A surge of terrifying energy swept through his limbs and bones, and in scarcely 2 seconds, this energy found its way to his vital point. Crack! Yi Feng instantly broke through to become a 7th-tier warrior. Yet, this energy did not dissipate. It continued to surge wildly within his body. Yi Feng collapsed to the ground, his limbs twitching rhythmically. "Brother, what's wrong? Feng Ge, do you have epilepsy?" "Great Khan." The group hurriedly gathered around, helplessly watching Yi Feng. In his current state, he was in excruciating pain, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his forehead. After the energy coursed through his body, it unexpectedly located the 8th-tier vital point. Crack! With another sharp sound, Yi Feng astonishingly ascended 2 tiers in a single day, directly becoming an 8th-tier warrior. Yet, the energy still did not fade. It continued to rampage within his body until it finally located the 9th-tier vital point. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before Yi Feng gradually sat up, his garments exuding a pungent odor. Meng Yi's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a faint pressure emanating from Yi Feng. However, was Yi Feng not a 6th-tier warrior like himself? Why did he exude such pressure? In Meng Yi's experience, even an ordinary person consuming a 20th-tier crystal pill would require years to fully digest its potency. Thus, for an average individual, upgrading was an arduous and monotonous journey. In stark contrast, Yi Feng had made a remarkable leap, transitioning from a 6th-tier warrior to the pinnacle of an 8th-tier warrior. This meant that if Meng Yanlai were to revive now, Yi Feng could make him unrecognizable to his own mother. Despite Meng Yanlai being a 9th-tier warrior, Yi Feng possessed numerous extraordinary abilities, especially the blood-sucking technique, which allowed for infinite recovery of stamina. "I feel quite weak. I must trouble you 5 to lift the sand cart from the gravel by yourselves. I need to sit down and consolidate my strength," Yi Feng declared before settling into a cross-legged position on the ground. Although his realm has undoubtedly ascended, Yi Feng still harbored a sense of instability, akin to a castle in the air. Thus, the higher one climbs in cultivation, the more time is required to solidify one's advancements post-promotion. It is said that upon reaching the rank of Force King, one typically requires a fortnight to consolidate their newfound standing. 2 hours later, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. It was only at this moment that he felt the power within him could be wielded with ease. Moments ago, even though he possessed strength, it felt somewhat beyond his control. Chunin and the others had already set the sand cart in position and kindled a fire nearby, roasting a substantial portion of sand beast meat. "Awake, brother Feng. Come over and eat some meat. You look pale, your lips are white." Chunin quickly offered him a piece of meat. "Thank you." Yi Feng seized the meat and began to devour it. After finishing, he suddenly cast his gaze upon the bones of the sand beast. With his current capabilities, could he possibly break the leg bone of a level 10 sand beast? With this thought, Yi Feng dashed forward, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! The air was filled with dust, resembling the aftermath of a grenade explosion. A gaping hole was blasted into the flesh of the level 10 sand beast, revealing its stark white bones. "Impressive. Brother Feng, how have you grown so strong?" Chunin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Meng Yi and Manhanu exchanged puzzled glances, evident questions etched on their faces. "Ha, I'm in high spirits today. Quickly, let us board the sand cart and head north." With a buoyant mood, Yi Feng leapt into the cart. Subsequently, Nolan took charge of driving. Chunin managed the fuel supply, while Meng Yi and Chue Ma operated the 2 machine guns. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Manhanu leisurely seated themselves in the center of the sand cart. "Brother Feng, here are the techniques for the first 5 levels. I have transcribed them all for you. Remember, when cultivating, ensure that your internal medicinal energy is abundant. Otherwise, this technique will absorb your blood and even deplete your lifespan for self-cultivation." "Quite terrifying," Manhanu stated, handing a sheet of paper to Yi Feng. This paper was crafted in Nanjing. Though somewhat coarse, it was far superior to beast hide for writing and considerably more economical. "Thank you. In the future, when I acquire higher-grade spirit pills, I shall bring them to you for practice," Yi Feng replied earnestly. "No need. The spirit pill I consumed last time still hasn't been fully digested. Excessive medicinal energy in the body can lead to adverse reactions. Manhanu shook his head. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, a sense of superiority surging within him. Heh, my blood-sucking technique is indeed remarkable, capable of instantaneously digesting medicinal energy. Such an ability must be unique to this world, far removed from ordinary ice or fire abilities. With this in mind, Yifeng settled into a meditative posture in the center of the sand cart. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Yifeng had thoroughly reviewed the first level of the dragon elephant technique from beginning to end, then from end to beginning. Have I truly mastered the first level so swiftly? Is this technique a simplified version? Yifeng glanced at Manhanu, who appeared equally astonished. I. Manhanu stammered, rendered speechless. Brother, could it be that you are a natural master of physical refinement? In just 2 days, you have perfected the first level? I spent over 3 months enduring the initial layer of anguish, aided by countless experts. Manhanu was nearly speechless. With a glint in his eye, Yifeng revealed a modest smile. Congratulations on your correct assumption. Indeed, I am a rare genius in body refinement. And now I shall commence my training on the second layer. A flicker of delight coursed through Yifeng as he turned to the next page. 200 kilometers behind them, 1,000 riders galloped across the vast desert. The sand beasts that dared to show their faces were swiftly turned into a mass of punctured flesh by crossbows. Some of the more formidable sand beasts possessed a modicum of intelligence. When confronted with overwhelming power, they typically opted to burrow into the sand and remain hidden. Commander, this seems implausible, Hillary inquired with concern. The fuel for Yifeng and the others should only allow for a journey of a little over 200 kilometers. Yet they have already traversed over 400. We have been pursuing their trail, so how is it that their fuel has not yet been exhausted? Darlin shot him a glare and walked slowly to the corpse of a sand beast. The body was riddled with various bite marks, indicating it had been attacked by other sand beasts. Upon inspecting the incision on the creature's belly, she noted the smoothness of the cut, which was inconsistent with a bite. I surmise that Yifeng and his companions are utilizing the fat from the sand beasts as fuel. Impressive deduction, Commander, Hillary acknowledged. But what are we to do? They now possess fuel, while our horses require regular stops at oases for water and grass. The longer we delay, the less likely we are to catch up. Of course we shall pursue them. Fat as fuel is not very efficient. It cannot compare to black fuel. I suspect they will need to stop every few kilometers to replenish their supply, which means they may not be faster than our horses after all. With that, Darlin mounted her war horse and urged it forward, determined to track down the sand cart. We must locate it. If possible, we will bring it back. If not, we shall dismantle its power system. She rode swiftly northward. Brother Feng, is this truly possible? You have achieved the second layer in just 4 days. Even if you are a once-in-a-century talent in body refinement, such rapid progress seems implausible. Manhanu was nearly on the verge of kneeling before Yifeng. I cannot help my exceptional abilities. It is simply the way of fate. You two are quite capable. I believe that with another decade or so, you two shall reach the 4th layer. Yifeng reassured Manhanu. And I? Manhanu felt utterly disheartened. Chapter 686. All facades and flattery, Brother Feng. We have run out of fat to burn. Chunin emerged from below, his face smeared with dirt. Indeed, after traveling another 200 meters, the sand cart came to a sudden halt. What a nuisance, Yifeng remarked as he opened the well cover and surveyed the endless expanse of yellow sand. A group of people emerged, weapons in hand, once fearful of the sand beasts lurking beneath the surface, but now they found themselves anticipating the encounter. Chunin, bring forth those barrels of fat and use the scent of blood to lure out the sand beasts, Yifeng commanded. Understood. Chunin was just about to take action when he suddenly squinted his eyes. In the distance of a kilometer, over 30 sand beasts were migrating towards them. These creatures resembled a cross between cattle and horses, each towering over 10 meters in height. The foremost sand beast, judging by its aura, had undoubtedly reached the 10th level of power. Quickly, get into the sand vehicle, Chunin urged, prompting a group of people to hurriedly scramble inside. Feng, what are you waiting for? Get in. Chunin's head emerged from the manhole cover. However, Yifeng remained rooted to the spot. Ever since reaching the pinnacle of the 8th tier, he felt an undeniable capability to annihilate the 10th level sand beasts. It was an instinct, a feeling that coursed through him with great intensity. Upon reaching the 10th level, a sand beast's strength was comparable to that of a human power master. Generally, a first-tier power master could easily dispatch a 10th-level sand beast, as humans possessed weapons and intelligence. Although the sand beasts had superior strength and speed compared to their human counterparts, they lacked the intellect to wield tools or engage in teamwork. Roaring, the leading beast spotted Yi Feng and the sand vehicle beside him. It swung its massive head backward. In an instant, the sand beasts behind charged towards Yi Feng. "Feng, what on earth are you doing? Get into the sand vehicle," Shunan exclaimed in panic, fearing for Yi Feng's life, realizing that he would be left alone if anything happened to him. Although Nolan and Chasing Horse were his comrades, they only regarded him as one of their own because of Yi Feng's presence. "Cover the manhole. I want to test my strength," Yi Feng declared, tossing aside his short sword. Ahead, a whirlwind of sand erupted as the fastest among them, a 6th-tier sand beast, charged forward. Sensing Yi Feng's powerful aura, it did not regard him as a threat, emboldened by the support of its kin. "Die!" Yi Feng's figure flickered as he charged directly at the sand beast. With a resounding thud, he struck the creature's head with a powerful punch, unleashing a torrent of force that pulverized its brain into a gruesome mess. The 6th-tier sand beast let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Infuriated, the remaining sand beasts surged forward at full speed, resembling a battalion of tanks barreling towards Yi Feng. "Die!" Yi Feng leapt 10 meters into the air, unleashing both fists simultaneously. 2 powerful gusts of wind surged through the ranks of the sand beasts. Boom! Howl! The lesser sand beasts, those below the 6th tier, fell one after another, each succumbing to the force of his blows. The once feared sand beasts that had instilled terror in Meng Yin were no match for Yi Feng. 10 minutes later, 21 sand beasts lay slain beside Yi Feng, the weakest being a 3rd tier and the strongest a 7th tier beast. In the distance, only 3 sand beasts remained. The lead beast was of the 10th tier, presumed to be the king of this herd of cattle horse beasts, while the other 2 were 8th tier. Their intelligence was akin to that of 7 or 8-year-old human children. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's terrifying prowess, the 2 8th-tier beasts began to retreat. Seeking refuge behind the 10th-tier beast, Yi Feng withdrew his hand from the carcass of a sand beast, the blood on his palm vanishing instantaneously, absorbed by his skin. His stamina appeared to have replenished to about 90%. The level 10 sand beast arched its back, its forelegs incessantly clawing at the ground, sending yellow sand spiraling into the air. After considerable contemplation, Yi Feng ultimately grasped his short sword. After all, confronting a level 10 beast warranted caution. The man and beast locked eyes for 5 seconds, and then the level 10 sand beast abruptly straightened up, slowly retreating. Its intelligence seemed to align with that of a 9-year-old human. Perhaps it deemed Yi Feng incapable of besting it, yet it could not afford to take any risks. Yi Feng stood up in bewilderment, watching as 3 sand beasts vanished from sight. "Never mind. The fat from these sand beasts will suffice. Shunan, come out and gather the fat," Yi Feng called out. With a creak, the well cover opened, and Shun-Un and his companions quickly emerged, surrounding Yi Feng in a circle. "Incredible! Brother Feng, how can you be so strong? Great Khan, you are my idol." In the face of their flattery, Yi Feng remained expressionless. "All right, let us get to work. We still have a considerable distance to the temple, and once we arrive, we will have to contend with level 20 sand beasts," Yi Feng sighed. "Understood." The group hastily commenced harvesting the fat, slicing it into 30-pound strips. Manhanu bound the excess fat onto the sand cart for later use. "All right, we've stored enough fat. Prepare to set off." Yi Feng waved his hand. However, at that moment, a thunderous wail echoed from the distance, a cloud of yellow sand billowing into the air. The earlier level 10 sand beast returned, 2 iron spears protruding from its body. Its staggering gait suggested that something was pursuing it. "Oh no, Brother Feng, quickly, into the sand cart." With urgency, the group scrambled into the cart, peering through the gaps in the driver's compartment to observe outside. Amidst the swirling sands, several agile figures soared towards them. Notably, one towering figure moved with a speed that surpassed the others, leaping onto the back of the level 10 sand beast in a few bounds. Yi Feng squinted, focusing his gaze. This was a cyclops, its face veiled, one eye obscured by a patch. Upon landing on the sand beast's back, it seized one of the iron spears, yanked it free, and leapt 10 meters into the air. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced through the sand beast's skull, unleashing a torrent of force within. The level 10 sand beast reared up on its hind legs, then fell lifelessly into the yellow sands with a thud. The Cyclops landed heavily on the ground, the gust from the beast's collapse causing its robes to billow dramatically. Is that at least a third-tier Force Master? Meng gulped. Shortly thereafter, several more figures emerged, totaling 8, for men and 4 women. Including the Cyclops, there were 9 in total. Moreover, the newly appeared 4 men and 4 women were all clearly 9th-tier Force Masters. Brother Zasong, I will fetch the crystal core for you. A woman of remarkable beauty approached with a beguiling demeanor to excavate the crystal elixir. Shortly thereafter, a man approached, using animal hide to wipe the blood from the spear of a one-eyed man. The remaining 8 individuals gazed upon the one-eyed man with expressions of servility, which was hardly surprising given his overwhelming prowess compared to theirs. Chapter 687. Come here, I have a question for you. The distinction between a mighty warrior and a skilled practitioner was manifestly illustrated here. At that moment, the one-eyed man shifted his attention to Yi Feng. A sandcart from Na City? It does not appear to be a counterfeit, he remarked before swiftly positioning himself before the cart. Chunin, place the fat into the furnace and prepare for a hasty exit, Yi Feng commanded with a stern countenance. Understood, Chunin responded quickly, scurrying beneath the lower layer. Those within the cart, are you members of the Grievous Child clan? If so, please step forth, the one-eyed man stated coolly. Do not engage with him. Continue burning the fat and leave with the sand cart. This individual is far too powerful. Even if I employ all my techniques, I may not prevail against him. Yi Feng replied with a grave tone. Suddenly, the one-eyed man's expression shifted as he grasped the front of the sand cart. Hey! With a furious roar, the cart was propelled 10 meters into the air before crashing back to the ground. Yi Feng and the others were momentarily disoriented, and the furnace was extinguished. The voice of the one-eyed man resonated once more from outside. Do not be ungrateful. Although I cannot enter the cart, I possess the means to eliminate you within. And I bear no malice, merely a desire to discuss a matter. His voice, though not raised, seemed to echo directly in their ears. Brother Feng, what should we do? Chunin inquired anxiously. Brother Feng, shall we confront him? Manhanu asked. No. Open the manhole cover and exit, Yi Feng instructed, pushing aside the cover and stepping out to stand before the one-eyed man. Chun and the others, witnessing this, hesitantly positioned themselves amidst the yellow sand. You do not appear to be from the Grievous Child clan. Is this sand cart truly a counterfeit? A flicker of disappointment crossed the one-eyed man's eyes. Brother Jasong, this is not a counterfeit. It is quality steel, a 9th-tier warrior asserted, approaching the cart and tapping the iron shell with the back of his knife. Oh, splendid. Gentlemen, I am Jasong from Giant Stone City. I am here on an important mission to the temple and wish to requisition your sand cart. However, we are not adept at operating such machinery. It is rather intricate, so we require your assistance to journey to the temple. Rest assured, once the task is complete, you may request any benefits you desire. I possess a 12th-tier crystal elixir and 3 11th-tier elixirs. Should the effects of the elixirs you have not yet fully absorbed remain, I can also exchange them for other potions, such as crystal pills, which are absorbed more efficiently and significantly reduce the absorption time. Jasong declared with authority. Crystal pills? Manhanu and Meng exchanged glances, their eyes instantly alight with excitement. They understood that crystal pills were concocted from crystal elixirs and were far more easily absorbed than the elixirs themselves. However, the alchemists capable of crafting crystal pills were exceedingly rare. Certainly, there exist some less proficient alchemists, yet their yield is exceedingly low, at times. They may attempt the concoction 10 times without achieving success even once, resulting in a substantial waste of precious elixirs and various rare herbs. Feng, what are your thoughts? Although Meng is quite inclined, he still seeks the opinion of the leader. Yi Feng scrutinized Jasang from head to toe. Despite his aristocratic demeanor, a flicker of ruthlessness glinted in his eyes, instilling a sense of unease in Yi Feng. Are you preparing to seek something in the temple? Yi Feng inquired. Of course. I am heading to the temple in search of divine blessings. I have lived for 119 years. Ordinarily, the lifespan of a strength master is 200 years, while that of a strength king is 500. However, I am currently only a 3rd-tier strength master, thus I must obtain divine favor to double my lifespan. Otherwise, I fear I may not reach the level of a strength king before I meet my end, Jasang replied candidly. He revealed these secrets, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. likely because he perceived Yi Feng and his companions as too weak to warrant any deception. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that although Yi Feng was merely an 8th-tier strength master, the outcome of a confrontation could still be uncertain under the right circumstances. But I have heard that a level 20 sand beast resides within the temple, Yi Feng countered. Indeed. However, I cannot wait for it to depart on its own. My lifespan may only extend a few more years. Rest assured, if I acquire 5 portions of holy water, I shall share one with your group. If there is but one portion, it will naturally belong to me alone, Jia Sang stated nonchalantly. Holy water? Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. To be honest, he was reluctant to ally with Jia Sang, yet their goals aligned in seeking the holy water from the temple, akin to a fortuitous companion bestowed by the heavens, leaving Yi Feng with no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, however, the upper tier of the sand cart can accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals. Others will likely have to squeeze into the lower tier, Yi Feng remarked. I understand this. Let us depart at once, Jia Sang responded, summoning his 8 subordinates. The 4 women each possessed unique beauty, while the 4 men could be deemed quite handsome as well. However, the women's eyes were solely fixated on Jia Sang, occasionally casting him longing glances. A strong individual commands admiration, even if their time is limited. Yi Feng felt a twinge of envy. For prior to entering the Green Sea Desert, he had always been the center of affection for women and a thorn in the side of men. Now, however, the roles had reversed, and he felt as though he had become a mere supporting character, which left him quite dissatisfied. Brother Jia Sang, please enter. A woman softly climbed beside the well cover, slightly bending to reveal a glimpse of alabaster skin at her neckline. Jia Sang barely glanced at her neckline, opting instead to descend into the well cover directly. Perceiving the fiery gazes of others, the woman's expression hardened, hastily covering her neckline and casting a disdainful glance at Yi Feng and the others. Let us proceed into the sand cart, Yi Feng said, feeling quite displeased. At last, everyone squeezed into the sand cart. Manhanu and Nolan took the reins, while Chun and went to the lower tier to burn fat. Chasing Horse and Meng Yi stood beside the machine gun, while Yi Feng initially believed that the upper deck of the sand vehicle could not accommodate so many people. To his surprise, it was easily filled. It appeared that as long as one was willing to squeeze a bit, there was always space available. Jia Sang sat in the middle chair, his long gun positioned conveniently, wearing a look of deep concern. The 4 women surrounded him, seemingly on guard while also attempting to appease him. In contrast, the 4 men felt somewhat marginalized, silently clutching various weapons at the side. Brother Jia Sang, do not worry. The giant spirit will bless you, and you shall surely receive divine grace that doubles your lifespan, one of the women urged. She was the one who had initially loosened her collar, possessing striking beauty marked by a faint mole at the tip of her brow. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Jia Sang's face. Thank you, Yao Bang. By the way, come over here. I have something to ask you, he said, gesturing towards Yi Feng. All right, please excuse me. Yi Feng squeezed through the crowd and took a seat opposite Jia Sang. Chapter 688. A glint of mockery in his eyes. Please introduce your companions, Jia Sang requested. I am Yi Feng. This is Chunin, and that is Meng Yi. Yi Feng quickly introduced them. Very well. We now have a total of 15 individuals, forming a team. Should we encounter a level 20 sand beast, we must unite our efforts. Allow me to introduce my companions as well. Yao Bang, Yu Sun, Mei Ji, and Chen Chang. Yi Feng quickly turned his gaze towards the beautiful woman named Chen Chang. The name was strikingly reminiscent of an earthling. Miss Chen Chang, are you familiar with Earth? Yi Feng inquired. Chen Chang slowly raised her head and met Yi Feng's gaze. I fell here 7 years ago due to a plane crash, she replied. If only you had arrived 4 years later. I landed here 3 years ago, Yi Feng responded. Chen Chang nodded and fell silent. Jia Sang then introduced the other 4 men. Excellent, now we are a team. It's a pity we lack fruit wine, or we could celebrate. Yi Feng remarked with a smile. He learned that all of these individuals were experts from Giant Stone City, with Jia Sang being the most formidable among them. The man wielding the giant axe, although a 9th-tier warrior, was a powerhouse of strength, capable of annihilating a 1st-tier warrior if it came to a fight, thus ranking 2nd. Another man wielding an iron rod had cultivated a technique that allowed him to double his power in a frenzy, making him nearly evenly matched against ordinary warriors. Yu Sun ranked 4th, followed by Chen Chang. In contrast, Yi Feng's side seemed rather meager, with only himself as an 8th-tier warrior. On the surface, He was the strongest among them, yet in Jia Sang's team, he would be considered the weakest. Miss Yao Bang, I am Meng Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Meng Yi quickly approached the strikingly powerful beauty to greet her. Oh, Yao Bang replied coldly with a nod, returning her gaze to Jia Sang, though she occasionally glanced at the second strongest man, the one wielding the giant axe. Yi Feng discerned that the demonic clan placed great importance on strength, with a man's appearance being a secondary consideration. The other three women were not significantly different, though they did not exhibit such overt behavior. The sand vehicle raced through the desert at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. As night fell, the vehicle came to a halt. What is the matter, Chenin? Yi Feng called down to the lower compartment. Brother Feng, the steam engine has run out of water. Does anyone have urine to spare? Chenin replied from below. Huh. Yi Feng's expression shifted as Chen Chong exclaimed. Are you telling me that you have been using urine in the steam engine? Upon entering the sand vehicle, she had sensed something amiss. It turned out that Yi Feng and the others had been burning urine. Not entirely. We also spat our saliva in there, Yi Feng remarked. I had an upset stomach the day before yesterday, and I contributed as well, Manhanu interjected. The four women turned pale, quickly scrambling out of the hatch and clutching their stomachs in retching disgust. No wonder there had been such a foul odor inside the sand vehicle. They had assumed it was merely the scent of natural gas from the fuel. Zasong and the others also emerged from the vehicle, their expressions grim. Miss Demonic Clam, please stop retching. We need to find a water source. The sand vehicle can only remain here. As natives of the desert, do you know where there might be an oasis nearby? Yi Feng inquired. Disgusting. Stay away from me. The demonic clam fumed, her gaze sharp enough to slay. If looks could kill, Yi Feng would have perished dozens of times over. Yi Feng touched his nose and turned to Meiji. Miss Meiji, do you know of any nearby locations? Keep your distance, you repulsive outsider, or I shall surely slay you. The beauty's face darkened as she unsheathed her blade by 5 centimeters. Yi Feng, a man wielding a giant axe, interjected. There lies an oasis 120 li from here, featuring a small water pond. However, how much water does your steam engine require? Do you have a container? Just a few wooden barrels used for fuel, but I cannot ascertain whether they will leak. Yi Feng shrugged. This is quite troublesome. Here's what we shall do. Yi Feng, you send 3 people from your side, and I shall send 3 from mine. They will guide you to the oasis in search of water. Once you locate a source, procure containers, and bring the water back, Zasong finally spoke up. Very well. It seems we have no other option. Yi Feng nodded and glanced into the sand vehicle. Chenin, Shui Ma, you two will accompany me. All right, Brother Feng. Yes. Great Khan, they both replied, with Shui Ma still unable to break the habit of addressing Yi Feng as Great Khan. The man with the giant axe rose, his gaze sweeping over his companions. Meiji, Yu Sun, you two will come with me. The two beauties complied obediently in the presence of the second strongest member of the team. Let us depart. Jinchi secured his axe at his waist and strode westward. After only 20 li, Chenin could no longer contain his impatience. His eyes brightened as he stealthily drew closer to Meiji. Chenin, Yi Feng admonished, his tone firm. These women were not to be trifled with. What if one of them took offense and harmed Chenin? Do not worry, Brother Feng. Chenin gestured and slowly approached Meiji. Beautiful lady, my name is Smack. Get lost. Meiji struck Chen An's face with the sheath of her sword, then proceeded to rub the sheath in the sand, as if his face were dirtier than excrement. Fenggu, I should have listened to you earlier. Shonen lamented as he returned, his face a picture of despair. Ha! Chasing Horse couldn't contain his laughter. Next time you decide to flirt, you'd best wear a helmet, Yi Feng said, patting Chunin on the shoulder. Jinchi cast a glance at Yi Feng and the others, devoid of any jealousy. It was primarily due to their evident weakness. He couldn't be bothered to compete with such trifles. Meiji and Yu Sun, the two beauties, clutched their weapons, attempting to stay close to Jinchi while distancing themselves from Yi Feng and his filthy companions. We need to pick up the pace, Yi Feng, Chenin, and Chasing Horse. In a moment, I will advance at 50% of my speed. Can you keep up? Jinchi tilted his head slightly, appearing to look out for Yi Feng and the others while actually showcasing his own prowess. The two beauties eyed Yi Feng and his companions with a sideways glance. Isn't that obvious? Of course, we cannot keep up, Chenin retorted indignantly. Huh, Jinchi scoffed. Then how about I proceed at 30%? Can you manage that? 30%? Chenin hesitated, then shook his head in disbelief. Here's the deal. You three go ahead at full speed, and we will follow behind. Don't worry about us lagging behind, Jin Chi suggested casually. Chasing Horse and Chun An's expressions changed. It was blatantly stepping on their pride in front of the beauties. Yifeng scrutinized Jin Chi with a hint of derision in his eyes. Though his speed might not match Jin Chi's, he suspected that even three of them together would not stand a chance in a fight. Never mind, let us keep a low profile. Chunin, you lead the way. Chasing Horse and I will follow behind, Yifeng proposed. Chunin quickly bowed down. Daddy mommy. After a cacophony of exaggerated wails, he dashed forward at a speed reminiscent of Bolt, leaving a trail of dust behind. Yifeng and Chasing Horse exchanged glances and followed suit with an air of nonchalance. Jin Chi and his companions trailed behind them, strolling leisurely. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at a small oasis, where countless sea buckthorns, sand willows, and ryegrass thrived. Phew! Chunin sprawled on the ground in a star shape, drenched in sweat. Get up, we need to find a water source, Yifeng urged. I can't. I'm too exhausted. You go ahead, Chunin declared, placing a stone under his head and promptly shutting his eyes. Alas, Jin Chi sighed deeply, pointing towards the depths of the oasis. Let us go find the water source. There might be sand beasts around, so everyone should remain cautious. Sand beasts? Chunin sprang up immediately, obediently trailing behind the others. Ha! We've found the water source. Chunin dashed towards a pond in the center of the oasis. He had scarcely traversed several dozen meters when he halted once more. For there, beside the water's edge, sat a young man, barehanded, clad in tattered linen. The temperature in the desert had plummeted to 5 or 6 degrees below zero, yet he appeared unaffected by the chill. Hiss! Both Yifeng and Jin Chi instinctively took a step back. The aura emanating from this youth was immensely powerful, at least 10 times stronger than that of Zisong. Moreover, Yifeng discerned that this young man was deliberately restraining his overwhelming presence. I, Jin Chi of Giant Stone City, have encountered esteemed seniors. Jin Chi quickly knelt on the ground. However, the young man remained silent, casting a weary gaze over the 6 individuals. Despite his youthful appearance, seemingly in his 20s, his eyes resembled a deep abyss, suggesting his actual age was undoubtedly much greater. Esteemed senior, I am Meiji, she said, taking a deep breath and stepping forward slowly. In the face of such an undeniable powerhouse, her expression bore no trace of flattery, instead radiating sincerity and honesty. It was noteworthy that she had dared to employ charm before Zisong, yet before this young man, she sensed that any such attempts would be futile. The young man glanced at Yifeng once more and suddenly rose to his feet. Hiss! All 6 retreated 2 steps simultaneously, warily observing him. Whoosh! He left behind a fleeting silhouette, which gradually faded before disappearing entirely. Shadow movement? Jin Chi gasped for breath, overwhelmed. Not only him, but Yifeng felt as if a colossal weight had been lifted. The previous oppressive sensation had nearly rendered him breathless. That was undoubtedly a master of the Strength King level. I can feel it, Meiji stammered. No, I believe he is at least an 8th or 9th tier Strength Master. It has been 70 years since a Strength King has appeared in our region, Jin Chi countered, shaking his head. Well then, let us prepare to find a container for water, Yifeng suggested, surveying their surroundings. Within the dimly lit tunnel, a young woman cradled a 1-year-old child, huddled in a corner alongside some unfinished meat. Through the tunnel's exit, faint echoes of earth-shattering howls and the sounds of enormous creatures trampling the ground could be heard. Duo Yen Hina sliced a piece of beast meat with a knife and carefully ignited a flint. In no time, a small flame flickered to life. Child, fear not. That 20th level sand beast will eventually depart, and Mother will ensure you receive divine blessings, Duo Yen Hina reassured, placing the beast meat over the flames to roast. Nearby, a group of men and women crouched, shivering in the corner, clad in exquisitely crafted robes. These individuals were clerics of the temple, most of whom had perished when the 20th level sand beast appeared, despite their daily service in cleaning the idols of the deities. Yet, when danger arose, not a single deity came to their aid. Give me that roasted meat. At that moment, a fierce-looking man rushed over, reaching out to snatch the piece of roasted meat. On the exquisite countenance of Duo Yen Hina, a hint of coldness emerged. In the next moment, she pointed towards the man's body. Ah! A look of anguish instantly crossed the man's face as he clutched his head and writhed on the ground. However, after just 2 rolls, his head exploded with a thunderous sound. Following the birth of her child, Duo Yen Hina's powers were restored to about half. For the sake of safety, She administered a curse to all the refugees in this passage. Mother, the child in Duoyen Hina's arms uttered in a tender voice. Ah, you can speak? Duoyen Hina exclaimed with joy, promptly enclosing the little one tightly in her embrace. Yi Feng and his 5 companions, each dragging 2 long bamboo poles, returned only to witness a gruesome scene. They beheld the aftermath of Zesong's spear, which had felled countless cavalrymen. Hurry, ready the crossbows. The leading female knight gasped in astonishment, urgently commanding the cavalry to retreat while preparing their weapons. A series of rapid sounds echoed. Yet, Zesong's strength was overwhelming. With a few swift movements, he positioned himself behind the cavalrymen once more. Then, chaos erupted anew. Shira? Yi Feng recognized someone amidst the crowd. Hobily? He identified another. We can't win, run. The cavalrymen, terrified, hastily mounted their steeds and fled. Don't run, you cowards. Come back. Darren chastised from behind. Thinking of escaping? Zesong's expression hardened as he leapt over 30 meters into the air. Please, don't kill them. They are my good friends. Most of them have sworn brotherhood with me. Yi Feng cast aside the bamboo and rushed into the fray. Yi Feng, Shira exclaimed with delight, instinctively raising her crossbow. At that moment, the machine gun on the sand cart roared to life. 3 iron nails pierced through Shira's body. You? Shira swayed dizzily before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Nolan in the sand cart exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually releasing the trigger. Is it Big Brother? It's Yi Feng, Big Brother. Yes, that's him. The others instantly became animated, gazing at Yi Feng with anticipation. Traitor, you dare to steal the sand cart? I shall have your life. Darren seethed with rage, charging at Yi Feng with her blade, having already expended her crossbow. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. Darren, a 3rd-tier warrior, was sent flying 30 meters away, crashing to the ground. The remaining mercenaries were left in a state of shock, uncertain whether to shoot or refrain. Hobily, with a glint in his eye, raised both hands high. Chapter 690. Yi Feng's face turned red. Brothers, lay down your weapons. Ahead is our brother Feng. I believe brother Feng is right. Shira is merely a smiling tiger. They imprisoned brother Feng in the dungeon, intending to starve our brothers. Therefore, I, Hobily, have decided to ally with brother Feng and sever ties with those pale-skinned swine in Nanxing. Hobily proclaimed loudly. I concur. Another captain stepped forward, followed by a 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Yi Feng had gained a modicum of respect in the army after decisively dealing with the mess hall. Those willing to follow me, gather behind me. Yi Feng instructed urgently. Instantly, a majority of the crowd surged towards his position. Darren and over 30 of the white individuals remained frozen in place, their faces flushed with anger. Ha ha ha, brother Feng, we now have over 400 people. Shunan exclaimed with joy. Indeed, they shall all be our brothers. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Zesong cast a glance at Yi Feng and then at the more than 400 mercenaries who had surrendered, his brow furrowing slightly. Yi Feng, can you truly rely on these mercenaries? Zesong inquired coolly. They are undoubtedly trustworthy. They are all part of our faction. Shunan promptly replied. Right, they are brothers. Yi Feng concurred, though he secretly harbored doubts about their reliability. Nonetheless, given their imminent journey to the temple, every additional hand would bolster their strength. Even if they are dependable, do you think they can keep pace with the sandcart? Zesong pressed further. Certainly, they can keep up, Yi Feng responded confidently. I know they can match the sandcart's speed in the short term, but what of their endurance? Can they maintain such speed over time? Zesong queried again. Yi Feng found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, while these individuals could undoubtedly keep pace initially, the endurance of this contingent was questionable. Perhaps 80% would falter. You traitors, we have sustained you in our city, and mercenaries are indeed unreliable, always siding with the stronger. Darren and her group had not yet fled, continuing their tirade. Zesong sighed and subtly signaled to Jin Shi, who wielded a massive axe. I understand, Jin Shi said as he raised the axe, narrowing his eyes slightly. The crossbows of Darren's group had been depleted, leaving them to brandish their short swords in defense. They could reload their crossbows, but it was evident that Zesong would not grant them the time. Yi Feng slowly turned his back. Moments later, a cacophony of screams erupted behind him. 10 minutes later, Jin Shi returned, drenched in blood, his axe smeared with thick crimson. Let us proceed, Zesong declared, diving into the manhole. Shunan, you should join me inside. I shall remain outside, Yi Feng remarked, glancing at the 400 newcomers who had come to pledge their allegiance. He felt it was courteous to first engage with them before retreating into the sand cart, lest it appear disrespectful. Hopefully, let us commence our run alongside the sand cart. But do not sprint too swiftly. This is a test of endurance, Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. With synchronized steps, the 400 followed behind the sand cart. Simultaneously, the cart's speed decreased, mindful of exhausting the newcomers. Brother Feng, I shall join you in running, Chunin exclaimed, leaping from the cart. Soon followed by Chasing Horse and Nolan. You are too weak, especially you, Chunin. It would be wiser to conserve your strength by remaining on the sand cart. Feng advised while leading the way. No, I prefer not to be with those individuals. Chunin shook his head defiantly. Brother Feng, being with you provides a sense of security, Nolan remarked. Brother Feng, I place my utmost trust in you, remarked Chasing Horse. In that moment, Feng felt a swell of pride. Despite my strength being inferior to Jia Sang's, I am fortunate to have several brothers with whom I have shared life and death. Yet, this pride soon transformed into deep emotion. With such loyal companions by my side, I fear not the challenges that lie ahead. Nolan glanced back at the 400 soldiers trailing behind. Brother Feng, on our journey to the temple, considering their weakness, they may well become mere cannon fodder. What? Hobelai's expression shifted, his pace slowing slightly. Are we truly heading to the temple? Indeed. Feng nodded affirmatively. But I have heard that a level 20 sand beast has taken residence there, wreaking havoc upon the entire temple. Moreover, a level 20 sand beast surely commands numerous sand soldiers, and among its minions, there may be sand beasts of levels 15 or 16. If we venture there, are we not courting death? Hobelai's face reddened. Feng's countenance also flushed. The expedition to the temple was indeed fraught with peril, yet he felt compelled to proceed. After all, 3 dear comrades awaited salvation through the sacred water. Most importantly, his wife and child were still there. He could not turn away. As it was a matter of great significance, the loss of some unfortunate teammates seemed a reasonable sacrifice. Chun En's voice resonated in the air. Hobelai exclaimed. After running over 40 kilometers, the strong men are holding up, but those beneath their ranks are utterly exhausted. They not only had to run, but also contend with the ever-present threat of emerging sand beasts from the gravel. Covering such a distance in a short span was indeed a daunting task for them. If you are truly too fatigued, climb aboard the sand cart. Hold onto the sturdy gun barrel, and do not let yourselves fall, Feng advised. Understood. Nearly 100 individuals swiftly ascended the sand cart, soon filling it to capacity, obstructing even the firing ports and the driver's line of sight, resembling a chaotic death train. Manhana squinted, attempting to slow the vehicle's speed, peering through the dense throng outside to catch a glimpse of the path ahead. After advancing approximately 60 kilometers, the sand cart came to a halt once more. A group of warriors bearing long spears and shields appeared before them. Are you from Nanxing? The leading warrior's expression changed, and he promptly arranged the shield formation. Boom. The sand cart's hatch was flung open, sending a multitude of mercenaries tumbling. Jinshi emerged, wielding a massive axe. By Ju, it is I, Jinshi. Jinshi seemed to recognize these warriors. Oh, it is the esteemed leader Jinshi. From whence did you procure the sand cart from Nanxing? Those pale-skinned devils have always regarded the sand carts as treasures. Baiju lowered his spear. What events transpired ahead? Jinshi inquired, casting his gaze towards Baiju and the others. Since you are the leader Jinshi, I shall speak candidly. Several lords of our stone tribe are currently besieging Jin Yimei. Upon hearing this, figures shifted within the sand cart. Jia Sang materialized like a specter at that very spot. Are you referring to the Jin Yimei of the temple? Is she not a 5th-tier strength master? How has she come to be here? Jia Sang's expression was one of palpable excitement. So it is the esteemed Jia Sang. Baiju and the 10 warriors behind him simultaneously knelt upon the ground. Rise. Why are you besieging Jin Yimei? Zasa inquired. Chapter 691. She is astute. Having not revealed her true thoughts to Feng. In truth, he had already begun to suspect something. It was because she carried a black box. As it is well known that holy water is typically contained within such boxes. Thus, Lord Locke presumed that she possessed at least one portion of holy water. Locke. He is here as well? Zasa's brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Feng, listening nearby, felt a surge of fervor at the mention of holy water. Feng, you shall remain with these mercenaries while the rest come with me to the front, Zasa resolved. Wait, I wish to accompany you, even if only to lend a hand. Feng stepped forward swiftly. If there happened to be excess holy water within the black box, he might seize a share for himself. At the very least, he wished to revive Tuba. The longer they delayed, the slimmer Tuba's chances of resurrection became. You wish to go as well? Zasa's brow knitted in concern. At that moment, Jin Shi stepped forward. Outsider, Jin Yimei is a fifth-tier warrior. Your presence would not only be unhelpful, but could also lead to your demise. They were all perceptive individuals, aware of Yi Feng's intentions. It matters not. I merely wish to glimpse the holy water. Otherwise, upon reaching the temple, I would be unable to recognize it even if I saw it, Yi Feng insisted. Humph. The demon clam scoffed disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Yi Feng. With your meager abilities, you surely do not expect to claim a share? Such arrogance. Mei Ji and Yu Sun also shared a scornful laugh. Their gazes toward Yi Feng laced with contempt. Only Chen Chong stepped forward. Yi Feng, it would be wise for you to refrain from going. This is beyond your grasp. Trust me, I mean you no harm. We all hail from Earth. Yi Feng found himself disregarded by the other three men, who did not even spare him a glance, their eyes reflecting unmistakable disdain. To them, conversing with Yi Feng was a waste of breath. Although their realms were merely one tier above his, they possessed various supernatural abilities and techniques. In an actual confrontation, even 4 Yi Fengs would prove no match for them. Zasa did not look back, but slightly inclined his head towards Yi Feng, as if urging him to reconsider. No, I still wish to bear witness, Yi Feng declared resolutely. A significant part of his motivation for visiting the temple was indeed the holy water. He could not afford to overlook any opportunity. Humph. Then follow us. When the battle ensues, do not expect our protection. Jin Yimei is formidable. Not even Jin Shi and the others may be able to do more than protect themselves, Zasa stated before striding forward. The others cast Yi Feng one last, deep glance before following suit. Chenin, you all wait for me here. With that, Yi Feng trailed behind the group. After traversing 2 sand dunes, Yi Feng beheld 2 men and a woman standing amidst the dunes. One man wielded a colossal sword, while the other held an iron spear. Their strength was at least at the level of a warrior, their presence only slightly weaker than Zasa's. As for the woman, she bore a black box on her back and brandished a longsword. Upon seeing Zasa and the others, her expression shifted dramatically. Friends of the Stone Clan, I merely passed through this place. Are you truly forcing my hand? Jin Yimei inquired coldly. Yi Feng noticed that her garment was soaked in blood, suggesting she had sustained injuries prior to her arrival. Otherwise, a 5th-tier Force Master would not be ensnared by 2 ordinary Force Masters without a means of escape. Jin Yimei, I harbor no intention of opposing the temple. However, my lifespan is nearing its end, and I seek a portion of holy water from you to prolong my existence. I kindly ask for your assistance, Sister Jean. Jia Seng spoke with courtesy, yet his actions were anything but polite as he brandished his spear, encircling her alongside the other 2. I have stated that there is no holy water within the black box. Such a precious substance, how could I possibly carry it with me? It must be hidden away somewhere. If you were to possess the holy water, would you dare to traverse the land with it? I fear you would not cover 100 miles before being extinguished by a 9th-tier Force Master, Jin Yimei replied anxiously. Then I must trouble you to open the black box, Jia Seng insisted. Open the black box? Jin Yimei retreated a few steps, positioning her longsword across her chest. Brother Jia Seng, there is no need for further discussion. We possess 3 Force Masters, while she has but 1. Perhaps we can subdue her, suggested the man wielding the iron spear. Very well, let us proceed and capture her. The 3 figures dashed forward with great speed. Damn it! Jin Yimei swept her longsword, but the 3 Force Masters easily evaded. However, Jin Shi and the others turned pale as they abruptly tumbled backwards over 30 meters. A fierce sword energy had sliced through the air above them. Jin Shi touched his head, discovering a patch of hair had been severed, leaving him with a bald spot. The other women fared little better. Although they bore no physical injuries, they were left in a disheveled state. Once the 8 stood firm, they finally noticed Yi Feng remaining in place, untouched by even a speck of dust. You were not caught by the sword energy? Jin Shi gazed at Yi Feng incredulously. Impossible. The sword energy swept horizontally. He was right beside us. How could he have escaped its grasp? Remarked another man. In their minds, Jin Yimei's sword energy was so formidable that they had to avoid its edge. Yi Feng, a mere 8th-tier Force Master, could not possibly withstand it physically. Yi Feng adjusted his clothing to conceal the damaged leather armor. The sword energy did not touch me, he stated, opting for a more discreet demeanor. Oh, the 8 sighed in relief, particularly Jin Qi and the other 4 men. As long as Yi Feng was not stronger than they were, their hard-earned sense of superiority remained intact. Chen Chong scrutinized Yi Feng's robe, her brow furrowing slightly. Yet, being a perceptive individual, she chose not to expose him. Yi Feng, do you believe the 3 esteemed masters can subdue Jin Yimei? Chen Chong suddenly stepped closer to Yi Feng, her gaze becoming earnest. I believe. Yi Feng was about to speak when Jin Qi interrupted him. Indeed, Jin Yimei is formidable. But with 3 esteemed force masters at our disposal, capturing her should be a straightforward endeavor. Why do you inquire of an 8th-tier force master? With his level of power, he would likely struggle to keep pace with the movements of a force master. You are absolutely correct. Another man stepped forward. Yi Feng. When the sword energy swept by just now, did you not react in time? Otherwise, you would have at least rolled away, wouldn't you? Just moments ago, our 4 esteemed masters were forced to roll and crawl, losing face before the 4 beautiful women. In stark contrast, Yi Feng remained unblemished, which incited a desire to belittle him in front of the ladies. Ah, yes, indeed. I, a mere 8th-tier warrior, did not clearly see the sword energy as it flew past me. Yi Feng shrugged, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the swirling dust. His mind was solely preoccupied with the sacred water, and he chose to disregard the 4 ruffians. Well, you are fortunate. Jin Yimei must recognize that we 8 are masters. Thus the sword energy was directed at us. While you were undoubtedly overlooked, another man nodded, deliberately raising his voice for Chen Chong and the 4 ladies to hear. White Yi, one cannot dismiss him so lightly. Yi Feng is also an 8th-tier warrior and should not be considered too weak, Chen Chong interjected, unable to restrain herself. Among the 8, only she was privy to the truth. To withstand the sword energy of a 5th-tier warrior with mere flesh, how formidable must Yi Feng's physique be? Yet, as Yi Feng had consistently maintained a low profile, she opted to keep his secret safe. Yi Feng, step back a bit and keep watch for any approaching aliens in other directions. Once Jin Yimei has been sufficiently worn down by our 3 esteemed masters, we 8 must also lend our strength, Jin Qi stated calmly. Why not send someone else to keep watch? I can contribute my strength from the sidelines. Yi Feng shook his head. That would be a jest. The black box might contain the sacred water. What if they divide it among themselves while I'm away? You contribute? Jin Qi scoffed. The demon clam scrutinized Yi Feng up and down, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Yi Feng, you must hail from a rather insignificant place, having never encountered worthy opponents. Is that why, upon arriving in the vast desert, you remain so conceited? Indeed, judging by your complexion, you do not appear to be one of us from the great desert. We of Stone City have our share of nobility from lesser regions who fancy themselves kings in their little corners, only to find they cannot even contend with our 1st-tier warriors. Yu Sun chimed in, her tone laced with mockery. Though Mei Ji remained silent, she stifled her laughter behind her hand. Chen Chong felt a pang of sadness as she witnessed these 7 individuals ridiculing her compatriot. Could you each refrain from speaking for a moment? Yi Feng is now our teammate. I believe we should stand united, Chen Chong remarked, her status as a 9th-tier warrior affording her some respect among the group. Instantly, the 7 fell silent. Chen Chong took a deep breath, preparing to offer Yi Feng some words of comfort. After all, he was merely in his 20s. Such humiliation would surely have left him seething with anger. However, when she turned to face him, her brow furrowed once more. Yi Feng was intently focused on the center of the dust storm, seemingly oblivious to the taunts of the 7. Can you see the center of the dust storm? Chen Chong inquired. It is well known that the visibility in the center of the sandstorm is exceedingly poor. Even for someone of her caliber, a 9th-tier warrior, she could barely discern 4 shadowy figures weaving through the chaos. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, and as the sand began to settle, 4 figures emerged from the haze. 2 of them collapsed to the ground, while only Zisong and Jinya may remain standing. Zisong's attire was rent by sword energy, exposing his well-built torso, while Jinya May fared little better, crimson blood seeping from her back, thighs, and arms. Nevertheless, she steadfastly clutched the black box, suggesting that it might indeed contain holy water. Isn't it remarkable, a 5th-tier warrior? Zisong remarked, a look of defiance etched on his face. Zisong, you are a notable figure in Stone City. I shall not divulge today's events to anyone else. Now, I must take my leave, Jinya May declared, leaning on her sword as she limped away into the distance. Zisang's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. He yearned to pursue her yet feared that Jinya Mei might still possess a hidden trump card. This woman is already gravely injured. We shall confront her together. Yi Feng, remain vigilant and ensure no one interrupts us, Jin Shi commanded, brandishing a massive axe as he charged forward. Suddenly, Jinya Mei's previously serene countenance erupted in fury, her long sword raised defiantly. With a swift motion, a white sword energy surged forth. Not good. Jin Shi quickly curled his body, positioning the axe in front of him. The clash was thunderous. Jin Shi, along with his axe, was sent hurtling backward 5 meters. When he finally regained his footing, his hands trembled violently around the axe's handle. The sword energy had been infused with the wrath of a 5th-tier warrior, leaving his palms tingling and nearly incapable of wielding the hefty weapon. Brother Jin Shi, are you all right? Meiji hastily steadied his arm. I'm fine, Jin Shi replied, refusing to show weakness before a woman of such beauty. I previously mentioned that the black box merely contains a pill concocted from a 16th-tier crystal, not holy water. That last strike was a mere warning, should you advance further. Do not blame me for being ungracious, Jinya Mei stated, her expression frosty. However, Yi Feng noted that her grip on the sword was also trembling slightly, indicating that she had just exerted her utmost strength to establish her authority. The others soon recognized that Jinya Mei was merely putting on a brave front. Let us surround her. Her sword energy can only target one direction. The 3 men exchanged glances, simultaneously charging at Jinya Mei. Indeed, we must not let her escape. Chen Chang rallied, leading 3 women into the fray. How dare a mere warrior seek death? Jinya Mei seethed, placing the black box upon the gravel before raising her sword once more. With another swift motion, another wave of sword energy flew forth. The 3 men hastily raised their weapons in a desperate attempt to deflect the onslaught. One of them, the weakest, coughed up blood. But upon realizing that the black box contained a superior-grade pill, he wiped the blood from his mouth and pressed onward. Die! With a flurry of 3 successive sword energies. The yellow sand was instantly whipped up into a frenzy. On the other side, Chun Chang and his 4 companions joined the fray. A severely injured 5th-tier force master and 8 9th-tier force warriors immediately unleashed a chaotic slaughter. They fought while shifting the battlefield, leaving the black box behind. Yi Feng sensed an opportunity. With a few swift movements, he dashed forward and forcefully opened the black box. Indeed, inside lay a vial. Yi Feng removed the cork and poured out a white pill. It exuded a fragrant aroma, unmistakably crafted from exquisite crystal elixirs. Stop! Amidst the swirling dust, Jin Yimei erupted in fury. With a whoosh, 2 sword energies surged toward Yi Feng in a cross pattern. 2 men, caught off guard, were struck by the sword energies. In the next instant, one was cleaved in half, while the other was bisected at the waist, blood splattering over 5 meters. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and plunged into the sand with a resounding thud. After 2 seconds, he emerged from the grains. Bang! Jin Shi finally seized the opportunity, swinging an axe against Jin Yi Mei's back. Chen Shang's face lit up with joy as he thrust his iron sword forward. Thud! The sword pierced through Jin Yi Mei's abdomen. Jin Yi Mei let out a heartbreaking scream, striking Chen Chang and sending him flying 5 meters away. She struggled to pull the sword from her belly, casting a fierce glare at Yi Feng before soaring into the distance. Chase her! One of the men bellowed angrily. Charging ahead, Xiaoming, stop chasing. We've already acquired the good stuff. Jin Shi quickly shouted. The man pursued for 10 more meters before turning back with a sorrowful expression. Jin Yi Mei has slain 2 of our brothers. Death is commonplace. What matters is that we have obtained the goods. Jin Shi sheathed his massive axe and approached Yi Feng step by step. Handed over, he extended his hand, exuding an air of entitlement. Brother Jin Shi, there is only 1 pill. If I give it to you, what will I consume? Yi Feng retorted, initially believing it to be holy water, but now feeling somewhat displeased and unyielding before Jin Shi. Are you deaf? Hand it over now. Jin Shi narrowed his eyes, his fury boiling from the loss of his 2 brothers. Unappreciative, Xiaoming shouted in anger, swinging his iron rod at Yi Feng. Yi Feng had intended to endure, but this man had gone too far. Boom! With a powerful punch, he struck Xiaoming, sending him flying 30 meters away. Simultaneously, the iron rod in Xiaoming's hands bent and deformed, transforming from a straight line into a curve. You? Jin Shi gasped in surprise, but quickly understood. So, Ming exerted great strength, and you took him by surprise? Very well, now I shall test your strength, Jinqi declared, drawing his massive axe. Feng narrowed his eyes, suddenly opening his mouth to swallow the pill, which slid down with a soft gulp. You? Seeking death? Jinqi roared in wrath, bringing his axe down fiercely toward Feng. Feng took a step back, effortlessly evading the massive axe. In the next moment, he crouched into a horse stance. His fists clenched tightly. Boom. Two formidable forces surged skyward, the might of the dragon-elephant technique gradually revealing itself. A vast cloud of yellow sand rose, engulfing Jinqi's figure. The four women stepped forward in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Feng. As the sand slowly settled, they beheld Jinqi kneeling on the ground, his giant axe flung over 30 meters away. Gasp! Blood sprayed from Jinqi's mouth as he glared at Feng with indignation. Damn it! I've endured you for long enough. I've consumed the pill, what now? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Feng, fist still clenched, advanced step by step toward Jinqi. The four women hurriedly huddled together. Astonishingly, no one rushed to assist Jinqi or reprimand Feng. Instead, they appeared to be watching a spectacle unfold. There's no other choice. It seems I must reveal my true prowess. You truly believe that Jinqi relies solely on that axe? Upon finishing his words, Jinqi clenched his right fist and bellowed, "Rock fist." At this proclamation, the four women's eyes widened in disbelief. The rock fist consists of 7 levels, and Jinqi had already mastered the 4th, indeed possessing the capability to annihilate a first-tier force master. Huh! Feng responded with a fierce shout, meeting Jinqi's colossal fist head-on. The moment their fists collided, a deafening sonic boom reverberated through the air, causing the four women to cover their ears. In the next instant, Jinqi stared in shock at his right fist, which had become mangled, his 5 fingers twisted at unnatural angles. My hand! My hand! Ugh! Jinqi rolled on the ground, clutching his injured fist. In contrast, Feng's fist merely bore a slight abrasion, remaining entirely unaffected. Is this the infamous rock fist? Jinqi, do you possess any further abilities to showcase? Feng inquired nonchalantly. Me? Jinqi glanced at the 4 beautiful women in the distance, and then at Feng. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, bending his body low. Iron Mountain Charge. Boom. His head was still a meter away from Feng, yet Feng pressed his hand against Jinqi's forehead. Slap. With a swift motion, Jinqi's body spun 720 degrees before crashing into the sand, leaving only his legs protruding in a scissor-like position. I warned you not to provoke me. Feng dusted off his hands, preparing to seek forgiveness from Jia Sang. After all, he would need Jia Sang's strength for the upcoming journey to the shrine. However, Jinqi had been exceedingly arrogant. If he did not assert himself, others would undoubtedly bully him all the way to the shrine, and Feng had no desire to endure such humiliation. The 4 women rushed over. Feng quickly stepped aside, assuming they intended to help Jinqi. However, Yao Bang was the first to dash forward, directly grasping Feng's right hand. Your hand is scraped, brother Feng. Let me bandage it for you. Yao Bang gently retrieved a silk handkerchief from her bosom and began to wrap it around Feng's hand. Thank you, Feng replied. Sister Chong, I am now going to seek forgiveness from brother Jia Sang, as I have injured 2 of his subordinates. I kindly ask you to speak a few good words on my behalf. Feng turned to look at Qin Chong. As Qin Chong was about to speak, he was preempted by the demon clam. It's nothing at all. Those 2 are merely inviting their own misfortune. Their strength is lacking, and they take pleasure in bullying outsiders. Frankly, I have long found them detestable. Well, thank you, but could we first extract Jinqi from the sand? I fear he might suffocate, Feng interjected. I'll handle it, Mei Ji replied hastily, following Feng's suggestion. I shall assist as well, Yu Sun added, joining her. At that moment, Zhu Ming approached from a distance, wielding his new weapon, the shape lock. However, his gaze towards Feng was now devoid of disdain, replaced instead by a profound wariness. After a while, Jinqi was pulled from the sand by the 2 women, unceremoniously discarded on the ground like refuse. Zhu Ming, would you kindly carry Jinqi? We must seek out Brother Zisong, Feng instructed, leading the way forward. The demon clam quickly positioned herself beside Feng, her soft touch grazing his arm. Before long, they stood before Zisong and 2 other powerful masters. Are you saying that the black box contained only a single pill? Zisong's expression darkened considerably. At this juncture, He was not particularly yearning for the pill. His true desire was for the holy water. After all, his lifespan was limited. And even if he were to elevate his strength to a 9th-tier master, what good would it do? The holy water was far more tangible. Indeed, that is the case. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with them. Yifeng gestured towards Chun Chang and the others. The 4 women nodded in unison, while Jin Shi and Zhu Ming hung their heads in silence, evidently still reeling from the humiliation they had just endured, unable to face the 4 beautiful women. Never mind. The holy water is not so easily procured. Let us continue on our journey, Zisong declared, striding towards the location of the sand cart, not holding Yifeng accountable for the earlier altercation with Jin Shi and Zhu Ming. To him, Yifeng's growing strength was a boon. Once they entered the temple, he would at least have a valuable pawn to absorb some attacks from the sand beasts, allowing him to retrieve the holy water and retreat unscathed. His intentions were straightforward. Even if he were to discover 100 portions of holy water, he had no intention of sharing with Yifeng and the others, preferring to keep it all for himself. If there were only a single portion, then sharing it was out of the question altogether. The group soon arrived at the sandcart's location. Chapter 694. Is your skin itching again? Brother Feng, I'm relieved to see you back. I was terribly worried about you. Shonen exclaimed, tightly embracing Yifeng like a child reconnecting with a long-absent parent. Let go, let go. This is embarrassing. If others see, they'll think we're indulging in inappropriate behavior, Yifeng said with a shudder, forcibly pushing Shonen aside. Onward. The sandcart, accompanied by 400 soldiers, continued its journey northward. After traveling 20 kilometers, the fuel in the sandcart was depleted once more, necessitating a halt to set up defenses, awaiting the sand beasts to fall into their trap. However, this time was different. The further north they traveled, the more stones littered the sandy terrain, resulting in a scarcity of sand beasts. After all, colliding with granite would not bode well. What shall we do? We have no fat left to burn. Zisong and the others emerged from the sandcart. The only option left is to hunt the sand beasts nearby, but are there any oases in the vicinity? The seasoned traveler, Manhanu, has emerged from the shadows. You ask me, but who shall we inquire from? We have strayed far from the territory of our great stone city. Zazen's mood is rather grim. At this moment, he is unwilling to waste a single moment. After all, his lifespan is limited. The high priest has foreseen only a few years for him, perhaps 3 years, or even 3 days. Thus, he feels a more urgent sense of time than anyone else. What shall we do? Shall we return to search for sand beasts? Someone suggested. We cannot venture to the yellow sand tribe for fuel. It's too far from here. Another voice chimed in. The mercenaries, however, seem indifferent, as they have no desire to visit the temple. For now, they are merely following Leaf Maple in this leaderless chaos. Leaf Maple, what do you think we should do? Zazen turned his gaze toward the second strongest member of the team, Leaf Maple. In the past, he would typically consult Jin Shi for his opinion. After all, in their eyes, strength dictated respect. Leaf Maple nodded and surveyed the surroundings. Let us do this. Brother Zazen, we can disperse the over 400 of us into groups of 10, forming 40 groups, and each shall search in different directions for an oasis. Each group should include a strong individual, ensuring they have the capability to slay ordinary sand beasts when encountered, Leaf Maple proposed. Zazen's expression softened, just as he was about to speak. But what if one of our groups encounters a formidable sand beast, especially those ranked above level 9? Only a mighty warrior could withstand such a threat, remarked one mercenary. Then you shall simply perish, Zazen replied coldly. The mercenary promptly fell silent. All right, Chinen, come here. We shall form a duo. Who else wishes to join my group? Leaf Maple first called upon his closest comrades. As for Nolan and Juema, though equally dear to him, Leaf Maple felt they should remain near the sand cart to avoid being taken advantage of. I shall join you. A fragrant breeze heralded the appearance of Yao Bang, who stood beside Leaf Maple. She had discerned that Zazen was in no position to protect himself and likely had only a few years left. Thus she was keen to find a powerful man anew. Primarily, Zazen had scarcely paid her any attention. In any context, women are drawn to strong men, transcending time, space, and culture. Leaf Maple neither nodded nor shook his head, allowing it to unfold naturally. Brother Leaf, I too wish to accompany you. Meiji approached. Though not as overt as Yao Bang, her gaze conveyed affection for Leaf Maple that was unmistakable to anyone. I will join you as well. Yu Sun decisively stood beside Leaf Maple. Chen Chang was about to speak when Zazen interrupted. You three are the strongest in the entire team. How can you congregate in one group? After Zazen spoke, he pointed to the other squads, Mei Ji, Yu Sun, and Qin Chong. Each of you shall lead a team to protect these weaker members from being devoured. The three women's expressions shifted, and they could only pout in discontent as they joined other squads. Wonderful. Brother Feng, I shall accompany you. Instantly, a throng of individuals surged toward Leaf Maple. Very well. Within my group, we already have myself, Yao Bang, and Chunin. Thus, I shall select 7 more individuals. All 7 of you, follow me. Yi Feng declared as he assembled his team. Brother Zisong, I shall take my leave now. I will proceed northeast. And if I do not encounter an oasis after traveling 100 kilometers, I shall return the way I came. The same goes for everyone else. Zisong nodded gravely in response. Let us depart. Yi Feng gestured forward, and the group of 10 set off. Barely a kilometer into their journey, Chunin could no longer contain himself. Miss Yao Bang, what an honor it is to be on the same team. To speak candidly, Brother Feng already has a legitimate wife and several concubines. Moreover, he has a penchant for domestic violence, administering beatings to his wives every few days. So do not be misled by the righteous facade he presents. He is not a man worthy of lifelong commitment. As for me, I, Chunin, am still a pure-hearted virgin. To be precise, I am a rare gem. Any woman who marries me would be extraordinarily fortunate, akin to discovering a diamond among stones. Chunin boasted, placing a hand on Yi Feng's shoulder while addressing Miss Yao Bang. Hey, if you wish to pursue women, do so on your own merit. Why drag me into it? Are you feeling particularly frisky lately? Yi Feng playfully swatted the back of Chunan's head. Brother Feng, you have no shortage of women. I do. Just let me have this one, Chunin pleaded. She is not an object. If you have the capability, go after her. I assure you, there will be no romantic entanglements between her and me. Yi Feng shrugged. In truth, Yao Bang was strikingly enchanting. Her eyes filled with a captivating allure that could tempt any man. Yet, it was well known that Yi Feng was a principled individual, unlikely to engage in frivolous affairs with women. Yao Bang cast a glance at Yi Feng, then at Chun, and noticing Yi Feng's calm reaction to Chun's earlier remarks, she realized their bond was exceptionally close. With a playful smile, she covered her mouth, acknowledging the brotherhood of strong individuals. Brother Feng, I think I'm in love. Woe is me, Chunin exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. Enough with the melodrama. Look ahead. Yi Feng pointed forward. Before them stood 5 menacing figures on horseback, casting sharp gazes upon the group of 10. Sand bandits? Yao Bang's expression shifted slightly. The others quickly formed a defensive stance, some even drawing hand crossbows. So, it's the people from Notching. If you possess the capability, put down your crossbows, the leader of the bandits said with indifference, resting a hand on his sword hilt. His strength was at the 9th tier, while the others were no less than 6th-tier warriors. Had it not been for the threat posed by Notching's crossbows, they might have charged recklessly. Brother, let it go. They have Notching's crossbows. We risk annihilation. One of the bandits cautioned. Fear not. The crossbows may number in the hundreds, but they have only 7 individuals armed with them. 7 crossbows could scarcely catch our shadows. The leader scoffed. The leader of the sand bandits, however, remained unfazed. Do you possess anything of value? Pills, high-grade elixirs, or perhaps sacred fruits? Inquired the 9th-level bandit. Yi Feng maintained an impassive expression as he regarded the 5 ruffians. Do you have companions nearby? Yi Feng suddenly countered. Oh, such bravado. Are you asking this out of fear that reinforcements may arrive? If I say there are no companions, what will you do? The leader of the bandits stepped forward. Several crossbows quickly aimed at him. So, you mean to say, you lack formidable companions of the Strength Master level? Yi Feng reiterated, seeking confirmation. Such audacity. For mere trash like you, who needs a Strength Master? I glance at you and see only that woman beside you who seems somewhat stronger. How about letting us have some fun with her? Once we're done, we'll return her to you, though I fear she may not fit your specifications anymore. The leader of the Sand Bandits finished his taunt, prompting a chorus of mocking laughter from his 4 underlings. The demon clam's face flushed with anger. She indeed admired the strong, but her preference was for those with tribes and substantial backgrounds. As for bandits, they possess no moral compass. Even if women willingly approached them, they would use them and then kill them, for bandits believe that women would slow them down. They dislike having descendants, for once offspring are involved, their mobility is compromised, making them vulnerable to organized extermination by larger tribes. Well, since you lack powerful companions, What valuables do you possess? Pills, elixirs, or sacred fruits? Yi Feng echoed the bandit's inquiry. The 5 ruffians ceased their laughter, their eyes narrowing. Particularly, the scar-faced leader felt that Yi Feng's audacious words indicated either madness or an extraordinarily powerful backing. Clearly, Yi Feng could not be mad. Whose son are you in the city of Na? The bandit leader asked. I do not wish to reveal that now. I will ask you just one thing. Will you surrender all your treasures? If you comply, I shall spare your lives. Yi Feng's tone grew progressively colder. He had no desire to engage in further trivial banter with these miscreants. The bandit glanced at the crossbows behind Yi Feng, smirking with such courage. Let them lower their weapons. All right, lower your crossbows. I must test the power of the dragon elephant skill, Yi Feng replied calmly. Yes, brother Feng. The 7 lowered their crossbows. The demon clam pressed her body tightly against Yi Feng. Excellent. Now I shall teach you how to address the strong, the bandit declared, swinging his saber toward Yi Feng. Clang. Yi Feng's spear met the blade without hesitation. The saber was sent soaring into the air. You? The bandit was taken aback. He was a 9th-level strength master, yet Yi Feng's aura seemed distinctly inferior to his. Die. The bandit leader suddenly struck the ground, leaping 20 meters into the air, akin to an eagle swooping down upon a chick. Whoosh. The spear shot forth like a dragon, impaling the bandit leader upon its tip. Ugh. Ah. The bandit emitted a continuous wail of despair. Well, you may proceed, Yi Feng declared, his wrist flicking, sending a tremendous recoil through the spear. This force obliterated the bandit's innards. After dealing with the leader, Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the remaining 4 bandits, who simultaneously drew their bows. They understood that even if they banded together, they would be no match for Yi Feng, especially after witnessing him dispatch their leader in mere 2 moves. Trembling, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to flee on horseback. After a tense 5 seconds of locking eyes with the group, Yi Feng suddenly inquired, Is there an oasis nearby? A collective sigh of relief escaped the 4 bandits, who had anticipated their imminent demise. My lord, allow me to guide you. There exists a small oasis a little over 70 miles from here, one bandit volunteered, dismounting and cautiously leading his horse to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing their willingness to cooperate, he decided to spare them. He mounted the horse and regarded the other 3 bandits. Understood, we comprehend, they hastily responded, dismounting to hand their horses over to Yi Feng's 9 companions. Before long, 4 members of Yi Feng's team were mounted, while the 4 bandits jogged ahead to lead the way. Why didn't they ride camels in the desert? Camels are more drought-resistant, and riding horses could lead to dire thirst if they traveled hundreds of kilometers without encountering a water source. Yi Feng turned to the nearby demon clam, who was also mounted. Brother Feng, these are the unique desert horses, possessing 4 stomachs, 2 for storing water and 2 for digestion. The demon clam adopted a respectful tone, mirroring Chun An's address. I see, truly fascinating, Yi Feng remarked, delivering a swift lash to the horse's rear. In no time, a small oasis came into view. In the center of the oasis, sounds of grunting echoed. As Yi Feng approached, he beheld 2 sand beasts devouring the carcass of one of their kind. Both classified as first-level sand beasts. Ha ha ha, brother Feng, it's my turn now, isn't it? I feel I have absorbed enough medicinal power from the crystal pill. Now, I shall take on both, Chunin proclaimed, casting a sideways glance at the demon clam to showcase his masculine bravado. However, his expression quickly soured upon noticing the demon clam gazing at Yi Feng with affectionate eyes. Hey, hand me the crossbow, Chunin exclaimed, discarding his curved blade to seize the crossbow. Wait, these are 2 first-level sand beasts. If we slay them, we will have to carry their fat back manually, which is quite laborious. Demon clam, among us, your strength is paramount. Is there a way for you to mount the sand beasts and compel them to return the way they came? Yi Feng pondered, inspired by the thought. If even the colossal birds of the sky could be tamed, surely these sand beasts could be as well. I've never considered such a notion. However, sand beasts can be quite volatile. Are you certain you can control them? The demon clam questioned. I shall give it a try, Yi Feng resolved, dismounting and cautiously advancing toward the 2 sand beasts. They simultaneously lifted their heads, emitting a vigilant roar. I leapt. Yi Feng sprang 30 meters high, directly landing upon the back of a sand beast. Roar. The creature, infuriated, tilted its head, preparing to bite the rider upon its back. Bang. Yi Feng delivered a powerful punch to its teeth, sending a massive tooth flying. Howl. The sand beast let out a horrifying cry, jumping and thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge Yifeng. The sand beast cherished its freedom, unwilling to bear the burden of a rider. Chapter 696. Is it her? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and suddenly drew a meat knife, plunging it into the sand beast's back. Move forward. Yifeng pushed the knife's handle forward. Hiss. The sand beast let out a pained wail and indeed surged ahead a few meters. However, after just a few strides, it twisted its head, intent on biting Yifeng. Bang! Another punch landed, leaving the beast dazed and its steps unsteady. Reverse. Yifeng yanked the knife's handle back, the intense pain eliciting a thunderous roar from the creature. Failing to retreat, the sand beast leaped 5 meters high, its front hooves clasped together, plunging into the sand with a thud. Damn! Yifeng quickly emerged from the gravel. Just 2 meters beneath the surface, he unearthed its carcass. Yifeng brushed the dust from his clothing. At your command, the 4 sand bandits hurriedly began to dig. Yifeng then turned his gaze to another level 1 sand beast, advancing step by step as it retreated. Howl! After retreating 10 meters, the sand beast unexpectedly turned to flee. Damn! Yifeng leapt onto its back. The beast promptly jumped 5 meters high, its front hooves clasped together. Curse you! Yifeng struck its front hooves with a blow. The sand beast's attempt to burrow failed, and it began to leap and thrash in place, kicking up clouds of dust. Yifeng struck its head with another blow. I'll teach you not to pollute the air. Subsequently, Yifeng spent a whole 3 hours barely managing to control the remaining sand beast. Listen up. We will return the same way, loading the fat of the other sand beast onto the horse. Yifeng clamped his legs tightly around the beast's back, the meat knife poised for action. Should the creature dare to act out, he would teach it a lesson. Home. Yifeng guided the unruly sand beast forward. The creature's dung-yellow eyes darted about, ever poised to turn and bite him. To the left, to the left. Yifeng struck its right side, compelling the sand beast to veer left. To the right. To the right. Yifeng struck its left side. Indeed, it was akin to herding cattle. When he needed it to go left, he struck its right. And when he needed it to go right, he struck its left. It seemed quite manageable to tame. Why were the desert dwellers unaware that they could train sand beasts as mounts? These creatures, indigenous to the desert, could provide formidable mobility once tamed. At that moment, the seated sand beast leapt 5 meters high, its hooves clasped together, attempting to burrow into the sand once more. With a swift shot, Yifeng struck its hoof, interrupting its teleportation. You better behave as my mount. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to slay you, he declared, mounted upon the sand beast. Yifeng had already distanced himself significantly from the others trailing behind. Suddenly, the 4 sand bandits exchanged glances and shouted, "Attack!" With a flurry of strikes, they dispatched 2 men and seized their horses, fleeing into the distance. Audacious! The monstrous creature, Yaobang, bellowed in fury, striking down one of the bandits with a powerful blow, reducing both man and beast to mere fragments. However, the remaining 3 bandits scattered in different directions. With resolve, Chunin retrieved a hand crossbow from beside the fallen body and fired toward the distance. The bandit to the northeast jolted violently before tumbling from his mount. 3 consecutive shots rang out, and the bandit fell lifeless to the ground. Yet, the other 2 bandits had already vanished into the horizon. Trying to escape, Yifeng disregarded the circumstances and fired another shot at the sand beast's rear. The creature dashed forward, leaving a blur in the desert sands. With a precise strike, he felled the fleeing bandit to the south. Yifeng quickly seized the reins of the horse, guiding it back toward the main group. Brother Feng, did the last one escape? Chunin inquired, his expression one of frustration. Ah, let it be. We must return. If the other teams find the fuel, Jason will not wait for us. He will surely set off in the sand vehicle at the earliest opportunity, Yifeng replied, once again urging the sand beast onward. The creature's speed was remarkable, covering vast distances in mere moments, leaving Chun-Un and the others struggling to keep pace. Reluctantly, Yifeng had to halt periodically to allow them to catch up. Goodness, this is exhausting. Chun-Un wiped the sweat from his brow. The horse was now burdened with weight, transforming him from cavalry to infantry. A thought struck Yifeng. The sand beast, measuring over 7 meters, could surely accommodate a few more riders. Just as he was about to voice this, a figure emerged from the swirling sands ahead. Who goes there? Yifeng instantly adopted a defensive stance. An outsider, you have thwarted my plans, but now I have cornered you. A sweet yet chilling voice echoed from the dust. Is it her? Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily grasped his long spear. Emerging from the sands was a woman clad in white, wielding a long sword. Advancing step by step towards Yi Feng, she emanated a formidable aura of menace, directly locking her gaze onto him. "Brother Feng, what are you doing?" Chunin sensed the impending danger. "Do not shout. There is a potent presence within the dust," Yaobang observed, fixated ahead. "Yaobang, you take them and leave first." Yi Feng commanded coldly from atop the sand beast. He recognized that while the woman was a fifth-tier force wielder, she bore serious injuries. If he unleashed his full power, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to defeat her. "Be careful," Yaobang, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly urged the horse away from Yi Feng. "Brother Feng, I shall stand by you through thick and thin," Chunin declared, brandishing 2 hand crossbows, ever vigilant, and aimed at the figure of Jin Yimei hidden within the dust. "Chunin, flee swiftly. The hand crossbow is ineffective against her caliber unless hundreds wield it to create a covering barrage," Yi Feng urged anxiously. For Jin Yimei had already drawn her longsword. In the next moment, a stream of sword energy surged towards Yi Feng. His expression shifted dramatically as he rolled off the back of the sand beast onto the ground. With a dreadful howl, the sand beast was cleaved in 2. Before Yi Feng could rise, a fleeting white figure approached. The sword had not yet arrived, but its chilling glimmer preceded it. In an instant, Yi Feng's hair was scattered, his head jerked back by an overwhelming force. Such swiftness! He rolled again, propelling himself 20 meters away. Yet, the white figure flashed once more. The sword tip, now a mere 20 centimeters from him. Cursing under his breath, Yi Feng, in a fit of rage, grasped the blade with both hands. There was no other option. Jin Yimei's speed was simply too formidable. With a clang, the blade was pulled back, causing blood scales to erupt from his hands. The sharp edges tore through, leaving his palms drenched in crimson. Forged from the finest steel of Na City, how could mere flesh withstand such a weapon? Jin Yimei swept her sword from side to side. Clang! Yi Feng was sent flying 20 meters away. In that critical moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. He forcefully slapped the ground. Boom! A vast cloud of sand and dust erupted, enveloping the area within a 20-meter radius in impenetrable darkness. Chapter 697, No Worries. I can tame again thinking of escape. Jin Yimei dashed into the swirling smoke. The next instant, she felt a hand grasp her wrist from the shadows. Not only that, but another body embraced her from behind. "Die!" she cried, driving her elbow backward. A gurgling sound escaped her lips as blood sprayed onto her neck, staining her chest. Blood-sucking technique. Yi Feng disregarded everything else, his hands frantically clutching 2 soft forms, maximizing the effectiveness of his technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In an instant, Jin Yimei's expression transformed drastically. What is this ability? She struck him again with her elbow, a crack resounding as Yi Feng felt 2 ribs snap. However, the blood-sucking technique continuously healed his injuries and replenished his strength. Suddenly, Jin Yimei seized Yi Feng's right hand and forcefully executed an over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Ah! Jin Yimei let out a pained scream. Although she had thrown Yi Feng forward, his hands seemed rooted to the ground, still drawing energy from her soft forms. "Let go!" she exclaimed, feeling the energy within her collapse violently, akin to a dam bursting, flowing into Yi Feng's palms. "I won't release you even in death." He gritted his teeth, twisting his hands with fervor. "Ah!" Jin Yimei cried out in pain, delivering a fierce kick to Yi Feng's abdomen. With a cough, he expelled partially digested food. "Release me, release me, release me," Jin Yimei demanded, kicking him 5 times in succession. Yet, by the 4th kick, Yi Feng sensed her strength waning. In the 5th strike, Yi Feng felt no pain whatsoever. "You?" Jin Yimei's complexion turned as pale as paper, and with a thud, she collapsed into the gravel. Yi Feng understood that this woman was fiercely formidable. He had to seize the moment of her weakness to claim her life. Blood-sucking technique. Draw with all your might. Yi Feng bellowed, gradually adjusting his posture to mount Jin Yimei. Jin Yimei, her face contorted in agony, extended a delicate white hand and struck Yi Feng's face fiercely. Unfortunately, her blow lacked any strength, akin to a mere tickle. Yi Feng's spirit soared, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he pressed down forcefully with both palms. Gurgling sounds echoed as a torrent of energy surged into his body. Meanwhile, Jin Yimei's form began to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, the overwhelming suction, having consumed the energy from her limbs and bones, began to spread toward her dantian. In an instant, terror gripped her soul. The dantian was her core of energy. If breached, her entire cultivation would be rendered null. You must let me go, alien. I no longer hold a grudge over that pill. Jean Yimei stammered, her eyes filled with dread. Had she not been grievously injured, Yifeng would not have dared to approach her, let alone employ the blood-sucking technique. Yet now, he was on the verge of invading her energy core. Lady Jean Yimei, I would dearly love to release you, but I fear that if I do, your dantian's energy will replenish in an instant, and I shall perish. Yifeng replied with difficulty. He could not deny the remarkable elasticity of the situation. Please, do not do this. I know the location of the holy water in the temple. You and Zisong are undoubtedly seeking it. If you ascertain the precise whereabouts of the holy water, Zisong will certainly value you. She presumed Yifeng was a subordinate of Zisong. Yifeng's expression shifted. This was precisely what he desired. However, he still could not relent. Blood-sucking technique. Yifeng intensified the technique to its utmost. Yet, the beauty beneath him was, after all, a fifth-tier force master, her dantian exceptionally fortified. For the time being, he could only graze the surface, and to draw from the core would require more time. But he could not afford to wait. What if Zisong arrived and he had already fled? Forgive me. Yifeng leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. No, please don't. Jean Yimei was both embarrassed and furious. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she pressed her lips tightly together to thwart Yifeng's intentions. Forgive me. Yifeng understood that the lips were one of the 7 orifices. As long as his tongue entered, the blood-sucking technique would reach its zenith. Eventually, his agile tongue unlocked the gateway to her energy. With a cry of anguish, Yifeng's tongue was bitten, yet he refused to concede. Using his lips to execute the blood-sucking technique. Boom! A vast surge of energy flowed from his palms and lips. Before him, Jean Yimei's chest rapidly withered. But just as it was about to wither completely, the energy within her dantian replenished her vitality. After a full 5 minutes, Yifeng finally released Jean Yimei. At that moment, her dantian contained but a mere trace of energy. Even with this modicum of energy, she could sustain her 2 ample forms, preserving her beauty and grace. After all, she was aware of the exact whereabouts of the holy water, and Yifeng felt compelled to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. After a considerable time, Jean Yimei regained her composure, rising from the gravel, brushing off the dust from her body, and wrapping her arms around her knees. Clergy were strictly forbidden from consorting with men, yet just moments ago, Yifeng had committed that most distasteful act upon her lips. My Lady Jean Yimei, I resorted to such desperate measures solely for the sake of survival. I hope you can overlook it. As for seizing your pill, I mistakenly believed it to be holy water. Had I known it was indeed a pill, I would never have taken it. Yifeng stood before her, brimming with vitality. Extending his hand, this woman possessed a fierce spirit. Should he insult her further, what if she chose to end her own life? Thus, Yifeng endeavored to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Jean Yimei cast a slow glance at Yifeng before rising to her feet. In the next moment, she turned her back and strode away. Hey, aren't you supposed to accompany us to the temple? Yifeng hastily positioned himself in her path. The temple? You, an outsider, have drained all my energy. Without any fortuitous encounter, it would take me a decade to recover. Do you truly believe I would accompany you to the temple to meet my demise? There are hundreds of sand beasts of level 10 and above there. Jean Yimei glared at Yifeng, her anger palpable. She contemplated striking him, yet at this moment, she knew she could not best him. Fortuitous encounter? Is not the holy water a stroke of luck? Yifeng proposed, feigning sincerity. Do I look like a fool to you? The first portion of holy water will undoubtedly be claimed by Zisong, and even the 10th will not be mine. Besides, if I am not mistaken, finding the holy water would signal my death. Jean Yimei, astute and discerning, quickly saw through Yifeng's scheme. Slap. Yifeng delivered a resounding blow, rendering Jean Yimei momentarily dazed. Damn it. I was once a refined gentleman, but you've forced me to act barbarously. Come with me now, or I shall administer another slap that will leave you breathless. Upon finishing his threat, Yifeng roughly pushed her forward. You? Jean Yimei seethed with fury. Smack. Another slap landed, and her expression turned blank as she obediently made her way towards the sand cart. Though they had lost a sand beast this time, they had gained a living guide, which was, in truth, far more valuable. Along the way, they would undoubtedly encounter more sand beasts. It mattered not, for they could tame another. Chapter 698. Not hidden in ordinary places. As the two proceeded in tandem for a while, Jean Yimei suddenly shifted her gaze. Your name is Yi Feng, is it not? Indeed. Yi Feng, how about this? I will draw you a map indicating the location of the holy water. You can follow the map to find it, and then release me. What do you say? Huh, what if you draw it carelessly? I prefer a living map. Yi Feng promptly declined. Jean Yimei's expression shifted. Yi Feng, do you not realize that going to the temple now would be tantamount to seeking your own death? The 20-level sand beast, along with its subordinates, the 10-level sand beasts, number over 100 that I can see, not to mention those above level 15. Moreover, do not entertain the notion that Zisong is a virtuous individual. Accompanying him to acquire the sacred water is akin to colluding with beasts. I assure you, he will undoubtedly eliminate you, and I shall also bear the consequences. Jean Yimei exclaimed in anger. Oh, surely, Brother Zisong is not such a person, is he? Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. He had, of course, anticipated this point. However, Jean Yimei was clearly attempting to exploit existing facts to sow discord. At least until they encountered the sacred water, Yi Feng was not inclined to sever ties with Zisong. Zisong was utilizing him, but was he not also leveraging Zisong? Do you genuinely believe you are a match for Zisong? The only reason you managed to capture me is due to my severe injuries, coupled with your peculiar ability, which took me by surprise. Had I not allowed you to approach, you would have had no opportunity to touch my body. The thought of having absorbed 90% of her energy made Jean Yimei's heart bleed. I understand, yet I still wish to accompany Zisong to the temple. Yi Feng stated nonchalantly. In truth, he had refrained from employing many of his own techniques against Jean Yimei. Had he exerted his full strength, he might have been able to contend with her during her peak condition. At this moment, Yi Feng had already spotted the sand cart and the figure of Meng Yi seated atop it. Look, Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng is back. Chun hurried over. Brother Feng, I asked Zisong to assist you, but he refused, saying he would wait for you a bit longer, and if you did not return, he would depart with the sand cart on his own. Chun reported quietly. Yi Feng's expression darkened. However, Jean Yimei's demeanor shifted. As she had surmised, Zisong was indeed a self-serving individual. Thus, she cast a sidelong glance at Yi Feng. Do not speak nonsense. How could Brother Zisong possibly be such a person? Yi Feng reprimanded. So far, at least Zisong was on his side, and even if Zisong exhibited a degree of selfishness, Yi Feng could not afford to show dissatisfaction before Jean Yimei. Often, teams are divided in such a manner. Enemies will exploit even the slightest discord within the team, continually stoking the flames of animosity. Initially, one may scoff at it, but over time, with constant whispers and subtle slanders about the other party, one begins to perceive that teammate as inadequate, even reaching a point where confrontation becomes inevitable. This is the archetypal strategy of deception, utterly inescapable. Yi Feng, you have returned. Zisong greeted with a faint smile. Indeed, Brother Zisong, I have also brought her back. She knows the precise location of the sacred water in the temple. Yi Feng hesitated before revealing the truth. He was taken aback himself. This ancient strategy had evidently been employed against him. Had he concealed the truth, Jean Yimei would have turned to Zisong to disclose her knowledge of the sacred water's exact location, leading to mutual suspicion before they even reached the temple. However, he could not kill Jean Yimei at this moment. The temple was vast, and searching for the holy water inch by inch would be akin to courting death. Very well. Zisong scrutinized Jean Yimei from head to toe. Just then, Zhu Ming suddenly rushed over, wielding a type lock. What are you doing? Zisong grabbed him firmly. She has slain 2 of our kin. I intend to teach her a lesson, Zhu Ming retorted angrily. Do not lay a finger on her, understand? Zisong's gaze was icy as he stared at Zhu Ming. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Ming ultimately relinquished the type lock. Let us set forth, Brother Yefeng. You shall enter the sand cart, Zisong instructed. The situation was now quite clear. Yefeng was the second strongest in this group and deserved ample respect. As for Jin Shi, he did not spare her another glance. Very well. Immediately, Yefeng and the other senior members climbed into the sand cart. Jin Shi, still reeling from humiliation, dared not meet Yefeng's gaze but climbed into the cart nonetheless. As the fat burned, the sand cart gradually accelerated, trailed by 2 warhorses laden with more fat. Inside the cart, there was a small table that could accommodate only 2 individuals, Yefeng and Zisong, the 2 most powerful. The others instinctively crouched or stood, each adopting various postures. Jean Yimei crouched in one corner of the sand cart, her eyes scanning the cart's structure, astonishment flickering in her gaze. Clearly, this was her first experience within a sand cart, and she was taken aback by the modern craftsmanship. Jean Yimei, your temple is divided into 4 major regions. In which region is the holy water located? Zisong inquired coolly. Jean Yimei bit her lip, remaining silent. Rest assured, as long as you do not deceive me. Once I locate the holy water, I shall restore your freedom. After all, our enmity is not particularly deep, Zisong assured her. But, brother Zisong, she has killed 2 of our kin, both 9th-tier warriors. Zhu Ming interjected hastily. Be silent, Zisong thundered, unleashing his oppressive aura. Zhu Ming could only obediently crouch back down. In the Iron Tower District, Jean Yimei replied slowly. The Iron Tower District? Is that the area with 999 iron towers? Zisong's expression shifted. He had visited the temple once in his youth, seeking divine favor but failing. Nevertheless, he had remembered the 4 major districts. To my knowledge, it should be located in the Sacred Relic District, which serves as your temple's vault where numerous precious martial techniques, methods, and crystal pills are stored, Zisong noted. Clearly not easily deceived. Such a valuable item as the holy water would undoubtedly not be hidden in an ordinary place, Jean Yimei countered. That is true. Allow me to ask you further. When that level 20 sand beast besieged the temple, how many of your clerics, priests, guardians, and holy maidens survived? Zisong pressed on. Only 7 holy maidens survived. Countless guardians lived, while all clerics should have made it through. As for our priests, it appears that over half perished. A hint of sorrow flashed across Jean Yimei's face as she spoke. The holy maidens are inconsequential. Once they reach adulthood, they must be sacrificed. This can be seen as a form of offering to the divine. Zisong shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. Jean Yimei scoffed, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Feng found the conversation quite enlightening, as it granted him a clearer understanding of the temple. The underground passages within the temple are quite numerous, indeed. After all, that area was once teeming with sand beasts, whose burrows crisscrossed the ground like a complex web. I surmise that many clergy members must have sought refuge within those tunnels, Zisong remarked calmly. Chapter 699. Uncontrollably drawn towards Yifeng. Jean Ye's lips twitched slightly, yet she chose to remain silent. Very well, Miss Jean, if you are weary, please rest there. Additionally, refrain from engaging in any divisive actions, Zisong emphasized towards the end. Yifeng's gaze sharpened, and he regarded Zisong with newfound respect. Truly, one who has lived for nearly 2 centuries possesses an uncanny ability to discern the motives of others. Brother Yifeng, despite our age difference in the Green Sea Desert, strength is revered above all, hence I address you as my brother, Zisong said with a smile directed at Yifeng. In that moment, Yifeng's heart wavered. All right, brother Zisong, he nodded in agreement. To be candid, I initially intended to secure 2 portions of the holy water, one for myself and one for Jin Qi. If we were to find 9 portions, the priority would undoubtedly go to the 9th-tier warriors, a few of whom belong to my clan, leaving you with none. However, circumstances have changed. Your display of strength has earned you a share. Thus, should we procure 2 portions, one shall be mine and one yours. With any surplus distributed to others, Zisong stated matter-of-factly. Yifeng's lips twitched slightly, aligning with his earlier thoughts. Thank you, brother Zisong, for your generosity, he nodded. Zisong had indeed sustained some injuries, and Yifeng estimated he had a 70% chance of defeating him. Yet, one must not be overconfident. What if Zisong possessed latent abilities for self-preservation yet unseen? Zisong closed his eyes, weary, and began to recuperate. At that moment, Yifeng noticed a change in Zisong's countenance. His forehead appeared somewhat darkened. Could it be? Nevertheless, Zisong's life was nearing its twilight years, so a darkened brow was not unexpected. Yifeng's heart softened. If they were to find 5 portions of holy water, he would gladly offer one to Zisong, provided he did not act maliciously. As for the remaining 4, he intended to consume one himself while bringing the other 3 back to save Tuba, Yongli, and Gaishan. The sand vehicle advanced slowly, covering over 40 kilometers in a short span. How much farther to the temple? Zisong suddenly inquired. Yifeng opened his eyes and nearly lost his composure. Zisong's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Brother Zisong, we are nearly there, perhaps 200 kilometers remaining, Giant Ming promptly responded. 200 kilometers? Useless. Useless people, useless sand vehicle, All of you are worthless. Zasong seemed to lose his sanity, and without warning, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. His fist pierced through Giant Ming's chest, grasping a pulsating heart in his hand. Pooh! Brother Zasong, Giant Ming's body crumpled to the ground. With a clatter, everyone stood alert, watching Zasong with heightened vigilance. Yifeng also placed his hand on his spear, bewildered by Zasong's sudden madness. Pooh! Zasong withdrew his bloodied hand, exhaling a long breath of foul air. Apologies, I just had a rather unpleasant dream, a rarity for me as I haven't dreamt in over a century. After Zasong spoke, he casually resumed his seat. However, the others remained standing, their faces etched with caution. Feng, Brother Feng, shall we go for a run outside? Qianan tugged at Yifeng's sleeve. Yifeng nodded, then turned to Zasong. Brother Zasong, my brother, and I will head out to urge those who lag behind. Zasong remained silent, his face pallid. Let us go outside. Yifeng promptly lifted the well cover, helping Qianan out first before squeezing out himself. Moments later, Jin Qi and the others emerged in succession. Now, only Zasong, Jin Yimei, the veteran driver Manhanu, the gunner Meng Yi, and a fuel attendant remained in the sand vehicle. Brother Yifeng, I was wrong before. I hope you can be forgiving. Jin Qi clasped his hands in front of Yifeng, his voice faint. Clearly, he had been intimidated by Zasong, who had shown no hesitation in taking lives. No problem, Yifeng replied with an impassive nod. He then glanced at the four women, who also appeared shaken. Even a 9th-tier strength warrior would find themselves powerless before a force of such magnitude. Brother Yifeng, once we reach the temple, you must look after me. The demon clam nestled closer to Yifeng. Yifeng's words were interrupted. Fear not, beautiful lady. I will ensure Brother Feng protects you. Qianan declared resolutely. The demon clam rolled her eyes, dismissing Qianan. Although the other 3 women remained silent, they instinctively edged closer to Yifeng. Clearly, Zasong had succumbed to a form of intermittent madness, leaving only Yifeng as their reliable support. The drawback of team battles is that even a small group can splinter into at least 2 factions. Rest assured, as long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall do my utmost to protect you, Yifeng assured them confidently. Thank you, Yifeng, Qinchang nodded, her gaze softening towards him. Brother Feng, may I have Qianan come in to assist me with the driving? I'm feeling car sick. Manhanu's trembling voice came from within the sand vehicle. Qianan, the sand vehicle pressed relentlessly onward, and by the dawn of the following day, half of Yifeng's 400 soldiers could barely move. Sand vehicle halt. Yifeng commanded loudly. With a screech, the vehicle came to a stop. Brother Zasong, let everyone rest for an hour before resuming our journey. Yifeng called out to the interior of the vehicle. Yet, there was no response from Zasong. Never mind, let us rest for an hour, Yifeng declared loudly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed haphazardly onto the sand. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly felt a crack within his body. The next instant, a surge of terrifying energy enveloped him. Remarkably, he had broken through to the 9th tier. It seemed that the medicinal pill had taken effect. The pill's potency was rather gentle, allowing Yifeng to endure little pain. Unlike the crystal elixir, which causes discomfort and swelling throughout the body after consumption. Despite the rapid advancement it offers, there is an underlying sense of peril. The crystal pill, however, presents a different scenario, although its progression is slower. Yifeng distinctly perceives that it harbors minimal side effects. It appears prudent to preserve any crystal elixirs acquired in the future until one can locate an adept alchemist to refine them into crystal pills before consumption. Naturally, these could also be administered to Chun Un and Juema, considering their lack of blood-sucking techniques, which results in a sluggish energy absorption rate. Should they accumulate in sufficient quantity, they could be transported back to Hot Spring Island, allowing everyone there to benefit from crystal pills, thus eliminating the need for the hard-to-digest crystal elixirs. At this moment, Yifeng's expression shifted, and he hastily directed his gaze to the south. Boom! The lid of the sand cart was flung open, and Zasong leapt out, instantly fixing his eyes in the same direction. The others, including Jin Qi, appeared bewildered. Yet, within 3 seconds, Jin Qi regained his composure, also turning his attention southward. Rumbling. Chapter 700, A Roll on the Ground. In the distance, approximately a kilometer away, 2 sand carts approached, stirring up clouds of dust that rose several meters high. Behind the sand carts, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed ominously. This is bad. Quickly, Yifeng seized Chun Un and hastily brought him to the lid of the well. The pursuers from Na City are upon us. Everyone hide. Instant chaos erupted among the 400 people. Some sprinted forward, others retreated, while a few simply dove into the sand. Unfortunately, such efforts were futile in open terrain. Sand carts are an invincible force against anyone below the strength master level. Uft, 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 uft. Both sand carts opened fire simultaneously, the iron nails raining down like a torrential downpour. Ugh, my leg. Quickly, take cover behind our sand cart. Some quick-witted individuals scrambled to shield themselves behind the sand cart. Clang. Zasong also dove into the sand cart, casting a sharp gaze toward the enemy vehicles. However, the two sand carts showed no signs of stopping, with one barreling directly toward Yifeng's cart. Bang! The impact left Yifeng and his companions disoriented as the two sand carts collided violently. Fortunately, the sand carts were only traveling at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, resulting in minor deformation. They remained operational. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. A crossbow bolt shot from the front of the sand cart, narrowly grazing Manhanu's scalp. They have even brought crossbows. Manhanu exclaimed in terror. Yifeng quickly scrambled to the driver's seat and peered through the gap. Indeed, behind the sand carts were more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages, some laden with crossbows, others with fuel, and at least one squad of soldiers escorting them. What should we do, Fenggu? Manhanu inquired. Yes, Fenggu, please give us some guidance. Chenin added. Yifeng, however, turned his gaze towards Zasong. Brother Zasong, what do you propose? Yifeng asked. I say. Zasong's gaze swept over the individuals within the sand cart. Brother Yefeng, among us, we are the strongest. Why not abandon the vehicle and escape? These people are far too weak to keep pace. Taking them along would be futile. Absolutely not. I will not abandon my brother, Yefeng replied, shaking his head. The purpose of their journey to the temple was partly for his good brother Tuba. He could not allow Chun and to perish here as well, forsaking the watermelon for a pumpkin. If that is the case, you will have no choice but to await your demise here. Upon finishing his words, Zasong suddenly seized Jin Yeme and forcefully pushed open the manhole cover, both of them soaring into the air. Clearly, he intended to take Jin Yeme in search of the sacred water, for only she knew its precise location. You may leave, but leave her behind, Yefeng exclaimed in shock, leaping out of the manhole immediately after. Boom! With his left hand grasping Jin Yeme, Zasong struck towards Yefeng with his right palm. Yefeng, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with a powerful strike of his own. Following a cloud of dust, Yefeng slid back 5 or 6 meters before barely regaining his balance. In contrast, Zasong did not retreat an inch, though a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Fearing Yefeng would notice his weakness, he clenched his teeth and swallowed the blood that had surged to his throat. To think that after becoming a 9th-tier warrior, your strength could actually contend with my 3rd-tier power. Zasong's legs trembled slightly, yet he maintained an air of composure. Brother Zasong, you may go, but leave her. Yefeng gestured toward Jin Yeme. Leave her? That would imply you might find the sacred water before me, and at that time, you would leave a portion for me. Wouldn't you? I fear that cannot be the case. Zasong shook his head. Then, if you discover the sacred water first, I doubt you would leave any for me. Yefeng stepped forward slowly. At that moment, a barrage of iron nails came hurtling toward the two. Zasong leaped over 30 meters into the air, evading all the nails. Yefeng, however, was struck, crashing into the sand with a resounding thud. After a while, he emerged from the rubble only to find 2 dark figures obstructing Zasong. Yefeng recognized one as Modwa from the Huangsha tribe, who had nearly terrified him previously. Once he believed Modwa's strength was unfathomable, but after his encounters with 2 powerful warriors, Yefeng had gained a new understanding of his own capabilities and found himself less intimidated by Modwa. Swish! Modwa and the other warriors simultaneously turned their gazes toward Yefeng. Yefeng, it is you, isn't it? Modwa's eyes sparkled with recognition. Hey, I stole the sand cart from Naching. What business do you of the Huangsha tribe have meddling here? I kindly ask you to clear a path, Yefeng stated. At this juncture, you still pretend? The high priest has already deduced it. Yefeng, you are the one who killed my younger brother. Modwa swayed and appeared before Yefeng in an instant, reaching for Yefeng's collar. In his eyes, although Yefeng was now a 9th-tier warrior, he was still far inferior to him, a 2nd-tier warrior. To hell with you, Yefeng retorted, grasping Modwa's wrist. The two began to grapple in a contest of raw strength. After a brief moment, Yifeng felt an immense force pressuring his body to tilt to one side. Haha. You are blissfully unaware of your own limitations. A mere 9th-tier warrior dares to compare brute strength with me? You have no idea who I am. Wait, something is amiss. Mo Duo, poised to mock him further, suddenly sensed a surge of energy wildly escaping from his wrist. Simultaneously, Yi Feng's wrist began to twist, forcing his body sideways. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Mo Duo exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Yi Feng, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, gritted his teeth in silence and elevated his blood-sucking technique to a higher level. Upon reaching the 9th-tier warrior status, he distinctly felt the suction of the technique intensify. Mo Duo, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback. The other warrior from the Yellow Sand tribe, seeing the unfolding situation, swiftly leaped into the air, aiming his iron spear directly at Yi Feng's head. Damn, I haven't even finished off Mo Duo, and now another 2nd-tier warrior appears. Yi Feng thought, having no choice but to strike Mo Duo away with a powerful palm, sending him rolling on the ground. With a resounding crash, the iron spear struck the earth, creating a deep trench 7 meters long. Mo Duo struggled to rise, glancing at his chest, which was covered in frost, nearly freezing his vital energy. Yi Feng, now it all makes sense. No wonder you were able to slay He and his companions, Mo Duo remarked as he stepped forward, drawing a curved blade from his waist. Yi Feng noticed a small swastika emblem on the hilt of the blade, indicating it was a weapon forged in the city of Na. The cacophony of battle erupted behind him as Yi Feng's 400 troops clashed with the mercenaries from Na City. 7th leader, be cautious of Yi Feng's abilities. Do not let his hands touch your skin. Engage him with your weapons, Mo Duo advised. Understood. The 7th leader raised his spear, advancing step by step towards Yi Feng. However, Mo Duo cunningly maneuvered around to Yi Feng's rear, executing a pincer attack. Die! The spear shot forth like a dragon, aiming straight for Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng unceremoniously swung his spear to block the attack. Although he had mastered the 3rd level of Dragon Elephant skill, he was still up against a 2nd-tier warrior. When their weapons clashed, Yi Feng's body was forced downwards, his feet sinking into the yellow sand. Haha! The 7th leader laughed triumphantly, exerting pressure downwards with both hands. Uffed! Yi Feng was forced to kneel on one knee. Boom! Lightning! Yi Feng unleashed his newfound supernatural ability. The 7th leader felt a tingling numbness in his arm, involuntarily loosening his grip on the spear. Though this sensation lasted only a second, it was more than enough for Yi Feng. He thrust his spear forward, its tip piercing directly into the 7th leader's abdomen. The 7th leader let out a wretched scream, stumbling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng surged forward once more. Finally, his palm pressed against the 7th leader's abdomen. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The 7th leader's face contorted grotesquely, unable to utter a sound. Simultaneously, the blood within him was instantaneously drained. Even the energy core in his dantian was breached. Clang! A curved blade struck against Yi Feng's back. Yi Feng rolled forward and quickly touched his back. Fortunately, he had been absorbing energy moments earlier, rendering his body highly sensitive, which allowed the blood scales to intercept the blade's strike. After repelling Yi Feng, Mo Duo hurriedly helped the 7th leader to his feet. Are you all right? I feel as though my body has been completely drained. The 7th leader trembled, his lips pale, having lost all fighting spirit. Yi Feng, Mo Duo glanced at the incapacitated 7th leader and then at Yi Feng, his gaze flickering uncertainly. His strength was comparable to that of the 7th leader, and if Yi Feng could defeat him in such a short span, it suggested he could do the same to Mo Duo. Yi Feng, I know you intend to reach the temple, await the vengeful army of my Huangsha tribe. With that, Mo Duo swiftly retreated. I am afraid I shall not grant you the opportunity, Yi Feng declared, gripping his spear across his shoulder and pulling back. Boom! The spear ignited in flames, striking Mo Duo with great force. Mo Duo screamed as he plummeted to the ground. Just as he was about to rise, Yi Feng seized the 7th leader's spear, launching it through the air. Thud! The spear had pierced Mo Duo's skull. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had slain 2 2nd-tier force masters, seemingly expending little energy. In the distance, Zisong, who had initially intended to flee, halted upon witnessing this spectacle. Grasping Jin Yi Mei's hand, a smile gradually spread across his face. Brother Yi Feng, what a marvelous display. I've decided, let us join forces. Those mercenaries behind us are but weaklings. Together, We can eliminate them all or scare them off, claiming the crossbows and fuel from the cart for ourselves, Zisong proposed. Yi Feng, holding the spear, cast a calm glance at Zisong. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Very well. The two men surged into the enemy ranks. The mercenaries had expended their hand crossbows and were frantically attacking the 400. Yet, the arrival of Yi Feng and Zisong disrupted their formation. In mere moments, Yi Feng had dispatched over 30 foes, sweeping his spear to fell several mercenaries at once. Zisong's methods were even more ruthless, with a forward toss of his spear. He skewered 5 or 6 mercenaries together. Under the intimidation of these two formidable experts, the mercenaries, lacking conviction, swiftly fled. Do not run, you cowards. Come back. A white-clad captain bellowed from behind. Return immediately. Naturally, a squad was not comprised of a single white-clad member. Some held positions as leaders, captains, or squad leaders. Within moments, the mercenaries of one squad had scattered, leaving only 17 high-ranking white members behind. I do not wish to kill you. Flee for your lives. Yi Feng waved his hand. After all, the Yuan Hai tribe was relatively civilized in this savage land, with only Shirlar being at fault. He hoped to collaborate with the Yuan Hai tribe in the future to develop aircraft. However, Zisong leapt forth, sweeping his spear left and right. With just a few swift moves, all of the dozen or so white men met their demise. Yi Feng furrowed his brows, greatly displeased. Just kill them to avoid complications, Zisong suggested. Brother Yi Feng, there are 2 sand vehicles left. Let us seize them. I'll handle it. Jin Shi approached the well cover, wielding a massive axe, and struck it with force. Listen well. Your leader and captain are all dead. Those who are sensible should open the well cover. I can spare your lives. Jin Shi's voice echoed into the sand vehicle. However, in response, several iron nails were shot from within the vehicle. Jin Shi quickly jumped to a corner, his face paling in fear. These ruffians dare to shoot at me. What should I do? This sand vehicle is like an iron shell. We cannot get inside at once. He leaned against the vehicle. The 2 sand vehicles were immobilized, their wheels jammed by countless corpses, and the tracks were buried in the yellow sand. Perhaps their fuel had run out, while the remaining fuel was on the outside carriages, preventing any movement. Since the sand vehicles had ceased firing, it proved that their iron nails were depleted and their fuel exhausted. They are merely shells. Dealing with them is not difficult, Zisong declared, stepping forward, and, with great strength, he flipped the sand vehicle over. Boom. The vehicle toppled, eliciting cries from within. Yi Feng also approached and managed to overturn another vehicle. Although he had mastered the 3rd level of the dragon elephant skill, he was not a pure strength master and could not match Zisong in sheer power. Nevertheless, he managed to turn the other sand vehicle upside down as well. Brother Feng, aren't their fuels on those carriages? We can ignite them on the sand vehicle, and soon they will suffocate, Shonen excitedly suggested. No, fuel is too precious to waste even a little. We can encircle the sand vehicles with corpses and ignite them. They will suffocate just the same, Zisong countered. Indeed, brothers. Hurry over. We are about to feast on some roasted pig, and it will be white-skinned. Shonen exclaimed with enthusiasm. Their army of 400 had dwindled to only about 100 capable fighters, half of whom were injured and lying on the ground in agony. In no time, the corpses were piled high. Shonen placed a small amount of fuel to serve as an ignition source. The corpses began to smolder, and as the flames reached halfway, violent coughing erupted from within. Let us go. Please flip the sand vehicle over. We surrender, came the desperate voices of the white men inside. Yi Feng was elated and forcefully flipped a corner of the sand vehicle. Boom. The vehicle returned to its upright position, and the well cover opened in an instant. 7 white men scrambled out, clutching their chests and coughing uncontrollably. Chapter 702. Did you not hear my words? After a few coughs, they found themselves at the mercy of a multitude of weapons aimed at their vital points. Meanwhile, Zisong had also managed to overturn the other sand vehicle. 14 white captives raised their hands in surrender, their faces blackened with soot. Eliminate them all, Zisong commanded without mercy. However, those men turned their gazes towards Yi Feng. Evidently, they only acknowledged Yi Feng as their leader. Did you not hear my words? Jia Seng squinted his eyes, exuding a murderous aura. Wait. Yi Feng stepped in front of Jia Seng. Jia Seng, these individuals may still possess some value. They are white people. Even if they are not professional engineers. Having grown up in such an environment, they must understand some fundamental metallurgical processes. Keeping them around might prove beneficial, For instance, if the sand vehicle breaks down halfway, we will need someone to repair it. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Jia Sang's murderous intent gradually dissipated. The 14 white individuals, witnessing this, hurriedly bowed their heads to Yi Feng. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng. From now on, you will be our savior. No need for such formalities. Please, rise. I would appreciate it if you could maintain the sand vehicle. We need to set off in an hour, Yi Feng said. Certainly, we will get right on it. The 14 whites quickly set to work, fearing that they might fall victim to Jia Sang if they delayed. Yi Feng walked to the back of the sand vehicle, surveying the 12 carts. 10 of the carts were laden with fuel, each containing 5 barrels. The other 2 carts, however, carried 2 exquisitely crafted ballistae. Remarkable. Such compact ballistae can even pierce through a sand vehicle? Yi Feng marveled. At that moment, a white man approached. Mr. Yi Feng, do not be deceived by the simplicity of the ballista's design. In reality, it demands a higher level of metallurgical expertise. Do not think that the power of the ballista is the core technology. In fact, the bolt is the true essence of the craft. Observe this bolt head. It is composed of a rare black stone and 7 metals, and it takes 20 failures to forge a single qualified ballista bolt. The white man explained cautiously, desperately trying to prove his worth. The white man was astute, aware that the more valuable they appeared, the more likely they were to preserve their lives. You possess considerable skill. Can you create this? Yi Feng inquired. Of course, I can, but I am not a professional. I might fail 50 or 60 times before achieving success, the white man replied honestly. Very well, what is your name? Yi Feng asked. My name is Charlie. Charlie, considering that you can develop such intricate sand vehicles, why not create artillery? You do know what artillery is, don't you? Your grandfather must have told you. Yi Feng remarked. Certainly, I am aware. Artillery requires gunpowder. However, we are restricted. Other races refuse to provide us with the raw materials for gunpowder. 40 years ago, we clashed with the child race and several major clans, and as a result of our defeat, we were forced to sign the Treaty of Versailles. Firstly, we are prohibited from having a military force exceeding 3,000 men, which is why we can only rely on these unreliable mercenaries. Secondly, we are forbidden from manufacturing more than 100 sand vehicles and are not allowed to use gunpowder. They have also restricted our iron ore and high technology. Most importantly, as the defeated party, we are required to compensate several major clans with 300 million arrows, 3 million great bows, 10 million curved sabers, 10 million pikes, and 10 million long swords, all crafted in Na City, Charlie recounted extensively. Goodness, are they not cornering you into a path of despair? With such a small population, how could you possibly manufacture so many weapons? Yi Feng sighed. Thus, we have chosen a compromise. We will supply them with a batch of weapons each year, to be repaid over 3 centuries, Charlie replied. Yi Feng asked, is your productivity that low? How many curved blades can you produce in a year? The blades forged in our city are crafted through relentless effort. Even with all our clan strength, we can only produce a little over 1,000 curved blades annually. Charlie explained. Very well, carry on with your tasks, Mr. Charlie. When time permits, I shall teach you the art of painting, Yi Feng said compassionately. After a while, 3 sand carts were filled with proper fuel. This substance burns longer than fat. Set off, eliminate all the wounded and bury them on site, Zisong coldly stated. Wait, there is no need to bury them. The sand beasts will assist in clearing the corpses. Absolutely not. Yi Feng exclaimed in fury. Those 400 brothers have defended against a 1,000-strong army. I cannot allow Zisong to kill these severely wounded men. Are you planning to load all these injured onto the sand carts? Do you believe we can carry such burdens to the temple? Zisong remarked indifferently. Yi Feng's expression turned somber as he gazed at his remaining soldiers. Even Hobelai had sustained grave injuries, a nail having pierced his abdomen. Unlike Yi Feng, he lacked the ability to heal instantly. Monty, I must trouble you. Have the remaining 100 brothers use 5 of the horse-drawn carts to transport these injured back. Yi Feng instructed, but then hesitated. These men were mercenaries. They had no homes to return to, and the city was no longer an option. Brother Feng, where shall we be taken back to? Monty inquired. Brother Feng, we have no home. Let us follow you. Hobelai struggled to stand. Indeed, Brother Feng, we are without a home. Please allow us to accompany you. The remaining 200 or so men gathered around, some crawling toward him. Sigh, chasing horse. I fear I must ask you to make a journey. You and Monty will lead these men southward. Chasing horse, guide them directly back to Eternal City, then find Diamond. He will send you back to New Spring Island with a naval vessel. There, hospitals will tend to their wounds, allowing the brothers to recuperate, Yi Feng instructed. Brother Feng, I fear Daman may not heed my words. Moreover, President Wang is unlikely to listen to me either. I am merely an unknown figure, Chasing Horse replied. That is true. Very well. I shall compose a blood letter for you to deliver to Wang Zhihai and Susan, Yi Feng stated, attempting to bite his finger to draw blood. Unfortunately, his blood scales automatically shielded him, preventing any blood from flowing. Brother, come here, Yi Feng called to a bloodied mercenary. Before long, the blood letter was completed, and Yi Feng solemnly handed it to Chasing Horse. I shall take my leave now, Brother Feng. Farewell. Yi Feng stood in place, waving until the group vanished from sight. Let us depart as well. To the 14 white brothers, I intend to disperse you among the 3 sand carts. Before long, 3 sand carts and 5 horse-drawn carriages set off towards the north. Remarkably, the temperature began to gradually rise, reaching approximately 0 degrees. For the remainder of the day, Yi Feng and his companions encountered no peril. In Chapter 703, Avoiding Conflict, they did, however, come across a level 15 sand beast, equivalent to a 6th-tier human force master. Yet, as soon as the war crossbow was unleashed, it pierced through the creature effortlessly. The advantages of the Na City war crossbow were evident. It was virtually indestructible. Its drawback lay in the slow loading speed. Thus, it was challenging to aim at smaller, faster-moving targets, whether they be humans or sand beasts. Nonetheless, once aimed accurately, it was almost guaranteed to yield results. At that moment, a small oasis emerged ahead. A colossal scorpion was partially obscured within the oasis, indicating they had entered the territory of the temple. Zisang's expression turned tense as the scorpion beast raised its formidable pincers, instantly spotting the 3 sand carts. In the distance, the echoes of beastly roars reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What is your plan, Zisang? Yi Feng inquired. We will charge straight into the Iron Tower zone. If we encounter a sand beast ambush, we shall eliminate them with the war crossbow, Zisang replied. He was pressed for time and had no concrete plan. Brother Zisang, I believe this course of action may be ill-advised. The sand carts should remain at the periphery. After we acquire the holy water, we might find ourselves pursued by several formidable sand beasts, perhaps even that level 20 sand beast. Therefore, the sand carts are intended for escape, not for battle, Yi Feng said with a measured tone. For reasons unknown, upon entering the temple's domain, his heartbeat quickened, as if something he had longed for awaited him within. Are you suggesting we enter the temple city alone? Zisang retorted. Indeed, our smaller stature makes us less conspicuous. The sand beasts may not fixate on us. Even if they do, we can navigate through the buildings. No matter how powerful the sand beasts, they cannot possibly demolish every structure, Yi Feng replied. Zisang lowered his head in contemplation. Very well. I shall arrange the tasks. Chinchong, you and Yusun will stay here, watching over the 3 sand carts and those 14 white individuals, Zisang instructed. The 2 women hesitated, casting a glance at Yi Feng. Only after receiving a nod from him did they agree simultaneously. Shunin, you, Nolan, and Manhanu will remain here as well, overseeing the sand carts and those white individuals. Yi Feng continued. Ah, Brother Feng, may I accompany you? Shunin asked nervously, gripping Yi Feng's arm. You are too weak. Once inside the temple, we will be surrounded by powerful sand beasts, and I cannot guarantee your safety, Yi Feng said, patting Shunin on the shoulder. All right, Brother Feng. As the saying goes, the wind is bleak and the waters of the Yi River are frigid. You must take care, Shunin replied, returning the pat. You rascal. Even at such a critical moment, you still manage to jest. You must amend this habit. After saying this, Yi Feng squeezed through the manhole cover. Roar. The scorpion sand beast charged towards Yi Feng. However, he was now a 9th-tier force master. With a flick of his finger, a surge of energy shot forth. The scorpion sand beast fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Brother Feng, bring the hand crossbows as well. They will at least suffice against the lower-tier sand beasts. Shunin attached 2 hand crossbows to Yi Feng's lower back. All right, Zisang, Jin Qi, Meiji, Yao Bang, Jin Yimei, let us proceed. With that, Yi Feng took the lead. Initially a mere supporting character, he suddenly transformed into the protagonist. Zisang, however, was not overly concerned. His only desire was to prolong his life with the holy water, daring not to think of anything else. As they ventured further, oases became increasingly frequent, appearing approximately every 1,000 meters. At the heart of each oasis stood a colossal stone house, stained with dark brown blood, and occasionally, the carcass of a sand beast could be spotted. The stronger sand beasts, being larger in size, typically roamed wider streets. Thus, from this point onward, we shall endeavor to avoid broad avenues, opting instead for narrow paths, tunnels, or navigating directly through the ruins, Jean Yimei suggested solemnly. It was rather unfortunate. She had exerted immense effort to escape the temple city while gravely injured, only to be brought back by Yi Feng and his companions. Very well, let us proceed as such. Yi Feng nodded, gazing towards the expansive oasis ahead. Towering iron spires rose majestically from the oasis, reaching towards the heavens. A sense of desolation, ruggedness, malevolence, and primal wilderness permeated the atmosphere. Amidst the forest of iron towers, deep growls and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed intermittently. Into the city, Zisong declared, advancing boldly into the urban expanse. This limitless oasis lacked boundaries and walls, a testament to the temple's confidence in its own strength. Though misfortune struck as they encountered a level 20 sand beast. In terms of human capabilities, a level 20 sand beast equated to the prowess of a second-tier power king. No wonder it reigned supreme in this realm. As they entered the city, Zisong's expression shifted dramatically. Before them appeared over 20 sand beasts, the leader boasting a level 14 status. These creatures, seemingly well-fed, were digging into the ground with their forelegs, occasionally engaging in brutish collisions with their kind. In unison, the sand beasts raised their heads, fixing their gaze upon Yi Feng and his companions. Prepare for battle, Yi Feng commanded, raising his spear. Zisong, you and I possess the greatest strength. Charge ahead while the others provide cover, Yi Feng instructed, but as he turned, he noticed Zisong and the others had retreated into a nearby iron tower. What the hell? Fleeing without a fight? Wait for me. Following suit, Yi Feng dashed into the iron tower. Why are you all fleeing without a fight? Yi Feng glared at his companions in anger. The temple is teeming with sand beasts. Although you could annihilate that group, the noise from the battle would attract others from different areas. Under normal circumstances, we must avoid conflict, Jean Yimei explained. Me? Yi Feng sat defiantly in a dilapidated chair, his expression one of disbelief. The iron tower had tilted several meters to the side, likely from a collision with a sand beast. However, as the entire structure was forged of iron, it would not collapse just yet. Suddenly, a horde of sand beasts surged past the window with a thunderous roar. Yi Feng and his companions hastily crouched down, concealing themselves behind various pieces of furniture. However, one of the sand beasts unexpectedly returned, pressing its head against the window of the iron tower, its large eye peering in and out. Simultaneously, its nostrils flared repeatedly. Damn it! Zisong could no longer contain himself and fired his spear forward. Thud! The spear embedded itself in the beast's eye. A long wail echoed for a kilometer around. Quick! To the other towers, Jean Yimei urged, leading the way to another tower. The area was dotted with numerous iron towers, interconnected by bridges, allowing access between them. Each tower had 4 exits linking it to its neighboring towers. Yi Feng squinted, fearing Jean Yimei might flee, and thus was the first to follow her. Chapter 704. Collision and swaying. They finally reached the second tower, yet Jean Yimei did not pause, continuing toward the next one. Trying to escape? Yi Feng swiftly positioned himself in her path. We must hurry. Listen to me. We need to get far away, Jean Yimei insisted. Just as she spoke, a resounding boom echoed. Run. The 6 of them dashed past 5 more towers, finally stopping, breathless. Let's ascend to the top. The vantage point will allow us to see if there are any formidable sand beasts nearby, Jean Yimei declared, heading straight for the staircase. The stairs were strewn with debris and the bodies of several clergy members. Yi Feng observed that some had been stabbed to death, others bled from their orifices, while some had their bodies gruesomely torn apart. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and Yi Feng felt the entire tower sway ominously. After 3 minutes, the 6 of them finally reached the highest level of the tower, the 7th floor, approximately 60 meters above ground. Surrounding the 7th floor was a vast platform. Jean Yimei tumbled from the doorway onto the platform, which was bordered by a steel railing about a meter high. Yi Feng followed suit, rolling onto the platform and keeping as low as possible. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. They could see that the place where they had slain the first sand beast was now swarming with nearly 100 of them, particularly one towering over 20 meters tall, roughly 1/3 the height of the tower itself. Judging by its aura, It was a level 17 sand beast. At that moment, the beasts were ramming their horns against the magnificent iron tower, causing it to sway violently. Quick, cover your ears, Jin Yimei urged anxiously. The others hastily complied. Grim expressions etched on their faces. Why cover? Yi Feng began to ask, but suddenly felt a weight in his head. The next instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the mouth of the level 17 sand beast. Bang! Bang! On the platform, 2 wooden chairs exploded into splinters. Yi Feng's expression changed drastically, and he too hurriedly covered his ears. The deafening roar continued for about a minute before finally subsiding. After a while, Yi Feng released his hands from his ears. However, a trace of blood marred the palm of his right hand. Is this the formidable power of a level 17 sand beast's roar? Yi Feng's countenance darkened. If a level 17 sand beast's bellow could make his ears bleed, what would happen if it were an 18 or even a 20-level beast? Would one be obliterated entirely? How could one possibly fight against such a creature? It is no wonder that even the divine temple has fallen. It appears that level 20 sand beasts are truly terrifying. The others also removed their hands from their ears, having managed to shield themselves in time, thus avoiding any injury. How is your hearing? Jin Yimei inquired. I feel that my right ear's hearing has diminished, while my left ear remains unaffected, Yi Feng replied, as he was positioned directly opposite the level 17 sand beast. That is fortunate. Next time we encounter a larger sand beast, be sure to cover your ears immediately, Jin Yimei advised. Once a captive, she was now the leader among them, having the advantage of being a local native. I understand. Yi Feng nodded, still shaken. At that moment, a sharp shriek echoed from the sky. Lie flat and remain still, Jin Yimei urged urgently. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, shifting from a crouch to lie flat. His gaze directed upwards. He beheld a massive dark silhouette soaring through the tumultuous clouds, causing them to roil in its wake. Goodness, are there sand beasts in the sky as well? Yi Feng remarked after the creature had vanished, turning to Jin Yimei. That is a sand avian, not a sand beast. Regardless, exercise caution. The level 20 sand beast may appear in the Iron Tower district. It is incredibly swift, with the slightest disturbance. It can cover 10 miles in a breath, meaning it could be upon us before we even realize it, leaving us no time to escape, Jin Yimei warned. Understood. 6 heads emerged in succession, surveying the entire Iron Tower district from their elevated position. The sand beasts here were few, as it was not the center of the Divine Temple City. In the distance, the level 17 sand beast collided forcefully with the Iron Tower, causing it to sway precariously. However, the beast was not unscathed, as blood trickled from its head. Let us descend quietly, Jin Yimei instructed. Upon reaching the first floor, they made their way toward the center of the Iron Tower district. With a deft roll, she tumbled from the platform into the 7th level of the tower, prompting the others to follow suit. Once they exited the Iron Tower district, everyone walked cautiously, attempting to keep their backs hunched. After traversing 20 towers, Yi Feng and his companions found themselves over 10 miles away from the level 17 sand beast. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. He wielded an iron rod. Draped in a cloak, his face bristling with flesh. Then came a second, third, and fourth figure. A total of 4 individuals stood before them, one of whom carried a burlap sack on his back. The cloaked man narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Yi Feng and his companions. Which tribe are you from? He inquired. We hail from Stone City. Zisong stepped forward to assess the cloaked man. Stone City? I have not heard of it, the man replied, shaking his head. And you? Zisong pressed on. Fire Dragon Bay, the cloaked man responded. Have you not heard? You must be from the northern territories of the temple. Otherwise, you would surely know of the Stone City. Indeed. Are you also here to gather crystal elixirs? The cloaked man inquired. Yes, Zazen nodded. Among us. Only you and she seem formidable. What are the others here for? To feed the sand beasts? The cloaked man gestured towards Jin Yimei and Zazen, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Feng and the other strength-level team members. Though Yi Feng possessed the ability to eliminate 3rd and 4th-tier strength practitioners, his aura still radiated that of a 9th-tier warrior, thus remaining undetected by the cloaked man. What is your objective? Zazen asked. There lies a level 17 sand beast. Would you be interested in collaborating? The cloaked man proposed. Not at all, Zazen shook his head. His goal was singular, the holy water. We have a grand alchemist capable of refining 10 exceptional crystal pills with a 30% success rate. These pills can quintuple absorption speed. If we had 2 more strength practitioners, our odds would increase significantly. Sounds good. Yi Feng interjected, nodding. What business do you, a strength practitioner, have in a conversation led by a strength master? Friend, you seem quite lax in managing your subordinates, the cloaked man remarked, directing his comment towards Zazen. Oh, this is Yi Feng. Perhaps his abilities extend beyond mere appearances. You'll soon discover, Zazen indicated Yi Feng. Beyond appearances? I know some strength practitioners can defeat enemies of higher tiers, but how many tiers can he surpass? 3 tiers? The cloaked man chuckled, shaking his head. Chapter 705, Other Matters. Enough chatter. You 4 are all 3rd-tier strength practitioners, yet you aim to vanquish a level 17 sand beast, equivalent to an 8th-tier strength practitioner. I believe your chances of success are quite slim, Zazen stated nonchalantly. Is that so? Come forth, the cloaked man called to his companions. In the next moment, 2 beautiful women emerged from behind cover, each wielding a bow. Indeed, quite cautious. I assumed you were only 4. However, even those 2 beauties are merely 2nd-tier strength practitioners. You cannot possibly intend to pierce the skin of a level 17 sand beast with those bows. Zazen remained steadfastly resistant. Fear not, these arrows are quite special. They contain a powder that causes them to explode upon impact, creating a significant breach in the skin of the level 17 sand beast. Once we establish a large opening, we can target its weaknesses and gradually bring it down, the cloaked man explained. Gunpowder? Yi Feng's expression brightened. What gunpowder? We refer to it as thunder powder. Very well. Thunder powder is satisfactory. As long as it explodes, I am indifferent, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Brother Yi Feng, do you wish to partake in this endeavor? Zazen sought Yi Feng's opinion. The cloaked man's expression shifted, casting another glance at Yi Feng. It was indeed unusual for a strength master to solicit the opinion of a 9th-tier warrior, hinting at a measure of respect in Zazen's tone. I believe we should give it a try, but on the condition that we block our ears, Yi Feng suggested. Oh, so you are concerned about that? Soon. We shall cast aside this object known as the soul-disrupting incense, which brings instant demise to ordinary sand beasts. Even a level 15 sand beast would find its mind clouded and struggle to emit a formidable roar in its presence. The cloaked man concluded, retrieving a bamboo tube from behind. How extraordinary. Let me take a look. Jin Shi stepped forward. However, the cloaked man promptly withdrew his hand. This soul-disrupting incense is exceedingly precious. Had it not been for the necessity of confronting a level 17 sand beast, I would be reluctant to use even a fraction of it, he stated coolly. Very well. Jin Shi had no choice but to retreat, recognizing that the man before him was a practitioner of the 3rd tier. Since we are to collaborate as a team, might I request an introduction of our names? By the way, I am Yi Feng, and this is Jia Sang. This lady, Jin Yi Mei, has sustained serious injuries and can only serve as a guide. Thus unable to assist us, Yi Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Is that so? As a 9th-tier warrior, are you truly up to the task? What if your footsteps are too heavy and alert the enemy? The cloaked man regarded Yi Feng with skepticism. In their realm, only the strong commanded respect, and the weak faced unrelenting doubt. I can assure you, Brother Yi Feng's prowess will undoubtedly meet your expectations, Jia Sang affirmed. The cloaked man scrutinized Yi Feng from head to toe, as if appraising merchandise. After a moment, he nodded. I am Imonalu Dao, and this wielder of the horse-slaying blade is Ku Jun, the 2nd strongest in our team. His introductions were brief, omitting the names of the 2 female warriors, as he deemed their beauty too precious to share with others. Have the 2 lovely archers not been introduced? Yi Feng inquired. Humph. With your standing, do you hold any aspirations towards them? Imonalu Dao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain and mockery in his gaze. The 2 beautiful archers narrowed their eyes, their expressions mirroring one who had just tasted something unpleasant. Clearly, in their world, good looks offered little advantage. Not at all. I merely believe that as we prepare to fight side by side, should the need arise for them to release their arrows, it would be prudent to know their names rather than referring to them as Archer 1 and Archer 2, Yi Feng sighed. The cloaked man's expression hardened as he approached Yi Feng with a stony visage. What is your intent? The 2 women, Mei Ji and Yao Bang, positioned themselves protectively in front of Yi Feng. They were astute enough to recognize that Yi Feng's displayed strength rivaled that of a 5th-tier warrior, while Imonalu Dao was merely of 3rd-tier caliber. In such circumstances, it was wise to curry favor with Yi Feng and assert their allegiance. It appears you hold a significant position in Giant Stone City. Your father must be a formidable 8th or 9th-tier warrior. Otherwise, How could these two beauties be so devoted to you? Mona Lu Dao remarked nonchalantly. Please be cautious with your words. We sisters are entirely supportive of Brother Feng due to his noble character, and it has nothing to do with his status, they replied, their words betraying their true sentiments. Indeed, we are entirely captivated by Brother Feng's charismatic persona. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems you possess a unique approach to dealing with women. Very well. Let us embark on our journey to confront the formidable level 17 sand beast. Brother Zisong, I shall take the role of commander. Do you have any objections? Mona spoke directly to Zisong, deliberately avoiding any mention of Li Feng, as Zisong's prowess was on par with his own. Zisong hesitated for a moment before turning to Li Feng. Brother Li Feng, what do you think? Monalu's brow furrowed slightly. It matters little. With the soul fragment incense and gunpowder at his disposal, he may assume command. Li Feng shrugged nonchalantly. After all, our objective this time is to acquire the level 17 crystal Dan. Such a crystal might very well enable me to break through the significant bottleneck from Strength Master to Strength Sage. I have heard that to surpass this bottleneck, one must utilize a crystal of a level at least 3 tiers higher than one's own. A crystal of insufficient potency would not only fail to break the barrier, but would also exacerbate the strain on the body. Very well, let us set forth, Mona declared, bending slightly as he retraced their steps. Following him were the 3 men from Fire Dragon Bay, while the 2 female archers kept their distance from their companions. Maintaining a strategic separation, archers must not be too close to the tanks, lest they fall victim to a devastating ambush. After traversing past 15 iron towers, Li Feng beheld the level 17 sand beast once more, devouring the carcass of its kin. Observing it closely, Li Feng's breath quickened. Its neck was elongated and slender, adorned with tightly packed scales the size of a palm. The creature's lower body boasted 2 legs, with the hind legs ending in hooves and the forelegs equipped with sharp claws, each claw possessing 4 formidable talons. The 8 of them crouched on the 7th level of the iron tower, surveying the level 17 sand beast from their elevated position. Below, nearly 100 sand soldiers lingered, with the 3 strongest among them being level 14. The others were less formidable. I intend to use the soul fragment incense to ensnare the other sand beasts, but the 3 level 14 beasts and the level 17 one will undoubtedly resist. At best, I can only slow them down and diminish their strength somewhat. Chapter 706 concludes here. Once I deploy the soul fragment incense, we 6 men will act in unison, while you 2 remain on the tower, poised with your bows, ready to alert us. Should any stealthy sand beasts lurk nearby, you must be prepared to eliminate them at the first opportunity. Mona methodically organized their assault. The 2 female archers nodded in compliance, and Li Feng observed the admiration in their gazes directed at Mona, reminiscent of the way the siren had looked at Moza previously. Why didn't we prepare more soul fragment incense? If we had dozens of barrels, we might even be able to vanquish a level 20 sand beast, Li Feng remarked suddenly. With a collective scoff, the others responded. Do you have any idea how much raw material is required for just this small amount of soul fragment incense? How long it takes the apothecary hall to purify it? And how many failures must occur before it can be successfully concocted? Mona retorted bluntly. Li Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied. I am not aware. 17 years have elapsed, during which 30 skilled pharmacists painstakingly succeeded in crafting the medicine. Not to mention the preliminary efforts that required dispatching tens of thousands to gather a rare ingredient known as the black tuahua flower. Mona sighed. Well, let us proceed without dwelling on unpleasant matters. Yi Feng awkwardly replied. Being an outsider with no medical training, it was only natural for him to be at a loss. Prepare. With a loud clang, everyone brandished their weapons, their gazes fixated on the formidable level 17 sand beast. At that moment, the sand beast suddenly directed its chilling gaze towards the rooftop where Yi Feng stood. Roar! A powerful sonic wave surged forth. Bang! 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 The wooden structures on the platform exploded. Buzz! The bowstrings of 2 female archers snapped simultaneously. Not good. Mona stood up abruptly, hurling the soul-severing incense with great force. Boom! A large cloud of dark red smoke erupted, instantly dispersing in all directions. Quick! Cover your mouths and noses. Mona hastily dropped to the ground, shielding his face with his hands. Below, countless low-tier sand beasts collapsed. Roar! Another furious roar echoed. Yi Feng barely had time to crouch before the entire iron tower trembled. The bodies of the 8 individuals were propelled into the air, akin to rice in a sieve, soaring 7 or 8 meters high. Ouch! One man, caught off guard, plummeted toward the base of the iron tower. Quick! The soul-severing incense has dispersed. Prepare for action, Monalu urged as he leaped down with an iron rod in hand. Yifeng gritted his teeth and followed closely, brandishing his spear. In midair, he swept the spear with all his might, unleashing a gust of energy. Regrettably, the force barely left a mark upon the sand beast's hide. Ah! Help! A man wielding a staff screamed in terror as he was torn in half by a level 14 sand beast. Fear washed over the others. Die! Monalu struck with all his strength, delivering a powerful blow to the sand beast's head. With a resounding clang, the beast's body crashed to the ground. And after a prolonged moment, a mist of blood erupted from its skull. Inner energy projection? Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Perhaps Monalu may not surpass him in strength, but his prowess with the staff was undeniably exceptional. Now, 3 sand beasts remained, 2 small and 1 large. The 2 smaller beasts shook their heads vigorously, ensuring they remained conscious, while the level 17 beast held its head high, coldly surveying Yifeng and his companions. Do not be afraid. It is likely affected by the medicine. Attack! Monalu urged as he engaged one of the smaller beasts in combat, encouraging Yifeng and Zisong to join him. Why aren't you dealing with the level 17? Zisong, ever cunning, was not easily fooled. You? Roar! The level 17 sand beast suddenly appeared before Yifeng. Swish! Its sharp claws swept through the air. Yifeng quickly raised his spear before him. Clang! The spear was sent flying, and Yifeng himself was propelled back 20 meters, crashing heavily against the iron tower. Fortunately, he possessed not only the protective blood scale, but also had mastered the 3rd layer of the dragon elephant technique. Otherwise, this single blow could have rendered him utterly incapacitated. The level 17 sand beast, comparable to an 8th-tier force master among humans, was indeed extraordinary. Atop a 60-meter high iron tower, 2 beautiful archers were diligently restringing their bows, utilizing highly advanced bowstrings that required a considerable amount of time to prepare. Hurry, Huan Shuang, Huanli, have you not yet completed your bows? Mo Nalu cast an anxious gaze toward the tower above. Creak! The level 17 sand beast followed his line of sight, fixating on the tower. This was dire. The creature's intelligence was remarkably high. He must not be allowed to ascend the tower. Mo Nalu leapt into the air, his staff aimed forcefully at the sand beast. However, in the next moment, the beast swiped its claws, distorting the very fabric of space before him. A segment of the staff was sent flying 5 meters away, accompanied by Mo Nalu's hand. Heavens! We cannot defeat it, flee. 2 men's expressions paled, and they dashed directly into the tower. Yifeng, run! Jia Seng's face was filled with dread as he too sprinted toward another tower, dragging his spear behind him. What about you? Yifeng's face flushed, and he too sought refuge in another tower with his firearm. Wait, don't run, don't run. Mo Nalu, desolate, managed to rise to his feet and drew his short sword with a sharp sound. Yet, just as he completed the motion, the sand beast lunged toward him, its claws emanating a blinding light. Mo Nalu's eyes widened, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of the blade's glimmer. At the top of the tower, the 2 sisters finally managed to string a bow. One quickly drew a special arrow, aiming for the beast's back. Thud! The sound of the iron arrow embedding itself in flesh echoed. Moments later, the arrowhead detonated, creating a bloodied gash of a meter in diameter on the sand beast's back. Roar! The level 17 sand beast convulsed in pain, abruptly raising its head toward the sky. Thud! Another sharp arrow was launched. This time, however, the beast was prepared. Its speed far exceeded that of the humans, allowing it to dodge the arrow with a swift movement. Subsequently, it clawed at the iron tower, shaking it violently. The 2 sisters lost their footing and fell to the ground. Quick, wrap your legs around the railing to stabilize yourselves, Huan Shuang instructed. Her long, strong legs coiled around the railing as she readied another arrow. Boom! Another explosion echoed. One of the sand beast's eyes was obliterated. A deafening roar resonated through the air. The sisters momentarily blacked out, succumbing to a brief, fainting spell. Yifeng, hidden on the 3rd level of the adjacent tower, witnessed the gory wound on the sand beast's back. At that moment, he hesitated. If he were to leap directly into the gaping wound and employ the blood-sucking technique, could he potentially subdue the level 17 sand beast in an instant? Yet, if he failed, his life would be forfeit. What is life without a few bold gambles? If not today, then when? The bloodied wound was perfectly aligned with him, as if even fate conspired to urge him to unleash the blood-sucking technique. Chapter 707. Just give it to him. No, I, Yi Feng, cannot go against the heavens. With this thought, Yi Feng retreated 10 steps within the iron tower, took a running leap, and charged fiercely towards the blood pit. Boom. While suspended in midair, he had already maximized the blood-sucking technique. Just then, the level 17 sand beast had taken a few steps forward. Bang! Ouch! The fierce collision between Yi Feng and the beast's scales nearly shattered his bones. Boom! Yi Feng was propelled to the ground, just in time to see the beast's hind hooves roar. At that moment, 2 thunderous roars echoed. 2 level 14 sand beasts had set their sights on Yi Feng, swiftly descending from the sky. Damn it! Yi Feng rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding their stampede. Just as he sighed in relief, a shadow darted in front of him, sending his body flying 20 meters away, crashing once more against the iron tower. Puff, puff. 2 arrows shot out from the tower, striking one of the level 14 sand beasts. The beast was blasted, a bloody hole appearing on its side, causing it to leap in pain. Yi Feng, barely managing to stand, spat out a mouthful of blood. Is it my turn now? He leapt 10 meters into the air, grasping the edge of the blood pit. Blood-sucking technique. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A wave of satiation washed over him. The wounded level 14 sand beast was jumping around, crashing into the surrounding iron towers. Too slow. Yi Feng bent his arm, allowing his entire body to plunge into the blood pit, employing every inch of his skin to drain the blood. Gulp, 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 gulp. 1 minute later, the sand beast collapsed to the ground. Yet, Yi Feng was not satisfied. He drew his short sword and plunged it into the wound, piercing straight through to its energy core, the crystal core. Another minute passed, and the level 14 sand beast's body shrank, lifeless and devoid of energy. Yi Feng's blood-sucking technique had not only drained its body, but had also consumed the energy within its crystal core. As for the other level 14 sand beast, it was in hot pursuit of the one-armed hero, Monaloo. At this moment, only the level 17 sand beast remained. Each time it attempted to leap towards the iron tower, an arrow would strike, infuriating it to no end. Yi Feng slowly rose, directing his gaze toward the level 17 sand beast, which was approximately 12 meters above the ground. I shall jump. Boom. Yi Feng leapt into the air, perfectly timing his descent into the blood pit just as the beast landed. Otherwise, with the speed of the level 17 sand beast, even a slight movement would cover hundreds of meters, making it impossible for Yi Feng to jump with such precision. Blood-sucking technique. Activate to the maximum. Yi Feng roared, immersing his entire body into the blood pit. Simultaneously, he clawed at 2 scales, ensuring he would not be thrown to the ground. Roar. The level 17 sand beast thrashed wildly, barreling forward and trampling the dazed sand soldiers into a pulp. Its body continuously scraped against the surrounding iron towers, creating a shower of sparks. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. The colossal 17-tiered sand beast knelt upon the ground, supported solely by its formidable claws. After a mere 5 minutes, it emitted a reluctant roar before crashing to the earth with a thunderous thud. Burp. Yi Feng, having risen from the bloodied abyss, felt an immense surge of energy tumultuously swirling within him, causing him excruciating pain akin to the birth of a Buddha. In a fleeting moment, this energy propelled Yi Feng to the pinnacle of a 9th-tier warrior. However, upon reaching this zenith, his body found itself incapable of assimilating any further energy. Consequently, this overwhelming force began to thrash violently, each jolt sending tremors through his very soul. Boom. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Feng sensed a constriction in the vicinity of his dantian. The vast energy had finally discovered an outlet, surging towards this focal point. Yi Feng extended his limbs, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy. Boom, boom, boom. Several figures descended beside the corpse of the 17-tiered sand beast. Is he breaking through from warrior to master? Exclaimed Monaloo, astonished. What? He can't be more than 30 years old, can he? A master under 30? Jasong's face was a tapestry of envy and resentment. It took him a full 70 years to ascend to the master tier, aided by an abundance of resources. Yet here was Yi Feng, achieving this monumental feat before the age of 30. Time passed, and Yi Feng finally rose to a seated position. With a slight wave of his arm, his muscles contracted as if capable of rending iron towers asunder. His strength had more than doubled, and his reflexes and vision had sharpened significantly. Most remarkably, he sensed that something within his soul had been replenished. It was this very essence that amplified his strength and heightened his senses. How wondrous! Feng gradually stood, a look of astonishment upon his face. Upon glancing up, he noticed Jin Shi and the others had arrived at the battlefield, diligently harvesting the fallen sand beasts. They merely sliced open the carcasses to extract the crystal cores, discarding the flesh without a second thought. Brother Feng, you're awake. The enchanting Yao Bang, busy collecting crystal cores, rushed over to support him, her face alight with affection. Brother Feng, Meiji also hurried over. Forget about me, quickly gather the crystal cores. We mustn't let them seize them all. Feng referred to the few individuals from Fire Dragon Bay. Ha 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 wahaha. Monalu, clutching a 17-tier crystal core, erupted into fits of maniacal laughter. Yet, moments later, his expression shifted as he pressed the crystal core to his nose. How can this be? Why is the potency of this 17-tier crystal core less concentrated than that of a 10th tier? Unbeknownst to him, Feng had not only drained the 17-tier sand beast, but had also absorbed the essence of its crystal core. Brother Monalu, perhaps this is just the nature of the 17-tier crystal core. You may take it back for further study with the alchemists, Feng suggested. Indeed, I am not a professional pharmacist, so it is prudent to have the pharmacist examine it. The 17th grade elixir must possess extraordinary qualities that elude my understanding. After speaking, Monalu smiled broadly and stored the elixir in his sack. Wait, Sasang approached. Do you intend to hoard this 17th grade elixir for yourself? My brother Feng and I have exerted considerable effort. You should at least share half with us, he stated coldly, resting his hand on the spear. Sasang, the person lost a hand for this 17th grade elixir. Let him have it. How about this? We shall take the 14th grade elixir instead, Feng suggested, recalling that he still had a 14th grade sand beast to drain. Astute. Chapter 708. None of your business. Monalu grinned, rummaging through his sack until he retrieved the 14th grade elixir. He brought it to his nose and inhaled. Indeed, it was slightly more potent than the 17th grade elixir, leaving him bewildered. Never mind. One should not monopolize the benefits. Thus, he tossed the 14th grade elixir to Feng. Feng, you are quite the commendable partner. How about it? Are you interested in hunting another 18th grade sand beast? Its lair lies in the altar area, Monalu inquired. Feng carefully placed the 14th grade elixir into his sack and shook his head slowly. Dealing with this 17th grade sand beast resulted in 1 dead and 1 injured. Moreover, you have now transformed into a middle-aged version of Yanghua. You are certainly not its match. It is wiser to refrain from taking unnecessary risks, Feng replied. What do you mean by middle-aged Yanghua? Ah, forget it. You are right. With this 17th grade elixir, I have already recouped my losses. Once I cultivate to the level of the Strength King, this hand shall regenerate. However, I, Monalu, cannot allow you to suffer too much loss. After saying this, he rummaged through his sack again and produced 3 12th grade elixirs. These 3 12th grade elixirs will serve as my compensation to you, Monalu declared. No. You have been injured. It is only fair that you take a larger share. It is of no consequence, Feng responded, his face flushed with modesty. Monalu regarded Feng with suspicion, contemplating whether Feng was genuinely principled or lacking in common sense. Not taking a free benefit? What is wrong with this lad's mind? Ultimately, Monalu decided to reclaim the elixirs. The remaining sand beasts will no longer be harvested for elixirs. I shall leave all of them for your people. Should you find time, feel free to visit me at Fire Dragon Bay. You are a commendable individual, and I would like to befriend you, Monalu stated earnestly. Perhaps when I have time, Feng replied, bowing slightly. Farewell. Monalu returned the gesture and walked toward another area, seemingly still unsatisfied, as if he intended to seek fortune elsewhere. Feng, I am Han Shuang. At that moment, the beautiful archer approached, her eyes filled with reverence. Brother Feng, I am Hanli. Do visit Fire Dragon Bay when you have the chance. They have the finest thunder powder in this world, another beautiful archer added as she joined them. They both donned oversized hooded robes, and occasionally, the wind would part the fabric, revealing glimpses of their snow-white legs. Lei Feng, very well, my lovely ladies. It is settled then, Feng said with a grave demeanor as he clasped his hands in respect. Moments later, the group vanished from sight. Brother Feng, it's a disaster. Jean, you may just slipped away while we weren't paying attention, Jin Shi exclaimed. What? Are you a fool? How could you let her escape? Without her, We'll have to search for the holy water inch by inch. Yifeng glared at Jin Shi. Me? Although she is severely injured, she is still a 5th-tier force master, and she is quite familiar with the terrain of the temple city. However, I do know which tunnel she entered, Jin Shi replied, his head drooping like a chastised schoolboy. Then let us quickly harvest the crystal cores and pursue her through the tunnel. We must find her, Yifeng said impatiently. Yes. The group obediently set about gathering the crystal cores. Zisong, facing Yifeng, began to show a more subdued demeanor, having just witnessed Yifeng slay a 17th-level sand beast. Though aided by the beautiful archer and the soul-severing incense, it still proved that Yifeng was far superior to him. 10 minutes later, they all carried a sack on their backs, having only harvested crystal cores of level 10 and above. Let us go into the tunnel and find Jin Yimei before she steals the holy water, Jin Shi declared, leading the way with Yifeng and the others closely following. This is the place. I didn't expect so many secret passages in the Iron Tower district. Perhaps it is precisely these passages that allowed her to escape the temple city. Jin Shi pointed to a hidden door. Jin Shi, you go in first. All right. Jin Shi brandished his massive axe and leaped into the tunnel, with Yifeng following closely behind. Inside the tunnel, a strong earthy scent permeated the air, accompanied by wisps of smoke rising from within. Could there be magma or something similar down there? Yifeng pondered, his expression shifting. After burrowing further in for several dozen meters, Yifeng was taken aback. The tunnel branched out in all directions, and continuing deeper could lead to getting lost and potentially trapped. Brother Feng, should we continue deeper? Jin Shi inquired from the front. Let's turn back. Jin Yimei may not even know the location of the holy water. She likely said that just to save herself, Yifeng replied, preparing to retrace his steps. At that moment, the sound of a child's wailing echoed through the tunnel. It seemed close, yet the labyrinthine passages made it difficult to pinpoint its source. Brother Feng, why aren't we moving? Jin Shi asked. Let us follow the sound of the cries, Yifeng said, compelled by an inexplicable feeling upon hearing the distress. All right, let us go. It seems to be coming from the left passage, Jin Shi remarked, striding confidently towards the left. As the cries of the child grew clearer, Yifeng swallowed hard. Brother Feng, the cries seem to have ceased. What should we do? Jin Shi asked again, noticing the change in Yifeng's expression. Brother Feng, there are far too many passages here. We should leave, lest we become lost and perish in this place, Yu Sun urged. All right, let us go, Yifeng replied, nodding as he strode forward. However, he suddenly halted, and without any forewarning, unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, a stone wall crumbled, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, small stones began to rain down from above the passage. Several women hurriedly shielded their heads. Jin Shi hesitated momentarily before positioning his massive axe above Yifeng's head, shielding him from the falling debris. Yet, Yifeng pushed him aside, brushing away the dust around him as he steadily approached another passage. Upon rounding a corner, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him was a group of refugees, among whom stood a stunning woman. At that moment, she was covering a child's mouth with her hand, casting a vigilant gaze toward the exit. Her other hand pointed directly at Yifeng, a red worm coiled around her finger. As their eyes met, Yifeng trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Brother Feng, are you injured? Jin Shi quickly supported him. No, this is none of your concern. Yifeng felt a swirl of dizziness as he walked toward the enchanting woman. Duo and Hina also gazed at him in surprise. Chapter 709. Meeting sister-in-law in the next moment, the worm on her finger retreated into her sleeve, and she released the child's mouth. Hina, why Yifeng? They slowly approached one another. Without a second thought, Yifeng embraced Duo and Hina's soft form. Her arms hovered in the air for a long while, and after a fleeting change of expression, she finally wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck. After an extended moment, Yifeng gently released Duo and Hina. You? When did you arrive at the temple? Yifeng stammered. A long time ago. But the divine gifts were sealed beneath the altar by my ancestors' divine weapon. No one could breach the weapon's protective barrier, Duo and Hina replied softly, a hint of blush gracing her delicate features. Indeed, she had lost her innocence under duress from Yifeng and had subsequently become pregnant. Yet now, he had traversed mountains and rivers to reach the temple. Perhaps this sincerity was sufficient. Most importantly, they had already created a bond of love, and she could no longer be so reserved. Yeshing, come here, Duo and Hina called to a small boy of just over a year old. This little boy, with a round face and bright eyes, scrutinized Yi Feng with keen interest. Ah! Yi Feng quickly crouched down, extending his arms toward the child. However, just 2 meters away, the boy leapt back into Duo Yanhina's embrace, maintaining his wariness of Yi Feng. Is your name Yexing? I am Yi Feng, pleased to meet you. Yi Feng spoke in the gentlest voice imaginable. Yexing, he is your father. Go shake hands with your father, Duo Yanhina encouraged. The young boy hesitantly extended his hand, briefly touching Yi Feng's palm before swiftly retracting it. Since his birth, he had been thrust into the vast desert and had spent an extended period within the temple's subterranean passages, surrounded by a relentless swarm of sand beasts, where violence and survival were the daily norm. This tumultuous environment had inevitably instilled in him a certain timidity. My son, you are my son, Yi Feng's son. At that moment, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of emotion. Duo Yanhina had, without his aid, managed to raise their child in a place teeming with danger. This woman was remarkable, though occasionally vexing. Her struggles were understandable, especially considering the unpleasantness of their initial encounter. Yexing, will you call me father? Yi Feng asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Little Yexing shook his head and clung tightly to his mother's leg. Yi Feng stood up helplessly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Such happiness, being together as a family of 3, even amidst the perilous surroundings of the temple, filled Yi Feng with unparalleled joy. Come, my dear wife, I shall lead you away from the temple. Yi Feng spoke gently. There are sand beasts outside. A multitude of them, Duo Yanhina replied. Fear not, my love, I am now a first-tier power master. Ordinary sand beasts pose no challenge to me. Trust in me, Yi Feng assured her, guiding Duo Yanhina towards the exit. Meanwhile, the refugees in the passage exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. Congratulations, Fenggu, on your family reunion, Jinshi said, clasping his hands together. Thank you, I truly appreciate it, Yi Feng responded with a smile. Allow me to clear the way ahead, Zaising offered, taking the initiative to lead the way for the family. The group gradually made their way towards the exit of the passage. Yi Feng had resolved to place Duo Yanhina and their son on the sand cart first before returning for the holy water. It was a rare opportunity to visit the temple, and he was determined to save Tuba at all costs. After a strenuous climb, they emerged from the tunnel. Duo Yanhina's exquisite features bore a touch of dust, yet for some reason, Yi Feng found her no less beautiful. Her grace was unparalleled. Whether in a civilized society or a primitive one, Yi Feng realized that no woman could compare to her. Little Yexing had fallen asleep in her embrace, his mouth slightly agape, as if expressing some unspoken grievance even in his dreams. Ah, let me hold him, Yi Feng said as he cradled their son in his arms. He vowed to ensure that the two of them would lead a joyful and secure life, free from the constant dread that had plagued them. Though his efforts came late, Yi Feng was confident he could make it right. Why are there no sand beasts outside? Duo Yanhina inquired, brushing her hair from her forehead and casting her bright gaze around the iron tower. We just defeated a level 17 sand beast, effectively clearing the area of sand beasts within a radius of several kilometers. Thus, this vicinity is temporarily safe, Yi Feng explained. Let us go outside. There are sand carts waiting, and you will be safe on them. With that, he held their son in his left arm and took Duo Yanhina's hand with his right. Behind them, Yu Sun and the demon clam had reddened eyes, as if tears were about to fall. They had believed that by accompanying Yi Feng through thick and thin, they would eventually become a couple. However, the reality was that Yi Feng had come to the temple in search of his wife and child, leaving them disheartened. In the center of the temple city, in the altar area, a wooden spear floated atop a towering altar. Though the spearhead was somewhat damaged, it was surrounded by shimmering golden threads that danced erratically within a kilometer radius. At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from beneath the altar. An 18-level sand beast prowled within the confines of the golden threads. The next instant, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it charged forward and leaped into the spear's domain. In an instant, 2 of the golden threads surged forward, slicing through the formidable sand beast's body. Before it could let out a cry, a multitude of golden threads converged upon it. In the blink of an eye, this powerful 18-level sand beast was reduced to atoms. Once the golden threads had finished dismantling the beast, they resumed their slow, graceful dance around the spear. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, it's wonderful to see you back. Who is this? Is this my nephew? Shunan exclaimed, bouncing around Duo Yanhina, his face twisted in joy. He had already regarded Yi Feng as an elder brother, and naturally, he rejoiced at their family reunion. Greetings, sister-in-law, chasing ma, Nualan, and others approached. Nodding respectfully at Duoyan Hina. She replied lightly, handing the little Yixing over to Chunin Chunin. I didn't expect Yi Feng to carry you everywhere. He truly considers you family. Now, give your nephew a hug, Duoyan Hina said. All right, I'll give him a hug. Chunin immediately lifted Yixing upside down. Chunin. Yi Feng frowned. This fellow seemed perpetually in a state of absurdity. Oh, right, Brother Feng, I've never held a child before. Chunin quickly turned Yixing upright, a hint of indulgence on his face. Nephew, when you grow up, Uncle Im will teach you how to woo girls. Chapter 710, Brother Feng, will you help? All right, Chunin, chasing ma, Nualan. Take good care of Hina and your nephew here. I have unfinished business, Yi Feng declared, casting his gaze toward the temple city. Are you going to find the holy water to revive Tuba? Duoyan Hina suddenly inquired. How do you know that? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Don't ask how I know, I just do. Let me tell you the location of the holy water. It is beneath the tallest altar in the altar area. Only on the 15th of each month can clergy enter the center of the altar to retrieve the holy water. And they must offer numerous lives as a sacrifice. Otherwise, all beings within the spear's domain will be eliminated, Duoyan Hina explained, sketching a rough map in the sand with her finger. You mean, one cannot enter the spear's domain at will? Yi Feng's expression shifted. Yes, unless your cultivation reaches the level of a power emperor, then perhaps there is a slight chance of entering, Duoyan Hina replied. Power emperor? Who is stronger? The power emperor or the power king? Yi Feng inquired. Certainly, it is the emperor of strength. However, thus far, it is quite improbable that a figure of such caliber will emerge from the vast expanse of the Green Sea Desert. Such formidable beings are exceedingly rare. Duoyan Hina delicately parted her lips. Madam, I find your understanding of the hierarchical structure of this world surpasses even mine. Please, do elaborate. Yi Feng, taking no exception, seated himself beside the sand cart and cradled Yixing in his arms. The warriors are classified into 9 tiers. The masters of strength, too, are divided into 9 tiers. The kings of strength likewise fall into 9 tiers, as do the emperors of strength. Following these ranks, we encounter the true martial realm, which is further subdivided into early, mid, and late stages. As for the subsequent realms of the void and the demigods, they are somewhat ethereal. It is said that my great ancestor vanished from this world upon attaining the divine realm, leaving behind only his spear, which has been preserved by the temple. Is it possible that there are so many levels in this world? I had thought being a first-tier master of strength was quite impressive. If I were to encounter an emperor of strength, would I not be obliterated in an instant? Yi Feng's expression darkened. Brother Feng, it is not merely an instant. It would be in the blink of an eye, Chunin interjected. At that moment, Zisong spoke up. Yi Feng, you need not fret. South of the temple, no king of strength has appeared for decades. Your level as a master of strength is already quite commendable. Even if there are beings of higher tiers, they typically do not deign to engage with us insignificant creatures, as they possess neither the interest nor the time. Of course, this is contingent upon us not provoking such entities, Zisong added slowly. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. It is akin to encountering an ant. One rarely finds the time to crush it unless one is exceedingly bored, and even then, it is unlikely to be extinguished. Very well then, Hina. You shall wait here while I prepare to infiltrate the temple and position myself near the altar, intending to retrieve the holy water on the night of the full moon. Yi Feng declared. Go ahead. I shall support you with all my strength. Duoyan Hina nodded. Unlike other women who, upon hearing of their men's ventures into danger, would cling and weep, fearing to become widows, she displayed a commendable resolve. Yet, Yi Feng longed for her to grasp his attire, pleading with him to refrain from such perilous undertakings, as it would allow him to feel her affection. Chunin observed Yi Feng's countenance closely and promptly nudged Duoyan Hina. Sister-in-law, in our society, you ought to hold on to Brother Feng and express sentiments akin to how could I survive without you. This would surely instill a sense of belonging in him, and upon returning, you would be the primary wife, while Sister Susan would assume the role of the second. Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. This audacious lad. How astutely he has discerned my thoughts. A man should exhibit a spirit of adventure. If he were to cower at home like a woman, how could he ever aspire to become a deity? Duoyan Hina remarked dryly. Yi Feng exclaimed, Let us proceed to the temple. He pointed the curved blade ahead. As for the spear, it had transformed into a mere relic, rendered unusable. Brother Feng, your complexion appears rather unwell, Jin Shi observed, glancing at Yi Feng with concern. No, my complexion is quite good. Yi Feng felt a surge of frustration within him. At that moment, Duo Yanhina stepped forward, saying, "Wait." Yi Feng's body tensed as he slowly turned around. Duo Yanhina approached him, adjusting his collar with care. "Go. Do not let Yi Xing grow up without a father. And do not let me be a woman without a husband." As she finished speaking, her delicate face flushed slightly. "Rest assured, I will return safely. My dear wife and child, wait for me," Yi Feng declared, his spirit soaring as he strode towards the temple city, reminiscent of a rooster poised for battle. The group successfully infiltrated the Iron Tower district. It seemed that the sand beasts were divided by zones. The level 17 sand beast was undoubtedly the ruler of the Iron Tower district. Even if it fell, no more formidable sand beasts would encroach upon its territory. However, occasionally, lower-level sand beasts could be seen racing and roaring around. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yi Feng led his companions through various narrow pathways. If they encountered a solitary sand beast, he dispatched it with a single stroke. When faced with larger groups of sand beasts, they sought refuge within the Iron Tower. Time passed, and they arrived at an expansive plaza, the very heart of the Iron Tower district. Yet, in the center of the plaza stood several figures surrounded by hundreds of sand beasts. Notably, the leading sand beast was a formidable level 15 creature. "Brother Feng, it's Jin Yeme and Imo Naluto," Jin Shi remarked. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. To be frank, he was not particularly inclined to rescue Jin Yeme. However, since Imo Naluto had fought alongside him and was of decent character, and considering the surrounding sand beasts were not exceedingly powerful, he deemed it necessary to lend a hand to this comrade. Moreover, he would eventually need to venture to Fire Dragon Bay for thunder powder. He couldn't allow them to perish entirely, could he? With a roar, the sand beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. Imo Naluto swung his battered stick, sending two sand beasts flying. Yet, more sand beasts closed in. Although Jin Yeme's strength had diminished to that of a force practitioner, her combat experience still proved valuable, allowing her to assist in the fray. "Imo Na, we can barely hold on," Huan Shuang screamed. Originally a ranged archer, she was now forced to act as a shield, struggling to withstand the initial onslaught. Just as she finished speaking, a sand beast sent her flying 20 meters away, nearly plunging her into the throng of monsters behind her. "Brother Feng, will you help?" Jin Shi inquired, bypassing Zasong. "Slay it," Yi Feng shouted as he charged into the horde of sand beasts, wielding his curved blade. With sweeping strikes, he cleaved some sand beasts in two, while others were inexplicably frozen into ice sculptures. Upon becoming a level 1 force practitioner, Yi Feng's powers surged, rendering him nearly invincible against any foes below level 5. Brother Yi Feng?" Imo Naluto exclaimed with delight, rallying his spirits as he wielded his stick with renewed vigor. Chapter 711. You two take turns. Boom. The level 15 sand beast lunged forward, and Imo Naluto was sent flying 20 meters, blood spurting from his mouth. "Beast, you seek death." Yi Feng wielded his curved blade, executing a sweeping motion that felled two sand beasts, while simultaneously propelling himself into the air. With a resounding thud, the head of the level 15 sand beast sank, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Yi Feng landed atop the creature's head, gripping its scales with one hand while plunging the other into its wound. The sand beast emitted a thunderous roar, its legs buckling as it collapsed to the ground. Yet, Yi Feng's vampiric technique did not cease. He delved deeper. A minute later, he leaped from the carcass of the level 15 sand beast. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the other sand beasts turned tail and fled. Yi Feng strode towards Monoluto, extending his hand. Monoluto grasped Yi Feng's hand and rose to his feet. "Brother Yi Feng, I have failed to recognize your prowess. Your friend Zasong was indeed correct. Your strength transcends mere appearances." With that, he offered a slight bow. "To be honest, I am uncertain of my own abilities and the levels of sand beasts I can vanquish," Yi Feng replied with a subtle smile. Thus far, he was confident that the level 15 sand beast was no match for him. As for the level 17 beast he had previously slain, it was primarily due to the assistance of his teammates. Sisters Huan Shuang and Huan Li approached, bowing in respect. "Greetings, Brother Yi. No need for formality. Why have you not yet departed from the temple city? Have you not secured the level 17 crystal core?" Yi Feng inquired, unwilling for them to meet their demise, as he would be left without acquaintances when he ventured to Fire Dragon Bay to procure gunpowder. We initially planned to hunt more crystal cores, considering the arduous journey of over 3,000 miles from Fire Dragon Bay to the temple. It is not often we come this way, Huan Shuang explained. And now? Do you still intend to harvest crystal cores here? Yi Feng asked. Since Brother Yi has advised us to return, we shall heed your counsel, Huan Shuang replied, glancing at Monoluto. Otherwise, it is unlikely that Brother Yi will fortuitously come to our rescue again. Indeed, Brother Yi. Here is the topographical and route map from the temple to our Fire Dragon Bay. Please accept it. You are always welcome to visit. I shall do my utmost to host you as a gracious guest, Monoluto said, handing Yi Feng a piece of beast hide. Very well. Yi Feng accepted the hide. Perhaps one day, I shall indeed pay your esteemed abode a visit. Excellent. Monoluto responded with a respectful gesture, slowly retreating with his companions. Farewell. Yi Feng waved until they vanished from sight. Jin Yimei, I never anticipated our paths would cross again, Yi Feng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the disheveled Jin Yimei. It seems this is divine providence, Yi Feng. Henceforth, I shall not flee, but rather serve as your guide. Jin Yimei declared. A guide? I believe that will not be necessary, for I have already discerned the precise location of the holy water, Yi Feng replied, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized Jin Yimei. Eliminate her, Zisong stepped forward, directing the tip of his weapon at Jin Yimei. Startled, Jin Yimei stumbled backward. Enough. Miss Jin, I have taken your belongings, yet there is no need for me to end your life. You may leave now. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Go to the altar area and find a place to hide until the night of the full moon. He stowed the animal hide into his sack and strode forward. Wait. At that moment, Jin Yimei rushed over. What are you planning to do, Miss Jin? Yi Feng inquired. May I accompany you? The temple is no more, and I am but a homeless wretch. Can your tribe accept me? Jin Yimei's voice grew softer as she spoke, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Welcome. Yi Feng extended his hand. Their hands clasped together. Behind them, Jia Sang furrowed his brow, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. Just then, a level 14 sand beast suddenly emerged ahead. Die! Yi Feng leaped into the air, swinging his curved blade, and with a thrust of his palm, activated his blood-sucking technique. In mere moments, the sand beast collapsed to the ground. Yi Feng felt a surge of energy within him, reaching a critical threshold. The next instant, a crack echoed from his body. Feng, Brother Feng, your aura seems to have strengthened. Jin Qi and the others gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. Yi Feng had now reached the second tier of strength mastery. Haha, let us proceed. Yi Feng hoisted the curved blade onto his shoulder and marched forward. Just then, another level 15 sand beast appeared. Yi Feng swung his blade, sending a rush of icy energy slicing through the air. In an instant, the beast's head was encased in ice. Thud! Jin Qi's massive axe struck the frozen head of the sand beast, and Yi Feng seized the opportunity to plunge his palm into it. The level 15 sand beast fell with a resounding crash. This scene was witnessed by a dozen small sand beasts lurking behind. Their eyes widened, and after a 3-second gaze exchanged with Yi Feng, they turned tail and fled in terror. It seemed that the sand beasts possessed an instinct for self-preservation. Haha, Brother Feng, ever since that level 17 sand beast was defeated, there seems to be no stronger beasts in the Iron Tower district, Jin Qi remarked, trailing behind Yi Feng, his rugged face alight with joy. Previously, they had navigated through narrow paths or ruins to avoid large groups of sand beasts. However, the prowess displayed by Yi Feng made it evident that he could traverse the Iron Tower district with ease. Thus, they now walked boldly along the main thoroughfare of the district. Yao Bang and Yu Sun closely followed behind Yi Feng, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they surveyed the towering structures around them. The sensation of walking alongside a powerful ally was exhilarating. To traverse the perilous Iron Tower district with such freedom was indeed a taste of true liberty. Yi Feng understood their feelings, reminiscent of his own experiences in gaming, where following a skilled player could mean the difference between life and death, or even a glorious counterattack. The comfort of being cared for was undeniably delightful, and Yi Feng, too, yearned to experience it, feeling weary of always being the dominant force. Everywhere he looked, there were those in need of his protection, and the burden weighed heavily upon him. Thus, from this moment onward, he is determined to develop and expand the Hot Spring Island, utilizing crystal elixirs to forge crystal pellets. elevating everyone into the ranks of the adept. The Iron Tower district boasts 999 towers. Feng and his companions traversed an entire day, yet barely covered half the distance, primarily hindered by intermittent assaults from sand beasts that impeded their progress. By this time, dusk had settled. While sand beasts possess superior night vision, Feng's eyesight, honed through rigorous training, was commendable as well. Let us rest within this tower tonight. Zisong. Jinshi, you two shall take turns keeping watch, Feng stated slowly. Understood, Brother Feng, they both replied in unison, nodding their heads. Chapter 712. Feng could no longer contain himself. Sun and the demon clam hastily began tidying up, preparing to rest on the 7th floor of the tower that night. The 7th floor housed approximately 5 rooms, with a circular hall at its center and smaller chambers surrounding it. Brother Feng, our beds have been made, the demon clam said, gesturing toward a large beast hide nearby. Our beds? Feng turned to glance. Indeed, during these extraordinary times, it is better to huddle together for warmth. Although we are not afraid of the cold, sleeping close will conserve our body heat, the demon clam remarked, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters while gazing at Feng, causing his countenance to shift uncomfortably. In the past, he would have been indifferent to such matters, but having recently reunited with Duoyan Hina, he wished to avoid any complications. How about this? You two take the beast hide, and I will make do resting against the wall for the night, Feng proposed with a smile. The demon clam's expression fell, her lips pouting in discontent. You lack romance, humph. With that, she swayed her way to the bedding. Feng settled against the wall, gazing through the tower's window into the sky. The desert sky was an exquisite blue, adorned with a multitude of stars. The stars appeared so large that with Feng's current eyesight, he could even discern the craters upon them. In the distance, the howls of sand beasts echoed intermittently, occasionally mingled with the anguished cries of humans. It seemed that there were still many humans hiding within the underground passages of the divine city, unable to withstand hunger, venturing out to seek food, only to be captured by the sand beasts. Time slipped away, and Feng eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Despite the rapid recovery of his mental and physical state through the blood-sucking technique, he, too, required time to rest. The perils of the blood-sucking technique remained unclear to Feng, but he sensed that his body was exhibiting some issues. He experienced vivid dreams, and, although he had attained the strength of a power master, an unsettling sense of insecurity grew ever stronger within him. During his time at the power master level, he had felt a similar disquiet, but not with such intensity as now. Indeed, all things in the world exist in balance. While slow endeavors may not yield swift success, they offer a sense of stability. Conversely, rapid achievements, though attained quickly, often come with unforeseen repercussions. At that moment, Feng felt a hand slip into his collar, gently caressing him. Feng sighed softly and gradually opened his eyes. Jinshi, what are you doing? Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Initially believing he was confronted by a demon clam or Sun, only to discover it was Jinshi. Brother Feng, you have sustained a severe injury to your chest, and I am applying medicine for you, Jinshi explained. Having witnessed Feng being struck and sent flying by the sand beast multiple times during the day, particularly to the chest, he aimed to aid Feng in regaining some strength, hoping to be carried by him in the future. Get away, I am fine, Feng retorted, a chill running through him. Come on, let me help you. This medicine is excellent. It's a holy remedy for external injuries, and I usually hesitate to use it for myself, Jinshi replied earnestly. Leave, Feng gestured dismissively to the side. All right, Brother Feng, do you really dislike me? Why do you speak so harshly to me? Jinshi inquired. It's not that, but you suddenly reaching into my chest in the middle of the night. Do you think I wouldn't react harshly? Feng scolded. Jinshi obediently retreated to keep watch. Feng leaned against the wall, wrapping his arms around his chest, and soon drifted back into slumber. He entered a peculiar dream, where he found himself in a desolate temple. In the dream, the temple lay barren, with heavy snowflakes cascading from the sky, submerging nearly 3 tiers of the iron tower below. The entire world was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. At that moment, Feng suddenly felt a hand reaching toward his abdomen. Are you seeking death? He elbowed backward. Ouch! A delicate cry echoed from behind. Feng turned to see the demon clam caressing her chest, her face contorted in pain. How did it end up being you? Feng hastily approached to assist the demon clam. Why are you reacting so strongly when you're asleep? Look, you've bruised my chest. You owe me. The demon clam gripped Yi Feng's collar. Keep your voice down. Don't wake them. Yi Feng glanced at Jin Yi Mei and Yu Sun, who feigned sleep face to face on the animal pelts, pretending not to hear. In truth, they had reached a consensus earlier, each intending to probe Yi Feng's affections to discern whom he favored. What are you doing awake at this hour? Yi Feng asked. Isn't it because I can't sleep? Thinking of you? The demon clam replied. Apologies, but I, Yi Feng, am a married man. He shook his head in refusal. Impossible. I can perceive your gaze. I sense your interest in me, and I harbor feelings for you as well. Since we both have intentions, why not explore it? The demon clam said, pulling her neckline slightly to reveal a glimpse of alabaster skin. Yi Feng recalled a previous encounter with the demon clam's neckline, which had earned him a disdainful glare. Indeed, in a world where strength reigns supreme, logic holds little weight. When one is strong, women yearn for their attention. When one is weak, even breathing becomes a fault. Miss Demon Clam, you would do well to return to slumber, Yi Feng sighed. He truly wished to conserve his energy for more pressing matters. After all, a formidable battle awaited him, and until he acquired the holy water, he resolved to abstain from indulgences. Brother Feng, it seems you do not comprehend my prowess. Do you know why I am called the Demon Clam? At this point, a flirtatious smile graced her face. Yi Feng quickly covered himself. You see, I knew you had an interest in me. Don't hold back. What is the purpose of cultivation if not to attain immortality and indulge in the myriad pleasures of life? Restraint will only stagnate your progress. As he spoke, the enchanting creature entwined her two snow-white arms around Yi Feng's neck. But there are others here, he protested, unable to contain himself any longer. Aren't there numerous rooms surrounding the 7th level? Those are specifically designated for the crossbows. Let's go there. With that, the alluring being took his hand and led him away. After a considerable time, Yi Feng emerged from the room, his face flushed with embarrassment. He longed to slap himself. They had just reunited as a family, and he had managed to create such a situation, feeling utterly remorseful towards Duoyan Hina. Of course, he also felt guilty towards Susan. Brother Feng, don't feel too much pressure. I'm going to sleep now, she said, lying down between Jin Yimei and Yu Sun. Yi Feng leaned against the wall, closing his eyes once more. Chapter 713. Could he have discovered it? He vowed never to touch a woman again, at least not until he acquired the holy water. This time, he rested for 2 hours. Suddenly, a delicate hand slipped into his garment. Yi Feng opened his eyes hastily to find Yu Sun, her cheeks flushed, embracing his waist, her hands inside his clothes. This is quite troublesome. Yu Sun, could it be that you too? Yi Feng's eyes widened in shock. Unlike the bold creature, Yu Sun was more subtle, gazing at him with glistening eyes that seemed to overflow with emotion. Brother Feng, since the enchanting one has already been with you, I feel compelled to follow suit. Otherwise, I fear I may be lacking. You wouldn't want me to feel inferior, would you? She said. Let's head to the crossbow room, Yi Feng decided. As the leader of this small team, he understood the necessity of fairness. Otherwise, it would hinder future cooperation. Half an hour later, Yi Feng and Yu Sun exited the crossbow room. Indeed, there was a crossbow inside, already damaged. Yet its arrowhead bore a symbol of the swastika. It seemed that the steel produced in Nansheng was universally recognized in this world, at least renowned south of the temple. A quiet night passed, and soon morning arrived. Yi Feng opened his eyes to find 3 women tidying the bedding. Next, it was time for Zisong and Jinshi to rest. They collapsed onto the beast's skin and fell into a deep slumber, eventually curling up together. Brother Feng, shall we wait here until the night of the full moon? Yu Sun inquired, intertwining her arm with his. You all rest here for a while. I must venture to the altar area to scout for any powerful sand beasts lurking about, Yi Feng replied, inadvertently withdrawing his arm. Then we should procure some sand beast meat to eat, and we must also address the water supply, Jin Yimei suddenly interjected. Is there truly no water source within the temple? Yi Feng retorted. Indeed, there are, but all the water wells have been destroyed by the sand beasts. To procure water, we must venture to the nearby small oases, Jin Yimei remarked. What a hassle, Yi Feng exclaimed, tapping his forehead. In truth, given their capabilities, going without water for 10 days or even half a month would not pose a problem. However, such a situation would undoubtedly burden their bodies. Here is the plan. Yao Bang, you stay here and watch over Jin Shi and Jia Sang. Jin Yimei and Yu Sun, you two go fetch water. And take as much as you can. I have other matters to attend to, Yifeng stated calmly. Understood. The two women nodded, following Yifeng toward the base of the iron tower. Upon reaching the first floor, the trio parted ways. Yifeng strolled along the street alone, and after walking a mere 200 meters, he encountered a level 10 sand beast. Unfamiliar with Yifeng's prowess, it roared and charged at him. 2 minutes later, Yifeng sliced open its abdomen with a single strike, extracting a blood-stained crystal core. In the next moment, he initiated the blood-sucking technique. However, upon consuming the crystal core, Yifeng was left dumbfounded. He could not sense any energy from it. Could it be that low-tier crystal cores are now ineffective for me? Disposing of the crystal core, he continued on with his curved blade in hand. The ground was littered with various bones, those of humans, sand beasts, and even the remains of a colossal sandbird. Yifeng quickly inspected the bellies of the sand beasts. Indeed, they had been violently torn open, with their crystal cores vanished. It appeared to be a case of cannibalism among their kind. Once the population of sand beasts swelled, they would turn on each other. As Yifeng moved forward, he encountered mostly lower-tier sand beasts, which he couldn't be bothered to slay, as their crystal cores were of no use to him. Approaching the edge of the Iron Tower district, he could faintly see another area nearby, filled with various stone structures, where several sand beasts leaped about. Hastily, Yifeng climbed to the upper levels of the Iron Tower, concealing himself behind the railing, and retrieved the blueprints that Duoyan Hina had given him. Is this the divine sight? It contains various pills, techniques, and martial arts. Excitement blossomed on his face. He had finally found his objective. The blueprints were meticulously detailed, noting each room's purpose and the items contained within. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from 10 kilometers away, causing the clouds in the sky to churn ominously. Yifeng strained his eyes to see, spotting 7 or 8 sand beasts leaping atop the stone houses, howling at the sky. He widened his gaze, pushing his vision to its limits. In the distance, he saw a young man in a coarse robe maneuvering effortlessly among the sand beasts. It was imperative to note that those 7 or 8 sand beasts were all at least level 15, with the strongest exuding an aura even more formidable than that of a level 17 beast, indicating it was at least level 18 or possibly 19. Yet, against this young man in the coarse robe, they were utterly powerless, collapsing one by one. After a while, the young man came to a halt, standing solitary amidst the carcasses of the sand beasts. Was it him? Yifeng recognized him. Was this not the weary-eyed youth he had encountered in a small oasis? The strength he had just displayed was indeed formidable, likely that of a power king. Only a power king could possess such prowess to annihilate the sand beasts entirely. After rummaging through the throng of sand beasts for a while, the youth had eviscerated the strongest among them and placed a crystal core into his sack, paying no heed to the other cores. At that moment, the youth clad in a tattered robe suddenly paused, directing his gaze toward Yifeng's location. Startled, Yifeng hastily buried his head against the railing. Surely, they were separated by a distance of 10 kilometers. Had he been discovered? Did he approach? After 2 tense minutes, Yifeng cautiously peered out from behind the railing. However, as soon as he extended his head, he found a face merely 10 centimeters from his own. A ghost. Yifeng instinctively threw a punch. In the next instant, his wrist was seized. The robed youth grasped Yifeng's wrist and effortlessly leapt onto the platform. You, an outsider, are rather intriguing. The last time I saw you, you appeared to be a mere brute. In less than a month, you have transformed into a second-tier power master? Speak. Have you acquired the holy water? The robed youth inquired, pushing Yifeng back several meters until he collided with the wall and came to a halt. Senior, are you a power king? Yifeng rubbed his back, his expression grave. I am the one asking you. Have you obtained the holy water? Where is its precise location? The robed youth fixed his gaze intently on Yifeng, who sensed a palpable urgency in his demeanor. No, I haven't found the holy water. Senior, are you so desperate to find it because your lifespan is nearing its end? Yifeng countered. If your lifespan were not dwindling, who would seek the holy water in the divine temple? The robed youth cast a long, contemplative glance at Yifeng before shifting his attention to the distant sacred site. Chapter 7:14. A full figure, Yifeng sensed that this individual was likely older than Jia Sang, certainly over 200 years of age. His demeanor resembled that of the elderly men at the village's edge, their eyes filled with weariness and apathy. You have never received divine grace. How do you explain your cultivation? Even the most exceptional geniuses absorb the medicinal energy from crystal cores at a pace merely tenfold that of ordinary individuals. Yet you have broken through several realms. How did you digest that energy? The robed youth inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, not even turning to look at Yi Feng. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's because I consumed a crystal pellet. It was a high-grade crystal pellet Yi Feng fabricated, determined to keep his true abilities concealed. His secret was the blood-sucking technique. A crystal pellet? I doubt it. You possess at least 3 distinct abilities. Who is your master? He may bring you to ruin, the robed youth remarked nonchalantly. What if I have 3 abilities? Why would you say that would lead to my demise? Yi Feng felt a weight in his heart. He had long since noticed that in this world, the powerful seemed to possess at most one ability, while he alone was accompanied by numerous powers. The process of your body digesting the essence of the crystal pill typically requires a year. This precious potency, painstakingly acquired, is primarily intended for enhancement. However, if you possess an excess of abilities, these powers also necessitate growth, thus siphoning off the hard-earned essence you have assimilated. In this light, one could conclude that you are rather foolish, remarked the young man in a robe. Yi Feng began to grasp the situation. A common individual can only absorb a limited amount of crystal essence throughout their lifetime. After all, a mere century is but a fleeting moment. Yet, if this essence must also nourish one's abilities, it will undoubtedly hinder the advancement of one's cultivation. Should one fail to transcend to the strength master level before the age of 100, all abilities become mere illusions. Likewise, if one does not break through to the strength king level before the age of 200, even an invincible prowess among strength masters would be rendered meaningless. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. May I inquire about your own abilities? Yi Feng asked politely. I once had the opportunity to awaken my own powers, but I extinguished them, focusing solely on advancement. Even so, I have experienced several fortuitous encounters that enabled me to cultivate to the level of strength king. Nevertheless, I have lingered at this stage for over 2 centuries, unable to make any further progress. Do you comprehend? There is an unseen force toying with us. It offers us hope, allowing us to enter the realm of strength masters, yet denies us the time needed, leaving us to perish in anxiety. Calculating the rate at which the body absorbs essence, even if one diligently refines it daily, an ordinary person would require 110 years to reach the strength master level, precisely lacking that critical decade that prevents advancement to strength master. Even upon reaching this level, continuous refinement would necessitate 220 years to attain the strength king level. Is it not curious? From my experience spanning over 4 centuries, it seems we cultivators are being manipulated by some unseen force. As the young man in the robe spoke, his once erect posture suddenly slumped. Senior, are you all right? Yi Feng was startled. He sensed no malice from this strength king, who was willing to divulge such secrets. My time has come, the young man in the robe declared, sitting cross-legged on the ground and retrieving a piece of animal hide. On the hide were depicted 3 figures, a man, a woman, and a child. Yi Feng quickly leaned closer, noting that the man bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man in the robe, even in attire. As for the woman and child, Yi Feng recognized them immediately. What is your name? The young man in the robe asked, looking at Yi Feng. I am called Yi Feng, he replied earnestly. Yi Feng, I sense you are a novice in cultivation. If you have any inquiries, now is the time to ask, and I will address them all. The young man in the robe stated. Senior, I am unsure of what to ask. Is there anything you can share with me? Yi Feng knelt before the young man in the robe, having noticed the darkening of his brow and the gradual loosening of his once taut skin, revealing the weariness typically associated with advanced age. My name is Baixia, the sole individual from the Tianqing clan to have ascended to the realm of the Strength King in a millennium. In pursuit of this ascendance, I have devoted myself to the relentless quest for treasures, to the extent that my wife and children have only seen me thrice in this lifetime. As I recount this, a sudden cough escapes my lips, and my back arches as if my spine has vanished. Senior, Yi Feng swiftly supports Baixia. There are forces at play, toying with us practitioners. I can sense it. They present us with hope only to watch it shatter before our eyes, leaving us engulfed in anxiety and weariness. If you have family, cherish them. Do not solely chase after power. A murky tear escapes the corner of Baixia's eye, landing upon the animal hide before him. Jingmei, Jingmei, Jingmei. Baixia begins to murmur incessantly, his consciousness fading into a haze. Yi Feng's face darkens as he witnesses the demise of a strength king, The emotional impact is profoundly overwhelming. For the next half a day, Yifeng remained steadfastly by Xie's side, observing the transformation of his once raven hair to white, the skin on his face sagging toward his chin, and his eyes becoming clouded. As night falls, Xie's body stands still, cradling the animal hide. Thank you, Senior, for imparting your wisdom. Yifeng bows deeply to the lifeless form of the Strength King and gently carries him to the 7th level of the Iron Tower. Flames soon engulf the scene as Yifeng places the animal hide into the fire. Simultaneously, he retrieves a crystal core from his pocket, certainly a core from an 18th level sand beast. Cupping the crystal core, Yifeng gazes at the corpse amidst the flames. You were right, Senior. One should indeed spend time with family. However, without formidable strength, how can one protect their loved ones? With this thought, Yifeng activates the blood absorption technique. A powerful surge of energy floods into his body, crashing within him. In a brief moment, this force finds its zenith. With a resounding crack, Yifeng's face reddens as his strength ascends to the 3rd level Strength Master. I, Yifeng, am now a 3rd level Strength Master. Elated, Yifeng surveys his surroundings. Should he encounter Meng Yanlai now, he wonders if this Sky Khan could withstand even a single strike from him. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he bursts into a wild laugh. At that moment, a familiar yet hollow voice echoes from the cannon room of the Iron Tower. Feng, have you found Lily? Slowly, Yifeng turns, stepping toward the small room. Upon entering, he sees a voluptuous mature woman with her back turned to him, her hair cascading over her shoulders. After a moment, the woman gradually turns around. By Guafen. Aunt Bai, what brings you here? Yifeng shakes his head in disbelief. By Guafen rises, her garments slipping away one by one, and soon, she embraces Yifeng with her alabaster arms entwined around the nape of his neck. In the inky darkness of the night, a luminous aura seemed to envelop By Guafen, allowing Yifeng to see her distinctly. Feng, how have you returned once more? Yifeng's heart raced with trepidation. Feng, did you manage to locate Lily? By Guafen suddenly inquired. Me? You didn't assist me in the search? The charming smile on By Guafen's face vanished, replaced by a profound resentment flickering in her eyes. I searched. Before Yifeng could finish, By Guafen's mouth moved rapidly, her eyes gleaming with an intensifying light. You did not search, you did not search, you did not search. Her voice crescendoed to a piercing shriek. Yifeng clutched his head and scrambled to his feet. Turning around, he found no trace of By Guafen. Damn it! He hastily seized a curved blade, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Despite having attained the 3rd level of power mastery, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. This is bad. Have I attracted the attention of something sinister? By Auntie, Lily's demise is not my fault. Please do not haunt me. Yifeng implored toward the heavens. After a prolonged silence, the sense of horror gradually dissipated, and the world returned to tranquility. Following this frightful episode, he ignited 3 torches and eventually succumbed to a deep slumber, still trembling with fear. The following morning, Yifeng awoke with a start. No longer daring to venture alone, he soared towards the designated point. Now, Yifeng yearned fervently to find a companion, even if it were merely Chunin. After an hour's trek, he finally arrived at the Iron Tower where the demon clam and her companions resided. Promptly climbing to the top, upon entering, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. Not good. Yifeng kicked the door open and peered inside. There, he saw Zisong and Jinshi cradling a woman's lifeless body. Brother Feng, you have finally returned. The demon clam. Jinshi pointed at the corpse of the demon clam. A bloodstain blossomed on her brow. Demon clam, what has befallen you? Yifeng grasped the clam's hand urgently. The body still bore warmth, indicating death had occurred only recently. What transpired? Yifeng demanded furiously. It was a group of beast hunters. Among them was a formidable warrior, at least of the 7th level of power mastery, and the force he unleashed from his fingertips was exceedingly swift. The demon clam could not evade it, and we were still asleep, hence. Jinshi spoke helplessly. Zisong lowered his head in silence, fear still lingering in his eyes. As merely a 3rd level master, he found himself utterly defenseless against a 7th level opponent. Yifeng rushed to the platform, his keen gaze scanning the vicinity for several kilometers. However, the intricate architecture obscured their figures. Anyone traversing the ground would be hidden by the myriad of iron towers. Cursed be this. Yifeng turned back, cradling the demon clam's body in his arms. Zisong, Jinshi, Should we encounter that group again, would you recognize them? Yi Feng asked, his eyes aflame with determination. Regardless of the circumstances, he had shared an intimate moment with the demon clam. He must avenge her. Certainly, they are easily recognizable, a total of 7 individuals, with a young bald man leading the group. It was this bald man who dispatched the demon clam. Yet, Brother Feng, perhaps it is best to refrain from confronting them. That bald man is a 7th-tier power master. His companions must possess significant strength as well. Even you might struggle to annihilate all 7 of them. Jin Shi sighed, a hint of despondency in his voice. He was regarded as a renowned expert in Giant Stone City, yet since arriving at the temple, his confidence had been shattered. Powerful sand beasts and formidable humans surrounded him, rendering his mere 9th-tier status seemingly insignificant, akin to that of an ant. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from below the iron tower. It was Jin Yimei. Yi Feng's figure flickered as he leaped from the platform several dozen meters high. Indeed, Jin Yimei and the demon clam were pulling a cart laden with wooden barrels filled with drinking water. However, a dozen sand beasts were fiercely pursuing them, one of which possessed a formidable strength of 15th tier. Beast, perish. Yi Feng's curved blade sliced through the air, unleashing a wave of blade energy. In less than 10 minutes, he had eradicated the sand beasts, leaving not a single one behind. Brother Feng, your strength has reached such heights? Yu Sun gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. She recalled their first encounter when he was merely an inexperienced 8th-tier power master. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an overwhelmingly powerful figure. Let us proceed. Yi Feng lifted 2 water buckets and led the way upward. The 2 women followed suit, carrying their own buckets to the 7th level of the iron tower. Soon, they beheld the lifeless body of the demon clam. After a moment of mourning, a great fire ignited within the tower, and the demon clam was cremated on the spot. Yi Feng bowed respectfully toward the flames before casting a sharp gaze toward the distant divine site area, suspecting that the group was seeking martial arts techniques there. Brother Feng, you must avenge the demon clam, Yu Sun said, her face still bearing traces of tears. Of course, but for now, you 2 remain here. Jiasong, you shall accompany me. Yi Feng instructed. Are you intending to confront that group for revenge? Jiasong regarded Yi Feng with caution. Rest assured, I shall devise a strategy to eliminate them without placing you in jeopardy, Yi Feng asserted resolutely. I believe it would be wise to avoid direct confrontation. While you may emerge unscathed, my lifespan is limited, and I cannot withstand fierce battles. If the conflict escalates too violently, I may perish on the spot, Jiasong lamented. Yi Feng sighed. Very well, Brother Jiasong, you stay here. Jin Yimei, you should have regained your strength to the 1st-tier Power Master level, correct? Not fully restored. But in terms of combat capability, I should not be inferior to a 1st-tier Power Master, Jin Yimei replied. She too felt that the demise of the demon clam was excessively tragic. Precisely, you are familiar with the temple's terrain. Let us venture together to seek them out. In doing so, we can avenge the demon clam, and undoubtedly, they possess valuable treasures that we can claim for ourselves and also share with the demon clam's family upon our return to Giant Stone City, Yi Feng proposed. Jiasong and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, their eyes filled with respect for Yi Feng. No wonder that Chunin, Chasing Horse, and Nolan, despite being aware of your momentary weakness, chose to accompany you at the cost of their own lives. Brother Yi Feng, you possess the demeanor of a true king. Zasa said gravely. Brother Feng, if I can return home safely, would it be possible for me to bring my family to your tribe? Jin Shi suddenly inquired. Of course, as long as you are willing to forsake your homeland. Yi Feng nodded. Brother Feng, I have only 3 sisters. Our parents have long since passed away. I, too, wish to join your tribe. Yu Sun stepped forward. Indeed, I wholeheartedly welcome you. Yi Feng nodded once more. Sister Jin Yimei gritted her teeth. Yi Feng, you would accept me as well, wouldn't you? Is that even a question? As long as you do not mind the humble beginnings of my warm spring island, I would welcome you with open arms. Yi Feng replied sincerely. Yes. Jin Yimei nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her delicate features. Earlier, she had wished to see Yi Feng destroyed, but after witnessing his charismatic personality, her thoughts had shifted. Let us proceed and ascertain the strength of that 7-man team, Yi Feng declared, striding towards the 1st floor, with Jin Yimei hurrying to keep up behind him. For some reason, walking in Yi Feng's wake filled her with a sense of security. At the edge of the Iron Tower district, 7 figures advanced slowly, their formation showcasing strategic finesse. 2 crossbowmen trailed behind, while 2 robust men wielded shields and curved blades in front. Behind the shield-bearers stood 2 spear-wielders, and at their center was a clean-shaven man. Despite his baldness, he had a handsome countenance, his hands tucked within his sleeves, exuding an air of refinement. Young master, ahead lies the sacred site district. Once we reach it, we should return home. There is no need to provoke that level 20 sand beast, one of the spear-wielders advised. And if we do provoke it? Black Iron and Uncle Feng are outside the temple. We have journeyed 1,000 miles to reach it, and we must ensure a thrilling hunt. That level 20 sand beast is said to be a ground dragon, and its crystal core possesses rejuvenating properties. I intend to take it back as a gift for my mother, the handsome bald man stated nonchalantly, as if the temple were his own abode. Young master, I believe you should keep Black Iron and Uncle Feng close. With them by your side, slaying that level 20 sand beast would be effortless. However, we are all merely strength practitioners at this moment. Should we confront that beast, we would find ourselves in grave peril, another spear wielder interjected. He was a 9th-tier strength practitioner, the strongest among them. If I bring them along, how then can I take any risks? That would be utterly dull. Ah, look, there is a level 15 sand beast ahead. You shall remain as spectators, and under no circumstances may you act without my command. With that, the young master stepped forward, inching closer to the sand beast. Meanwhile, on a platform atop an iron tower, Feng and Jin Yimei lay in wait, their cold gazes fixed on the 7 individuals below. These are the culprits. Yet I did not anticipate the presence of a 9th-tier strength practitioner among them, Feng mused, his brow furrowing as he assessed their strength. The 2 spear wielders were indeed formidable, one a 9th-tier strength practitioner and the other an 8th tier. Regarding the 2 female archers, their prowess merely equated to that of a 6th-tier force master. The 2 shield bearers, on the other hand, possessed the strength of 7th-tier force masters, comparable to that of the handsome bald man. Feng was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Against the 2 7th-tier masters, he might stand a chance. However, if all 7 were to attack simultaneously, his odds of survival would be utterly bleak, potentially costing him his life. Contemplating this, Feng raised his crossbow, carefully aiming at the back of the handsome bald man. Yet, the distance was too great. Although the crossbow from Na City was capable of slaying 7th-tier masters, Feng doubted its accuracy at such a range. At that moment, the bald man had engaged in fierce combat with the sand beast, exchanging blows vigorously. However, after a brief interval, he suddenly flicked his finger at the sand beast. With a sharp sound, a powerful gust of energy pierced through the beast's skull. The sand beast let out a roar, collapsing to the ground. Observing this, the handsome bald man unsheathed a short sword from his waist, seemingly intent on extracting the crystal core himself. Feng's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity. He quickly lowered his crossbow, meticulously aiming for the man's back. Just then, 2 figures positioned themselves behind the handsome bald man, their expressions alert as they scrutinized Feng's location. Simultaneously, the spear wielder took several steps closer to Feng. Holding the spear in his right hand, he clutched a white disc in his left. Who is in the iron tower behind? Feng's heart sank. How did this fellow ascertain his position? What should he do? It appeared they had discovered us. Jin Yimei anxiously tugged at Feng's sleeve. Not coming out. The spear wielder scrutinized a bug within the disc before abruptly hoisting his spear over his shoulder. Whoosh! The spear shot forth with unerring precision towards Feng. Quickly dodging, Feng embraced Jin Yimei's soft body, rolling just in time to evade the spear. In the next moment, the 2 female archers aimed their arrows at the rooftop of the iron tower, swiftly closing in on Feng, effectively encircling the tower from both sides. The spear wielder glanced back, stating calmly, "Old 4, protect the young master. I shall investigate the tower." With that, his figure blurred into a shadow, swiftly darting into the iron tower. Feng narrowed his eyes and leaped down from the top of the tower, pulling Jin Yimei along with him. Squeak! The 2 female archers kept their arrows trained on the descending pair, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Boom! The spear wielder emerged, landing directly in front of Feng and Jin Yimei. "Who are you?" inquired the 9th-tier force master. "I am a member of a passing beast hunting team. This lady is my wife," Feng replied, his gaze warily scanning the formidable individuals around him. The 2 shield bearers continued to protect the handsome bald man, while the 2 spear wielders, and two female archers surrounded Yi Feng and his companion. What were you attempting to do just now? Pressed the 9th tier force master. Nothing at all. I was merely observing you, Yi Feng replied, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Is that so? The 9th tier force master had distinctly sensed a hint of murderous intent earlier, compounded by the alarm bug's shrill cry, allowing him to swiftly locate Yi Feng and his companion. The alarm beetle is a remarkable creature, possessing an acute sensitivity to human scent, capable of detecting it from a distance of 1 kilometer, aligning its head precisely towards the source without the slightest deviation. However, this extraordinary beetle is also a rare species, now on the brink of extinction. Young master, how shall we deal with these two? Inquired the 9th tier force master. The strikingly handsome, bald man approached slowly, flanked by 2 shield bearers. Eliminate them, he stated with an air of indifference, as if discussing a trivial matter. You? Yi Feng exclaimed in disbelief, instinctively drawing his blade. At that moment, Jin Yimei stepped forward. Sir, may we join your ranks? You are but 7 in number. With our addition, you would have 9. Although our abilities are limited, we can assist in dispatching some lower-tier sand beasts, thus alleviating some of your burdens. Impudent. How dare you contradict our young master? The 9th tier force master narrowed his eyes, poised to take action. Enough, Bai Mu, the bald man interjected. She makes a valid point. We do require assistance in dealing with some of the lesser sand beasts. Let us keep them, should they prove useful. We can take them back to the great tree city upon our departure. Yes, young master, Bai Mu obediently lowered his spear. You too, move to the front, and hand over that crossbow. It is a ranged weapon, Bai Mu instructed cautiously. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, but ultimately relinquished the crossbow. Chapter 717. The day grows late. Let us rest. He discerned that Bai Mu, the 9th tier force master, was quite loyal. However, it mattered not. Once they were integrated into the group, he was certain he could devise a plan to eliminate the root of the problem. What are you dawdling for? Proceed to the front, and remember, no tricks, or we shall shoot from behind, warned a female archer. She bore a doll-like visage, yet her gaze was chilling, her physique robust, resembling a formidable warrior. The other female archer was tall, her face marked by frost, casting a similarly warning glare at Yi Feng. As skilled fighters, they could vaguely sense the hostility emanating from Yi Feng. Rest assured, Yi Feng declared, moving to the forefront alongside Jin Yimei. He had formulated a plan. Given that this group was intent on hunting 20-level sand beasts, he would wait for the opportune moment to strike from behind during their battle. This way, he would stand a chance of eliminating them. Moreover, that peculiar disc, capable of locking onto one's position, was something he intended to acquire. At that moment, 7 level 10 sand beasts materialized ahead. Useless, you two, go deal with those lower-tier sand beasts, commanded the young master. Yi Feng and Jin Yimei exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Kill. Yi Feng was the first to charge in, with Jin Yimei following closely behind. Yi Feng encircled 5 level 10 sand beasts, engaging them without delivering fatal blows, initially feigning weakness to avoid revealing his true strength. Otherwise, these individuals would certainly focus their defenses against him. Jin Yimei, once a 5th-tier force master, had been drained by Yi Feng's influence, now reduced to the strength of a mere 1st-tier force master. However, based on her years of combat experience, dealing with 2 level 10 sand beasts was more than sufficient. Around the battlefield, the young master coldly scrutinized Yi Feng and his companion. Too weak. Although level 10 sand beasts correspond to a 1st-tier human power master, humans possess weapons, techniques, and intellect, while these two evidently had none, relying solely on brute strength, the young master remarked. Indeed, how could they possibly compare to the young master? Pingmu hastily flattered. There is no need to be overly cautious around them. Let them serve as cleaners, taking care of some lowly sand beasts. As for the higher level ones, I shall handle them myself. I am now a 7th-tier power master, and it is only fitting that I surpass at least 2 tiers to be deemed competent. The young master declared with an air of arrogance. Young master, perhaps it would be wise to summon the esteemed Lord Heidi and Lord Changfeng to provide you with personal protection. We cannot afford any misfortune to befall you, Pingmu suggested. If they arrive, will I have any opportunity to showcase my prowess? The fair-skinned young master resolutely shook his head. Although he was the young master of the giant tree city, he was proud and never willing to concede defeat. Very well. Yi Feng continued to engage a few sand beasts, feeling that the timing was nearly right. With a swift motion of his curved blade, He cleaved 2 of the sand beasts in half. Then, he leaped 5 meters into the air, bringing down another sand beast. The remaining sand beasts, upon witnessing this, recoiled in fear. A howl erupted as the remaining sand beasts fled in panic. Yi Feng, maintaining an impassive expression, sheathed his curved blade and, with a slight twist of his eyes, quickly clutched his abdomen, gasping for breath. To perform convincingly, if one wishes to feign weakness, it must be done with a semblance of authenticity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deceive the discerning eyes of a 9th-tier power master. Jin Yimei glanced at Yi Feng's expression and hastily covered her thigh wound, feigning exhaustion as well. "Sir, I have already driven off those sand beasts," Yi Feng wheezed. "Humph. Let us press on. You are utterly useless," came the retort. "All right," Yi Feng nodded, striding forward. Along the way, they encountered several waves of lower-level sand beasts, prompting Yi Feng and Jin Yimei to engage in a strenuous battle once again. Time passed swiftly, and soon night fell. Yi Feng found himself battling a level 14 sand beast, the clash between man and beast fierce and reciprocal. With a swift swing of his curved blade, the level 14 sand beast let out a final, unwilling roar before its massive body collapsed to the ground. Yi Feng sensed that when he first joined this 7-member team, at least 6 eyes were constantly upon him. But now, only 2 pairs remained vigilant, indicating that they had relaxed their guard. "Sir, I have," Yi Feng began. But suddenly his expression shifted. The young master's face morphed into that of Wang Tao. "You?" Yi Feng retreated in terror. "Wang Tao? Impossible. You're not dead?" Yi Feng exclaimed in shock, brandishing his curved blade. The 7 members hastily stepped back, watching Yi Feng with caution. "Pingmu, what is wrong with this fellow?" the young master inquired. "It must be the invasion of the heart demon. He has undoubtedly advanced far too swiftly in a short span, resulting in a precarious foundation that the heart demon has exploited. However, this lad seems to harbor some secrets. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to madness immediately." "This is what the heart demon invasion is," said Karaki expressionlessly. "People from small places are inherently different, obsessed with immediate gains, unaware that cultivation requires steady, incremental progress. With such impulsiveness, once he reaches the realm of the Strength King, he will undoubtedly find himself at an impasse." The young master nodded, his gaze towards Yi Feng tinged with a hint of pity. After a considerable time, Yi Feng finally ceased wielding his curved blade, for Wang Tao's illusion had vanished. Yet, his complexion was far from favorable. Although he had been ensnared in the heart demon's illusion, Yi Feng had still managed to overhear the conversation between Karaki and the young master. "So, the side effect of advancing too rapidly is the invasion of the heart demon? Does this imply that in the future, I must refrain from carelessly absorbing high-level crystal pills? Otherwise, this bout of madness lasted merely a minute, but the next might extend to 2 or even 5 minutes. During such a time of frenzy, even a first-tier strength master could take my life." Yi Feng, are you all right?" Jin Yimei, startled by Yi Feng's previous madness, inquired. "And no, I'm fine," Yi Feng replied slowly, beads of sweat dotting his face. "As night falls, let us rest within this iron tower," the young master declared, leading the group into the tower without allowing Yi Feng and his companion to walk ahead. In his heart, he had completely dismissed the 2, considering them inferior practitioners from a lesser place. Exchanging a glance with Jin Yimei, Yi Feng followed suit, determined not to forsake the quest for vengeance against the demon clan. Upon reaching the 7th level of the Iron Tower, a female archer promptly removed her cloak, laying it on the ground and meticulously brushing off the dust. "Young master, please rest," she said respectfully, her hands clasped at her abdomen. The elegant bald man reclined on the cloak. Yi Feng also laid down his cloak on the ground, preparing for slumber. "You 2 are not permitted to sleep. Go outside to the small hut and keep watch. If any sand beasts attack and you fail to raise the alarm, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Karaki coldly admonished. "Understood." Yi Feng ultimately suppressed his indignation and, accompanied by Jin Yimei, proceeded to the small hut. Chapter 718. 2 birds with 1 arrow. The wind howled in the small hut, preventing him from lying down to sleep. Instead, he wrapped himself in his cloak. Crouching in a corner to avoid the window, Jin Yimei settled in another corner, both of them leaning against the window, eyes closed. However, after a brief moment, Yi Feng opened his eyes again. He first retrieved his handwritten notes on the 4th layer of the dragon elephant technique, spreading it on the ground. Then, he took out 2 13th-level crystal pills. In the next instant, He absorbed the pills directly. Yifeng, are you out of your mind? If you continue to cultivate like this, the heart demon will take control, turning you into a mere shell of a person, Jean Yimei urgently exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Who said I intend to cultivate? Yifeng smiled faintly as he simultaneously absorbed 2 crystal pills. A potent surge of medicinal power coursed through his body, and he closed his eyes, directing this energy into the meridians of his limbs, aiding his cultivation of the 4th layer of the dragon elephant technique. The might of the 3rd layer of this technique was already formidable, should he master the 4th layer. Even an 8th-tier strength master might prove no match for him. With a deft motion, Yifeng retrieved 2 more crystal pills from his sack. Jean Yimei sighed, perplexed by Yifeng's choice to absorb the pills rather than consume them directly, but she decided to let it be, acknowledging that some matters were beyond her control. Thus, she closed her eyes once more. Time passed slowly, and soon, a pile of 20 shattered crystal pills accumulated beside Yifeng. At that moment, he finally sensed a trace of progress in the dragon elephant technique. He could feel the marrow within him boiling, his bones becoming denser and more resilient than before. Though they had yet to reach the density of iron, with continuous absorption of the crystal pills, he was certain that the medicinal power would radiate from his bones to his meridians, then from his meridians to his muscles, and ultimately from his muscles to his skin. Truly, the dragon elephant technique was renowned as one of the most challenging martial arts in existence. Despite consuming so many crystal pills, Yifeng had only made a slight advancement, still far from breaking through the bottleneck to the 4th layer. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, footsteps echoed from outside. The door to the small room was violently kicked open. You too, the sun is already up, yet you still haven't risen to attend to the young master? Do you wish to court death? Yifeng and Jean Yimei hastily stood up, brushing the dust off their cloaks. You've been cultivating again? Inquired the shield bearer. Indeed, Yifeng nodded. Humph, you truly are reckless. He scoffed before exiting the small room. Yifeng followed Jean Yimei into a larger chamber, where the young master was already awake, seated upon a rickety chair as 2 female archers groomed his hair and attire. Bingmu, today we shall depart the Iron Tower district and proceed directly to the Divine Sight district. The temple there venerates the spear god-s weapon. Perhaps it also harbors cultivation techniques left behind by him. Such a being, a transcendent master, would have imbued even a simple cup of water with extraordinary divine power. The young master stated without turning around. Yes, young master. A pet left behind by the spear god has since evolved into a level 100 sand beast. Thus, any tools he used or techniques he practiced would undoubtedly possess remarkable powers. Bingmu replied gravely. By the way, is that pet still in Fire Dragon Bay? The young master asked. It should be resting in the depths of Fire Dragon Bay. After all, a level 100 sand beast can stir the very heavens with a mere breath, and ordinarily, it does not interfere in the conflicts of lower-tier cultivators, Bingmu responded. Indeed, 100 level. It could easily raise cities and annihilate nations. However, I have heard there is also a burrowing dragon left behind by him, which is also level 100, correct? The young master inquired further. Haha, young master, what do we call that dragon? It is merely a worm. Yet, regardless of the creature, once it reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, it will naturally be referred to as a dragon. Bingmu laughed heartily. The young master fell silent, his gaze drifting towards the starry sky, his eyes brimming with yearning. How wonderful it would be if one day I could reach the realm of the god of war. I shall elevate the ants of Giant Tree City to become level 100 sand beasts, he mused slowly. The others exchanged awkward smiles, their faces betraying a hint of disbelief. In this world, there has only been one deity in nearly 10,000 years. How audacious the young master is to dream so grandly. Let us depart. At last, the fellow had completed his preparations and led the way towards the base of the Iron Tower. Young master, do not walk ahead. The others felt a surge of alarm and hurriedly rushed to shield him. Yifeng and Jean Yimei exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. The 9 traversed past the largest iron tower and finally entered the district of divine relics made of colossal stones. Here stood giant stone houses, seemingly crafted for giants. Even the towering sand beasts, measuring over 10 meters in height, appeared diminutive in this place. Just then, a shadow flickered ahead, revealing an elderly man with graying hair. Upon his appearance, Yifeng and the others changed countenance, for a powerful current of air swirled around the old man, perpetually rotating about him. He, the little cub of the Lord of Giant Tree City? I have waited for so many years, and finally, I see you acting alone," the old man proclaimed, without hesitation. He unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at the young master. "Not good. Quickly, protect the young master." The two shield bearers' expressions shifted drastically as they positioned themselves in front of the young master. Boom. Their shields shattered into fragments, and their bodies were sent flying 20 meters, crashing against the stone house. "Signal for the two lords to come to the temple city for support," Geru roared, brandishing his spear in front of the young master. One of the female archers nodded and drew her bow towards the heavens. Whoosh! A fiery arrow shot skyward. However, the shadow flickered again. The old man soared into the air, grasping the arrow mid-flight and hurling it back at the archer. Whoosh! The arrow returned at tenfold speed. In Yi Feng's view, it seemed as though the space surrounding the arrow was subtly distorted. Not good. The two female archers instinctively dropped to the ground. Unfortunately, the old man had anticipated this move, ensuring that the arrow's trajectory aligned perfectly with their position. Thud! A twofold strike. Both female archers cried out in agony, one clutching her abdomen, the other grasping her thigh. Yi Feng's face turned pale with terror as he grabbed Jin Yi Mei and retreated 10 meters away. Ah! Geru, taken aback, charged forward with his spear. Boom! He and the old man clashed fiercely. Yet, after merely 3 exchanges, Geru was sent hurtling back, his spear snapping in two. Yi Feng and Jin Yi Mei, hiding behind a massive stone, watched in shock. How powerful! This adversary is at least of the Strength King level, and certainly not a first-tier Strength King. A first-tier Strength King could not possess such lethal prowess. The remaining spear wielder's expression shifted dramatically. "Young master, flee outside the city. We shall handle this," he declared, before hurling his spear forward with great force. Thud! The fiery spear hurtled directly towards the elder. 2 female archers, summoning their strength, stood up while drawing their bows. Ha ha ha! Those who stand in my way shall perish. Chapter 719, Tremors Throughout. A dark figure flashed over the spear wielder's head, and in the next moment, the spear wielder was cleaved in two. The shadow, with hands clawed like talons, lunged towards the young master. "Stop! Qiu Wu, you're courting death." 2 furious shouts echoed. 2 figures rushed forward in quick succession. One seized the young master and soared to the top of an iron tower, while the other shadow unleashed a dual palm strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, causing the ground around the two to collapse simultaneously. "Changfeng, you truly are a loyal hound protecting your master." The elder retreated a few steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Qiu Wu, you are truly relentless, having tracked me all the way to the temple city." The man named Changfeng clasped his hands behind his back, coming into view of Yi Feng, who noticed the slight tremor in Changfeng's hands. The middle-aged man standing atop the tower was, of course, He Tai, who held the young master's collar as he observed the scene with amusement. "Young master, remain atop the tower for now. It seems Changfeng is unable to subdue him," He Tai remarked, releasing the young master's collar. "Yes, Uncle He Tai, do not kill him, merely incapacitate him, and then I shall practice my skills," the young master instructed. "Very well," He Tai replied, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Yi Feng noticed that as he landed, faint blood scales emerged on his body, indicating that He Tai possessed abilities akin to his own. It was quite remarkable, despite satiating his powers. He had also cultivated to the realm of a Strength King. Although Yi Feng couldn't discern his exact rank, he surmised it to be around the 2nd or 3rd tier. Such terrifying strength could almost dominate the area south of the temple. 2 against 1, Qiu Wu's expression shifted. Under normal circumstances, they would never resort to such tactics. But now it was to protect the young master. The two quickly formed an encirclement. "Then let us begin." The 3 figures swiftly intertwined, causing nearby stone houses to collapse one after another. Yi Feng's expression changed as he pulled Jin Yi Mei, leaping 100 meters away to position themselves directly behind the young master. "Young master." The remaining 5 approached, all bearing varying degrees of injury. The other spear wielder had already met his demise. "Do not speak. Observe their battle closely." The young master watched the distant clash with eager anticipation. The 3 rolled and tumbled, battling from east to west, the battlefield constantly shifting. Along the way, they encountered several formidable sand beasts. But upon witnessing the scale of the conflict, these creatures promptly fled. Yi Feng's gaze narrowed as he watched the young master's back, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. "No." Jin Yi Mei hurriedly grasped his wrist. Let go. Yifeng pushed her away, his eyes fixed intently on the young master's back. In the next moment, the blade gleamed like lightning. Thud. A blade of energy swept past the young master's back. However, in the next moment, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld the leather armor on the young master's back fall to the ground, revealing a thin garment of linen beneath. This is bad. Several individuals simultaneously turned their sharp gazes towards Yifeng. He began to retreat incessantly. How audacious, this foreigner! He dares to kill me. Fortunately, I have the linen armor beneath my leather. The young master's complexion darkened in fear, and his voice turned shrill. How dare he lay hands on the young master? A few figures shifted, and except for 2 female archers, the entire force surged forward. Yifeng forcefully pushed Jin Yimei aside and suddenly charged into the throng. Clang! The curved blade clashed with the spear. The wood-faced warrior's expression changed dramatically, retreating a step as his hand trembled slightly around the spear. The moment their weapons met, a numbing sensation coursed through his arm, and frost formed upon the spear. He had not anticipated that Yifeng, a mere third-tier force master, possessed such formidable strength. Die! A curved blade swung towards Yifeng's head. Yifeng sidestepped, deflecting the blade upward. Thud! The shield-bearer's arms went numb. The blade soared into the air, and Yifeng's edge descended directly from his chin to the crown of his head. A fragment of skull flew 3 meters high. You? The shield-bearer staggered back, collapsing heavily to the ground. Xiaojiu. The other shield-bearer, enraged, thrust his shield forward, colliding directly against Yifeng's chest. In the next moment, his curved blade again aimed for Yifeng's shoulder. Hi! Yifeng forcefully lunged forward, causing the shield-bearer to stagger back 2 steps. Clang! Yifeng's curved blade also descended. Clash! A sound of metal tearing echoed. The shield-bearer's blade shattered into 2 pieces. His shoulder cleaved open to his chest. Blood splattering across Yifeng's face. Seeking death? Thud thud. 2 arrows shot towards Yifeng. The first was deflected by Yifeng's curved blade, but the second pierced into his abdomen. However, the arrowhead only penetrated an inch before being halted by the scales of blood. Yifeng, gripping the curved blade with one hand, pulled out the arrow and stepped towards the young master. Quick, shoot him, shoot him. The young master finally comprehended fear. His 2 elite guards had vanished amidst the chaos of battle, oblivious to Yifeng's rampage. Yifeng himself was astonished by his own strength. His eyes narrowed as he aimed the curved blade at the young master's head. Clang! A spear intercepted, blocking Yifeng's blade once more. This time, the spear could no longer withstand the might of the Nanxing curved blade and was cleaved in 2. A streak of blade energy grazed the young master's face, instantly lacerating his skin. My face, my eyes, kill him. Amidst the cacophony of wails, the young master was hurled backward by the wood-faced warrior. Narrowing his eyes, he hurled the broken spear at Yifeng. What are you 2 still doing? Signal for the adults to come back, barked Gongmu at the 2 female archers. Yes. The 2 women simultaneously drew their bows skyward. However, in the next instant, Yifeng flicked his curved blade. With 2 sharp snaps, their bowstrings shattered simultaneously. How can you be so powerful? You can't possibly be a third-tier force master. You have concealed your strength? Gongmu staggered backward, shielding the young master behind him with both arms. Yifeng had no desire to engage in idle chatter. He needed to settle this swiftly. For if the 2 force kings returned, no matter how extraordinary his abilities, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Die! He swung his blade. Yet Gongmu stubbornly attempted to withstand it with his arms. Thud! Gongmu's body was cleaved in 2, his entrails splattering over the young master. At that moment, the young master trembled uncontrollably, terror consuming him, his composure shattered. Boy, do you remember the woman with the mole at the corner of her brow? I have come to avenge her, Yifeng declared, raising his blade high. Wait, I am the young master of Giant Tree City. If you kill me, my father will raze everything south of the temple to the ground. You cannot escape. Thud! Just as he finished speaking, Yifeng's blade descended. The young master's head was split in half, one defiant eye gazing up at the heavens. After eliminating the young master, Yifeng cast his piercing gaze toward the 2 female archers. They had been attempting to repair their bows, but sensing Yifeng's murderous intent, they froze in fear. Yifeng, kill them. Leave no evidence. The 2 force kings have already penetrated deep into the sacred area. They will not witness your actions. Jin Yimei screamed from behind, clearly aware of the significance of Giant Tree City. "Apologies, ladies." Yi Feng positioned his blade. "No, please. Spare us, my lord. We are willing to submit to you." Yi Feng paid them no mind and exerted force with his arm. "Ah!" The two women screamed, one dashing left and the other right. Thud! The blade's energy swept through, claiming the life of one archer. Yi Feng leaped into the air, soaring several meters high, and struck again. Thud! The remaining archer ran several meters forward before feeling a chill in her waist. In the next moment, her body was severed in two. Yet Yi Feng was not satisfied. He delivered another blow, cleaving her skull. After dispatching the group, Yi Feng took the golden robe off the young master and crumpled it into a ball, surprisingly compact, yet capable of withstanding blade energy. Meanwhile, Jin Yimei grasped a circular disc in her hands. Yi Feng then removed the shield-bearer's backpack and opened it to find it filled with high-grade crystal pills. "Run!" Yi Feng grasped Jin Yimei's hand and fled toward the Iron Tower district. After running approximately 5 kilometers, a furious roar echoed behind them. "Mad young master!" "Ah!" The sound reverberated, leaving Yi Feng's ears ringing. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated to a higher speed. After running 30 kilometers, Yi Feng finally led Jin Yimei into an iron tower, gasping for breath. After a moment, Jin Yimei turned to Yi Feng. "Lord Yi Yu, are you perhaps the concealed king of strength? Have you deliberately chosen to portray the prowess of a third-tier strength master to maintain a low profile?" Yi Feng's eyes flickered. He initially considered affirming his identity as the king of strength in response to Jin Yimei's words. However, he quickly shook his head. Jin Yimei had mentioned her intention to become a citizen of Hot Spring Island in the future. While he could deceive outsiders, he felt it was inappropriate to lie to a potential citizen. "No, I am merely a third-tier strength master," Yi Feng stated earnestly. "A third-tier strength master? Yet you just vanquished a 9th-tier strength master and faced so many above 7th tier. Are you truly?" Jin Yimei gazed at Yi Feng incredulously, as if she were beholding a marvel. In truth, Yi Feng himself was unaware of the extent of his capabilities. Nevertheless, he understood that he could never hope to rival the king of strength. At that moment, Jin Yimei unexpectedly produced a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the blood from Yi Feng's face, her actions tender as a wife's. Previously, although Yi Feng was formidable, he was merely at the level of a third-tier strength master. To be honest, the aloof Jin Yimei had not held him in high regard. However, upon witnessing his abilities that rivaled the king of strength, her perspective began to shift. "Lord Yi, the Giant Tree City is a formidable clan, with the Strength Emperor presiding over it. Thus, what transpired today must remain a secret. Otherwise, those powerful beings will undoubtedly uncover the location of your tribe." Jin Yimei spoke softly. "The Strength Emperor." Yi Feng felt as though his mind might explode. "Rest assured, I will keep this confidential. After I locate the holy water, I intend to follow you. The temple has been destroyed, and I have no home. Thus, you are my family, and you may place your complete trust in me," Jin Yimei replied. Yi Feng did not respond, but instead furrowed his brow, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the curved blade nearby. He recognized that he could never hope to defeat the king of strength. Should it come to the level of the Strength Emperor, he doubted he could even escape. "Jin Yimei, I formally declare you a citizen. Upon our return to my territory, I will inform all citizens of the situation, ensuring you become a citizen without the need for a vote," Yi Feng proclaimed gravely. "Citizen? Vote?" Jin Yimei questioned, her expression one of confusion. "The matter is thus. On Hot Spring Island, the island master does not hold absolute power. With citizenship, every individual possesses a measure of authority to appoint or dismiss the island master and deputy island master. In this realm, there are no hierarchies." Yi Feng detailed the rules of Hot Spring Island. After a considerable pause, Jin Yimei's eyes widened in astonishment. "If that is true, what kind of governance is that? Wouldn't it abolish all ranks?" she remarked, visibly displeased. After all, she had long lived in a world of strict hierarchies and found it difficult to accept such a radical shift. "Do you believe this system is flawed?" Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "No, no, no, it is not that it is flawed. It's just, if there are no ranks, what motivation would other citizens have?" Jin Yimei inquired. "Do you wish to languish through life in ceaseless toil? There are no ranks. The purpose is to enable everyone to live effortlessly in the present. Each day consists of merely 3 hours of work, leaving the remainder as free time to engage in any desired activity. whether one wishes to delve into the study of techniques, fish on an island, or pursue romance. One is free to do so. This embodies the philosophy of my hot spring island, to alleviate the burdens of life. Yifeng remarked, "Do you not pursue longevity? Do you not seek eternal life?" Jin Yimei inquired further. "Eternal life? Ha ha ha, that is far too distant. Let us focus on cherishing the present. The pursuit of longevity is arduous. Hence, while chasing after it, we must also allow ourselves to relax. Otherwise, if one remains perpetually busy until death, only to find that immortality eludes them, what then is the significance of this existence?" Yifeng chuckled. Jin Yimei paused for a few seconds, seemingly comprehending Yifeng's perspective. "You are correct. We, the inhabitants of the temple, incessantly offer our devotion to the deities, hoping they will descend from the heavens to guide us on the path to immortality. Yet, for nearly 10,000 years, not a single soul has attained divinity, leaving us trapped in our busyness." Jin Yimei nodded, suddenly revealing a relieved, sweet smile. Yifeng was taken aback. Jin Yimei's smile radiated a beauty reminiscent of yin. He nodded 70%. "Let us return and reunite with Zesong and the others." With that, Yifeng took Jin Yimei's hand and headed toward the ruins. However, after taking a few steps, a melodious sound resonated from the sky. A large dark figure soared through the clouds. A sandbird. How splendid it would be to tame one, Yifeng mused, captivated by the sight above. Unbeknownst to him, two masters were perched upon the back of that sandbird, Feng and Tai. "What shall we do? The young master is dead. How shall we explain this to the city lord?" Feng exclaimed, anxiety etched on his face. "If we find the murderer, perhaps the city lord's wrath will be redirected, and we may yet survive," Tai replied, equally anxious. Chapter 721. Do not act thus again, then we must hasten. That man and woman below seem familiar. When we battled with Zhou Wu, they were hiding behind the giant rock house. Could they be the ones responsible? Tai queried. "Brother Feng, I believe your impatience is clouding your judgment. What level are they?" "We are seeking masters of the strength king caliber." As they conversed, the sandbird had already swept over the entire temple city. Yet, unwilling to relent, they guided the sandbird toward the altar area. "Brother Feng, you have finally returned." Jin Shi exclaimed with excitement, rushing over to embrace Yifeng's leg. "What are you doing? Let go." Yifeng recoiled, feeling a shiver run down his spine. This fellow, once so haughty, had suddenly become akin to Chunin. In truth, Jin Shi had witnessed the intimate interaction between Chun-Un and Yifeng, prompting his actions. He believed that by pleasing Yifeng like Chunin did, he could forge a close friendship with him. "Brother Feng, a level 16 sand beast approached earlier. Thankfully, we managed to escape swiftly, or else we would have faced total annihilation," Zesong said earnestly, gazing at Yifeng. "Brother Feng, your face is covered in blood. Allow me to help you clean it." Yushuan took out a pristine handkerchief and gently wiped the corners for Yifeng. Earlier, in Yifeng's absence, they felt utterly helpless. Even a mere level 15 sand beast passing by caused them to hold their breath for fear of being surrounded by a horde of sand beasts. However, when Yifeng was present, they could stroll freely down the wide street. "I'm a bit weary. Let us rest here for a few days. We shall visit the altar area for the holy water on the night of the full moon," Yifeng mused, feeling a tinge of hesitation. He had slain the young lord of the giant tree city, and logically, he should have fled immediately. Yet, after such a long journey to the temple, he could not bear to return empty-handed. At the very least, he desired to find the holy water to revive Tuba and his companions. "Brother Feng, allow me to wash your feet. You haven't had the chance to cleanse yourself during this journey." Jin Yimei suddenly shifted her tone, referring to Yifeng as Brother Feng. Yifeng quickly waved his hands. No. I am still young. Please call me by my name. In our realm, strength is revered. I initially intended to address you as my lord, but it felt inappropriate, so Brother Feng it is," Jin Yimei replied, squatting down to assist Yifeng in removing his boots. "Step aside. I shall handle this matter myself," Yushuan interjected, rushing over to assist Yifeng with his other boot. Women can be possessive. Previously, when Yifeng was weaker, there was no jealousy between them, but now that it was evident Yifeng was the strongest among them, the rivalry began to brew. I shall wash my own feet. I desire neither of you." Yifeng firmly pushed both women away, recognizing that this was the wisest choice to avoid conflict. Jin Shi, observing from the side, felt envious but no longer harbored any jealousy. Initially, when Yifeng had bested him, He felt a mix of envy and admiration. But as Feng's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin, he was left with only admiration and acceptance of the situation. "Brother Feng, I shall fetch some water for you," Jinchi declared, hastily heading into the small hut to draw water. They had 7 buckets stored here, of which 4 had already been used. Zisong sighed and slowly spoke. "Brother Feng, do you truly believe the holy water is located in the altar area? Could it be that my sister-in-law is mistaken?" Brother Zisong, at nearly 200 years of age, please refrain from calling me brother. I fear it may shorten my lifespan." Feng replied with a mournful expression, not wishing to appear so aged. "What would you prefer I call you? Just say the word, and I shall comply." Zisong said sincerely. You may refer to me as Brother Feng." Feng decided after careful consideration, opting for a more subtle form of address. "Very well, Brother Feng. Do you think my sister-in-law may have misjudged the location?" Zisong continued. "It is well known that the temple contains some extraordinary treasures, typically found within the divine site area, where countless techniques, martial arts, and even items once used by deities are stored." "Items once used by deities?" Feng raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, even the stick once employed by the spear god for personal hygiene has become a divine artifact, now revered by a prominent clan," Zisong elaborated. "Is it truly that outrageous?" Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After a while, Jinchi heated the water and brought it over to Feng in an iron basin. Feng placed his feet into the warm water, instantly wearing an expression of pure bliss. It had been quite some time since he last soaked his feet, and he imagined they would turn the water into a murky yellow. Suddenly, Sun and Jin Yimei rushed over simultaneously, each grasping one of Feng's feet. "What are you doing?" Feng's heart tightened. "We are here to assist you," the 2 girls said as they cradled Feng's foot in their arms, meticulously wiping it with clean handkerchiefs. Their seriousness was such that one might mistakenly believe they were engaged in chip manufacturing. "Please refrain from this in the future. There are rules on my hot spring island, and one must not act ostentatiously. Let this instance be an exception." Feng sighed, resigning himself to their ministrations. Just then, 2 hands rested on his shoulders, gently kneading them. "Brother Feng, let me massage your shoulders. It's fine. You need not worry about me. You can chat with Zisong," Jinchi said with an ingratiating smile. Zisong, standing nearby, appeared uncomfortable. He recalled that in the past, Jinchi had referred to him as Brother Zisong, but now she addressed him by his name. Indeed, when one's prowess falls short, all accolades are stripped away. "Zisong, having lived for so long, share everything you know with me, such as the concept of heart demons." The mere thought of heart demons caused Feng to feel unsettled. At the moment of their invasion, he felt utterly out of control, as if all the deceased were resurrected in a phantasmagoria. "Heart demons? I have heard of them, though rarely witnessed. They emerge when one levels up too quickly. I almost forgot to warn you. Your rapid advancement is the cause of your heart demons. Therefore, Brother Feng, you must exercise moderation in your progression. If you level up too quickly, the medicinal power of the crystal pills may remain undigested, leading not only to heart demon invasions, but also to significant bodily issues in due time," Zisong advised earnestly. He was unaware that Feng's blood-sucking technique allowed him to instantly absorb medicinal power, so he had no concerns regarding physical problems, only the cursed heart demons. "It is terrifying. If heart demons invade during a battle with an enemy, it could spell disaster at any moment. Brother Feng, do not be disheartened. If you find yourself unable to level up in the short term, you can utilize that medicinal power to enhance your skills and abilities. I possess several techniques, but for us, the amount of medicinal power we absorb is barely sufficient for leveling up. Hence, I have only superficially practiced these techniques. Now, I can offer them all to you." After saying this, Zisong pulled out several pieces of animal hide from his pocket. "What is this?" Feng inquired. "This is the cultivation method for the Shura Eye. When practicing the first level, it sharpens your vision and enhances clarity, but it requires a substantial amount of crystal pill medicinal power. I abandoned it before even reaching the first level because I needed that hard-earned medicinal power for leveling up. Moreover, upon reaching the 3rd level, your gaze becomes as sharp as a blade. Once you unleash the Shura Eye, most would hesitate to meet your eyes. At the 7th level, a vertical eye will split open in the center of your brow. Once this eye opens, it possesses the power to annihilate all living beings in existence. The Shura Eye, at its 9th level, as recorded above, can bend one's line of sight, penetrating any object. and even traversing the void to strike enemies across realms. However, these accounts are merely theoretical. Thus far, no one has ever cultivated beyond the 4th tier. Zasa introduced the formidable power of the Shura I with utmost seriousness. How much medicinal energy would this consume? Yifeng inquired. Don't even mention it. Even the medicinal energy refined over a millennium might not suffice to elevate the Shura I to the 3rd tier. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to attempt such a feat? An ordinary person requires roughly a year to fully absorb the medicinal energy of a crystal pill. Naturally, this energy is meant for upgrading. No one would be so naive as to use it for cultivating techniques, Zasa chuckled. Now I understand. Yifeng grasped the concept instantly. It was akin to working diligently for a year to save 50,000 yuan, only to spend it on gaming equipment. The average person would undoubtedly utilize that money for sustenance. How could it be diverted elsewhere? Yifeng tucked the Shura I's beast skin into his bosom and turned his gaze to another piece of beast skin. What is this? Brother Feng. This is the cultivation method for the Chongyang technique. At the 1st level, it bears no effect on you. However, from the 2nd level onward, its benefits gradually unfold. For instance, if your foundational punch strength is 10 tons, upon reaching the 2nd level of the Chongyang technique, you could unleash 20 tons of force with a single punch. At the 3rd level, this would increase to 30 tons. By the 10th level, you could strike with a force of 100 tons, Zasa carefully elaborated. There exists a 10th level for this technique. I had assumed it only went to 9, Yifeng remarked as he examined the Chongyang technique's beast skin. This technique has no limit to its tiers. As long as your physical body can endure, you could cultivate it to 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 levels. However, under normal circumstances, human physical strength is finite. If you truly manage to amplify your punch strength to 20 times, your body might very well explode before the punch could even land, Zasa clarified. Are you suggesting that as long as my physique is sufficiently strong, I can continuously cultivate this technique? Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, this technique employs the principle of resonance through bodily joints to enable your punch strength to exceed normal limits. The 1st level states that when you deliver a punch, the rotational force of your fist, the power from your waist, the stance's strength, and the force of your arms must all synchronize at the moment of impact to achieve resonance, thereby doubling your punch strength. Subsequent cultivation will involve over 100 joints in your body, and eventually, every muscle must participate in resonance. Ultimately, even every molecule in your body must contribute to the resonance, allowing you to unleash a punch with hundreds or even thousands of times the power, Zasa explained, gesturing to the beast skin. Such incredible prowess. But how strong must one's physique be to withstand such damage? Yifeng exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. He is diligently practicing the dragon elephant technique, a discipline aimed at enhancing physical strength. If he successfully cultivates it to the 9th level, he might unleash a 10-fold amplification of his power. With his current strength, such an amplification could potentially allow him to contend with the mighty king of strength. What is this? Yifeng inquired, pointing to the next piece of animal hide. This is called the Tranquil Heart Mantra, created by the priests. It is said that reciting the Tranquil Heart Mantra for an extended period can invigorate the spirit and strengthen the soul, seemingly connected to concepts of innate and acquired traits, rather nebulous notions, indeed. However, every time I recite the mantra, I feel an overwhelming sense of tranquility, Zasong explained. I understand. This is a method for nurturing life. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, Brother Zasong, Yifeng said, shaking Zasong's hand. Ouch! Just then, Yifeng let out a cry of anguish. It turned out that Yusun was giving him a foot massage. Is it comfortable? Yusun asked. It's tolerable. This peculiar blend of pain and pleasure is a sensation I haven't experienced in quite some time. Ouch! Yifeng exclaimed again. Soon, Yusun prepared the bedding in the small room, then stripped down completely and slipped under the animal hide quilt. Come here. Yusun beckoned with her fair, delicate foot. I must clarify that I will share the bed but not the bedchamber, Yifeng replied, and promptly joined her under the covers. Outside, Zasong and Jinshi also shared a bed. The cold wave had spread from the vast grassland to the green sea desert, and the temperature here was dropping at a rate of 1 degree each day. It would not be long before the temple transformed into an icy fortress. Don't move around, Yifeng called from under the covers. But I wanna, came the teasing reply. Before long, Zasong and the others heard soft, alluring sounds emanating from the small room. The next morning, Yi Feng and his companions decided against further risks, opting instead to remain in the Iron Tower, awaiting the arrival of the full moon night. Naturally, Yi Feng would not squander this time. Each day he absorbed the medicinal potency of the crystal pills to cultivate 3 techniques: the Chongyang technique, which he valued most, the auxiliary dragon elephant technique, and the Ashura eye. However, as he consumed the crystal pills, Yi Feng discovered that progress in these 3 techniques was astonishingly slow. Once he depleted the pilfered crystal pills, he was compelled to venture into the Iron Tower district, where he wreaked havoc. The sand beasts that previously roamed freely in the area, preying on anyone in sight, were now in disarray without their formidable leader, the 17th level sand beast, being relentlessly pursued by a colossal creature. Each day, Yi Feng returned with crystal pills for his cultivation and occasionally encountered hunting teams, typically consisting of 5 or 6 members, all at the level of strength practitioners. After all, those of the King of Strength caliber found little sport in hunting sand beasts below the 20th level. 10 days later, within the Iron Tower, Yi Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, with Zisong and Jin Qi guarding the entrance. At that moment, a thick plume of white smoke billowed from his head, and his face flushed a deep crimson. With a thunderous roar, a beastly cry erupted from within Yi Feng. After a prolonged period, he slowly opened his eyes. I did it. I have reached the 4th layer of the dragon elephant technique. Yi Feng, with a face full of surprise, caressed his own skin. He felt that his skin was now imbued with resilience, capable of withstanding ordinary arrows even without the protection of blood scales. Congratulations, Feng Ge. Your mastery has reached a remarkable level, Jin Qi and Yu Sun exclaimed in unison. Ha ha ha, what mastery? I still have a long way to go, Yi Feng replied joyfully as he stood up. Chapter 723. A change in expression. He noticed that after his physical enhancement, the unsettling feeling caused by his rapid cultivation began to dissipate. You all stand back a bit. I will attempt to unleash the 2nd layer of the Chongyang Gong, Yi Feng declared. With that, he clenched his right fist and leaned forward. As he leaned, he thrust his fist forward, spinning it halfway through the air. When the power of the punch reached its peak, Yi Feng coordinated his waist and legs, achieving a resonant effect with the strike. Boom! The wall of the Iron Tower was indented by the force of his blow. Yi Feng then examined his fist, finding only a minor abrasion at the tip of his knuckles. Ha ha, it seems I have succeeded. The power I just unleashed is indeed about twice my foundational strength, which means I have already mastered the 2nd layer of the Chongyang Gong, Yi Feng said, trembling with excitement. Feng Ge, now try the 3rd layer of the Chongyang Gong, Jin Qi urged joyfully. At that moment, he felt no trace of jealousy towards Yi Feng, only admiration and an inexplicable sense of team honor. If Yi Feng grew stronger, he would undoubtedly protect himself well. Thus, Yi Feng's strength equated to their collective strength. This sentiment was shared by both Yu Sun and Jin Yimei. They were all prepared to join Yi Feng on his warm spring island. If their island lord became stronger, it would signify an enhancement in their own strength, ensuring that no foreign tribes would dare to bully them. As for Zisong, he was not as jubilant. Unable to find the holy water, he knew he would not survive beyond 3 years, and thus, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the holy water. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed. Yi Feng stepped upon the corpse of a 16th level sand beast. Feng Ge, you are incredible, Jin Qi applauded. Just 2 days prior, Yi Feng had begun to hunt sand beasts recklessly in the Iron Tower district. Feng Ge, this is a crystal pill, Yu Sun said, handing a crystal pill to Yi Feng. For those in the vast desert, crystal pills were not scarce, as it could take them several months, even years, to slowly digest just one. Yi Feng counted the crystal pills in the sack, estimating there were over 40. Perhaps he had a decent chance of breaking through to the 5th layer of the dragon elephant skill, which would likely triple his amplitude. How many days remain until the night of the full moon? Yi Feng inquired. Approximately 7 days, Zisong replied respectfully. Over the past few days, he had finally witnessed Yi Feng's prowess. He was beginning to think of him as the unrivaled master of strength, the foremost individual beneath the king of strength. If we slay 2 more sand beasts of level 15 or above, we will retreat and see if we can cultivate the dragon elephant skill to the 5th layer. Yi Feng stated. Yes, Feng Ge. Understood, they all replied with deference. Please, do not address me so formally. The pressure is overwhelming, Yi Feng sighed. How much pressure could there possibly be? At that moment, a voice emerged from the ruins behind them. Yi Feng and his companions promptly turned around, grasping their weapons. Is it the beast hunting squad again? Yu inquired. After a brief interval, four figures emerged from the debris, comprising 2 men and 2 women. However, one middle-aged man caused Yi Feng's expression to shift. His prowess was evidently at the level of a first-order strength monarch. It was unexpected that the temple city could attract so many experts of such caliber. Undoubtedly, their purpose was singular. Do not be alarmed. We do not consume humans. The middle-aged man stated, his gaze sweeping over Jia Seng and the others, ultimately resting on Yi Feng. I have observed you for 2 days. Although your strength is that of a third-order strength master, the methods you have exhibited could cause even a 9th-order strength master to suffer significant losses in your presence. What say you? Shall we collaborate? He continued, that 20-level sand beast resides in the altar area, while I possess a 60% assurance of vanquishing it. For the sake of prudence, it is wise to have a formidable ally. What do you think? The middle-aged man regarded Yi Feng, clearly disregarding Jia Seng and the others. My lord, he is the only viable option here. The others would merely be a burden. A young woman gracefully approached the middle-aged man. Indeed, madam, I too have eyes only for him. The others would only serve as encumbrances, and I lack the energy to protect them, the middle-aged man remarked. Yi Feng then glanced at the other couple. They appeared notably younger, but were equally formidable, all at the level of 9th-order strength masters. Moreover, Yi Feng discerned that the younger pair were also husband and wife. I apologize, but I do not seem to know you. How can I trust you? Yi Feng inquired. Moreover, even if we slay that 20-level sand beast, there is but one crystal core. To whom shall it belong? Ha ha ha. The crystal core shall be yours. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Lu. This is my wife, and also my daughter-in-law. Her name is Chang'e. Over there is my brother Bai Ku, and that is his wife, Chu Hong. The middle-aged man quickly introduced them. Yi Feng found the relationships puzzling, but noted the complexity among them. With all due respect, why do you claim that your wife is also your daughter-in-law? Yi Feng questioned. Because my second son passed away 7 years ago, naturally, I must bring his wife into my household. Otherwise, my family would lose a capable woman. Hong Lu replied matter-of-factly. Well, I suppose traditions vary in your tribe. However, I must ask, if you give me the crystal core, what do you desire in return? Surely, you do not expect me to work for nothing, Yi Feng pressed. Simple enough. Once the altar is opened, I desire that divine spear. I seek nothing else. All else shall belong to you, Hong Lu stated, a hint of reverence appearing on his countenance. I understand now. You covet a weapon once wielded by the divine. Very well, it is a deal. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy within. As long as this individual did not demand the holy water, he was agreeable. Then let us set forth now, Hong Lu suggested with a smile. No, we must wait for the night of the full moon. At that time, the divine spear will be at its weakest. Otherwise, our strength would not even allow us to enter its radius. Yi Feng shook his head. The night of the full moon? Where did you hear such information? Hong Lu retorted. Clearly, he was also unaware of the secrets within the temple. This matter need not be questioned. I simply know, and the source of my information would never wish me harm, Yi Feng asserted resolutely. After all, Duoyan Hina is the mother of his child. She would never allow her offspring to become an orphan, would she? Are you suggesting we must wait another 7 days? Hong Lu pondered. Perhaps we need not wait that long. As long as the moon is sufficiently full, it will suffice, Yi Feng replied. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then let us revel in the next 7 days. I propose a trade. My wife in exchange for the 2 lovely companions by your side. What do you say? Hong Lu inquired nonchalantly. Yu Sun and Jin Yimei exchanged wary glances and took a cautious step back, while Jin Qi instinctively placed his hand upon his axe. I'm afraid that is not feasible. Yi Feng shook his head. Ha ha, I understand. Not every tribe is as permissive as our Mangu clan. We typically gather under the starry sky, and upon finding a suitable woman, we engage in matters beneath the heavens, Hong Lu remarked. Chapter 724. Will you sleep with me tonight? Yi Feng sensed that this individual harbored no lewd intentions towards the 2 women. Rather, it was merely a reflection of their clan's culture. The traditions of your tribe may not align with those of my people. Yi Feng nodded, his expression devoid of anger or disdain. After all, every culture possesses its own customs, and it would be remiss to disrupt them. In the eyes of some, tradition is valued above life itself. By the way, you have yet to introduce your companions, Hong Lu continued. Apologies, I almost forgot. I am Yi Feng, this is Jia Song. And she is. Yi Feng quickly completed the introductions. Young Yi Feng, Although your two beautiful companions may be unwilling to engage with me, fret not. I, Hong Lu, am a magnanimous man. My dear wife, why not accompany young Yi Feng tonight? Such an exotic individual is sure to ignite your interest, Hong Lu suggested. Turning to address her, Chang'e nodded, swaying as she approached Yi Feng. Her eye makeup was striking, and her gaze held a sharp desire, unashamedly revealing her inner thoughts. Soon, she was before Yi Feng, extending her healthy arms to embrace the back of his neck. Exotic Yi Feng, do not be alarmed. This is a customary greeting in our tribe. Do not feel overly constrained, Chang'e said. Yi Feng had intended to push her away, but upon hearing her words, he stood still. However, in the next moment, Chang'e suddenly reached her hand into Yi Feng's trousers. She gasped, retracting her hand in shock, her mouth covering her astonishment. She then turned to Hong Lu and spoke rapidly in their native tongue. What? So? Hong Lu glanced at Yi Feng's trousers. Apologies, your wife is simply too mischievous. I could not help but be taken aback by her audacity, Yi Feng remarked, addressing his trousers. You behave yourself. Forgive me. After all, youth often leads to vigorous reactions. Let us find a place to rest first, on the night of the full moon. We shall venture to the altar district to acquire the holy water, or rather, to hunt that level 20 sand beast. With that, Yi Feng strode ahead with a peculiar gait. After a while, a group of 9 entered the Iron Tower district, where they found the daily necessities belonging to Yi Feng and the others. Yi Feng, you are too shy. I like you. Will you sleep with me tonight? At that moment, another woman from the Manga tribe, named Chu Hong, spoke up. Yi Feng did not respond immediately, instead turning to look at Yu Sun and Jin Yimei. The two women were already glaring at Chu Hong with furrowed brows, clearly displeased. To be honest, Yi Feng had never engaged with a beauty of the 9th tier power before. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. However, one must always adhere to principles. They were now a team, and it was essential to foster good relationships among themselves. As an outsider, he should not be overly exclusive. He needed to integrate into their traditions to enhance their teamwork in the future. All right, Yi Feng finally nodded. After some time, Yi Feng sat in his small room. It was still daylight, and he decided to use this opportunity to absorb all 40-odd crystal pills and elevate his dragon elephant skill to the 5th level. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, morning had arrived. Yi Feng looked at the remnants of the crystal pills scattered on the ground and assessed his physical condition. He should have reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer. Perhaps he only needed one advanced crystal pill to break through to the 5th layer. Just like leveling up, each stage of cultivation presents its own bottleneck. Once a bottleneck is encountered, one cannot rely on inferior crystal pills for breakthrough. Only advanced crystal pills with potent effects will suffice. Outside his small house, Hong Lu was chatting with Zha Sang, both seemingly enjoying their conversation. The Mangu people appeared bold yet foolish, but upon closer listening, Yi Feng discerned a profound wisdom embedded within their straightforward way of life. It seemed that every race, upon reaching a certain level of evolution, cultivated its own unique wisdom. Zha Sang, since you are destined to die, you can live in another world, where there is a forest filled with your dearly departed. Do not fear death. It is merely a new beginning. Hong Lu was comforting Zha Sang. Thank you, Lord Hong Lu. After hearing that, I feel much less anxious, Zha Sang replied, a rare smile gracing his face. Observing this, Yi Feng also stepped outside. Suddenly, 2 fiery gazes fixed upon his trousers. Yi Feng, your pants are the largest I have ever seen. At last, I can indulge. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chu Hong stated unabashedly. I hope so too, Yi Feng replied as he settled beside the campfire. Have you ever tried being together while riding on horseback? Or jumping off a cliff? This time, it was Chang'e speaking. Yi Feng's trousers became even more uncomfortable under the scrutiny. It seemed the Manga people spent their days consumed by such thoughts after their meals. Perhaps they had long since come to terms with these matters. What if you get pregnant? Yi Feng asked dryly. If I get pregnant, I'll give birth. What's the problem? Chu Hong responded straightforwardly. I'm not powerful enough. If I were to have a child, what could I possibly provide for it? Said Yi Feng. Shouldn't the decision to bear children be a mutual desire between a man and a woman? Besides, after giving birth, it seems that it is always the women who take care of the children. Men can simply seek out other women to have children with, can't they? Chu Hong replied. Jin Qi's hair stood on end with excitement. Are you suggesting that after a child is born, women are left to care for them while men can go on to have children with other women? To live as carefree bachelors? Jin Qi's voice trembled. Of course. However, You are not an option for me. My affections lie with Yi Feng. If it weren't for him, perhaps I would consider you. But who knows, in a few days, I might find myself drawn to you, Chu Hong stated candidly. All right, I understand. May I inquire how one might reach the Manga tribe? Is there an opportunity for me to visit? Jinshi asked. Simply continue along this path, cross the Dead Sea, and in 300 days, you shall arrive at the Manga tribe, Chu Hong responded. 300 days? Are you implying that with my abilities, it would take 300 days? Jinshi questioned. He was a 9th-tier warrior. Surely traveling 300 miles a day was within his capability. If it would take him 300 days, just how far was the Manga tribe? No, it is based on my pace, Chu Hong clarified. Then perhaps I shall reconsider. I hope that in a few days, you will come to favor me, Jinshi replied, returning to his seat in earnest. Night swiftly descended, and Yi Feng tossed and turned in his bed, unable to find slumber. Chapter 725. It's up to me. It was unclear how much time had passed when Yi Feng suddenly heard footsteps outside the small dwelling, sounding as if there were two individuals approaching. His heart tightened. If it were one person, he could manage, but two? He had just cultivated the dragon elephant skill to the 4th level and was on the cusp of breaking through to the 5th. He did not wish to squander his efforts due to a lack of energy. After a while, illuminated by the starlight, Yi Feng finally discerned Chu Hong and Chang'e. They had discarded their outer furs and were clad only in sheer veils. Yi Feng, come. The two women exclaimed as they slipped into the bed with him. Yi Feng quickly found himself in the moment. However, moments later, his expression shifted. Oh no, I feel like I'm losing control. You need to get off me. Yi Feng, trembling, looked at Chang'e, yet she remained unfazed, her hands firmly gripping his arms. On the other side, Chu Hong held his legs down. You? Are you practicing some nefarious technique? Are you trying to absorb my energy? Yi Feng suddenly realized the situation. What kind of fortune was this? It turned out these two women intended to harness his vitality to cultivate some malevolent art. An alien, you're quite remarkable. After absorbing your essence, my lifespan will extend by 3 months, Chang'e declared, her composure unwavering as her internal strength began to exert a powerful pull on Yi Feng. You? Yi Feng felt his face flush. On one hand, he sensed his vitality rapidly depleting, while on the other, he was overwhelmed with pleasure. Two conflicting sensations left him in a state of bewilderment, even tempting him to indulge in this comfort. It was simply too pleasurable to resist. Rest assured, dying beneath the blossoms is a dream cherished by many men, and I can fulfill that desire for you. Chang'e chuckled lightly. Beside her, Chu Hong restrained Yi Feng's legs, exclaiming, Sister, this fellow possesses several unique abilities. Your sucking technique might just absorb them too. What? Yi Feng roared, suddenly awakening from his indulgence. Are you two seeking death? Quickly, restrain him. He seems to have regained his senses. Upon hearing this, Chang'e intensified her absorption technique. Yi Feng felt his spinal fluid boiling, nearly transcending into the ether. Blood-sucking technique. Yi Feng swiftly reversed his grip, seizing Chang'e's arm. In the next moment, a formidable pulling force surged from his lower abdomen and hands. Oh no, this alien! Chang'e exclaimed, feeling the energy within her collapse in an instant. The yuan yang she had painstakingly absorbed was forcibly reclaimed by Yi Feng, and that overwhelming suction began to turn the tides. Sister! Chu Hong cried out in alarm. Stop him! But before she could finish, her eyes rolled back. Yi Feng had already penetrated deep into her dantian, and as the blood-sucking technique activated, even the 9th-tier strength master Chang'e could not withstand it for half a minute. In mere moments, her energy core was breached, causing her to slump helplessly upon the animal hide. Sister? Chu Hong screamed, but immediately felt Yi Feng's grip tighten around her wrist. Impudent. Just then, an enraged roar erupted from outside the small dwelling. Hong Lu stormed in, brandishing his curved blade toward Yi Feng's arm with devastating intent. In a critical moment, Yi Feng lifted Chu Hong, shielding himself with her body. Blood splattered as she met her demise. Ah, I will kill you, you alien, Hong Lu shouted, kicking Chu Hong's lifeless body aside before swinging his blade once more at Yi Feng. Reacting swiftly, Yi Feng wrapped himself in animal hide and retreated several paces. Clang! The curved blade struck the iron wall, resonating with a thunderous crash. Outside, footsteps multiplied, signaling the approach of reinforcements from both Yi Feng's side and Hong Lu's accomplice. Bai Ke, this damned alien! Bai Ke fumed, lunging at Yi Feng with his spear. Unfortunately, his strength paled in comparison to Hong Lu's. Yifeng sidestepped, seizing the spear's tip. Huh. Seeking your own demise, Baiku attempted to slice Yifeng's palm with the spear, but a layer of frost spread from the spearhead to his hand. Hiss! Baiku gasped in shock, shifting to grip the spear with both hands. However, Yifeng yanked back, causing Baiku to collide with him involuntarily. Just as Yifeng prepared to unleash the blood-sucking technique, Hong Lu's curved blade struck again, compelling Yifeng to release Baiku. Boom! The two exchanged a powerful palm strike, sending Yifeng stumbling 10 meters back until his back crashed against the iron wall, finally halting his momentum. Although Hong Lu did not retreat, a layer of frost formed on his hands, indicating the toll it had taken on him. After all, Yifeng had successfully mastered the 4th level of the Dragon Elephant skill, and with his impressive physical prowess, combined with the 2nd layer of the Chongyang skill and his innate blood scales, his physical strength was likely comparable to that of an ordinary king of strength. With a cough, Yifeng spat out a small mouthful of blood, coldly gazing at Baiku. "Brother Feng, we are here to assist you," Jin Shi declared, wielding a massive axe as he charged towards Baiku. "A mere muscle-bound brute." Baiku scoffed, sending forth a palm strike into the air. Boom! The powerful palm wind sent Jin Shi flying 10 meters away, the giant axe embedding itself into the iron wall. Moreover, the residual force of the palm strike continued to affect the others behind. "Hey!" Jia Song exclaimed in shock, quickly assuming a horse stance and shielding his face with his hands. As a 3rd-tier force master, he was able to withstand Baiku's strike without sustaining serious harm. However, the same could not be said for Jin Yi Mei and Yu Sun. The two women were hurled back 10 meters, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Particularly for Yu Sun, she nearly found herself sent crashing to the 1st floor by Baiku's casual strike. "Jia Song, take them away from the cabin. Do not interfere," Yifeng urged hastily. "Understood, Brother Feng," Jia Song replied, grabbing Jin Shi's body and retreating from the cabin. At this moment, within the confines of the cabin, Yifeng stood alone facing two formidable opponents. Hong Lu maintained his composure, but Baiku could not. Earlier, he had believed that with his strength as a 9th-tier force master, he could easily subdue Yifeng. However, after their first clash, had it not been for Hong Lu's assistance, he might have faced a swift defeat. This realization compelled the 9th-tier force master to treat the 3rd-tier Yifeng with the utmost seriousness. Hong Lu glanced at the two fallen bodies on the ground, his heart bleeding. It was imperative to note that Chang Yi's identity was far from ordinary. Her family belonged to the foremost clan of the barbarian ancient tribe, and her father was a master at the level of a force emperor. Having brought Chang Yi out, failing to return her would spell disastrous consequences for him. "Alien Yifeng, you have brought upon yourself a calamity of monumental proportions," Hong Lu exclaimed, unleashing both palms. Boom! In the confined space, Yifeng found himself unable to evade and engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Hong Lu. Boom! His body once again made intimate contact with the iron wall. With a cough, fresh blood erupted from Yifeng's mouth, and even his aura dimmed significantly. "Brother Hong Lu, leave it to me," Baiku said, narrowing his eyes as he brandished his spear, directly targeting Yifeng's face. Chapter 726. You must not do this. Summoning his remaining strength, Yifeng suddenly charged toward Baiku's spear. He grasped Baiku's shoulder firmly. "What do you intend to do, boy?" Baiku exclaimed in surprise. "What am I doing?" Yifeng chuckled darkly, seizing Baiku's collarbone and unleashing his blood-sucking technique upon him. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Baiku felt an endless stream of energy dissipating within him, akin to a person who has painstakingly saved money for 10 years, only to have it thrown into the fire in bundles. The atmosphere was thick with dread as Baiku found himself paralyzed with fear. "No, alien, you cannot do this," he stammered, his words barely coherent. "Let him go." Hong Lu, taken aback, prepared to rescue Baiku. However, Yifeng positioned Baiku in front of him, his voice cold and resolute. "Do not come closer. If you do, I will end his life." "End his life?" A smirk crept upon Hong Lu's face. With a swift motion, he drew his curved blade, unleashing a wave of lethal energy toward Yifeng. "Do you care nothing for your comrade's fate?" Yifeng gasped, leaping 3 meters high to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Yet, upon landing, he discovered that Baiku had been severed in two, his upper body writhing on the ground, casting a vengeful glare at Hong Lu. "Hong Lu, why must you do this?" Baiku gasped. Even in such a dire state, a master like him still possessed formidable vitality. With a dismissive grunt, Hong Lu swung his blade again, cleaving Bai Qi's head in two. At that moment, the small room held only Yefeng and Honglu. Honglu's positioning was cunning, blocking both the window and the doorway. Should Yefeng attempt to flee, he would have to break through an iron wall, a feat beyond his current capabilities with the 4th level of his dragon elephant technique. Alien, today is not your day to die. I intend to take you alive back to the Manga tribe and present you to the Chong family. You truly have a knack for choosing your adversaries. Do you know who Chong is? Her family is under the protection of a mighty sovereign. No one will come to your aid this time. Even if you manage to escape me today, it will not be long before the Chong family hunts you down. As he spoke, Honglu advanced towards Yefeng, setting his curved blade aside. To capture Yefeng alive, he could not afford to risk killing him. Otherwise, the Chong family would undoubtedly hold him responsible. Yefeng's expression darkened. He had inadvertently provoked a formidable power. Senior Honglu, let me be frank. It was Chong Yi who sought to absorb my essence, and I had no choice but to retaliate. I could not simply stand by and watch her kill me. His explanation fell flat. Such words are futile. You must convey this directly to the Chong family, Honglu retorted, extending his right hand towards Yefeng's throat. By the heavens, you are forcing me into a desperate position. Yefeng gritted his teeth and thrust his right fist forward. Boom. He was sent flying 5 meters back, crashing against the iron wall, creating a dent. Yet, as he soared backward, a flame erupted from his left fingertip. Honglu squinted as the flame struck him directly. Haha. Yefeng rejoiced, aware of the flame's potency. Any creature touched by it would suffer greatly. Yet, in the next moment, his expression soured. The flame passed through Honglu's body and struck the wall behind him. Boom. The iron wall ignited, and the temperature in the room soared dramatically. Before long, Honglu's corporeal form began to gradually dissolve into transparency. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng found himself enveloped in darkness as this individual materialized before him, extending his right hand to seize Yifeng by the throat. What kind of extraordinary ability is this flame? It can even ignite iron? Honglu inquired. Extraordinary ability? A fierce glint flickered in Yifeng's eyes as he retaliated, grasping Honglu's wrist. Suddenly, he activated his vampiric technique to its utmost capacity. You? Honglu narrowed his eyes and delivered a powerful punch to Yifeng's chest. Bang! Yifeng's body bent forward, leaving an imprint of a fist on the wall behind him. Cursing under his breath, he paid no heed to the blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Gripping Honglu's wrist with all his might, while simultaneously channeling his vampiric technique alongside his icy true energy. Something feels amiss. Honglu's expression shifted as he hoisted Yifeng above his head and hurled him fiercely towards the ground. However, Yifeng clung tenaciously to his wrist. Let go! Let go! Let go! With each shout, Honglu slammed Yifeng against the floor, causing the small room to reverberate with the impact. But Yifeng was resolute, determined to drain the life from Honglu. The energy of the Force Master was incredibly dense, and Yifeng discovered that even at the maximum capacity of his vampiric technique, he could only absorb the energy from Honglu's arm. To penetrate deeper into his chest proved to be just beyond reach. Intriguing, akin to Chong Yi's seductive arts, yet regrettably, your foundational strength barely reaches the 3rd tier of a Force Master. Far too lacking, Honglu remarked, seizing Yifeng by the hair and crashing his head against the iron wall. Thud! The wall bore the imprint of Yifeng's anguished visage. At this moment, Yifeng was disoriented, nearly losing consciousness. Yet he could not afford to succumb. Doing so would spell his doom. Thus, in a crucial moment, he unleashed his electrical prowess. Ouch, what is this? Honglu felt a jolt of paralysis coursing through his body, the energy within him momentarily disrupted. This slight gap allowed Yifeng's vampiric technique to burrow into his chest. Honglu cried out in agony, sensing his heart nearly falter. Let go! Let go! His iron fists rained down upon Yifeng's chest. But Yifeng gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish his hold. Just then, a bucket of cold water was unexpectedly splashed from behind, drenching Honglu from head to toe. In mere moments, ice began to form upon his body. Quick! Another bucket of cold water. Yusun urged anxiously. All right. Jinshi promptly brought forth another bucket of cold water. Splash! A shiver ran through Honglu as he felt a powerful suction emanate from his chest, affecting his dantian. Fear gripped him to the core. Let go! Let go! Let go! With each strike he delivered, the strength within him waned. After several blows, Yifeng was bloodied and battered, Yet Hong Lu's force had diminished to that of a mere force master. In contrast, Yi Feng's wounds began to heal rapidly under the influence of his vampiric technique. What was once Hong Lu dominating Yi Feng had now shifted. Yi Feng slowly rose to his feet, while Hong Lu's form began to bend under the pressure. Snap! Hong Lu's slap struck Yi Feng's face. Yet this blow was as feeble as a child's playful punch to the chest. Clang! Jin Qi swiftly extracted his giant axe from the iron wall and delivered a fierce slash to Hong Lu's back. Thud! Ah! A gaping wound opened from Hong Lu's shoulder to his chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. At the same time, Yi Feng's blood-sucking technique penetrated Hong Lu's core. Gurgle, gurgle. A surge of formidable energy coursed through Yi Feng's body. In an instant, Hong Lu's arm shrank by half, followed by his chest, neck, and chin. Ugh! Hong Lu, fueled by an inexplicable surge of strength, broke free from Yi Feng's grasp and pulled a bone tile from his pocket, hurling it into the sky. Boom! The bone tile disintegrated into a cloud of bone powder. Die! Yi Feng seized his curved knife and struck at Hong Lu's back. Jin Qi, not to be outdone, brought his giant axe crashing down on Hong Lu's head. Boom! The once mighty Power King collapsed, leaving only his body twitching faintly. Yi Feng discarded the curved knife and surveyed the scene littered with corpses. He promptly opened several backpacks, emptying their contents into a chaotic heap. Among the 3 9th-tier strength masters, he discovered 7 crystals of level 17 and above, alongside a vial of crystal pills. Yi Feng then rummaged through Hong Lu's backpack. To his dismay, it contained no crystals, but it did hold a vial of crystal pills. Upon opening the vial and inhaling its aroma, he found it devoid of any overpowering scent, indicating the pill's high quality. The more advanced the crystal pill, the milder the fragrance, making them easier to absorb. A wave of joy washed over Yi Feng. For him, crystal pills and crystals were of little distinction, yet for an ordinary person, the former was 100-fold superior. As they lacked the blood-sucking technique to directly absorb the medicinal potency, he resolved to bring these crystal pills back to the higher-ups of Hot Spring Island, thereby elevating the island's overall strength. Quickly, pile all the bodies together and set them ablaze. Yi Feng instructed calmly. The group hurriedly assembled the corpses into a heap. With a flick of his finger, a blaze erupted, soaring into the sky. Brother Feng, I didn't expect the Man-Gu tribe to be so formidable. Where shall we head next? Jin Qi inquired. Jin Qi, I appreciate your timely assistance when I faced danger, fully aware that the enemy was a Power King. Thank you. Yi Feng replied earnestly. No problem. Hee. To be honest, I used to harbor some resentment towards you. But witnessing your peril impulsively spurred me to help without a second thought. Jin Qi chuckled, scratching his head. I shall remember this favor. Henceforth, you shall accompany me to Hot Spring Island. By the way, open your mouth, huh? Yi Feng fed a crystal pill into Jin Qi's mouth. Then, he turned his gaze towards Zesong and the others. Understanding that Zesong, given his limited lifespan, had been less proactive, Yi Feng showed him understanding. Let us leave. We cannot linger here any longer. We shall proceed to the divine site area. With that, Yi Feng shouldered his supplies and strode purposefully towards the base of the iron tower. Having taken but a few steps, a horde of sand beasts suddenly appeared ahead. The most formidable among them barely reaching the 15th tier. Yi Feng, feeling rather disinterested in engaging them, exchanged a glance with Jin Qi and the others. Attack! He commanded. They rushed forth, yet managed to vanquish only 2 of the sand beasts before being forced to retreat continuously. Very well, I shall take care of this. With a swift motion, his curved blade was drawn. The blade's aura surged across 30,000 miles, a single strike casting a chill over 19 provinces. One by one, the sand beasts fell lifeless at Yi Feng's feet. Zasa was nearly brought to his knees. Brother Feng, your prowess may well surpass that of the Strength Kings. Even without our assistance, you could have triumphed over Hong Lu, Zasa remarked gravely. If Yi Feng were merely a 9th-tier strength master, Zasa could accept this. After all, a 9th-tier strength master still held a glimmer of hope against a 1st-tier strength king. Yet, Yi Feng's capabilities were only at the 3rd-tier level, and he could effortlessly annihilate a strength king. This was utterly absurd. Gather the crystal cores, quickly, Yi Feng instructed. This trivial task did not require his involvement. The 4 busily collected all the crystal cores into bags or satchels. Let us proceed into the divine site area. With that, Yi Feng vaulted over an iron wall, directly entering the divine site. Here, massive stone structures loomed, scattered with stray sand beasts. With a swift swing of his curved blade, 2 sand beasts collapsed to the ground. The closer one ventured to the heart of the temple, the more elevated the tier of the sand beasts encountered. Yifeng noted that none of the sand beasts here possessed a strength lower than the 10th tier, with the 15th tier beasts abundantly present. Let us enter this stone structure. With a decisive motion of his blade, a 15th tier sand beast fell thunderously to the ground. The 5 of them entered the stone structure. Upon surveying the interior, Yifeng's brow furrowed. The hall of this stone structure was vast, approximately 20 meters high, and covering at least 1,000 square meters. Surrounding the hall were numerous smaller chambers interconnected by 7 staircases, resembling a beehive. Let us find a small chamber to rest in, and await the night of the full moon to procure the holy water, Yifeng declared, leading the way up the staircase. Upon reaching the 4th level, he paused. A thick layer of dust lay upon the ground, yet several fresh human footprints marred its surface. No matter, we shall rest in this small chamber, Yifeng concluded, heading toward one of the small rooms. This chamber featured 2 windows and a door. One window offered a view of the exterior of the stone structure, while the other faced inward, allowing a glimpse of the hall. You 4, go to the adjacent chamber and keep watch for me, Yifeng instructed calmly. Understood, Brother Feng. They replied in unison, with all but Zasa paying their respects as younger disciples. Once the 4 had departed, Yifeng settled into a meditative position, pouring the gathered crystal cores before him. He sensed that the moment was ripe to attempt a breakthrough to the 5th level of the dragon elephant technique. However, he hesitated to elevate his strength to the 4th tier master, fearing the potential control of his inner demons, which could lead to madness and demise. With this thought, Yifeng grasped a crystal core in each hand. Gurgling sounds emanated as the blood-sucking technique officially commenced. Time flowed inexorably, and before long, it was the afternoon of the following day. At this moment, a white mist rose from Yifeng's head, while a faint golden glow enveloped his skin. Scattered around him were dozens of remnants of crystal pills. After an indeterminate period, Yifeng suddenly remained silent, and a beastly roar erupted from within him. The entire small room began to tremble, the resonance persisting for half a minute before gradually subsiding. It is accomplished. Yifeng opened his eyes wide with astonishment. He had finally attained the 5th level of the dragon elephant skill, achieved through the accumulation of countless crystal pills. Were it not for the blood-sucking technique, he could confidently assert that it would have taken at least 1,000 or 2,000 years to reach this realm. Yet, how many ordinary lives could endure such a lengthy span? Yifeng slowly rose, stretching his body. The sound of cracking bones accompanied each movement, imbued with a sense of formidable strength. Simultaneously, his skin felt remarkably taut. Even the slightest motion produced a creaking sound. At that moment, Zasa and his 3 companions entered the small room. Brother Feng, was that beastly roar emitted from your mouth? Jinshi inquired, astonished. Indeed, I have successfully cultivated the 5th level of the dragon elephant skill, Yifeng replied with a faint smile. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on your remarkable achievement. Jinshi exclaimed eagerly. Congratulations, Brother Feng. Congratulations, Brother Feng, echoed the others. Brother Feng, I am truly happy for you, they all chimed in unison. Yet, Yifeng remained impassive in the face of their accolades, pondering the extent of his chances against Hong Lu with the 5th level of the dragon elephant skill. Chapter 728. Brother Feng, I will heed your words with this thought. Yifeng approached the wall, assuming a horse stance, and unleashed a punch. As he delivered the blow, he engaged his knee joints, waist, and elbow, merging several forces into one at the moment his fist struck the wall. Boom. The 2-meter-thick stone wall was instantly punctured by a large hole. The 3rd level of the Chongyang skill? Zasa gazed at Yifeng with a mix of envy, jealousy, and admiration. The 3rd level of the Chongyang skill meant that Yifeng could amplify his strength 3-fold. What a terrifying prospect. Yifeng took a moment to assess his body. After exerting the 3-fold amplification, he distinctly felt the strain on his physique. Had he not possessed the foundation of the 5th level of the dragon elephant skill, he likely would have sustained some injury from employing the 3-fold Chongyang skill. However, though he felt a degree of discomfort, it was manageable. He could fully endure it. Indeed, everything in the world is inherently fair. To unleash strength that exceeds one's natural capacity, one's physical condition must be commensurate. Of course, one could forcefully execute such feats, but this would be akin to the 7 injuries fist, causing harm to oneself before inflicting damage upon the enemy. Brother Feng, have some water, Yi Sun said sweetly, offering him a wooden cup. Yi Feng lifted the cup and drank it in one go. Brother Feng, may I help you wipe your mouth? Jin Yimei offered, extending her sleeve to assist him. There's no need for such formality. We are a team. There is no need for such distance. It would only make me feel awkward. Yi Feng replied. As Feng was diligently practicing the dragon elephant technique, a massive horde of level 11 sand beasts passed nearby, numbering at least 2,000, with a dominant level 19 sand beast leading the charge. Jin Qi spoke with a pale complexion, expressing concern. What could they be up to? Yi Feng inquired in return. I am uncertain, but it appears they are racing towards a particular direction. Something significant must be occurring in the divine zone, Jin Qi speculated. Could it be that the holy water is about to emerge? Yi Feng felt a tightening in his chest. If that were the case, he would have to intervene. It is a possibility. Perhaps I should venture out to gather some intelligence? Jin Qi hesitated. Given his current strength, venturing out alone would likely result in his demise within 2 encounters. No, you 4 must remain here. I will take it upon myself to investigate. Until I return, keep a low profile and refrain from speaking loudly. Even if you witness humans besieged by sand beasts, do not recklessly reveal yourselves, or it could lead to your own peril, Yi Feng advised earnestly. Understood. We will comply. All right, Brother Feng, I will heed your words. The 4 nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall depart now. Yi Feng approached the window and leaped down to the ground, a height of several dozen meters. With a resounding crash, dust billowed as he rose to his feet, shouldering his curved blade and hastening towards the source of the commotion. However, after running less than a kilometer, he encountered over 40 sand beasts. The leading beast was approximately level 13, while the rest were primarily level 10 or 11. With a fierce roar, the sand beasts charged without hesitation. Yi Feng swung his blade, cleaving down 6 or 7 sand beasts in swift succession. He leapt 10 meters into the air, scanning his surroundings. The earlier sounds of battle had attracted more sand beasts from other areas, their numbers swelling. Realizing the urgency, Yi Feng landed and opened his mouth. Diamond roar. A wave of sonic energy radiated from him. One by one, the sand beasts collapsed, the level 10 creatures suffering from bleeding ears and burst eyes, perishing instantly. Though the higher level beasts did not experience such gruesome fates, the diamond roar had still shattered their brains, sealing their doom as well. Only the level 13 sand beast remained, staggering towards Yi Feng. Noticing this, Yi Feng swiftly positioned his blade upright. Yet, in the next moment, the level 13 beast fell with a thud. It seemed that the level 13 sand beast could endure more than its ordinary counterparts. Yi Feng retracted his blade, satisfied with the power of the diamond roar. In future encounters with numerous lower-level sand beasts or humans, he could employ this technique to secure victory. However, the range of the diamond roar, given his current strength, could only eliminate level 10 sand beasts within 60 meters. The further the distance, the weaker its impact. With a few swift movements, Yi Feng vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai, clad in thick animal pelts, stood on the deck of Hot Spring number 18, accompanied by a group of newly promoted high-ranking officials. Look at how beautifully the snow falls, Wang Zhihai remarked with a smile. Indeed, Deputy Island Master, the snowfall is truly magnificent. Yes, the snow is exquisite. A group of senior executives hurriedly offered their flattery. Oh, that pig appears remarkably robust. Wang Zhihai pointed towards a small sycophant fishing by the shore. Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't that evidently a bear? How could it transform into a pig through Wang Zhihai's words? Mr. Wang, that seems to be a bear, doesn't it? A straightforward executive remarked. Oh, you are called Pulla, correct? What position do you currently hold? Wang Zhihai's expression suddenly turned icy. I presently serve as the leader of 1,000, Pulla replied. You are rather aged. Allow your deputy to assume your position, Wang Zhihai said blandly. But I am only 29 this year. Yet I perceive you as if you were 92. No further discussion is needed. Henceforth, you shall be an ordinary citizen. Wang Zhihai retorted coldly. Indeed, that is a pig, a rather plump one. Another senior executive chimed in. Oh, Wang Zhihai's eyes sparkled as he turned to the executive who echoed his sentiment. What is your name, and what position do you currently hold? Mr. Wang. I am called Pike, and I currently serve as the vice president of the southwest branch of Hot Springs Bank, Pike replied. Vice president? That makes you akin to the president, does it not? Wang Zhihai replied with an enigmatic smile. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Pike quickly knelt and bowed. By the way, How many prisoners are currently held in the cells on Hot Springs Island? Wang Zhihai inquired further. In response to your question, Mr. President, there are currently over 4,000 prisoners. They are all individuals whose visas are about to expire, and they cause disturbances, so we detain them. These individuals are not citizens of Hot Springs Island. It seems they wish to stay here long-term, reluctant to return to Chongqing City. After all, being imprisoned here at least provides them with food and drink. Once they return to Chongqing City, they may not even have enough to eat. Mr. President, I believe we should consider amending the law, one senior executive suggested. Good. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. Near the southern shore of Hot Springs Island, a series of cells had been constructed. Each cell housed 8 prisoners, complete with individual restrooms, and a brazier in the center maintained a temperature of over 20 degrees. Strangely, the doors of these cells were not locked, and there was only one guard overseeing the 4,000 prisoners. At this moment, the sole guard of Hot Springs Island began to open the cells in sequence. Chapter 729. What do you wish to do? The prisoners promptly lined up obediently, looking at the guard with polite expressions. With Brother Feng absent, Mr. Wang has amended the law and issued a partial amnesty. Starting now, you may return home. You are free, the guard exclaimed excitedly. Ah, are we really going home? The faces of the prisoners immediately fell. Yes, congratulations, you can finally reunite with your families. The guard smiled. No, I do not wish to go home. It is too far from Chongqing City. We cannot return. Let us remain imprisoned here instead. Rest assured, we have prepared 3 warships to take you home. Please, President Wang, retract your orders and allow us to continue our imprisonment here. We toil for merely 8 hours a day, and every meal includes meat. Who in their right mind would wish to return home? Indeed, dear guard, we would gladly labor for 10 hours daily, as long as we can remain in prison. The city of eternal life has transformed into a hell, devoid of sustenance. What would we return to? The guard's expression darkened at their folly. Do you take our Warm Spring Island for a mere playground? The law is the law. Furthermore, should you work 10 hours a day, labor envoy Dofu will bring trouble upon my prison. Quickly gather your belongings, bid farewell to your comrades, and return home. With that, the guard departed, leaving them to their despair. Moments later, the prison echoed with the sounds of wailing. At the docks of the city of eternal life, a small partition had been constructed, encircled by stone walls. Above the entrance to this section, a sign proclaimed, Warm Spring Island Concession in the City of Eternal Life. Indeed, Wang Zhihai had no desire to govern the City of Eternal Life. Otherwise, he would be burdened with the responsibility of providing for its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Thus, he established this concession. Whenever laborers were needed on the island, skilled artisans from the City of Eternal Life could be transported in boats to Warm Spring Island. And upon contract expiration, they would return home bearing Warm Spring coins. However, these artisans were quite shrewd. Just before their contracts were set to expire, they would cause disturbances on Warm Spring Island, engaging in fights or insulting Yi Feng, only to find themselves imprisoned. At that moment, a long queue formed at the concession's entrance. Some were there to apply for labor positions, while others sought residential permits within the concession. The influx of nobles had driven land prices sky high, with each square meter costing a staggering 100,000 Warm Spring coins. Additionally, the concession housed a branch of the Warm Spring Bank, various exchanges, and numerous small labor firms. At present, Demond served as the ambassador of the concession, while the brothers Mago Bai and Ma Lo Bai held the positions of deputy ambassadors, under the continuous nourishment of crystal elixirs. Demond and Mago Bai had both reached the rank of second-tier warriors, while Ma Lo Bai had attained first-tier status. Together, the trio represented the pinnacle of Warm Spring Island's combat strength. Inside the concession office, Demond was receiving a visitor, a certain Dabu Ri. Do you truly wish to immigrate to Warm Spring Island? Demond inquired. Indeed, Dabu Ri replied. Given our long-standing acquaintance, I implore you to assist me. With winter approaching, remaining in the City of Eternal Life is a path to doom. I cannot bear the thought of my family suffering from cold and hunger. Seated opposite Demond, Dabu Ri barely dared to lean back in his chair, his face a portrait of desperation. I'm afraid my authority extends only within the concession. Becoming a citizen of Warm Spring Island is no simple feat. First, you require a letter of recommendation, and even with that, you must secure votes from 1,400 citizens of Warm Spring Island, with a majority in favor of your acceptance before you can qualify for citizenship. Demond shook his head. Alas, this is exceedingly difficult. What must one do to become a citizen? Dubu re-lamented. Daburi, considering our old friendship, allow me to share a secret. Strive to win the favor of the citizens of Warm Spring Island. When possible, offer them gifts of goodwill. If a substantial number of citizens harbor fondness for you, your focus will then need to be on the letter of recommendation, Demond advised with a smile. I see. Then allow me to share the complete organization and deployment of my army with you. Please relay this to the citizens of Warm Spring Island, and mention that it has been disclosed by me, the Great Day. Additionally, the Heavenly Khan has recently convened meetings within the pyramid, attended solely by members of the Mengyan family. They may well be concocting some conspiracy. The Great Day has contemplated something anew. I understand now. Daman nodded, gesturing to the outside. Come in, escort our guest. After a brief moment, another individual from the Duoyin tribe entered. What brings you here? Daman inquired. My lord, I am a laborer from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department of Chongqing City. However, the department has been exploiting us excessively, providing merely 3 warm spring coins as daily wages. I can scarcely support myself, let alone my wife and 7 children. Hence, I seek employment in your foreign enterprise. Might there be any openings? The Duoyin man asked, his face brimming with hope. Indeed, there are openings. Presently, the Warm Spring Bank's Chongqing City branch requires 2 bodyguards and a cashier. The Warm Spring Real Estate Company seeks a janitor. The Warm Spring Mining, Natural Gas, Shipbuilding, and Armaments companies all have vacancies, with wages typically around 15 Warm Spring coins per day. However, there is a prerequisite. One must have graduated from Warm Spring Primary School to qualify for these positions. Have you attended Warm Spring Primary? Daman queried. That? No, I have not. Then there is little that can be done. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Earn more money and send your children to Warm Spring Primary School. Once they graduate, a plethora of job opportunities will be at their fingertips. Regrettably, it seems this generation may not have such prospects. You must place your hopes in the next. Daman stated sagely. But I cannot even afford to feed them, let alone pay for their education. The exploitation by our local enterprises is utterly severe. We toil for 12 hours a day without meals or weekends, earning less than 1,000 Warm Spring coins a month. Your foreign enterprises, on the other hand, provide a mere 8-hour workday, 5 days a week, with 2 days for rest, along with various holiday benefits, yielding a monthly salary of nearly 5,000 coins. Truly a paradise compared to our hellish existence. The Duoyin man lamented incessantly. Within the concession, there exists a Warm Spring Hope Primary School that charges no fees. Please fill out some information to apply. Now, next guest, please. A strong Duoyin woman entered, her movements somewhat restrained. What brings you here? My lord. Do not address me as my lord. Such formalities do not suit Warm Spring Island. Call me Mr. Damond. Mr. Damond, I have heard that if a child is born to a citizen of Warm Spring Island, both the child and I automatically become citizens as well. Is there truth to this? There is indeed such a notion. What do you wish to pursue? Mr. Damond, do you find me appealing? The woman smiled seductively, pulling her collar slightly apart. Apologies, but I am already committed to another. However, there is a Mr. Shi Zhengliang on our island who has a fondness for robust women like yourself. Chapter 730, Alone? At this moment, a group of individuals was clashing with the soldiers stationed at the entrance of the concession. Damn it, even I don't recognize myself anymore. I possess a blood letter written by Feng. My name is Zhuema. I implore those capable of speech to reveal themselves. Zhuema raised the blood letter high. Yifeng scrutinized the 3 men and 3 women before him, who were equally examining him in return. Are you alone? Inquired the leader, a man with flowing hair, wielding an iron rod, a faint golden flame tattooed between his brows. My master and grandmaster are elsewhere, Yifeng fabricated. Among the 6 individuals, this man with flowing hair was a first-tier force king, while a strikingly beautiful woman among them was a second-tier force king. The others were all 9th-tier force practitioners, whom Yifeng deemed too formidable to confront directly. Thus he resorted to embellishing his own status. Your master and grandmaster? What is their power? The flowing-haired man pressed. My master is a 5th-tier force king, and my grandmaster is a 9th-tier force king. Yifeng refrained from exaggerating further, careful not to invoke the name of a force emperor. Is that truly the case? The flowing-haired man asked, skepticism etched on his face. Indeed. They are on their way to join me, Yifeng asserted. Humph. Are you afraid I might seize something from you? Fear not. With your mere 3rd-tier force practitioner status, what could you possibly possess of value? However, I must say, your physicality seems quite formidable. Would you be interested in venturing to the heart of the divine site? After all, it is a temple, and we might uncover the martial arts and techniques left behind by the spear god, the flowing-haired man proposed. Yi Feng remained silent, warily scanning the 2 men and 3 women behind the leader. Are they your companions, or did you recruit them midway? Yi Feng inquired. Rest assured, only my junior sister and I are allied. The others joined us temporarily. Once we acquire the martial arts and techniques, I assure you I shall not hoard them, and each of you shall receive a copy, the flowing-haired man replied. Yi Feng nodded slightly. If this individual sought martial arts and techniques, there was little cause for concern regarding conflict, as these items could be duplicated. Very well, Yi Feng acknowledged. Then, will you not wait for your master and grandmaster? At this moment, a stout man derisively cast a glance at Yi Feng. I shall not wait, Yi Feng retorted. The others raised their eyebrows, a knowing smirk gracing their lips, clearly having seen through Yi Feng's bravado. Since we are now acquainted, should we not introduce ourselves? Yi Feng turned to the 6 individuals. I am Wu Tian, and my junior sister and I hail from the Holy Fire sect. As for the others, let them introduce themselves, Wu Tian stated. I am Jiu Yu, from the Tianxin Lake Island. I am Mei Songyang, from the Yunhai Oasis. I need not divulge my name. I shall simply depart once our collaboration concludes. The stout man coldly regarded Yi Feng. He was a 9th-tier force practitioner, certainly entitled to such arrogance. The other man, equally taciturn, declined to share his name. I am Yi Feng, from the Huangsha tribe. Yi Feng casually assigned himself a tribe. Excellent. Yi Feng, let us proceed, Wu Tian declared, leading the way forward. It seemed the divine site lacked any formidable sand beasts. They encountered a few scattered sand beasts along the way, swiftly vanquished by their combined efforts. Yi Feng surmised that the 20th level sand beast had only recently taken residence in the temple, unchallenged until now, but as time progressed, powerful force kings began to arrive in succession. It is estimated that he will not survive beyond 10 days, destined to be hunted down and slaughtered by these formidable beings. Yi Feng, I have a sense that your strength transcends mere appearances, does it not? For I perceive several ethereal glows of extraordinary abilities emanating from you. Pray, enlighten us about the powers you possess, the rotund figure inquired abruptly. His words instantly captivated the attention of several individuals. Cultivating multiple extraordinary abilities simultaneously is considered a grave taboo among practitioners, as the energy they can absorb daily for enhancement is scarcely sufficient, leaving no surplus for the elevation of additional abilities. You flatter me. I possess no extraordinary powers. Even if I did, they would pale in comparison to those of the esteemed company present, Yi Feng replied, displaying rare humility. The rotund figure raised an eyebrow, expressing intrigue. Quite modest, I see. It appears your strength could indeed annihilate a 5th-tier force master, which is rather interesting. Jiu Yu and Mei Songyang had initially been eager to hear about Yi Feng's abilities, but upon hearing this, they turned away with a blank expression, continuing to trail behind Wu Tian. Only the coldly beautiful woman remained silent. Yi Feng sensed that this woman possessed a lofty perspective, seemingly dismissing the presence of everyone around her, including her senior brother, Wu Tian. This was hardly surprising, given her youth, having cultivated to the 2nd-tier force king level. She certainly had the right to be proud. As they proceeded, the corpses of sand beasts began to accumulate in greater numbers, with scarcely any low-tier sand beasts remaining. Everyone, exercise caution. The low-tier sand beasts here may have been slain by other powerful sand beasts or by formidable humans, Wu Tian warned, placing his hand upon the hilt of his blade. Yi Feng nodded in agreement, similarly resting his hand on his weapon. The others immediately straightened their expressions, silently observing the path ahead. Junior sister, should we encounter humans, we shall claim we are here to acquire martial techniques and invite them to join us, thus minimizing the likelihood of conflict. If we face sand beasts, we shall contend with the strongest among them, while the weaker ones can be left to the others, Wu Tian concluded, gesturing toward Yi Feng and his companions. The rotund figure's expression darkened, evidently displeased. After all, being belittled in the presence of a beautiful woman would unsettle anyone. Indeed, the coldly beautiful woman emitted a sound through her nostrils, seemingly unimpressed by her senior brother. Junior sister, rest assured, I will protect you at all costs. My master has instructed me to guard you closely after we leave, Wu Tian declared, his face reddening. Yi Feng could not help but see a reflection of himself in Wu Tian's earnestness from years past. He longed to approach and pat Wu Tian on the shoulder, advising him against being a sycophant. If one cultivates their own strength, countless women will pursue them. You are merely a first-tier Force King aspiring to woo a second-tier Force King beauty. Even if you succeed, she will undoubtedly look down upon you from the depths of her heart. Yet, after considering the potential repercussions, he decided against intervening. The rotund figure seemed similarly affected. Casting his gaze toward Mei Sang-nyong. Sang-nyong, I shall protect you, though I too am a 9th-tier Force Master. My combat prowess will not fall short of a Force King, he asserted. Oh, Mei Sang-nyong nodded expressionlessly, her face contorting momentarily as if she had ingested a fly. The portly man was of the same rank as her. Despite her inner dissatisfaction, she refrained from raising her voice. Observing this, the dark-skinned fellow approached Ju Yu and said, I will protect you. Although his words were blunt, the sincerity in his tone earned him a genuine smile from Ju Yu. However, as soon as she smiled, she quickly turned her head away, revealing a hint of disdain on her face. Yet, when her gaze shifted toward Wu Tian, a trace of shyness flickered across her features. Yi Feng witnessed the entire exchange. Indeed, women in this world are far more pragmatic than those in civilized society. They gravitate toward the strong. At that moment, the portly man turned his attention to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, all three of us have women we wish to protect. What about you? Do you have a woman in need of protection? Chapter 731. A bittersweet feeling upon hearing this. Yi Feng's heart surged with anger. This accursed portly man. Was he perhaps jealous of my superior looks? Was he subtly undermining me? But after some thought, he decided to let it go. After all, he was blessed with the most beautiful Duoyan Hina in the world. Why engage in a petty rivalry with this insufferable fellow? I am but a mere 3rd-tier Force Master. How could I possibly protect you? It would be more fitting for you to protect me, Yi Feng humbly replied. Huh. Ju Yu and Mei Sangmi exchanged a glance, their eyes glinting with disdain. They despised feeble men. Although Yi Feng appeared quite handsome, it seemed that even the greasy, portly man had more allure than he did. Not to mention the stark contrast with Wu Tian. What a vast disparity between individuals. At that moment, the striking woman suddenly cast a glance at Yi Feng. This look was fortuitously caught by Wu Tian, who stood nearby. Wherever the alluring woman went, men jostled for attention, desperately showcasing their strengths. Those lacking in rank flaunted their abilities, while those devoid of both resorted to boasting about their families. Even those without familial ties sought to highlight their other attributes. Yet, Yi Feng stood before her, not vying for attention among the men, which piqued her curiosity, though any feelings of fondness were entirely absent. However, this glance was misinterpreted by Wu Tian. In the eyes of a sycophant, a goddess's gaze upon anyone is a sign of interest. Yi Feng of the foreign races, your physique possesses some intrigue. Henceforth, you shall lead the way. Wu Tian endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, unwilling to reveal his jealousy before the goddess, lest he appear petty. Indeed, women can be a source of trouble. The ancients did not deceive me, Yi Feng mused. Yes, Yi Feng, you shall lead. The portly man quickly concurred. He had also noticed the alluring woman's glance and felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. In truth, his affections lay not with Ju Yu, who had just expressed her feelings, but with the even more captivating striking woman. Yet, she was pursued by a powerful figure, leaving no room for him. Nevertheless, it was still acceptable to belittle Yi Feng. Senior brother, this individual is merely a 3rd-tier Force Master. Allowing him to lead would be unjust. I should take the front, the striking woman said coolly. Junior sister, you are a treasure of great value. How can you take on the risks ahead? Let Yi Feng lead the way instead, an outsider among the tribes. I trust you have no objections, right? Wu Tian spoke, his gaze laced with a hint of menace. Sigh. Very well. Yi Feng, at this moment, was solely focused on acquiring the martial techniques from the temple and had no desire to engage in rivalry. The group proceeded on their journey. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from ahead. There, a 5-meter-tall gorilla squatted, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of sand beasts. Judging by their size, these sand beasts were at least level 15. However, despite the gorilla's height of only 6 meters, it exuded an overwhelming aura. Could it be the level 20 sand beast? Yi Feng's expression shifted, instinctively retreating. No, the level 20 sand beast is a ground dragon. This must be the singular level 19 sand beast, a subordinate to the level 20 creature. Wu Tian's expression grew grave. A level 19 sand beast equated to a 1st-tier power king in strength. Yi Feng's face darkened as he stealthily stepped back into the crowd. A power king level sand beast? The stout figure stepped forward, gazing at the gorilla with excitement. "What's this? Are you interested?" Wu Tian inquired. "I can give it a try. If I fail, I would appreciate it if you could intervene, Master Wu Tian." The stout man replied. "Very well, give it a go. If it doesn't work out, just call for me, and my disciple and I will respond promptly." Wu Tian said nonchalantly. "All right," the stout man declared. Then in a flash, he landed before the level 19 sand beast. The battle commenced between man and beast. Yet, the stout man underestimated the sand beast. Among sand beasts, even those of the same level possess varying strengths. As the gorilla sand beast bore closer resemblance to humans, its combat prowess surpassed that of serpentine or scorpion-like sand beasts. Most crucially, its intelligence far exceeded that of its cold-blooded counterparts. Within mere exchanges, the stout man found himself being tossed about, thoroughly outmatched. "This is not good," he exclaimed, just before being forcefully launched into the air. As he soared, he coughed up blood thrice before crashing down to the ground. At that moment, the sand beast suddenly turned its gaze towards Yi Feng. With a series of wild blows to its chest, it lunged towards Yi Feng. Damn! With no retreat left, Yi Feng could only grasp the hilt of his blade. Clang! The blade gleamed as Yi Feng deftly sidestepped the beast's arm, simultaneously freezing its wound with icy true energy, preventing rapid healing. For the second strike, Yi Feng leaped into the air, his curved blade slicing cleanly over the gorilla's head. Clang! The blade returned to its sheath. Boom! A massive head rolled at his feet. Yi Feng, astonished and elated, realized that even a power king-level sand beast was no match for him now. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation reaching the 5th layer of the dragon-elephant technique, as well as the 3rd layer of the Chongyang technique. With each swing of his blade, he unleashed thrice his physical strength, explaining why this level 19 sand beast fell so easily. Upon glancing back, one could see that Black Fat and the other 3 were all agape, as if they could swallow an apple whole. Even Wu Tian cast a puzzled glance towards Yi Feng, while the enchanting woman furrowed her brows in deep contemplation. She could not fathom how Yi Feng, merely a 3rd-tier force master, could have slain a sand beast equivalent to a force king. It is commonly understood that sand beasts are typically no match for humans of the same rank. Yet Yi Feng's victory seemed excessively effortless. Was it truly accomplished with just 2 strikes? After a prolonged moment, the group emerged from their astonishment. Yet none offered Yi Feng any praise, nor did they engage him in conversation. "Continue onward, Black Fat. You shall lead the way," Wu Tian suddenly declared. "Me? Lead the way?" Black Fat's face flushed a deep shade of black. "Who else? Shall we have Yi Feng take the lead?" Wu Tian replied coolly. He was evidently astute, recognizing that the prowess Yi Feng had just displayed was on par with his own. Maintaining respect for the strong is an unchanging principle in this world. Indeed, Black Fat nodded, reluctantly taking up his weapon and moving ahead. The group pressed on. At this juncture, they were not far from the repository of the divine sight, and Wu Tian halted, crouching down to employ a technique to listen closely. After a brief interval, he rose to his feet. "Junior sister, brother Yi, just ahead lies the repository. Yet there are no signs of sand beasts. In unusual circumstances, there lurks danger. What are your plans moving forward?" Wu Tian inquired, gazing at Yi Feng and the enchanting woman. "I am but a humble 3rd-tier force master, Lord Wu Tian. You may take the lead," Yi Feng replied modestly. "Brother, you are the leader now. It is your decision to make. I shall intervene if necessary," the enchanting woman added. Her words seemed to align somewhat with Yi Feng's sentiments, leaving Wu Tian feeling somewhat unsettled. "Very well, let us proceed," Wu Tian proclaimed, striding forward with great vigor, accelerating to his maximum speed. As anticipated, the enchanting woman kept pace effortlessly behind him, followed by the 4 9th-tier force masters who trailed in succession. However, Yi Feng lagged the furthest behind. Having never practiced any extraordinary techniques such as the grass-flying skill, it was only natural that a 3rd-tier force master would struggle to keep up. Nevertheless, his aura remained remarkably steady. Time passed, and they leaped over 2 immense structures, landing before an oddly shaped stone edifice. Surrounding the stone building was a faint layer of white light. This edifice likely housed a divine artifact. Otherwise, such a barrier would not exist. However, compared to the radiant beam that emanated from the altar area, this barrier was significantly weaker. "Let us each rely on our abilities to breach this barrier," Wu Tian asserted, his muscles tensing in preparation. In the next moment, his body collided forcefully with the white light, effortlessly penetrating the barrier. The enchanting woman let out a soft huff, striking the white light with 2 consecutive palm strikes. After a brief moment, she took advantage of the force generated by her strikes to slip through the barrier as well. The 4 ninth-tier Force Masters found the task somewhat arduous, taking nearly 5 minutes to finally breach the barrier, and even then, Black Fat spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, he had sustained some internal injuries during his earlier battle with the level 19 Sand Beast. Yi Feng inquired, "How do I enter?" His voice resonated outside the white light. "Simply break through with brute force. If you cannot, then you are unworthy of the martial skills within," came the cold voice of Wu Tian from beyond the luminescence. "No, I must acquire those skills." Yi Feng gritted his teeth, fists clenched tight. In the next moment, several joints in his body mobilized, and as the strength surged into his fists, he unleashed a powerful strike. A hole appeared in the white light, and seizing the moment, Yi Feng swiftly darted through. Even quicker than the 4 ninth-tier Strength Masters, albeit slightly slower than Wu Tian and the strikingly beautiful woman. "Excellent, this is intriguing. Now, let us commence our search," Wu Tian declared, rushing toward a nearby rack. Towering iron shelves stood before them, each spaced apart with a box atop. Wu Tian opened the first box, revealing a scroll of twisted characters, which he promptly discarded. "Senior brother, look higher up. The techniques above are sure to be more formidable," the enchanting woman suggested. Climbing the iron rack, the others quickly followed suit, scrambling upwards. Yi Feng also hastily opened box after box. Suddenly, his gaze was captured by one particular box. "Witchcraft technique?" Yi Feng exclaimed with delight. Duoyan Hina was practicing this art. Bringing it back to her might aid her greatly. With that thought, he stowed the scroll of beast hide into his sack. "Is there a technique to control flames?" Wu Tian called out from the 11th tier of the shelves. "Yes, I have one here." Mai Sangmi raised a piece of beast hide triumphantly. "Excellent, keep it for now. Once we exit, lend me a copy," Wu Tian responded, elated, as he continued to search for flame manipulation techniques. Just then, Juyu began to knock on a section of the floor repeatedly, back and forth, dozens of times. Moments later, a stone slab emerged, revealing an iron box within. The space within the restrictions was limited, and 6 pairs of eyes were fixed upon her. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Tian and his companions landed right before Juyu. This technique is hidden so discreetly. It must be an extraordinary treasure, far superior to those in plain sight. "Hand it over," Wu Tian commanded unceremoniously. "Me?" Juyu hesitated for a mere second before obediently offering the beast hide. "Vedic sacred demon technique," Wu Tian exclaimed with joy, hurriedly passing the beast hide to the beautiful woman. "Junior sister, this is the legendary foundational technique for body refinement, once used by the spear god. Techniques such as dragon turtle elephant technique, diamond art, and iron mountain strike all stem from the Vedic sacred demon technique, and they originate from its first layer. Due to the immense medicinal energy required, it cannot be cultivated directly, which is why the body refinement techniques practiced in our world are merely simplified versions." Wu Tian's speech faltered, clearly overwhelmed by the significance of the Vedic sacred demon technique. Yi Feng's expression shifted. While cultivating the dragon elephant technique, he had perceived numerous flaws. For instance, the dragon elephant technique could refine the physical body but lacked any restorative capabilities. The authentic body refinement technique ought to possess an accompanying restorative ability, does it not? Master Wu Tian, since the Brahma holy demon technique necessitates a substantial amount of medicinal energy for support, what use is there in our acquisition of the technique? The corpulent man could not restrain his curiosity. "What do you understand? This is a technique bestowed by the gods. Even if we glean merely a fraction of its wisdom, the benefits are immeasurable. The Brahma holy demon technique comprises 9 tiers, and merely the first tier has given rise to numerous body refinement techniques that have persisted through time. Is such a thing truly simple?" Master Wu Tian retorted, his gaze fixed intently upon the animal skin scroll. "Master Wu Tian, might I request a copy?" Yi Feng hastily stepped forward. "This..." Master Wu Tian hesitated. After all, this was a unique technique in the world, and truth be told, he was somewhat reluctant to part with it. "Senior brother, let us adhere to our previous agreement. Each of us shall make a copy," the cold and elegant woman stated matter-of-factly. "Very well, I shall heed my junior sister's words. Let us depart at once. Within this entire library, the Brahma holy demon technique is the only treasure. The rest is mere refuse." Upon concluding his statement, Master Wu Tian prepared to break through the restrictions. However, just then, a sinister voice resounded from above. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. I knew that lurking here would not be in vain. As the voice faded, a young man descended from the shelves above, barehanded, with eyes as deep and blue as the sea. An overwhelming aura emanated from him. Fifth-tier power king. The cold and elegant woman's expression shifted for the first time. Hand it over. The young man extended his hand, speaking without courtesy. Master Wu Tian's breath quickened. He could guarantee that this young man would need only one hand to wipe out all 7 of them effortlessly. Yet, the Brahma Holy Demon technique was a rare treasure. He was loath to relinquish it so easily. Good sir, how about this? Allow me to make a copy. Once I have done so, I shall return the original to you, and keep merely the duplicate for myself, Master Wu Tian proposed. Ha ha. The young man sneered coldly, his figure flickering. In the next moment, he vanished before Master Wu Tian could react, the precious animal skin scroll disappearing from his grasp. A moment later, the young man reappeared behind the group, discarding some ordinary animal skins aside, while only taking the Brahma Holy Demon Technique scroll. So marvelous. So this is how one cultivates? The Diamond Sutra truly leads one astray. The young man muttered to himself, seemingly entranced. Master Wu Tian was infuriated and prepared to confront him, but was restrained by the cold and elegant woman. Senior brother, let it go? Afterward, she turned to the young man. Good sir, the technique is yours. We shall take our leave. With that, the cold and elegant woman made to exit the restrictions. Wait, the young man called out to several of them. What is it? The cold and elegant woman slightly turned her body. You have already perused this animal skin. I apologize, but I am rather fond of exclusivity. Should you disseminate what you have committed to memory, the Brahma Holy Demon technique would surely become commonplace. Thus, for the sake of my own enjoyment, I must impose upon you all, the young man declared, as he secured the Brahma Holy Demon technique within his bosom, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across him. Chapter 733. Let me deal with you first. Wu Tian could not help but take a few steps back, drawing his sword with a sharp sound. The others quickly picked up their weapons, warily fixing their gazes on the 5th-tier power king. The coldly beautiful woman hesitated for a moment, then suddenly tugged at her belt, revealing a slender whip that she grasped in her hand, its tip fashioned into a flame shape. Feng inadvertently retreated a few steps, his eyes sweeping across the constrained space. He intended to take advantage of the ensuing battle between the youth and the others to break through the barriers and escape, trusting that the youth would not pursue him relentlessly. At that moment, the dark-faced man abruptly retreated several steps, grasping his iron sword as he charged towards the barrier. When the iron sword shattered the barrier, his body instantly surged outside. It turned out that he had not exerted his full strength when he initially collided with the barrier. Only at this critical juncture of life and death did he unleash his true power. Feng was overjoyed, for this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. However, in the next moment, the dark-faced man's body halted abruptly, and he was violently reduced to a pile of flesh. Wu Tian was taken aback, quickly shielding his junior sister behind him. The youth chuckled darkly, gesturing towards the barrier with a flick of his finger. It was then that Feng realized that this man had woven a fine net within the confines of the barrier. The net was exceptionally resilient, capable of slicing the dark-faced man into pieces. Thinking of this, Feng suddenly felt for an object in his sack. After killing that young master, he seemed to have acquired a piece of golden hemp clothing, uncertain whether it could withstand the cutting of that fine net. Scatter, he urged. His net is small and cannot encompass the entire barrier. After speaking, Geo had already darted towards the rear of the barrier. Yes, scatter. The stout man also reacted, sprinting to the left side of the barrier. The youth's expression remained impassive as he suddenly raised his hand. Boom. Half of the stout man's body exploded, and he plummeted from the air. Ah, my shoulder. My shoulder. Ah. The stout man let out a series of chilling screams. Behind the barrier, Geo felt a surge of joy and hastened her speed, hoping to exploit this opening to escape beyond the barrier. As long as she could reach the outside, the youth would likely prioritize dealing with Wu Tian and the others within the barrier, granting her a twofold chance of survival. However, in the next moment, a faint glimmer suddenly appeared before her. Not good. Geo abruptly slammed to a halt, her body tilting slightly. But it was too late. An arm fell to the ground, and beside her, a thread as fine as a spider's web trembled slightly, a droplet of blood sliding down the thread to the ground. Geo's eyes widened as she discovered that the space behind the barrier was densely woven with countless threads. Had she not managed to stop in time, she would have met the same fate as the dark-faced man, reduced to a heap of flesh. You few should take your own lives. I do not wish to dirty my hands, for you are far too weak, the youth remarked nonchalantly, his gaze piercing through the group. Yet, when his eyes swept across Yi Feng's figure, an inexplicable sense of trepidation surged within him. As an ancient creature who has lived for over 4 centuries, he possesses a keen sensitivity to certain matters that lie beyond the veil of fate. Could it be that the situation regarding my junior sister, Yi Feng, and Mei Seng-Yang has become painfully clear? This wretch has arrived here before us, laying a web of traps and schemes, making escape utterly impossible. Our only glimmer of hope lies in the unity of the 4 of us, daring to confront him in a life-or-death struggle. Perhaps this way, we might seize a thread of survival. Do not entertain the foolish notion of relying on others to hold him back while you flee, for such an act would surely lead to our collective demise. Wu Tian fixed his gaze upon the youth, speaking without turning his head. Very well. Together we stand a chance. They all nodded in unison. Attack! Wu Tian leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames from his fingertips, the inferno racing toward the youth at blinding speed. Alas, the flames merely passed through the youth's form as though he were naught but a mirage. Shifting forms? Wu Tian uttered those 4 words just as the youth had already circled to his rear, seizing him by the throat. Boom! The flames struck the barrier, spreading across the entire hemispherical confinement, igniting a conflagration that caused the temperature within to soar. Suddenly, a slender whip lashed out from a distance, aimed directly at the youth's neck. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, the youth deftly caught the whip's tail, yanking it back with force. The coldly beautiful woman was compelled to crash into the youth's embrace. Die! Mei Seng-Yang swung her curved blade, aiming for the youth's back. Heh, too slow. The youth chuckled, abruptly lifting Wu Tian's body to shield himself. What? Mei Seng-Yang gasped in shock, halting her strike at a critical moment. Bang! The youth retaliated with a kick, sending Mei Seng-Yang spewing blood as she was hurled 10 meters away, her body crashing violently against the barrier. In the next instant, flames enveloped Mei Seng-Yang. Ah! Her anguished screams filled the air as she flailed desperately within the inferno. Yi Feng, why are you still standing there? Wu Tian glared at him. Why aren't you joining the fray? The coldly beautiful woman, having lost her whip, also glared at Yi Feng. Sighing heavily, Yi Feng lamented his earlier intention to escape amidst the chaos. However, the youth's overwhelming strength had swiftly defeated 3 formidable opponents in less than 3 seconds. Bang! Wu Tian's head was crushed, his headless corpse swaying chaotically as if performing Tai Chi within the barrier. The youth withdrew his bloodied hands, surveying the remaining 4. The rotund figure had lost half of his body, yet he understood that this battle was one of life and death. Thus he stood resolutely behind Yi Feng, despite his grievous injuries. On the other side, Zhu Yu, missing an arm, retreated obediently, aligning himself alongside Yi Feng and the others. Puff! Mei Seng-Yang lay lifeless on the ground, her body reduced to charred remains. With a single strike, Wu Tian had dispatched a mighty warrior and a 9th-tier force master. Even the coldly beautiful woman's face flickered with a hint of terror at this display. Allow me to deal with you first, the youth mused, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Yi Feng, and with a sudden push of his palm, he advanced. Sigh. It appears that there is no way to pass this hurdle. Yi Feng clenched his fists, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The full force of his golden roar struck the young man, yet being a 5th-tier powerhouse, the youth merely felt a slight heaviness in his head. In the next moment, Yi Feng's form surged forward, a wave of icy true energy sweeping toward him. Merely a trivial technique. The young man charged directly into the frost that enveloped Yi Feng. The icy energy made contact with him, but he did not falter in the slightest. However, in the next instant, he felt a sudden numbness throughout his body, pausing for what seemed like a mere fraction of a second. Die! After releasing his electric abilities, Yi Feng grounded himself, rhythmically activating the strength within his bones. As the power from all his bones surged forth, Yi Feng launched both fists forward. Boom! The youth staggered back several steps, astonished as he gazed at Yi Feng. You are merely at the 3rd-tier strength master level, yet possess such formidable power? Yi Feng remained silent, charging forward once more. This time, he maneuvered behind the young man, slipping his arms beneath the youth's ribs and locking onto the back of his neck, a foolproof grappling technique in close combat. What are you waiting for? The coldly beautiful woman, elated, seized the iron sword from the ground and lunged toward the youth's chest. Bang! The young man struck out with his palm, sending the sword flying 10 meters away, the force of his strike scattering the woman's hair. Ah! The stout figure roared in fury, lunging at the young man's feet, using his own limbs to firmly bind the youth and prevent his movement. Die! The young man was now completely enraged. He slammed his palm onto the stout man's back. Bang! A gaping wound appeared in the stout man's chest. Yet, fueled by sheer will, he refused to relinquish his grip, even in the face of severe injury. Blood-sucking technique. Yifeng activated his blood-sucking abilities to their maximum potential. At this moment, Jiuyu also charged forward, striking the young man in the chest with her palm. "You insignificant ants!" The young man bellowed, as Jiuyu and the stout man were blown away. The stout man rolled several times upon landing, remaining motionless. However, Jiuyu gritted her teeth and lunged at the youth once more. This was a fight to the finish, and everyone was compelled to give their all. Bang! The young man struck Yifeng's chest with an elbow. Yifeng opened his mouth, blood spraying onto the youth's neck. Bang! Another elbow strike. And Yifeng coughed up more blood. "Let go, let go, let go!" The young man roared with fury, astonished that a mere third-tier strength master could exhibit such resilience. Any ordinary person would have likely succumbed to the force of his elbow strike. Yet, Yifeng's strength seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of waning. Meanwhile, the blood-sucking technique penetrated the young man's skin, gradually spreading into his muscles. Something is amiss. What kind of ability is this? The young man immediately sensed that something was not right. Yifeng let out a cold laugh, remaining silent as he concentrated all his energy on the blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At last, the technique took effect within the young man's internal strength, rendering his throat hoarse and nearly incapable of speech. However, he was, after all, a fifth-tier power king, and the formidable energy within his dantian was continuously replenishing his body. Yet, with each replenishment, Yifeng swiftly drained it away. "Let go of me, you bastard!" The youth bellowed, furiously elbowing backwards. Thud! Zhu Yu's dagger struck the young man's calf, penetrating half an inch and causing him to leap in pain. The coldly beautiful woman seized a long spear, thrusting it fiercely at the young man's chest. Thud! It was ineffective, as the spear was thwarted by a piece of leather armor on the young man's chest. "Pierce his abdomen," Yifeng urged with difficulty. "Oh, very well." The woman lowered her spear and thrust it with great force. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the spear's tip. Boom! With a sound akin to an explosion, the young man screamed in agony as flames engulfed his abdomen. Yifeng rejoiced, sensing that the young man's core energy field had been compromised, and the blood-sucking technique swiftly took hold of his entire being. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. In a mere moment, the young man's eyes began to roll back. Yet, his elbows continued to strike against Yifeng's chest, albeit with significantly diminished strength compared to before. In contrast, Yifeng's grip remained unyielding, steadfast as ever. Thud! The coldly beautiful woman withdrew her spear and once more stabbed at the young man's abdomen. Boom! The blood-sucking technique finally infiltrated the young man's energy core. In an instant, the nape of his neck began to wither, his neck elongated and shriveled, and ultimately, his entire chest caved in. Then came his face, once somewhat plump, now transformed into that of a mummy. Yet Yifeng did not dare to relent, pushing the blood-sucking technique to its utmost limits. After all, he was a fifth-tier power king. Unless the energy within his dantian was entirely drained, even a trace of energy could allow him to recover in an instant. Huh! Zhu Yu swung her curved blade once more. Thud! The young man's legs were severed at the knees, leaving no energy to hinder her blade. The coldly beautiful woman rejoiced, thrusting her spear again into the young man's abdomen, twisting it to amplify his torment. Hee. The young man emitted strange sounds from his throat, having been drained of the ability to speak normally. Yet, from the terror reflected in his eyes, the coldly beautiful woman discerned that this fifth-tier power king was pleading for mercy. Die! She thrust forward with force, the spear piercing through the young man's eye socket and emerging from the back of his head, nearly striking Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng sensed that the young man had exhausted all his energy. Cautiously, he released his grip and staggered back a few steps. Only a mummy remained in place, which swayed a couple of times before collapsing onto the stone floor with a crack, its skin entirely desiccated, transformed into a mere specimen. Yifeng exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. The aloof woman and Juyu also sighed in relief, both falling to the ground and gasping for air without regard for their appearance. After a moment, Yifeng struggled to rise, tearing open the young man's chest garment to retrieve the scroll of the sacred demonic art. To his astonishment, Yifeng was taken aback. The fierce consumption of blood-sucking techniques had reduced half of the sacred demonic art to mere remnants. This is disastrous. Yifeng hurriedly placed the remaining half gently on the ground, his gaze fixated on the inscriptions above. Only the initial 4 levels of the technique remained. While the subsequent 5 levels had completely disintegrated, Yifeng's expression darkened. At this moment, the aloof woman and Juyu approached, their faces reflecting regret as they regarded the fragmented technique. It's all right, Yifeng, or rather, Brother Yi. Having half of the technique is still commendable, as it's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate the sacred demonic art to the 9th level. Even reaching the 2nd level is a daunting challenge, given the immense energy it requires for cultivation. An average individual simply lacks the time needed for such endeavors, Juyu remarked softly. You all? Yifeng sighed heavily. You certainly cannot hope to reach the 9th level, but I can. Thanks to my blood-sucking techniques, I can refine energy without constraint. However, I dare not advance now, fearing the resurgence of inner demons. Juyu, you are quite ignorant of the rules. Do not stare at the sacred demonic art. This technique will henceforth belong solely to Yi, Brother Yi. Suddenly, the aloof woman interjected. Chapter 735, Brother Feng, you are truly impressive having witnessed Yifeng's terrifying prowess. She felt a jolt of fear, worried that he might be selfish. If both she and Juyu were to gaze upon the sacred demonic art, they might find themselves silenced. Yifeng regarded the aloof woman with curiosity. Sister Yi, I believe I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Leng Yan, she said sincerely. Greetings, Leng Yan. Let us adhere to our previous agreement and each copy the sacred demonic art, so that you both may take a version with you. Yifeng proposed. Leng Yan's expression shifted slightly, warily observing Yifeng. She could not fathom his intentions behind such a proposition. As far as she understood, cultivators tended to be rather selfish. Would Yifeng truly act so fairly? Despite having the absolute upper hand in strength, he chose not to monopolize the sacred demonic art. If it were an ordinary technique, it might be one thing, but this was the only technique left behind by the divine. I apologize, but as a woman, I am not suited for cultivating the sacred demonic art, nor do I possess the energy required for such practice. Any energy a cultivator possesses is typically devoted to ascension. Leaving no room for waste, Leng Yan firmly shook her head. Yifeng's generosity was admirable, yet she could not afford to be ungrateful. Brother Yi, I too am not suited for cultivating the sacred demonic art. You should keep it for yourself, and we will not disclose your acquisition of it, Juyu said earnestly. Leng Yan shot Juyu a glare, thinking, is this foolish woman trying to provoke Yifeng's wrath? Do you truly not wish to cultivate this technique? Yifeng regarded the 2 women with suspicion. Indeed. Very well. After receiving a definitive response from the 2 women, Yifeng could only tuck the half-completed Brahmin's sacred demon skill into his embrace. So be it. Let us part ways here, he said, bowing slightly. Having narrowly escaped death this time, he resolved to return and rest, only to seek the sacred water on the night of the full moon. Brother Yi, your purpose this time is to find the sacred water, isn't it? Perhaps I could assist you, Cold Flame suddenly remarked. That could work, Yifeng nodded, then turned to Juyu. What do you think? Big Brother Yi, I've lost an arm, so I plan to leave the shrine immediately and return to my tribe. I cannot linger here any longer, Juyu replied. Very well, take care on your journey, Yifeng said, bowing once more. With that, Juyu crashed through the barrier with a resounding thud and quickly vanished from his and Cold Flame's sight. Sister Cold, let us depart as well, Yifeng suggested, picking up the burlap sack from the corpse. As this was a 5th-tier power king, it surely contained valuable items. Indeed, Brother Yi, Cold Flame responded, her demeanor becoming excessively polite, making Yifeng somewhat uncomfortable. He longed for her previous air of pride. After breaking through the barrier, the 2 made their way back to the stone house. Cold Flame followed obediently behind Yifeng, her earlier arrogance completely diminished. It seemed that in this world, no matter how aloof a woman might be, there exists a threshold beyond which her demeanor changes. In the presence of those she deems inferior, she may appear haughty. Yet when confronted with someone whose strength instills fear, her demeanor shifts instantaneously. Upon entering the stone house, Yifeng glanced towards the 4th floor. there lay his arranged items, intact, confirming that Jia Sang and the others were safe. "Brother Feng," Jin Qi exclaimed, throwing open the door and waving frantically at Yi Feng. The four were vigilantly watching two windows, one facing the hall, the other looking out of the stone house. "Hurry up! Who is that behind you, Jin Qi's expression changed as he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Cold Flame. Was she a power king? "Have you encountered any danger recently?" Yi Feng inquired, leading Cold Flame towards the fourth floor. Not really, Brother Feng." "Who is she?" Jin Qi pointed at Cold Flame. "Oh, she is a companion I encountered, planning to join us in a few days to seek the sacred water," Yi Feng replied casually. At that moment, Jia Sang and the others emerged, equally awestruck by Cold Flame's formidable presence, momentarily rendered speechless. "Do not be afraid. She is my companion," Yi Feng reassured them. "Wow, Brother Feng, you truly are impressive, having found a power king-level companion. Moreover, she doesn't seem like an ordinary power king. Her strength appears to be above the second tier." Jin Qi expressed his admiration fervently. "All right, enough talk. Let us prepare a fire for roasting meat, as both Cold Sister and I are famished," Yi Feng declared. Right away, Jin Yimei and Yu Sun hurried to begin their tasks. After the meal, Jia Sang respectfully escorted Cold Flame to a small chamber, laying out animal skins as a mat. Yi Feng returned to his own quarters, closing the door firmly. "No one is to disturb me," he instructed Jin Qi. "As you command." Jin Qi hurriedly secured the door, taking on the role of its guardian. Once assured that no one would disturb him, Yi Feng unfurled the beast's skin. To his astonishment, he realized that the dragon-elephant technique was indeed misleading, as it omitted numerous steps. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had finally acquired the authentic body refinement method. However, he soon found peace. If no steps were spared, the medicinal energy consumed by the dragon-elephant technique would be exorbitant. Ordinary individuals simply could not afford such waste, for their lifetime absorption of medicinal energy was finite. Yet, he was different. He need not economize on these steps. Yi Feng then opened the sack containing the fifth-tier Power King. To his surprise, the sack held 3 high-grade crystal pills. Just the scent of their medicinal energy indicated they were undoubtedly above level 20. There were no pills below that grade. Additionally, he found 3 or 4 small vials and an object resembling a sleeve arrow. Upon sniffing the small vials, he deduced they contained crystal pellets refined from the crystal pills. Undoubtedly high-grade, suitable for the citizens of Hot Spring Island to enhance their strength. Next, Yi Feng examined the device akin to a sleeve arrow. With a soft click, a layer of spider silk shot forth, swiftly enveloping a stone. In the next moment, the web retracted rapidly, reducing the stone to fragments in just a few swift motions. Such resilient threads. Yi Feng approached and grasped the launched web in his hand. It was remarkably flexible, yet exceedingly fine, even upon close inspection. One could hardly perceive such delicate silk. Intrigued, he considered offering this to his less powerful relatives, such as Hina, who, while skilled in curses, possessed little strength. The thought of Duoyen, Hina, and their child brought a smile of happiness to Yi Feng's face. "I, Yi Feng, have descendants now, and a wife of celestial beauty. Life is indeed fulfilling." Yet, he resolved to first enhance his strength. With this determination, Yi Feng held a crystal pill in each hand, allowing the Van Saint Demon technique to commence its gradual operation within him. Time passed, perhaps 2 days, or maybe 3. Chapter 736, Sister Lung, you are too extravagant. Yi Feng's eyes were tightly shut, yet at that moment, he could perceive his internal body. He noticed a faint golden hue emerging on his previously white bones. Simultaneously, the marrow's color transitioned from white to a delicate purple. Boom! A surge of powerful energy washed over Yi Feng's entire being. Roars erupted from within him. Had he succeeded? The first layer of the Van Saint Demon technique was achieved. Yi Feng rejoiced, astonished that his physique's cultivation of the Van Saint Demon technique had yielded such remarkable efficiency. Perhaps it was due to his blood scales, or perhaps because he had practiced the Dragon Elephant technique. Regardless, he had successfully mastered the first layer of the Van Saint Demon technique. Unlike the inferior Dragon Elephant technique, the completion of the Van Saint technique bestowed upon Yi Feng an unprecedented sense of stability, akin to constructing a wooden house upon solid ground. Previously, the Dragon Elephant skill he practiced was akin to constructing a 7-story edifice upon a foundation of loose sand, precariously poised to collapse at any moment due to its insufficient grounding. Moreover, The venerable divine demon technique bestowed enhancements in various other realms. For instance, his vision sharpened, his speed accelerated, and even something within his soul was restored, instilling Yi Feng with the confidence to elevate his prowess to the 4th tier of Force Master without succumbing to the invasion of inner demons. With renewed determination, Yi Feng grasped the crystal elixir once more, resolutely striving to breach the threshold of the 4th tier. With the foundation laid by the venerable divine demon technique, he effortlessly transcended to the 4th tier of Force Master using merely 2 grade 20 crystal elixirs. Furthermore, the absence of any surreal sensation in his mind validated the solidity of his ascension from the 3rd to the 4th tier. As Yi Feng caressed his skin and cast a glance at a stone by the doorway, he flicked his finger, sending a stream of energy through the stone. After a brief 3 seconds, the stone erupted with a resounding blast, reducing it to a cloud of dust. Yi Feng sensed that, with this newfound solidity and the remaining crystal elixirs in his possession, he could indeed strive for the 5th tier of Force Master. Yet, upon reflection, he opted for caution. The essence of existence lies in steady progress, lest he inadvertently provoke the inner demons. He could not ascertain whether he would escape them again, as it was conceivable that he could remain ensnared for millennia, ultimately reducing himself to mere bones. From his robe, Yi Feng produced the beast skin of the dragon elephant skill. After a mere 2 seconds of hesitation, he destroyed the skin. It was indeed a misleading pursuit. The dragon elephant skill, when juxtaposed with the venerable divine demon technique, resembled the disparity between a primary school essay and a literary masterpiece. The venerable divine demon technique was self-consistent, exuding an ineffable profundity even in its complexities. In contrast, the dragon elephant skill was rife with contradictions, leaving him wary of further practice. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. While I may not ascend to the 5th tier of Force Master, I could certainly endeavor to cultivate the 2nd layer of the venerable divine demon technique. Yi Feng rejoiced, redirecting his focus to the 2nd layer. As time flowed gently by, he turned his gaze inward, observing his body. The pale golden hue of his bones became increasingly pronounced, while the purple of his marrow deepened slightly. The energy contained within his bones began to spread through his tendons, muscles, and skin. This sensation was wondrous, akin to a wounded body gradually mending itself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Brother Feng, today marks the 9th day. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon. Jin Shi's voice emerged from beyond the door. Yi Feng was startled, realizing how swiftly time had passed. He swiftly retracted his technique and rose to his feet. Although he had yet to master the 2nd layer of the venerable divine demon technique, he believed that with a few more high-grade crystal elixirs and an additional 10 days of cultivation, he would undoubtedly achieve that level. Coupled with his foundational strength as a 4th-tier Force Master, he would likely be capable of effortlessly overpowering any 5th-tier Force King he encountered. He could feel the immense power contained within the venerable divine demon technique, each move and stance seemingly harmonizing with the primal forces of the universe. Yi Feng pushed open the wooden door, and there, in the small room, sat Leng Yan on a chair, surrounded by Zesong and others, some seated, some standing. Upon seeing Yi Feng, they all rose simultaneously, gazing at him with a hint of surprise, particularly Leng Yan, who sensed that although Yi Feng's aura was merely at the level of a Force Master, it inexplicably exuded an air of profound danger. Zesong and the others, though, were left in awe, unable to comprehend the depth of his presence. Brother Feng, are we to take action tonight? Yusun approached, gently leaning against Yi Feng with her soft figure. Indeed, tonight marks the night of the full moon. After our evening meal, we shall set forth. Traversing the divine site and entering the altar area, Yi Feng replied calmly. Excellent. Jin Yimei and Yusun hurried off to prepare dinner. Jin Shi helped Yi Feng brush off the dust from the chair, inviting him to sit. Across from Yi Feng, Leng Yan took her seat. Brother Yi, your strength seems to have progressed significantly. Did you just level up? Leng Yan inquired. Yes, I am now a 4th-tier Force Master, Yi Feng acknowledged with a subtle nod. With his enhanced power, he felt an overwhelming surge of vigor within, one that he struggled to contain. Indeed, with your capabilities, should you advance to a 4th-tier Force Master, many Force Kings would likely find themselves unable to contend with you, Leng Yan remarked solemnly. Cold sister, you flatter me. My current strength is insignificant on this continent. It is you who, at such a young age, has reached the standard of a 2nd-tier Force King, Yi Feng humbly retorted. Brother Yi, you are still quite young as well. I wonder how your wife is faring. With your prowess, surely you have many wives at home? Leng Yin asked seemingly nonchalantly. Yet her peripheral gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng's expression. Ha ha ha. All is well with my wife and children, Yi Feng replied, his heart swelling with joy at the thought of his son and wife. However, he failed to notice the fleeting look of disappointment that crossed Leng Yan's face. Though she hailed from a tribal society, Leng Yan was a proud woman who would never share a husband with another. Upon learning that Yi Feng already had a wife and children, she abandoned that notion. She understood that a powerful man would never lack for female companionship. Brother Feng, the meat is ready, along with a pot of broth, the two women announced as they placed the food on the table. Yi Feng, having been hungry for several meals, eagerly dug into a large piece of sand beast meat. The venerable sacred demon art not only consumed crystal cores, but also had high demands for sustenance. At this moment, Yi Feng craved meat intensely. In no time, he devoured over 10 pounds of meat. His internal organs had long since acquired formidable capabilities, allowing his stomach to compress food infinitely, with a digestive power far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Having satisfied his hunger, Yi Feng rose. Let us go and fetch the holy water. With that, he took the lead, heading downstairs. Chapter 737. A thoroughly devoted woman, the others quickly gathered their belongings, closely following in his wake. However, as the six of them stepped out of the immense stone house, a colossal figure suddenly rose before them. Before them stood an imposing sand beast, towering over 20 meters in height, classified at the 17th level. Brother Yi, your energies should be directed towards the 20th level sand beast. Allow me to handle this one, Cold Flame suggested, stepping forward to grasp the slender whip firmly. No, I intend to take matters into my own hands. Having attained the first level of the venerable Saint Demon technique, Yi Feng wished to test the might of his physical form. Very well, I shall heed your words, Cold Flame conceded, stepping back. Yi Feng unsheathed the curved blade from his waist and tossed it to Jin Qi. Brother Feng, it would be wiser to use the blade. It offers greater assurance. Jin Qi advised. No, Yi Feng proclaimed, launching himself like a hammer, colliding fiercely with the 17th level sand beast. The impact reverberated, causing the creature to stagger back several paces. Yi Feng landed on the ground, but quickly sprang back into action, charging once more. With a series of 4 successive impacts, the creature's brow was stained crimson. In a moment of unexpected defeat, the formidable beast turned tail and fled, astonished that it could not withstand a mere human's assault. If the confrontation continued, its brow would surely shatter. Attempting to escape, this time, Yi Feng did not use his shoulder. Instead, he leaped onto the beast's head, raining down blows with his iron fists. With each strike, the sand beast diminished in stature. After delivering a barrage of punches, the creature could endure no more under the relentless assault of the venerable Saint Demon technique, collapsing heavily to the ground. Amidst the rising dust, Yi Feng leaped down from the fallen beast, his piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The smaller sand beasts, which had been lurking in the shadows, immediately bolted, their cries echoing as they fled in panic. Onward, Yi Feng reclaimed the curved blade and pressed forward. Jin Qi and the others, their faces aglow with astonishment, hastily surrounded Yi Feng. The exhilaration of the moment was undeniable. In a perilous temple filled with threats, they strolled confidently along the broad avenue, untroubled by the presence of any sand beasts. This sense of security stemmed from having such a formidable ally. Brother Feng, you are perspiring, Yu Sun remarked, her bright eyes fixed on Yi Feng as she used her sleeve to wipe away his sweat. Brother Feng, you're covered in dust, Jin Yi Mei chimed in, eagerly brushing off his back. Once a proud woman, she found her self-esteem shattered by witnessing Yi Feng's astonishing ascent, transforming her into a devoted admirer. Please, don't make me uncomfortable. Just act normally, Yi Feng said awkwardly. Oh, Jin Yi Mei nodded obediently. Cold Flame watched from behind, discomfort etched on his face. These two women were, indeed, diminishing their own worth. While Yi Feng was undeniably powerful, many surpassed him, such as the 9th level Power King, or even the Power Emperor. These figures were no less formidable than Yi Feng. Despite his myriad of skills and vast capabilities, facing a 9th level Power King would likely result in a hasty retreat. Jin Qi hoisted the massive axe upon his shoulder, striding confidently ahead of Yi Feng, serving as a bulwark against potential dangers. A flicker of pride danced across his visage, for he was now safeguarding a genuine powerhouse. It was akin to the royal guards serving an emperor. Though they were but the emperor's hounds, they were nobles among dogs. A sense of superiority swelling within him. Soon, they encountered several waves of sand beasts, all of which were below level 14. Yifeng refrained from intervening, allowing Jinshi and his companions to hone their skills. Haha, I slayed a 13th level sand beast. I did it alone, Jinshi exclaimed, gazing at the carcass on the ground, nearly moved to tears. They pressed onward, with Yifeng's gaze fixed on the periphery of the sacred zone. There lay the altar area, where pyramidal altars rose in abundance. Although these pyramids did not rival the grandeur of the ones in Eternal Life City, their sheer number was impressive, each crowned with a small platform. A thunderous roar erupted from the altar district, reverberating so profoundly that it left the onlookers' ears ringing. Jinshi and his companions hastily covered their ears, while only Yifeng and the second-tier strength king, Leng Yan, remained unfazed. That must be the roar of a level 20 sand beast, Leng Yan remarked nonchalantly, exhibiting no trepidation towards such a creature. Let us advance, Yifeng declared, and with that, he vaulted over a crumbling stone wall, landing within the towering altar area. Here, the number of sand beasts was markedly diminished, the ground littered with the remains of both humans and beasts. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the sky. Yifeng looked up to see several large, dark silhouettes soaring through the clouds. Sandfowl, Jinshi, hand me the axe. Certainly. Jinshi swiftly complied. Yifeng swung the axe in a wide arc before hurling it skyward. With a whoosh, the axe soared 100 meters before igniting into flames. A shrill cry echoed from the clouds, and the next moment, blood rained down from the heavens. A colossal shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing violently before Yifeng. It was a creature resembling a cross between an eagle and a chicken, its abdomen pierced by the axe, evidently near death. Yifeng assessed its strength, determining that this sandfowl far surpassed the giant birds of Warm Spring Island. Yet, even this formidable creature could not withstand the might of his fourth-tier power. It seemed wise not to have summoned the giant birds after all. As they maneuvered around a pyramid, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. Ahead, 10 figures emerged, 4 women on the left and 6 men on the right, all seemingly poised for confrontation. Instantly, 10 pairs of eyes were fixed upon Yifeng and his companions. Ah, a strength king? One of the women gasped, quickly casting a respectful glance toward Leng Yan. Yifeng appraised the situation. The 4 women were all below third-tier strength practitioners, while the 6 men were all strength practitioners, one of whom was a 9th-tier warrior. In the past, Yifeng might have been startled, but now, Senior Power King, please come forth to arbitrate. This 16th-level sand beast was hunted by our 10-person team. Yet these 6 individuals demand 80% of the crystal cores. The woman approached Leng Yan, who, with a frosty demeanor, ignored her and instead turned to Yifeng. Brother Feng, shall we seek the holy water now? She was reluctant to engage in such trivial matters. Indeed, let us proceed. Acquiring the holy water is of utmost importance. Yifeng replied with a nod. Brother Feng, since we have encountered this situation, allow me to serve as the arbitrator. Jinshi declared as he hefted a massive axe and stepped forward. You all collaborated to slay this sand beast. Hence the crystal core shall be divided into 10 equal portions, 1 for each of you. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? Jinshi stated with an air of authority. Chapter 738. Modest strength, great temperament. The 10 individuals fell silent. They were predominantly strength practitioners, and here was Jinshi, merely a strength warrior, attempting to mediate on their behalf. The woman disregarded Jinshi and turned her gaze back to Leng Yan. Senior Power King, we implore you to intervene. Leng Yan slowly shook his head and looked once more at Yifeng. Jinshi, just divide the spoils. We need to continue our journey. Yifeng sighed. He had not intended to involve himself in such trivial disputes, but since the matter had arisen, he might as well lend a hand. For with great power comes great responsibility. Isn't he just a 9th-tier strength warrior? A man remarked with disdain. Do you have an issue with that? Zisong stepped forward. No. No objections, the man replied meekly, cowed by the presence of the strength practitioners. Shortly thereafter, Jinshi completed the distribution of the crystal cores. At that moment, he was immensely thrilled. Following Brother Feng allowed him to flaunt his prowess without fear of retribution. Had Yifeng not been present, he would have surely fled upon encountering this group of strength practitioners. Predecessors, are you on your way to acquire the holy water? After the cores were divided, the 4 women approached once more. Yifeng glanced back to see the 6 men trailing closely behind. with your limited abilities. Do you truly intend to seek the holy water? You likely cannot even enter the spear's restricted zone, Long Yin remarked coolly. We merely wish to test our luck. It is said that the holy water can revive the dead and enhance the body's absorption of crystal cores. It is truly the most miraculous water in the world. The woman replied, casting a lingering gaze at Yifeng. She noted that the queen's eyes frequently darted toward Yifeng, leading her to two possible conclusions. Either Yifeng possessed a formidable background, or the queen harbored feelings for him. Regrettably, she was entirely mistaken. If you are not afraid of peril, then follow us. It matters not to me. However, I must make it clear that should you encounter danger, neither I nor brother Yi will offer assistance. You must rely solely on yourselves, Long Yin stated indifferently. Rest assured, we do not require your help. The four women replied in unison, casting another glance at Yifeng. Yet, what perplexed them was why this mere fourth-tier strength practitioner was consistently included in her discourse. Was it possible he possessed extraordinary talents? The six men trailed behind, timidly retreating at every glance from Long Yin, their faces adorned with a semblance of humble smiles. It was evident that they too harbored intentions towards the sacred water. Brother Yi, how much sacred water lies beneath the altar? Long Yin inquired. I am uncertain, but it should be considerable, Yifeng replied. If there is only one portion, it shall belong solely to you, Brother Yi. However, if there are two, might I request the second portion? Long Yin asked in a conciliatory tone. The four women regarded Long Yin with curiosity, reassessing Yifeng. I apologize, but if there is a fifth portion, I would certainly grant it to you. The first four, however, are vital for my survival, Yifeng expressed with genuine regret. For portions? Very well. I only hope there is an abundance of sacred water beneath the altar, Long Yin nodded, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She had assumed that her beauty might elicit some degree of chivalry from Yifeng, yet he sought to monopolize the first four portions, which was rather disheartening. At that moment, two shadows darted past, swift as lightning. A level of strength akin to that of a king? Yifeng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the sacred water would attract such formidable king-level warriors. No sooner had he spoken than the two dark figures abruptly reversed course, landing before Yifeng and his companions with a resounding thud. Is it you? Long Yin's countenance altered. Yifeng sensed the energy emanating from the two figures, and his expression mirrored her alarm. Their power reached the third tier of king-level strength, a caliber capable of traversing the southern domain of the temple with ease. The others were similarly taken aback. Yet, the woman from earlier stepped forward, her eyes glimmering with allure. Esteemed kings, I am Qing. It is an honor to meet you, she said, bowing gracefully before them. Yifeng then turned his attention to the other three women. Although they were less forward than Qing, their gazes towards the two kings were imbued with a burgeoning interest. Alas, the affection was unreciprocated, as the two men's eyes remained fixed on Long Yin. Long Yin, I did not expect to encounter you here. Where is your brother, Wu Tian? The figure on the left inquired. Long Yin maintained a stoic silence. Yifeng took a step back and quietly asked Long Yin, do you know them? Of course. They are the notorious sand bandits from north of the temple, infamous for their heinous deeds, particularly against women. Long Yin's voice was audible enough for all to hear. Qing's complexion paled, and she hurriedly retreated behind Yifeng. It was important to note that sand bandits differed from other experts. While other skilled individuals might extend some favors after an encounter, the sand bandits were known for their ruthless predation, combining play with plunder, and their savagery was akin to that of demons. Could that rascal Wu Tian have fallen? Otherwise, with his ardor for you, he would undoubtedly be trailing behind like a loyal pup. The figure on the left continued. Hey Mo, do you presume that in the absence of my brother, you may act against me? Long Yin positioned her hand on her belt, poised to draw her whip at a moment's notice. Sister Long Yin, how could I ever raise my hand against you? You are unaware of the depth of my admiration for you, which far surpasses that of your elder brother. Ultimately, your first experience is destined to be shared with someone else. Why not offer it to us, your two brothers? Fear not. Our skills are exquisite and shall guarantee you an unparalleled experience. Once it is over, you may find it hard to part with us. Ha ha ha. The dark mage seemed increasingly convinced that Wu Tian had perished, his gaze growing ever more audacious. Ling Yin's face flushed crimson with humiliation, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Yet she refrained from acting recklessly. After all, Yifeng had not agreed to assist her, and should she act alone, she would likely struggle against even the dark mage, let alone his brother, the dark demon, who lingered nearby. Why the silence? Are you waiting to feel a sense of vulnerability before enduring the assault from us two brothers? The dark mage taunted, advancing step by step toward Lingyan. Brother Yi. Lingyan swiftly cast a pleading glance toward Yi Feng. Fear not. Yi Feng nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. The audacity of these two brothers was insufferable, although he had initially wished to avoid conflict. He could not help but feel compelled to intervene. He was eager to ascertain whether his divine power could indeed contend with these two formidable warriors. This fellow, a mere fourth-tier strength master, dares to play the hero? The dark demon raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with undisguised scorn. Clang. Yi Feng withdrew his curved blade in silence, casting a cold gaze upon the two. Lacking strength, yet brimming with arrogance. Very well. I shall offer you as a sacrifice for my blade today. Chapter 739. Save me, save me. The dark demon, equally provoked, drew his sword as well. Just then, a white figure descended with a resounding thud between the two parties. A young man dressed in white appeared, his elegant demeanor commanding attention. As he landed, he waved his sleeve, dispersing the dust that revealed a face that incited jealousy in men and fervor in women. Brother Yushur, Lingyan exclaimed joyfully, unable to restrain herself from stepping forward. Sister Lingyan, I did not expect to encounter you here. Where are the others from the Sacred Fire Division? Surely, you did not come to the shrine alone? Yushur inquired with a smile. Yi Feng could not help but concede that this individual possessed an irresistible charm. Were he a woman, he too would be enamored. My brother has already perished, Lingyan said, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. Alas, Brother Wutian was far too hasty. I had foreseen that his character would lead to his demise. Please accept my condolences, sister, Yushur remarked, then turned his gaze coolly toward the Dark Mage brothers. Dark Mage, Dark Demon, do you intend to stir trouble? Yushur's voice, though calm, bore a hint of frost. We would not dare, with Brother Yushur present. We know our place. The Dark Mage retreated a step, displaying deference. It is well known that Yushur is the young lord of Baibi City, his prowess reaching the 7th tier of strength mastery, renowned throughout a radius of 3,000 miles. Even should they conspire to eliminate Yushur, it would not be long before Baibi City employed unimaginable means to capture them alive. Yushur nodded, surveying both parties. Yushur, may possess only a modest reputation, yet I implore you both to extend an apology to Sister Lingyan in light of my presence. Yi Feng has come to realize that this individual not only possesses formidable strength, but also values his reputation, making him quite a notable figure in this savage society. Sister Lingyan, I apologize. We were rather indiscreet just now. Please forgive our recklessness. To Yi Feng's astonishment, the two bandits genuinely offered their apologies. He observed them with a detached gaze. Not only were the four women captivated, but even his companion Yu Sun regarded Yushur with an admiring glimmer in her eyes. Clearly, they were enchanted by his charismatic presence, and at that moment, it seemed that a mere beckoning from him would prompt them to willingly shed their garments. Well then, Brother Yushur, are you also here for the holy water? Long Yin could not resist stepping forward, her demeanor subtly embodying youthful charm. This indicated her evident fondness for Yushur. A woman only exhibits such girlish behavior when she harbors special feelings for a man. Indeed, Yushur, in the chill of winter, produced a fan and gently waved it before himself. Shall we proceed? Allow me to introduce. This is Yi Feng, and these are his subordinates. Long Yin hastily introduced Yi Feng and his companions, albeit in a rather casual manner, as if to showcase that her relationship with Yi Feng was not particularly close. Yushur's gaze swept over Yi Feng and his companions. You are intriguing. I sense several divine abilities within you. However, I must advise you, young brother. Possessing so many extraordinary powers may lead to regret one day, for we cultivators seek the continuous extension of our lifespan, not these superficial abilities. Yushur spoke in a lecturing tone. What abilities my brother Feng practices are of no concern to Lord Yushur, Jinshi interjected boldly. Not holding back in his retort, Jinshi, Yi Feng admonished him, protective of his companion, for he sensed that although Yushur appeared magnanimous, such individuals could easily transform into demons upon encountering even the slightest displeasure. Indeed, Yushur's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of malice surfacing in his formerly clear eyes. However, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, he nodded slightly in approval. Let us move forward, Yushur declared, and with a flash, he appeared 50 meters ahead. The others hurried to catch up. After traversing several pyramids, they arrived at a vast expanse of flat ground. Surrounding this area were heaps of corpses belonging to various clergy members. The temperature within the temple was merely 5 or 6 degrees below freezing, and some bodies had completely decomposed, with maggots crawling in and out of the grotesquely swollen remains. Ugh, Yusun retched. Yushur, unfazed, waved his fan a few times and stepped over the corpses toward the center of the altar. Suspended in the sky was an ancient spear nearly 5 meters in length, enveloped in a faint white glow. Apart from the altar, nothing else occupied the space beneath this ethereal light, not even dust. Strands of golden silk flickered in and out of visibility within the white radiance, creating an exceedingly eerie spectacle. The expression on the jade stone's face grew solemn as he suddenly kicked a human corpse into the radiant white light. In the next moment, a multitude of golden threads surged forth, reducing the body to nothingness. Such formidable restrictions. One could only fear that even the mightiest monarch would hesitate to confront it with their flesh. The gravity of the situation left no trace of the earlier nonchalance on Yushur's visage. Not just him, but the countenances of others mirrored his seriousness. Boom. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the edge of the altar, causing a stir among the crowd. Only a few mighty kings, and Yi Feng remained composed. In the blink of an eye, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, seizing a man within its grasp. "Ah, save me, Lord Yushur." The man's desperate cries echoed, only to be silenced as the giant hand flung him into the surrounding darkness. The next moment, a pitch-black creature emerged, its ferocious gaze fixated on the crowd below. A level 20 sand beast. It was Yi Feng's first encounter with a level 20 sand beast. Its robust physique was coupled with an uncanny agility. "Brother Yushur, allow us to handle this sand beast," Black Demon declared, and the two shadows surged toward the formidable creature. Yushur unfurled his fan once more, a smile gracing his face as he watched the brothers take flight. "Jin Qi, keep your distance," Yi Feng advised calmly. Jia Sang, Yusun, and Jin Yi Mei swiftly retreated to a distance of several hundred meters. After all, a clash between a level 20 sand beast and two third-order kings would undoubtedly be fierce, and their meager strength could easily place them in peril. Without needing Yi Feng's urging, Qing and the others had already fled to 500 meters away, hiding behind a massive rock, peering cautiously. Before long, the battle commenced. The two sand bandits displayed their formidable prowess, overpowering the level 20 sand beast with their initial strikes. Lung Yin glanced at Yi Feng, then at Yushur, unable to resist drawing closer to Yushur. In her mind, despite Yi Feng's strength, he could not compare to the aura and power of the esteemed Yushur, who was also the young lord of Bai City. Chapter 740. Is resurrection possible? Sister Lung Yan, I find it rather peculiar that this sand beast possesses a decorative band around its horn. If I am not mistaken, it must be a pet of some significant figure which accidentally escaped. Tell me, who possesses the capability to tame a level 20 sand beast? Yushur inquired nonchalantly. What? This sand beast is a pet of humans? Lung Yin stepped forward, scrutinizing the beast's horn. Indeed, it appeared to bear a chain. Could it be a pet of a monarch-level tamer? Lung Yan's expression shifted. Not to that extent, but I suspect it is at least a pet of a ninth-order king. Quite intriguing, Yushur replied with a calm demeanor. Boom. Black Demon leaped 30 meters into the air, his curved blade cleaving downwards. A massive horn plummeted from the sky. Black Demon's form shimmered, piercing directly through the eyes of the level 20 sand beast. A woo. The ferocious level 20 sand beast finally emitted a thunderous wail, raising a massive hand to shield its eyes. In a seamless fusion of man and blade, the dark demon seized the opportunity, gripping the sword with both hands. With a swift motion, a tangible blade of energy sliced through the creature's neck. In the next instant, blood poured down like a torrential flood from the heavens. The sand beast let out a cry of defiance, its colossal body crashing to the ground. Ha! The two swiftly harvested the crystal cores and returned to the side of the jade stone. In the distance, others hurriedly approached, particularly 5 men who circled the carcass of the level 20 sand beast with expressions of delight. Clearly, it was their first encounter with such a creature's remains. One of them began to carefully carve away the tougher parts of the beast's body, stowing them away in a sack. Humph, do they really need such worthless scraps? The dark demon couldn't help but scoff. Jade Stone looked up at the sky, which had completely darkened, revealing a soft, round moon slowly rising. A night of the full moon. Jadestone raised an eyebrow. As the moon fully emerged, everyone turned their gaze towards the restriction within. Indeed, the golden threads inside had diminished significantly, and their movements were no longer as fluid as before, as if something was hindering their speed. Brother Jadestone, should we rush into the restriction now? Lung Yin couldn't help but inquire. Although she understood that it was not the appropriate time to charge in, she relished the opportunity to engage in conversation. Playing the fool in front of the man she adored could evoke his protective instincts, a tactic she had mastered. Previously, her aloof demeanor stemmed from the absence of a worthy man to indulge her frivolity. Ha ha ha, my foolish junior sister. We must wait until the moon is at its fullest before entering. At that moment, the power of the restriction will be at its weakest, significantly reducing our risks. By the way, if there are 2 portions of holy water, one for me and one for you, and if there are 4 portions, dark demon and dark enchantress, you shall have your share as well, Jadestone replied nonchalantly, seeming in good spirits. He found his junior sister, Lung Yin, not only beautiful but also endearing. Senior, may I have the 5th portion of holy water? At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Jadestone slightly turned his body, not looking back. A clear sign of his displeasure. Haha, how ridiculous. A mere 4th-tier power master daring to covet the holy water? Even if there were a 5th, 6th, or even 20th portion, none would be yours. Your only purpose here is to observe what the holy water looks like, remarked the dark demon. Although the dark enchantress remained silent, a cold smirk adorned her face. In a world where strength reigns supreme, how dare Yi Feng, a 4th-tier power master, negotiate with someone of royal strength? Jin Shi, enraged, prepared to confront him, only to be restrained by Zha Sang. After a moment of contemplation, Jadestone slowly spoke. Junior sister Lung Yin, is he one of your kin? No, but Lung Yin was about to elaborate when she was ruthlessly interrupted. There is no other option. My young friend, I can perceive that your capabilities extend beyond mere appearances, yet you remain a mere 4th-tier force master. Allow me to propose this. Should the 100th portion of the holy water emerge, I shall certainly reserve a share for you. The seemingly gentle Yushur uttered these words, which effectively amounted to a denial for Yi Feng. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yushur's silhouette from head to toe. When the holy water eventually manifests, he would not concern himself with rules, but rather seize the opportunity to claim it. Among those present, the only individual he harbored any trepidation towards was Yushur. As for the brothers He Mo and He Yao, after Yi Feng had mastered the Brahmin Saint Demon arts, he had little regard for 3rd-tier force kings. Brother Yushur, I believe that after an ordinary person consumes the holy water 5 times, it no longer benefits their lifespan. Thus, I think it would be reasonable to allocate a portion to Yi Feng, said Lung Yin, casting a hesitant glance at Yi Feng. However, her tone lacked conviction, evidently. Her relationship with Yi Feng was limited to mere camaraderie among teammates, devoid of deeper emotional ties. As for the killing of that 5th-tier force king, while Yi Feng had saved her, he was also acting in self-preservation, thus it could hardly be considered a debt of gratitude. At least, this was how Lung Yin comprehended the situation. Junior sister Lung Yin, it seems your understanding of the holy water is rather superficial. Indeed, the first consumption of holy water can double one's original lifespan. For instance, if one could live for 100 years after consuming the holy water, their lifespan could extend to 200. However, the second consumption has the original duration, meaning that the second time, one would gain only 50 years, the third time, 25 years, and by the fourth, it becomes virtually ineffective. Nevertheless, the holy water possesses a unique ability. If sufficient quantities are used to soak the body, the absorption of its medicinal properties accelerates. The longer one soaks, the quicker the absorption occurs. Do you understand? Yushur explained patiently. Initially, he had no intention of divulging such secrets, but having been pleasantly engaged by Lung Yin moments ago, he found himself speaking more freely. Ah, I see now. That explains it. With the human body absorbing the medicinal power of crystal elixirs, no matter how many extraordinary encounters one has, it would be impossible to produce a Force Emperor-level master without the aid of holy water to expedite their cultivation, Lung Yin mused, gently covering her mouth. In her own family, there was indeed a Force Emperor-level powerhouse. However, that individual was not a direct ancestor but rather a collateral relative, which rendered her ignorance of such secrets entirely reasonable. The others, including the brothers He Mo and He Yao, were equally astonished. revealing that even those of their ilk were unaware of the holy water's additional properties. Yet, if one were to bathe in holy water, how many portions would be required? Would 100 suffice? Lord Yushur, may I inquire whether a deceased individual can be resurrected upon consuming holy water? Yifeng's voice trembled slightly. Yushur slowly turned around. Has someone in your family passed away? He inquired. Yes, it is a dear brother of mine. I humbly request your guidance, Lord Yushur. For the sake of Tuba's revival. Yifeng maintained a respectful demeanor, driven by his desire to restore his friend. There exists a notion that presupposes the individual met their demise through natural causes. However, if one were to suffer a severed head or endure significant bodily harm, not even holy water could render assistance, let alone a divine presence. Yushur remarked with a hint of solemnity. His head remains intact, and his body is presumably whole. Li Feng replied. How long has he been deceased? Yushur inquired once more. Me? Perhaps a little over a year, Li Feng responded, a tinge of guilt evident in his voice. Ha. Though I have yet to experiment, do consider the implications. A person who has been dead for over a year would have experienced complete physiological deterioration. Do you truly believe that holy water could revive him? Yushur shook his head with a smirk. Li Feng clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. In truth, he should have recognized this reality long ago. However, his profound affection for Tuber, a fixation, had driven him relentlessly to seek the sanctuary. Is there any possibility of revival if the corpse were immersed in holy water? Li Feng posed another question. Well, there exists perhaps a glimmer of hope. But do you understand what holy water truly is? It is a rarity even for ordinary individuals to procure a single drop, let alone to bathe in it. It would be wise to relinquish such hopes. Nonetheless, I commend your determination to traverse mountains and rivers in search of holy water for your brother. Yushur finally turned to face Li Feng directly. In truth, he harbored no admiration for Li Feng. Rather, he deemed him a fool. Yet, in the presence of his beautiful junior sister, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of virtue. The night sky sparkled with stars as darkness deepened. The moon, resplendent, illuminated the altar area with clarity. Li Feng cast his gaze once more towards the center of the barrier. The golden threads that danced within were slowing in their movements, and their numbers had diminished by at least half. Yushur approached the edge of the barrier with deliberate slowness. Suddenly, he forcefully kicked a massive stone into the barrier. With a series of muffled thuds, countless golden threads surged forth, instantaneously reducing the stone to nothingness. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. How long could they endure should they breach the barrier? Yushur's eyes narrowed as he delivered swift kicks. 7 or 8 large stones hurtled towards the barrier. Without surprise, the golden threads once again obliterated the stones into oblivion. However, keen observers noted that the golden thread's response had noticeably slowed ever so slightly when simultaneously severing multiple stones. Excellent. Everyone, gather and stand at the edge of the barrier. Yushur's tone grew icy. Compelled by his status as a 7th-tier power master, the others complied and moved closer. If a sufficient number of individuals charged into the barrier, the golden threads would be overwhelmed. Do you see the center of the barrier? Once we reach that point, we shall be safe, and from there, we can enter the inner sanctum of the altar, where the holy water is stored. Yushur gestured towards the center of the altar. A wave of alarm washed over the faces of all present. Are you all afraid? Yushur slightly tilted his body. My lord, we are merely strength practitioners. We stand no chance against those indomitable golden threads. Therefore, my 4 sisters and I have decided to abandon our pursuit of holy water and return home, Qingqing declared. Indeed, we 5 brothers share the same sentiment. We lack the confidence to traverse the barrier and also intend to return home, the 5 men echoed. Yifeng hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly, addressing the esteemed Master Yushur. My companions lack the strength to traverse the restricted area. Thus, I kindly request that you allow them to observe from the sidelines while I accompany you through the barrier. A smirk curled at the corner of Yushur's mouth. So, you all wish to retreat at the critical moment? His voice resonated with an ominous intent, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The expressions of the 4 women and 5 men shifted drastically, recoiling several steps under the weight of his murderous intent. Only Yifeng, a master of strength, managed to remain steadfast in his position. Let me make myself clear, Yushur declared. Now that you are here, there is no escape. I will count to 3, and anyone who fails to charge forward will face my wrath. With that, he abruptly struck a nearby stone pillar, which crumbled into dust with a resounding crash. The group's faces turned ashen, compelled to obediently take their positions. Yusher nodded with satisfaction and cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng, laden with unspoken threats. Yifeng's expression darkened as he turned to Jia Sang and the others. Brother Jia Sang, when the time comes, charge forward swiftly. The longer we linger within the barrier, the greater the number of golden threads we will encounter, he instructed. His enhanced prowess allowed him to perceive secrets only visible to those at the level of a strength king. Indeed, the 4 strength kings exchanged glances with Yifeng before quickly averting their eyes. Prepare yourselves, Yusher commanded coldly, prompting everyone to crouch low, ready to dash through the barrier at the fastest pace. 1. Yifeng slightly spread his arms. 2. All eyes widened, brows furrowed in anxiety. In particular, the girl named Qing appeared visibly distressed, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. 3. A flurry of figures surged into the barrier. However, as Long Yin attempted to rush forward, she felt Yusher's grip on her arm. Brother, what are you doing? Long Yin paused momentarily, quickly grasping the situation. The first to breach the barrier would bear the brunt of the golden thread slicing, and a mere second's delay would result in a significantly reduced number of threads encountered. The girl Qing was the first to enter, and in an instant, the golden threads flashed, severing her body cleanly in 2. The others barely had time to scream as the torrent of golden threads surged forth. Yifeng watched helplessly as her form disintegrated into nothingness. All right, it's time to go, Yifeng declared, propelling Jia Sang and the others forward. Indeed, he had harbored the same intention as Yusher. Upon reaching 3, he had obstructed his 4 companions. Yusher's brows shot up in fury. Yet, time was of the essence. He gritted his teeth and charged into the barrier alongside Long Yin. As Yifeng entered the barrier, he immediately sensed the surroundings transform into an ethereal void, as though he had stepped into another realm. Suddenly, a golden thread sliced towards him. Not good. Yifeng swiftly positioned his curved blade defensively across his chest. With a sharp clang, the golden thread left a mark upon the blade, yet simultaneously spared Yifeng's life. Another faint chime echoed in the air. The steel blade of the city was abruptly severed into 2 pieces. This is dire. Yifeng surged towards the center of the altar with the swiftness of a swimmer. Suddenly, 2 anguished screams echoed behind him. However, he had no time to glance back, swinging his arms in a wide arc. Another scream pierced the air. This time, it was Yu's son. Yifeng was instantly consumed by a surge of terror, his figure flickering as he appeared at the altar's center. Just as he steadied himself, he noticed a figure standing behind him, none other than Yusher, who had arrived at the altar even faster than Yifeng. Chapter 742. Let us not dwell on this now. Yusher regarded Yifeng with a hint of astonishment. It was worth noting that he was a 7th-tier strength king, and it was reasonable for him to be the first to breach the barrier. Yet, Yifeng, merely a 4th-tier strength master, had surpassed even the speed of the He brothers and Long Yin. This was indeed perplexing. Boom. He Mo landed in the center of the altar, his face shrouded in darkness, an expression of fear etched upon it. Boom. He Yao also descended at the altar's center. Yet his curved blade had vanished, evidently obliterated by golden threads. Yifeng hurriedly peered through the light barrier towards the other figures trapped within the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Several more figures charged forth. The 4 women had perished entirely, with none surviving. Among the 5 men, only 1 remained alive. Brother Feng, Yu's son, Qi, with half of his massive axe severed, choked out. Let us not discuss this now, Yifeng sighed. His gaze fell once again upon the lone male survivor. Strangely, this man possessed merely 9th-tier strength, the weakest among them all, and he had been among the first to rush into the barrier. Why had he managed to survive? Did he possess some kind of treasure? Yusher also cast a glance at the man. Within their midst, only Yifeng and Yusher remained unscathed, while the He brothers bore wounds, albeit minor. Long Yin was in a worse state, sporting a shallow gash on her forehead. Had her agility not been remarkable, she would have been cleaved in 2 by the golden thread. The others bore varying degrees of injury, presenting a rather tragic sight. After entering the altar's center, the man had retreated to the back of the crowd, adopting an inconspicuous demeanor. For some reason, upon seeing this man, Yifeng felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Your physical cultivation is commendable, brother Yifeng, Yusher remarked gravely, observing Yifeng. Earlier, he had counted to 3, but Yifeng had delayed by 2 seconds in rushing forward, initially intending to settle accounts later. This indicated that Yi Feng's strength was not to be underestimated, prompting Yushi to reconsider his stance. No matter how strong one's physique, it could not compare to that of Yushi. Yi Feng had also adopted a more familiar address. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. Come, let us proceed. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yushi moved towards the highest point of the altar. There lay a staircase leading into the altar's interior, surrounded by countless luminous pearls that illuminated the space brilliantly. The crowd hastily followed, their faces alight with joy as they gazed about. However, Long Yin continuously glanced back at the divine spear suspended above the altar. It seemed her true objective was not the holy water, but rather the divine spear. After traversing the staircase for 5 minutes, the group finally arrived at the base of the altar. There lay 7 stone beds, each adorned in a deep brown hue, emanating a pungent stench of blood. This is the place for sacrificing the living, Yushi remarked. Yi Feng cast another glance at the silent man of the 9th tier strength, an unsettling feeling swelling within him. The man remained mute, yet his gaze fixated intensely on the surrounding walls. It appeared there were neither exits nor doors. Could there be a hidden mechanism? Just as the song finished speaking, the wall ahead suddenly cracked open, revealing a stone door. Within this doorway lay the corpses of 2 clergy members. One of the bodies clutched a translucent vial tightly in its hand. A black jade bottle. Perhaps it contained holy water. Yushi's spirits lifted as he quickly picked up the vial and examined its opening. Drip. A single droplet of clear liquid fell from the mouth of the bottle, landing on the stone slab. It seemed that these clergy members had attempted to steal the holy water, only to meet their demise here. Yushi sighed and decided to stow the black jade bottle away. Upon entering this small chamber, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the enclosed stone room, various small trees thrived, their branches laden with heavy white fruits, which grew at a visibly rapid pace. Yi Feng maintained a stoic expression, yet a tempest roiled within him. Quickly, over here, Yushi exclaimed, swiftly opening an iron chest. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and dashed forward. Inside the chest lay 7 black jade vials arranged side by side. Yushi felt a surge of joy as he lifted one of the vials and gave it a gentle shake. It contained holy water. He removed the cork and brought it to his nose for a sniff. This was indeed holy water, unmistakably so. Ha ha ha, Yushi exclaimed, lifting all 7 black jade vials triumphantly. Suddenly, several piercing gazes turned towards him. Yushi narrowed his eyes and retrieved a small vial from the chest. Sister Long Yin, this is for you. Thank you. Senior brother, Long Yin replied, hastily accepting the black jade vial and carefully tucking it away. Yushi then shifted his gaze to the He brothers, his eyes narrowing slightly. You 2 may each take 1. After handing over a vial, he continued, What? Just 1 for the 2 of us? Mo protested, discontented. Are you suggesting I am being unfair? Yushi's expression darkened as he released an imposing aura. And no, I wouldn't dare, Mo stammered, gritting his teeth as he accepted the vial. Yushi then surveyed the others, finally fixing his gaze on Yi Feng's face. Brother Yi, this vial is for you. Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand forward. Yi Feng nodded, accepting the vial and bringing it to his nose for a sniff. A refreshing aroma of herbs wafted forth, far purer than the fragrance of crystal pills. Now, there remained 4 vials of holy water in the iron chest. However, Yushi showed no intention of distributing them further, instead placing all 4 vials into his own satchel. Let us proceed. After Yushi spoke, he strode decisively toward the exit. Yi Feng sighed deeply and could only follow in Yushi's wake. Initially, he had hoped to procure several vials, but to his dismay, there were merely 7 vials of holy water within the entire temple. As the group took a few steps, Yi Feng suddenly turned around. To his astonishment, the enigmatic man had not followed. Instead, he was groping aimlessly along the surrounding walls. Hey, what are you doing? There is no more holy water. Yushi's cold voice rang out. However, the strange man did not respond, continuing his search. Yushi's expression darkened. With a sudden click, a stone dislodged, revealing an iron box hidden within. For the first time, a smile spread across the mysterious man's face. He opened the box and extracted a roll of beast skin, tucking it into his robe without any intention of sharing with the others. What is written on that beast skin? Yushi inched closer to the man. Nothing of importance. The man replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Yushi's imposing presence. If it is indeed nothing, then show it to us. Yushi extended his hand forward. Truly, it is nothing. The man insisted, attempting to sidestep Yushur and exit. Swiftly, Yushur moved to block his path. Your disobedience is quite vexing. I shall say this only once more. Reveal the beast's skin for everyone's benefit. The man's expression hardened, and he let out a slow sigh. Chapter 743. Coming again? Sigh. I had hoped to avoid conflict, but since you insist on pushing me, I have no choice. With that, he launched an unexpected punch. There was no wind or aura preceding the strike. His fist struck Yushur's chest with brutal force. Pooh! Yushur spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps. Yet, within mere moments, the white garment he wore tore apart, exposing his muscular torso. Yushur swallowed hard, staring incredulously at the man. At that moment, the man's aura began to steadily rise. First, he ascended to a first-tier Force Master, then to a fifth-tier Force Master, followed by a first-tier Force King, and finally, he reached the fifth-tier Force King. Ultimately, his presence settled at the ninth-tier Force King realm. What method did you employ to conceal your aura? Yushur stepped forward, suppressing the discomfort in his chest. There is no need to divulge that information. Yushur, I have no desire to become acquainted with you or to harbor enmity with your Bye-Bye City. Let me pass, and we shall never cross paths again. The man replied calmly. I recognize him now. He is Du Yunfei, the leader of the Northwest Sand Bandits. Heimo suddenly pointed at the man. What? He is Du Yunfei? Yushur gasped, involuntarily taking a step back. Not just him, but Long Yin also recoiled, as if Du Yunfei were a figure of great significance. You two traitors of the Sand Bandit realm dare to utter my true name. Since you have both seen my face, I must eliminate you worthless fools. Upon finishing his words, Du Yunfei's figure flickered, and he launched a powerful punch. Boom. Heimo had yet to react when his body was sent flying 5 meters away. He sprang up from the ground, suddenly tearing open his clothes. A dark handprint appeared on his chest. Strangely, something seemed to be writhing within his abdomen. Ugh! The dark creature's belly swelled larger, and in a moment, his entire body transformed into a giant. Boom! The dark creature's body erupted, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist. Inner strength palm. Yushur glanced at his own chest. Fortunately, his formidable strength allowed him to digest the inner energy within his organs. Brother! The dark demon roared in fury, suddenly unleashing both fists. Come on! Du Yunfei mirrored the action, striking with both fists as well. Boom! The dark demon remained steadfast. But just 3 seconds later, boom! The dark demon's body also disintegrated into a vast expanse of blood mist. What do we do, Feng? Brother Feng. Jin Qi trembled as he asked. Brother Feng. This sand bandit seems intent on silencing us. We surely cannot escape, Jin Yimei whispered. Zasa directly positioned his spear horizontally across his chest, vigilantly watching Du Yunfei. Yifeng remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded this monstrous bandit, a deep apprehension flickering in his eyes. Let us go. Yushur pulled Long Yin towards the steps, and within moments, they vanished from sight. Trying to flee? The man's figure flickered, and outside, a fierce battle erupted. The faces of Yifeng and his companions changed. Quickly, search for another exit. We must seize this opportunity to escape, Yifeng urged. And the group began to feel along the surrounding walls in a frantic search. However, their lack of expertise and mechanisms rendered their efforts futile. After a long while, they found nothing. The sounds of battle outside mingled with cries of anguish. Brother Yifeng, I know your strength is considerable. Bring your people out to assist us, or we shall all perish here today. Yushur's voice had barely faded when a scream from Long Yin pierced the air. Gritting his teeth, Yifeng had no choice but to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the top, Yifeng was taken aback. He beheld that Yushur had lost an arm, and Long Yin was bleeding profusely from her thigh. How much time had passed? The battle was nearly at its conclusion. Yushur and Long Yin stood at the edge of the altar, barely holding themselves up. The spear in the sky buzzed ominously, maintaining the surrounding barriers. Just in time. Let's resolve this together. After Du Yunfei spoke, he suddenly struck out a palm towards Yifeng. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and assumed a firm stance. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Yifeng staggered back 5 steps, while Du Yunfei retreated 3. Du Yunfei was taken aback. You, too, have concealed your strength? Yifeng did not respond, instead grounding himself once more, the bones in his body beginning to move rhythmically. 3rd level of the Chongyang technique. Boom! The two exchanged another strike. This time, however, Du Yunfei retreated 7 steps, while Yifeng only moved back 5. Such formidable physical prowess. This is not like the dragon elephant technique. The dragon elephant does not possess such strength. Du Yunfei clasped his hands behind his back, gently massaging them. Moments earlier, he felt as if his palms had struck against an iron plate, nearly dislocating his wrists. Ah, wonderful. Jade and Cold Flame stepped forward simultaneously, astonished and delighted as they beheld Yifeng. Brother Feng, you are magnificent. Jinshi echoed their surprise. Yet, Yifeng wore an expression devoid of emotion. His hands felt as though they belonged to another. Nevertheless, he could not show weakness and maintained his stance. Boom. The two exchanged another blow, but this time, Yifeng was sent flying 5 meters, blood spurting from his mouth. In contrast, Du Yunfei remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Ha ha ha. Your physical prowess is indeed formidable, but alas, your follow-through is lacking. After uttering these words, Du Yunfei leapt forward, aiming another strike at Yifeng. Do not let him succeed. Jade and Cold Flame rushed forward. Boom. Jade was hurled 10 meters away, landing squarely within the confines of the barrier. In the next instant, a flurry of golden threads descended upon him. No, Jade screamed, one of his ears severed. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted back towards the center of the altar. Die! Du Yunfei seized Cold Flame and hurled him violently towards Jade. Boom. Jade's body was once again slammed back into the barrier, ensnared by a multitude of golden threads. Splurt. His legs were severed, followed by another arm. Splurt, 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 splurt. Jade's form swiftly faded into nothingness. Brother Jade. Cold Flame, suppressing his grief, darted back into the center of the altar. By this time, Yifeng had regained his composure and unleashed both palms again. Coming for more? Du Yunfei scoffed, meeting Yifeng's strike with his own. Boom. Yet this time, Yifeng did not falter. Electrical currents surged from his palms, rendering Du Yunfei momentarily paralyzed. In a clash between masters, even half a second is sufficient. The 4 palms pressed tightly together, immovable. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood-sucking technique was officially initiated. You? On your palms. Du Yunfei was taken aback, suddenly delivering a powerful kick to Yifeng's abdomen, lifting him off the ground. Die! Jinshi swung his axe towards Du Yunfei's back. Jinshi, no? Retreat! Yifeng exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late. Du Yunfei executed a kick at an unnatural angle, causing a tremendous explosion. Boom. Chapter 744, Brother Feng, drink quickly. The massive axe in Jinshi's hand shattered, and his body collided with the colossal statue before bouncing back to the ground. Splurt. A mouthful of blood erupted from Jinshi as he instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Jin Yi Mei and Zisong, who had been approaching to assist, halted in their tracks. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yifeng clenched his teeth, maximizing the blood-sucking technique. In conjunction with the Brahmin's sacred demon art, the potency of the blood-sucking technique grew increasingly formidable. In mere moments, the technique transferred from Du Yunfei's palms to his shoulders. What sort of sinister ability is this? Du Yunfei attempted to break free from Yifeng's grip, but to no avail. Splurt. At that moment, Du Yunfei felt a chill creep down his back. A long spear pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Ah! Du Yunfei was filled with rage. He attempted to turn around, but Yifeng clung to him fiercely, rendering him immobile. One more thrust. Yifeng managed to utter with great difficulty. With a swift motion, Lung Yin extracted the spear, but this time aimed it at the back of Du Yunfei's head. Wretched scoundrel, perish! Du Yunfei roared with fury, delivering an unexpected kick to Lung Yin at an odd angle. However, Lung Yan's spear also found its mark, striking Du Yunfei's head. A simultaneous scream of anguish echoed through the air. Lung Yin was sent flying 20 meters, crashing back into the barrier. While Du Yunfei coughed up blood, the energy within him spiraling into chaos. Seizing the moment, Yifeng unleashed the blood-sucking technique upon Du Yunfei's dantian. Die! Zisong's spear plunged mercilessly into Du Yunfei's dantian. Gurgle, gurgle. Yifeng felt a terrifying energy surge into his body, nearly causing him to burst. I can't do it anymore. He gasped, spewing forth blood as he forcibly halted the blood-sucking technique. Meanwhile, Du Yunfei, despite sustaining several fatal injuries, continued to spin in place. His mind completely lost to madness. Lung Yin returned from the barrier, her chest drenched in blood. Beast, perish! With one thrust, half of Du Yunfei's body was obliterated. The formidable ninth-tier power king finally succumbed upon the altar, defeated by the collective efforts of the onlookers. Brother Feng, this is the holy water I found on the black demon's corpse, but the other 4 vials were shattered by golden threads on the jade body. Jinqi handed over a vial of holy water. Zisong quickly glanced at Yifeng, his eyes reflecting a hint of pleading. After much contemplation, Yifeng decided to stow the holy water into his bag. Though Zisong was a comrade, their bond was tenuous. It seemed more pragmatic to return and save Tuba and Yongli. Brother Yifeng, I'll give you this vial of holy water. Leng Yan unexpectedly offered her own supply. You're giving this to me? What will you do? Yifeng inquired. It's nothing. I've already consumed it twice. My lifespan is more than sufficient. Seeing your need for it, I believe you must have urgent use for it. Leng Yan replied sweetly, presenting the holy water with both hands. Thank you. What do you require in return? I can exchange anything I possess, Yifeng responded. No need, brother. You are a strong one. These items rightfully belong to you. Leng Yan replied sincerely, a hint of caution in her gaze. If not for her reservations, with Yifeng's strength, he could do anything he wished to her, and she would be powerless to resist. Moreover, Jinqi and the others were Yifeng's companions. How about this? Take a look at the Sanskrit sacred demon arts and see how much you can remember, Yifeng said, producing the ancient text from his robe. This, come on, don't decline, he insisted, forcibly handing over the animal skin. Thank you, brother Yi, she replied. Just then, Jinqi suddenly rummaged through Du Yunfei's belongings and extracted an animal skin. Brother Feng, Yi struck gold. This is the secret to concocting holy water, Jinqi exclaimed, brandishing the animal skin as he rushed over. What? Yifeng was filled with delight. He hurriedly spread out the beast's skin for a closer examination. Zasa hesitated momentarily before squeezing in beside him. Yifeng quickly extended the beast's skin towards Zasa. Although he could not provide Zasa with the holy water, he could certainly share the method of its refinement. What? As Yifeng glanced at the first page, he was taken aback. It required an astonishing quantity of crystal cores from sand beasts, ranging from the 1st to the 10th level, and they had to be from tortoise-like sand beasts. The crystal cores from other exotic creatures were utterly ineffective. Yifeng's gaze shifted downward. The ingredients listed after the century-old submerged water and the supreme yang flower were entirely unfamiliar to him. Just on the first page, there were hundreds of peculiar herbs. Beside him, Zasa wore a grim expression. Wasn't this a challenge? By the time he gathered all these raw materials, he would have long since met his demise. Senior Brother Yi, here is your cultivation method. Leng Yan returned the beast's skin. Yifeng took back the beast's skin and raised his gaze towards the divine spear suspended in the sky. This spear could generate such formidable restrictions. He had originally hoped to retrieve it for his own use, but it appeared that hope was futile. Suddenly, Yifeng shook his head. He noticed Zhang Yin squatting in front of him, gazing at him with an alluring smile. Brother Yi, could you teach me? I have always been the one being shot at, and I have never shot anyone myself. Zhang Yan. No, you are not Zhang Yan. At that moment, Zhang Yan's face morphed into Chun Li's. Senior Brother Yi, you must drink the holy water quickly. You have sustained grave injuries. And the heart demon is taking advantage of the situation. Chun Li's voice resonated with that of Leng Yan. Yifeng hurriedly searched his surroundings, but he could not find the holy water. Brother Feng, drink up. Jinqi, seeing the situation, quickly opened the holy water and poured it directly into Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng felt a fragrant essence rushing down his throat, swiftly ascending to his mind. At that moment, clarity enveloped his thoughts. The surroundings transformed back into an altar, and Chun-Li morphed into Leng Yan. Oh no! Just as Yifeng regained his senses, he suddenly felt a surge of heat radiating from his marrow, as if it were about to ignite. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the sacred divine demon art slowly. Zasa suddenly squinted his eyes, lunging towards Yifeng, directly seizing 2 vials of holy water in his grasp. Impudent. Leng Yan's expression turned cold, and with a sweep of her spear, bang! Zasa's head exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. No, Yifeng's attempt to intervene was a moment too late. Zasa had merely sought to save his own life, and he had indeed intended to offer him a vial of holy water. A powerful heat surged through Yifeng's entire being. Merely a few seconds later, a faint white light enveloped Yifeng's body. Simultaneously, a Sanskrit character flickered on the surface of his body, swiftly circling around him. After the Sanskrit character faded, Jin Shi then heard what seemed to be the sound of a monk chanting from within Yi Feng's body. Initially, there was only one voice, but soon, the chanting harmonized into a unified chorus. Yi Feng's body took on an ethereal quality, as if surrounded by a layer of rippling water. Chapter 745. Do you not yet understand? Jin Shi could not restrain himself from extending a finger to touch Yi Feng's body. In the next moment, ripples emanated outward in all directions, resembling a protective shield. Do not disturb him. Brother Yi is currently breaking through to the second layer of the Brahma Saint Demon technique. Let us safeguard him and ensure that nothing interrupts his focus, said Leng Yin, settling cross-legged directly in front of Yi Feng. Indeed, Jin Shi and Jin Yi may exchange glances, each taking a position at the other two cardinal points around Yi Feng. Time flowed on, from the depths of night to the dawn, and from the morning to the afternoon. As day turned into night, a full 7 days passed. The sound of Brahma resonated powerfully from Yi Feng, while a soft golden light emanated from within his being. I did it. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features as he regarded his own body. Little did he expect that as long as he refrained from using the holy water to extend his lifespan, its medicinal potency would naturally enhance his abilities and techniques. Turning his gaze, he saw Jin Shi sprawled across the altar, sound asleep. Though Jin Yi was awake, the dark circles beneath her eyes betrayed the time she had spent guarding him. Leng Yin fared somewhat better, being of the second-tier power level. Congratulations, Brother Yi, on successfully breaking through to the second layer of the Brahma Saint Demon technique. Leng Yin said weakly. Are your injuries serious? Yi Feng inquired, glancing at Leng Yin's chest and thigh. I am fine, Brother Yi. I did not expect your progress with this divine technique to be so swift. It seems you are naturally attuned to body cultivation. Leng Yin managed a faint smile. The first and second layers of the Brahma Saint Demon technique are relatively easy to cultivate, but the third layer will increase the difficulty tenfold, and the fourth layer 100-fold. I fear I may only ever reach the fourth layer in this lifetime. Yi Feng replied candidly. Leng Yin remarked, I was merely being polite. Did you truly believe you could reach the third layer? Even if you were supplied with all the holy water in the world, you would still only ascend to the third layer of the Brahma Saint Demon technique. The fourth layer is utterly unattainable. Yi Feng ran his hands over his body. The injuries he had sustained had long since healed under the influence of the Brahma Saint Demon technique. Not only were his external wounds mended, but his internal injuries had also been completely restored. The authenticity of the technique far surpassed any counterfeit, such as the dragon elephant technique. Let us depart. You must have gone 7 days without food or water, Yi Feng suggested. His tone was light, yet imbued with an overwhelming authority that commanded respect. Yes, Brother Yi. Leng Yin nodded obediently. Although she addressed him as brother, her demeanor and actions conveyed the respect of a junior. Yi Feng nodded before suddenly dashing into the barrier. Quickly, while I attract so many golden threads, you must hurry out, he urged. Understood. The three were taken aback, simultaneously rushing toward the exterior of the barrier. Jin Shi sustained another injury, yet managed to break through. However, Yi Feng faced dire consequences, being relentlessly sliced by the dense golden threads. An eerie scene unfolded as the golden threads cut into Yi Feng's form, causing ripples of water to manifest across his skin. These water ripples enveloped him entirely, and within them, a faint Sanskrit inscription flickered into view. I'm coming through. Upon witnessing the three individuals successfully break free from the constraints, Yi Feng refrained from allowing his body to be repeatedly sliced by the golden threads. Once the quartet reached safety beyond the barrier, they simultaneously cast their gazes upon the lifeless form at the altar's center. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though they were caught in a dream. Finally, they had survived. Brother Yi, you have now ascended to the second tier of the Brahmin Saint Demon technique. Coupled with your other abilities, facing a 9th-tier power king should pose considerably less difficulty than before, remarked Leng Yin earnestly. Perhaps not. After all, they are still 9th-tier power kings. What am I in comparison? Since his visit to the temple, Yi Feng had gradually adopted a more humble demeanor. His wife, Duoyan Hina, had once mentioned that above the power kings, there existed power emperors, along with numerous other realms, thus advocating for a more modest approach. At that moment, 2 groups of individuals emerged outside the altar, all of them being experts of the Power Master level. Upon spotting Leng Yin, the leader of one group paled, swiftly turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. The other group followed suit, retreating in haste. After all, They were in the wilderness, not in their own territory. A displeased power king could easily obliterate them. Let us return home. By the way, before we do, we must gather some spoils, Yifeng declared with a grin. Are we harvesting crystal pills? If so, I wonder if I might assist you, brother? Leng Yan replied with a smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. That would be most welcome. In the ensuing days, Yifeng traversed the temple, hunting sand beasts with fervor. What was once a perilous sanctuary had transformed into Yifeng's personal garden, as no sand beast could withstand the force of his fist. Strange. I had anticipated that the temple would be teeming with formidable experts, yet there isn't even a power king in sight. What do you think, Sister Leng? Now on the 9th day, Yifeng had accumulated a substantial number of crystal pills, and his address for Leng Yin had shifted from Sister Leng to Sister. Brother Yi, the temple is populated by charlatans. They rely on a few artifacts of divine origin to establish this so-called sanctuary. From my experience, places with grandiose names tend to be weaker, while those with more modest titles often possess greater strength. For instance, places like Sword Valley, Green Meadow Tribe, and Birch City bear ordinary names, yet are guarded by power emperors of 5th tier and above. In contrast, nearby tribes such as the Bloodsea Tribe, 10,000 Corpses Clan, and Thunderbolt Tribe boast impressive names, yet they are merely manned by a handful of power masters. Their feeble status compels them to adopt ostentatious titles to bolster their spirits, Leng Yin elucidated earnestly. I feel it's quite similar to my world. Those corporate conglomerates with names like Ring C Group or Sky Universe Alliance are, in reality, worth only a few million, while the more unassuming names, like China National Petroleum or China National Gas, boast assets in the trillions. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Well, Brother Yi, I believe I have assisted you sufficiently in harvesting crystal pills. By the way, do you have time to visit our Holy Fire Tribe? Leng Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she posed the question. I shall make time for it. Yifeng affirmed with a nod. Indeed. Leng Yan lowered her head and suddenly removed a crystal-clear pendant from around her neck. This pendant has been passed down through 16 generations in my family. Please, Master Yi, accept it, she said, her face reddening to the roots of her ears. Unable to meet Yifeng's gaze. No, such a precious gift, how can I accept it? Yifeng hastily declined. Master Yi, do you not understand? This is the most cherished item I possess. Yet as a girl, I am willing to give it to you. Leng Yan replied as delicately as she could. How can I? This pendant holds great significance for you, but to me, it is of little value. Please take it back. If you happen to have any valuable crystal pills or something akin to holy water, I would be more inclined to accept that, Yifeng stated candidly. You? Leng Yan suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with indignation as she glared at Yifeng. Do not look at me. You should keep the pendant. It is merely ornamental and does not aid my cultivation. If necessary, see if there is anything in your tribe that surpasses holy water, Yifeng said earnestly. Humph. Leng Yan huffed softly. I want it, I want it. Jin Qi rushed forward, snatching the pendant from her grasp. Give it to me. This is an heirloom of my family. How can it be given away so easily? Leng Yan quickly reclaimed it. But why can you give it to Brother Feng? It's not worth much anyway, just let me have it. This is an accessory of royal caliber. Once I return to Giant Stone City, I could boast about it for half a year, Jin Qi pleaded. Get lost. Jin Qi received a sharp slap on the face and sulked to the side in frustration. Junior sister, all good things must come to an end. Let us conclude our collaboration here. I hope to visit the Sacred Fire Tribe one day, Yifeng said, bowing respectfully. Brother Yi, then let us part ways here, Leng Yan said, turning away to walk into the distance. However, in that fleeting moment, Yifeng distinctly saw 2 crystal tears fall. Junior sister, it is not that I, Yifeng, lack sentiment. Rather, I already have enough at home, and my first wife has returned. I am a man of integrity, Yifeng sighed deeply. Brother Feng, then why can you be with that monster clam? Jin Qi suddenly asked. You truly know how to pick the wrong moment, don't you? Let's go. It's time to leave the city and return to my homeland, Yifeng said, in a surprisingly cheerful mood. The trio pushed forward, and the sand beasts along their path fled in panic. For the past 9 days, these sand beasts had been living a nightmare, as Yifeng had eradicated all those above level 12 in order to gather more crystal pills to strengthen the people of Hot Spring Island. The smaller sand beasts, having witnessed these events, now harbored a psychological aversion to anything resembling a Thai character. After walking for half an hour, the desert came into view. Yifeng swiftly leaped onto a sand cart. Ah, Brother Feng, it's wonderful. Brother Feng is back, Chunin shouted towards the two sandcarts behind. Before long, others appeared as well. Brother Feng, I missed you so much, Nolan exclaimed, embracing Yifeng tightly. Good to be back, he replied warmly. Yifeng gently patted Nolan and Manhanu on the shoulder, yet his gaze was fixed on the last sand vehicle. Meiji and Chen Chong also emerged, shedding a few tears upon hearing the news of Zisong and his companion's demise. After all, they were members of the same tribe, and there existed a bond among them. In a short while, Duoyan Hina appeared, cradling her son. My lady, Yifeng's heart stirred. To him, his wife seemed the most beautiful woman in the world. Throughout his extensive travels in this foreign realm, he had yet to encounter anyone more enchanting or graceful than her. Particularly, Duoyan Hina's calm demeanor sparked an irresistible urge within him to see her lose that composure. You are back, Duoyan Hina said, holding Yixing. The little one gazed at Yifeng with his dark, sparkling eyes. Son, Yifeng exclaimed, swiftly embracing Yixing and planting a fervent kiss on his cherubic face. Please refrain from such displays. I, Yixing, am a dignified individual, the boy protested, delivering a playful punch to Yifeng's face. My dear wife, come here. Yifeng opened his arms wide. However, Duoyan Hina sidestepped, avoiding his embrace. Did you procure the holy water? She inquired. Indeed, I acquired 2 bottles, Yifeng replied, brimming with excitement. Excellent. Hand me one, Duoyan Hina requested. Certainly. Without a second thought, Yifeng passed her a bottle. Yet, in the next moment, Duoyan Hina abruptly inverted the bottle and poured its contents over Yixing's head. What are you doing? That is holy water. How can you waste it? Yifeng initially intended to scold her, but recalling how Duoyan Hina had nurtured their son to this age, he found himself unable to voice his reprimand. This is divine grace. It appears your methods align with those of others, consuming it. Divine grace begins from the crown, a process known as opening the innate, Duoyan Hina explained, gently stroking Yixing's small head. Before long, Yixing succumbed to slumber. Let us depart. It is time to return home. Yifeng took his seat in the sand vehicle. Duoyan Hina followed, cradling Yixing and joining him. Manhanu, being considerate, hung a beast skin curtain in the driver's compartment to grant them privacy. At that moment, the lower hatch opened, and Shunin poked his head out. Sister-in-law, you have been apart from Brother Feng for so long. You must have much to discuss. Pass me my nephew. I will take good care of him down here, Shunin suggested. No need. Duoyan Hina shook her head, her heart fluttering. She understood the implications of being alone with Yifeng. My lady, you cannot always hold the child, can you? Come, give him to me, Yifeng insisted, taking Yixing from her and handing him to Chun and Haha, Brother Feng. I am heading below now, but before I do, I have a question. Why does your aura? Oh. Chun En's words were cut short as Yifeng closed the hatch. Now, only Yifeng and Duoyan Hina remained on the upper level, while Manhanu was diligently focused on driving from the other side of the beast's skin. Hina. Yifeng gazed at Duoyan Hina with deep affection. Duoyan Hina slowly lowered her head, her delicate shoulders gradually shrinking. Hina, it has been far too long since we last met. I miss you dearly, do you know? Yifeng felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Hina remained silent, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, a charming blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Yifeng was nearly mesmerized, astonished that his wife possessed not only a serene beauty but also an alluring innocence. My dear, the hour is late. Shall we retire for the night? Yifeng gestured toward the bright sky outside. But it is still daytime, Hina softly replied, her tone suggesting she was not entirely averse to the idea. Yifeng's heart soared with joy as he grasped her delicate shoulders. Forgive me, but my days and nights have become entwined. Let us hasten to rest. With that, he suddenly pressed Hina against the table. No, please. You mustn't. A flicker of fear crossed Hina's eyes, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. What is the matter? Yifeng asked, a hint of impatience seeping into his voice. After traversing mountains and rivers to find you, surely you wouldn't toy with me in such a manner? I'm not ready yet. Please, grant me a bit more time, Hina urged, pulling her garment to cover her fair bosom. How disappointing, Yifeng muttered, frustration boiling within him as he climbed out of the well, feeling a surge of pent-up energy rising. Chapter 747. Ensure the safety of your sister-in-law in the city of eternal life. Today was a day of celebration. The walls were lined with the emaciated figures of the Doyan people. At the city gates, a formidable army of 20,000 Doyan warriors stood in formation. Above, the heavenly Khan Mingyan Mingxin sat atop the walls, accompanied by several commanders and a host of elders from the council. Within the inner city, some Doyan individuals were preparing fish porridge. However, seated above Mingyan Mingxin were a few notable figures, including Ma Lebi, Ma Gobi, and Duo Manged. At the highest point sat Wang Zhihai, who, taking advantage of Yi Feng's absence, had come to the city to indulge in his imperial fantasies. Today, he was to review the troops in eternal life. The Doyan people did not resent Wang Zhihai's ostentation, for he had brought along dozens of tons of frozen fish to distribute fish porridge. Once the parade concluded, every Doyan soldier would feast on the delicious porridge. Below, several soldiers were unable to contain their frustration, their noses running as they cast angry glances toward Wang Zhihai atop the walls. If he must review the troops, let him do it swiftly. We need to return home. It is far too cold. Indeed, we have endured half an hour in this frigid weather for his meal. Hurry up. Some were nearing their breaking point. At that moment, Wang Zhihai stood from his seat, resting a hand on the wall. Below, over 200 formations lined up, each consisting of 100 men, creating an impressive spectacle. This is exhilarating. I, Wang Zhihai, can now review the troops in eternal life. The Heavenly Khan, we are ready to commence. Wang Zhihai slightly turned to Mingyan Mingxin and declared, "Very well, Commander Wang." She nodded in response to the nearby commander. All the formations marched past the city wall, bowing to Commander Wang. The sound of synchronized footsteps resonated. As the first formation approached, led by a centurion, "Long live Commander Wang. Greetings to you all. Your efforts are commendable." Wang Zhihai also saluted the crowd, his face beaming with delight. Truly, it was a sign of fortune. One day, he, Wang Zhihai, could ascend to be the ruler of this land. Strictly speaking, he was not the supreme leader of Chongqing City, yet it was not due to a lack of capability to govern. Rather, he had little desire to manage a group of uncivilized ruffians. The second formation approached, and beside him, Ding Tuanchuan pouted, her expression one of discontent as she began to announce. Marching forward was the Bao and infantry camp, led by Captain Bailajing, who saluted Commander Wang with fervor. As Ding's voice trailed off, Wang Zhihai frowned, casting her a disapproving glance. Were it not for Yi Feng's sake, he would have seriously considered expelling Ding Tuanchuan from Hot Spring Island. In truth, Wang Zhihai could hardly be called bald anymore. Thanks to the nourishing properties of the crystal elixir, his once Mediterranean hairstyle had transformed into a bald crown, but he believed that soon he would regain a full head of lustrous black hair. Ma Dong and Ma Gobi, the two brothers, exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. If Brother Feng did not return soon, Wang Zhihai would surely ascend to the heavens. Susan did not attend the parade. Instead, she presided over the affairs of Hot Spring Island, for Wang Zhihai had now seized absolute power over the island. This included authority over personnel appointments, command of the army across land, sea, and air, and most importantly, he controlled the lifeblood of Hot Spring Island, the hot spring currency. He could print as much as he wished, and with a little embezzlement on the side, he had caused the currency to depreciate rapidly. In Yi Feng's time, one hot spring coin could purchase a pound of frozen fish. Now it took 10 coins for the same. "Greetings, warriors. Your hard work is appreciated," Wang Zhihai said, resting one hand on his ample belly while waving to the soldiers below. After 10 days of relentless travel, Yi Feng's convoy of 3 sand carts slowly arrived at the gates of the Wailing Child clan. The soldiers on the wall swiftly adjusted their crossbows, fixating their gaze on Yi Feng and his companions 1,000 meters away. "Do not shoot. I come to negotiate," Yi Feng exclaimed, raising his hands as he emerged from the sand cart, followed by Chun Un and others. "Ah, Yi Feng, you dare to return? Prepare for judgment." A captain laughed heartily from atop the wall. In the next moment, the city gates swung open, and a large contingent of soldiers from Notching rushed out. Crossbows aimed at Yi Feng. Chun An's heart raced, and he quickly positioned himself in front of Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you have slain many of our Notching. Bind him and take him to the elder court for trial." Several soldiers, one hand gripping their crossbows and the other holding shackles, advanced step by step towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, allowing the soldiers to bind him. After all, with his current strength, their crossbows could no longer pierce his skin. Only the bolt launchers posed a certain threat, but their firing rate was sluggish, and adjusting their aim required time. With that time, he could have already leapt onto the wall and unleashed a massacre. However, it is entirely unnecessary, for this time, he arrives with noble intentions. "Chunin, Take good care of your sister-in-law here. I have some matters to attend to, Yi Feng said, turning to Chun and brother Feng. Take care, Chun nodded. Over the past 10 days, he had witnessed Yi Feng's formidable defensive capabilities. Not even the machine guns mounted on the sand vehicle could breach Yi Feng's defenses, so naturally, he harbored no concerns about Yi Feng being slain by a crossbow. As for the crossbows, they were quite costly and were only deployed on the outer city walls. Such devices were non-existent in the inner city. What's this? You two are already bidding farewell. Capture this Chunin as well. He is a deserter. Bold move. Chunin retorted, drawing his blade. Instantly, several hand crossbows were aimed at him. At that moment, Charlie emerged from within the sand vehicle. Charlie. I thought you were dead. Thank God you're still alive. The director rushed over and embraced Charlie. Director, please do not harm Yi Feng's companion. Throughout this journey, I have spoken with Yi Feng. He belongs to our civilized society and has promised to assist us in acquiring iron ore from Giant Rock City, as well as fuel from the Yellow Sand tribe. He even has a means to procure gunpowder from a land far away, Charlie patiently explained. Is that truly the case? The director asked, disbelief etched on his face. Had it not been for the blockade of raw materials, they would have already unified the territory south of the temple. If Yi Feng could indeed procure these materials, he might just petition the F-Rare for a special pardon for him. It is indeed true, and moreover, Yi Feng has undergone significant transformation. Our weapons would scarcely pose a threat to him. All of our armaments are merely sufficient to contend with the strength of a 9th-level Force Master. Of course, the crossbows could potentially slay a Force King, provided our crossbowmen can match the Force King's speed, Charlie elucidated. Very well, Charlie, I place my trust in you. I shall escort him to meet His Excellency the F-Rare. Consequently, Yi Feng was led into the city of Na by a group of white soldiers. Yi Feng observed that there were no mercenaries at the city gates. All present were white soldiers. A moment's reflection revealed that the mercenaries, lacking any allegiance, had been entirely dismissed. Chapter 748. All right, I concede to your request. As Yi Feng traversed the familiar streets, he felt a haze of intoxication. The city of Na no longer posed any threat to him, and although he was shackled, he bore no semblance of a captive, occasionally greeting the beautiful women beside him. Yi Feng, you are a criminal now. Do you truly believe you are here on a leisurely trip? The director could not help but admonish. Understood. I acknowledge my status as a criminal, Yi Feng replied with a nod. After walking for over 20 minutes, Yi Feng was brought into a circular chamber, where 2 soldiers secured him in the central prisoner's chair. Moments later, several white individuals arrived successively, surrounding Yi Feng with keen interest. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the 3 prominent seats, awaiting the F-Rare's arrival. After approximately an hour of waiting, he finally laid eyes on 3 figures. The foremost was an elderly white man, whose eyes radiated authority, though his strength was merely that of a 4th-level Force Master, akin to his own. However, should a confrontation ensue, armed with my formidable abilities, I could easily vanquish 10 foes. Yi Feng, you have slain our commander Darren, as well as Director Sheila, and nearly 1,000 soldiers from our city. Do you plead guilty? Inquired the elder of Caucasian descent, who led the inquiry. Are you the esteemed F-Rare? Yi Feng retorted. Indeed, even a criminal has the right to know my identity. I am the current F-Rare of our city, Adolf. Do you confess to your crimes? Yi Feng, Adolf queried. This is quite civilized. I admit my guilt, for it was indeed I who killed him. However, it was Sheila who acted unethically first. He sought to exploit my life and that of my brother in exchange for the Yellow Sand Clan's fuel, and even imprisoned us in a bunker with the intent of suffocating us. Thus, my actions were entirely justified. Furthermore, I, Yi Feng, can devise a means to supply you with fuel, iron ore from Giant Rock City, and even gunpowder. But there is a condition. The weapons you develop must first be supplied to me, and I shall dispatch several technical directors to oversee your research process. Yi Feng stated nonchalantly. Adolf regarded Yi Feng with suspicion. Criminal Yi Feng, it appears you have yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I am the one passing judgment upon you, yet you dare to negotiate terms with me? No sooner had he spoken than, in an instant, Yi Feng appeared beside him. How did you break free from the restraints of our city? Adolf exclaimed in disbelief. The guards nearby raised their crossbows, nervously aiming at Yi Feng, fearful that he might harm the F-Rare. Your Excellency, I harbor no intention of offending you. Since we are all civilized individuals, allow me to elucidate. I will provide you with fuel, iron ore, and gunpowder, while you shall be responsible for developing various weapons for me. Should you agree, we shall proceed. If not, I shall simply take my leave, Yi Feng stated calmly, resting a hand on Adolf's shoulder. You, Yi Feng, do you believe I am a man who fears death? If you were to kill me, my guards would immediately execute you without hesitation. Do not doubt this. I would willingly trade my life for yours, Adolf asserted resolutely. Yi Feng released Adolf's shoulder and took a step toward one of the guards, who, with his crossbow raised, looked at Yi Feng with palpable tension. Criminal Yi Feng, quickly assume the position with your hands on your head. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to shoot. Go ahead and shoot, it matters not. Come forth. Yi Feng raised his hands, subtly shielding his eyes. While his physical form could withstand the bolt, his eyes were vulnerable. Thud! The crossbow bolt struck Yi Feng's body. Yet, in the next moment, all present stared in astonishment. A shimmering layer of water rippled across Yi Feng's form. And as the bolt made contact, the water pattern spread across his entire body. Simultaneously, an enigmatic Sanskrit script danced around Yi Feng, ceaselessly. You can withstand even the crossbow of our city? Adolf sank back into his chair, the pride that once adorned his face evaporating, and he appeared several years older. Previously, though they had faced sanctions from several powerful clans, he believed that as long as they acquired raw materials, they could dominate the entire world. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng's formidable defensive capabilities, all his confidence and pride were utterly shattered. The expressions of the other high-ranking members of the resentful child clan also darkened. Yi Feng extracted the crossbow bolt and gently placed it upon the table. Your Excellency, he stated, as you can see, no matter how formidable the crossbow may be, it pales in comparison to firearms. The mechanisms you currently possess may hold some deterrent power against force-level practitioners, but when faced with a Force King, you would likely not even have time to aim before being annihilated. Your sole avenue of escape lies in the creation of firearms, artillery, and even aircraft. However, lacking the requisite raw materials, your only option is to collaborate with me. I will procure gunpowder, iron, ore, and fuel, while you shall focus on research and development. Should you choose to cooperate, I will dispatch a supervisor to oversee your progress. If you are amenable, we can commence our partnership now. If not, we will part ways without further ado. Yi Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Adolf began whispering to several vice leaders, seemingly seeking a consensus. Yi Feng remained patient, pulling up a chair to sit before them. 5 minutes later, the three aged figures finally reached a decision. Yi Feng, you will provide us with raw materials, and we will report the progress of our research to you. However, you cannot send a supervisor to interrupt our development. Otherwise, we would be perpetually at your mercy. In that case, we would be no better off than before, Adolf declared. Rest assured, I have no intention of stifling you. I seek only the latest first-hand information and the most advanced weaponry, Yi Feng responded earnestly. That is still unacceptable. However, we can assure you that whenever there are new research projects, we will send you the information and you will supply us with raw materials for our development. We will also keep a record of our daily losses in research and present them to you for your signature, Adolf proposed. Research and development is an exceedingly costly endeavor, which is why many companies have only engineering departments without dedicated R&D divisions. Yi Feng understood this well. For instance, a sand vehicle may appear simple now, but the initial development of such a vehicle resulted in the scrapping of thousands of prototypes before a satisfactory model was produced. Yi Feng hesitated. He did not wish to push them too hard, especially since the descendants of these Germans were invaluable, particularly their researchers, who were even more precious than Force Kings. Mr. Yi Feng, if you agree now, we will immediately provide you with 10 sand vehicles and 5 crossbows. For subsequent cooperation, you will supply us with fuel, iron ore, and gunpowder. Adolf made another concession. Very well, I accept your terms, Yi Feng nodded. He had resolved to initially agree to their terms, but once they successfully produced artillery, he could easily seize it by force, subsequently enhancing its power and rate of fire. Chapter 749, The Island Master of Hot Springs. Mr. Yi Feng, if you concur, let us formalize this agreement, Adolf suggested. Agreed, I shall sign, Yi Feng replied. Yi Feng commenced the procedure, fully aware that these Germans were incapable of resistance. However, as they were on the threshold of entering a civilized society, it was essential to adhere to the necessary protocols. After half a day, Yi Feng emerged from the gates of NAC City, accompanied by Charlie, their arms linked in camaraderie, engaging in light-hearted banter. Following them were 10 sand carts and 5 crossbows. Mr. Charlie, should you be inclined, I extend an invitation to my hot spring island, where I would offer you a generous salary, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. I shall contemplate it, for NAC City is my home, Charlie replied thoughtfully. Very well, it shall be as such. Chenin, why are you still dawdling? Come over and start the sand carts. I did not expect NAC City to be so generous, providing us with such treasures. Yi Feng called out to those in the distance. Certainly, Chenin exclaimed with joy, promptly leading the others to operate the sand carts. Once aboard the sand cart, Yi Feng's head popped up from the hatch, gazing towards Charlie in the distance. Mr. Charlie, allow me to return and settle my family before I venture back into the great desert to assist you in retrieving the raw materials. Farewell. Goodbye. The two groups waved amicably to one another, their spirits high. After a short while, the sand carts vanished from Charlie's view. The 13 sand carts journeyed for half a month, as the temperature continued to drop and light snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Simultaneously, remnants of crumbling walls began to appear ahead in the desert. Brother Feng, Green Sand City. We are finally returning to the vast prairie, Nolan exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the horizon. Yi Feng also emerged from the hatch, his eyes sparkling as he beheld the expansive grasslands in the distance. Home at last, finally returning home. This journey, though fraught with peril, has yielded substantial rewards. Not only have I acquired a wealth of high-grade crystal pills, but I have also brought back several formidable experts to safeguard our home, such as Jin Yi Mei, Mei Ji, Qin Chang, and Jin Qi. While these four may not be considered top tier in the Great Desert, they would undoubtedly rank among the elite back on Hot Spring Island. In the Iron Tower district of the temple, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Boom! A tower was obliterated by the force of the beam, reduced to mere rubble. Amidst the swirling dust, a middle-aged man clad in black slowly rose. A sharp cry resonated through the air as a desert bird soared past. And two shadowy figures descended, landing accurately beside the middle-aged man, none other than the mighty warriors, Black Iron and Long Wind. Master, this is the place. The young master perished here, Black Iron said, casting a fearful glance at the middle-aged man. Kwang Er, my dear Kwang Er, the middle-aged man lamented, closing his eyes in anguish. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, he reopened them, a flicker of deep-seated hatred igniting within. Send out the orders. Conduct a thorough search centered around the entire temple, focusing particularly on the desert bandits to the north. Any expert of the Strength King level or above must be monitored. We must ascertain whether he has visited the temple. Additionally, dispatch personnel to eavesdrop on their slumber. Even their dreams shall be recorded if they utter a word. The middle-aged man declared through gritted teeth. Yes, yes, master, Black Iron and Long Wind responded, trembling with trepidation. The middle-aged man nodded, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! The towers collapsed with a thunderous roar, as if heralding the end of the world. Chairman Wang, I believe we have reached a sufficient point. You have been conducting this military parade for nearly half a month. On the city wall, Dortmund could not restrain himself from offering a suggestion. What do you understand? This is called taming. It allows me to control these Duoyen people like sheep, a principle known as the art of governance among the 5 strategies of subjugation. Do you comprehend? Wang Zhihai forcibly sought to justify himself. There is no alternative. The exhilaration during the parade is unparalleled. In this moment, he felt as though he had ascended to the throne. However, Warm Spring Island requires a leader to oversee matters. If you remain in Eternal Life City, what if something goes awry on Warm Spring Island? Dortmund stated. Dortmund, do you harbor any grievances against me? Wang Zhihai narrowed his eyes. I do not bear any ill will towards you. I simply wish to preserve the foundation that Fenggu has painstakingly established, Dortmund replied. How absurd. While Warm Spring Island was indeed founded by Fenggu, I, Wang Zhihai, am the foremost contributor. Now that the world is stabilized, I am entitled to indulge in some pleasures, am I not? Is it forbidden to merely oversee a parade? I would not dare. Dortmund could only lower his head. In fact, with his strength, he could easily eliminate Wang Zhihai. Yet, he refrained. Anyone who has lived on Warm Spring Island for several months inevitably develops a sense of attachment to it. The atmosphere of Warm Spring Island fosters an environment where the strong are not arrogant, the weak are not fearful, the impoverished have sustenance, and the sick receive care. If he were to eliminate Wang Zhihai today, it would signify that Warm Spring Island is in a state of semi-disintegration. He relished this atmosphere. Thus, he would not only refrain from causing disruption, but would actively seek to preserve it. Fenggu, It appears there are Duoyan soldiers ahead. Is that not so? They are lined up here for what purpose? Inside the sand cart, Shunan pointed towards the more than 20,000 Duoyan soldiers in formation. Snow fell from the sky, yet they stood resolutely against the biting wind. Yi Feng emerged from the manhole, his expression one of skepticism as he surveyed the distance. It seems Meng Yanming intends to train the Duoyan people. This woman harbors considerable ambition. We must alert Wang Zhihai to remain vigilant, Yi Feng remarked thoughtfully. Feng ge haha. We have finally returned to Eternal Life City. I sob. Nolan emerged from the manhole behind, her face alight with surprise as she gazed at the dilapidated state of Eternal Life City. Although it had undergone repairs, the city remained in disarray and hardly presentable. The Duoyan soldiers in the distance appeared to have noticed the sand cart, turning in unison. What is that? A sand beast. We must prepare for an attack. One of the armored soldiers hastily drew his curved blade. What nonsense! It is Feng Ge. Feng Ge has returned. Shunan shouted towards the distance. Feng Ge? Who is Feng Ge? Lord Aojian. Feng Ge is the master of Warm Spring Island. Yi Feng. The armored soldier quickly shaped his hands into a trumpet. Master Yi Feng has returned. Master Yi Feng has returned. The announcement echoed across the landscape, reaching half of Eternal Life City. Dortmund, what were they shouting just now? Wang Zhihai inquired as he rubbed his ears. Hee, Chairman Wang, Feng Ge is back. Did you not hear? Wang Zhihai collapsed onto the ground. Two high-ranking officials rushed to assist him, but were pushed away by him. Hasten, prepare the welcoming ceremony. It is but a matter of days. Command everyone to form 2 lines to greet Brother Feng as he enters the city. Before long, an army of 20,000 stood in 2 long lines, stretching for several kilometers. Yi Feng casually emerged partially from the manhole cover, curiously surveying the upright figures of the Duoyan people. Suddenly, a dozen riders burst forth from the city gate, with Wang Zhihai leading the charge. Quick, follow my lead and shout, "Long live Brother Feng." The Duoyan people paused for a moment, then shouted in unison, "Long live Brother Feng." The voices of tens of thousands resonated like a thunderous wave, leaving Yi Feng momentarily stunned. He quickly waved at the 2,000 Duoyan soldiers, saying, "Greetings, comrades. Thank you for your hard work. Long live Brother Feng. Long live. Long live. Long live, comrades. Long live. Long live." Yi Feng stood atop the sand cart, waving at everyone. There truly is no place like home. Upon my return, I am met with such a warm welcome. I must commend Wang Zhihai for his efforts. In no time, amidst the cheers, Yi Feng arrived at the city gate. Wang Zhihai hastily dismounted and rushed to Yi Feng's side. "Brother Feng, it's wonderful to have you back. You have no idea how exhausting it was in your absence." Wang Zhihai lamented. Yi Feng jumped from the manhole cover and supported Wang Zhihai. "Zhihai, you have lost weight. You have endured quite a lot during my absence." Yi Feng sighed. "No worries. With greater ability comes greater responsibility," Wang Zhihai replied, relieved. He had resolved that pleasing Yi Feng was all that mattered, disregarding everyone else. After all, he was the second in command of Hot Spring Island. He had no need to be beholden to anyone else. "Zhihai, I am truly grateful to you. Even before my return, you were here to greet me at the city gate. Have you placed spies around Chongqing City within 100 miles? Yi Feng chuckled. "Indeed. I have indeed stationed spies everywhere," Wang Zhihai admitted, his eyes glimmering. "Excellent. The temperature in Chongqing City must be plummeting to -60 degrees by now. Let those Duoyan people return and set up a porridge stall to provide them with a warm meal. I, Yi Feng, have returned. And thus I decree a grand feast on Hot Spring Island to celebrate for 10 days, and a 3-day celebration in Chongqing City," Yi Feng proclaimed with authority. "Yes, Brother Feng, I anticipated your decision, so the porridge stall is already prepared," Wang Zhihai rejoiced, relieved that Yi Feng had resolved the matter he was unsure how to explain. "Very good. You truly understand me, Brother Zhihai? Modern, Magobi, Malibi, why do you all wear such solemn expressions?" "Ha." Yi Feng dashed over and embraced the 3 of them. "Brother, are you truly back?" At that moment, a figure approached. It was Bearlaugh, who had returned to Chongqing City with the remaining 300 warriors. "My good brother, it is wonderful to see you back. What of the rest of the brothers?" Yi Feng embraced Bearlaugh warmly. "They are all well, yet the compensation funds have been delayed. Each time I visit the bank to apply, the branch managers use various methods to hinder me. Now, I have received less than 500 hot spring coins," Bearlaugh lamented. Yi Feng turned to Wang Zhihai. "There's no need to ponder. It's that rascal again. Although the purpose of currency seems to be the impoverishment of all, Wang Zhihai cannot possibly be responsible for the soldiers' compensation, can he? Understood. I will promptly address the branch manager in the concession and ensure the compensation is disbursed in full. Wang Zhihai hurriedly replied. Brother Feng, furthermore, you mentioned that we qualify to become citizens of Hot Spring Island, yet Diamond refuses to transport us there via warship, causing us to miss 2 voting assemblies, Balraf added. Enough, Raf. If there is anything more to discuss, let us defer it for later. I am weary now. Yifeng sighed. This is the downside of holding an executive position. One must manage everything, and those in poor health truly cannot bear the burden. At that moment, Meng Yinming approached gracefully. I have the honor of meeting you, Mr. Yi, she said, curtsying slightly. No need for such formalities, Meng Yinming. You are the heavenly Khan. How can you bow to a mere commoner like me? Please refrain from such actions in the future. By the way, how is your mother doing? Yifeng recalled that fateful night. My mother is in good health, Meng Yinming replied honestly. However, it is no longer a matter of honesty in the current Chongqing city. She is merely a figurehead Khan. The economy is under the control of Yifeng's Hot Spring Island. Food is also monopolized by Hot Spring Island. And even the military's every move is monitored by Hot Spring Island. In essence, she, as the heavenly Khan, is but a puppet. If one day Yifeng finds her displeasing, it would not require his intervention, nor Wang Zhihai's. A mere word from the ambassador Daman would suffice for her own subordinates to oust her. I have the honor of meeting you, Mr. Yi. A group of elders from the council gathered around, their faces filled with subservience. Yifeng nodded and strode into the city. Along the way, individuals frequently approached him with grievances. Please, Lord of the Island, intercede on our behalf. We worked at the labor office, toiled for half a year on Hot Spring Island, and yet our wages have not been disbursed, they pleaded. Brother Feng, don't look at me. I have already sent the funds to their company's owner. Wang Zhihai stated earnestly. Oh, so it is those individuals from Chongqing City who are withholding the workers' wages. Have Labor Ambassador Dove conduct a thorough investigation. If it is discovered that the company owner has embezzled the Hot Spring coins, Hot Spring Island shall cease all cooperation with his company henceforth, Yifeng declared. After all, the companies in Chongqing City are not under his jurisdiction. He can only impose such sanctions. Of course, he could manage them, but that would entail the responsibility of ensuring the sustenance and welfare of hundreds of thousands in Chongqing City. Thus, the quality of life for the citizens of Hot Spring Island would plummet, wouldn't it? These outsourcing companies are causing chaos. Manager Wang, in the future, ensure that those companies fully disburse the workers' wages before releasing the final payments, to preserve the reputation of Hot Spring Island, Yifeng proclaimed, his voice resonating so that all within a 5-kilometer radius could hear. Understood. Wang Zhihai nodded. A thunderous sound echoed, causing the people of Duoyin to kneel in reverence, prostrating themselves before Yifeng. Thank you, Lord Yifeng. Were it not for your intervention, we would have been perpetually subjected to their exploitation. We express our profound gratitude to you. Leader Yi, you are our savior, our rebirth. Thousands murmured their thanks in unison. Yifeng nodded, satisfaction radiating from him. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Despite being the harvester on his island, he managed to elicit gratitude from these laborers, deflecting the contradictions onto the outsourcing companies run by the Duoyin people. How delightful! Among the Duoyin, there were a few who understood the reality, yet most were rather oblivious. Should they dare to voice the truth, they would surely face harsh backlash. Meanwhile, 13 sand carts rumbled into the city, forming a long serpentine line. Surrounding the carts was a throng of curious children, enthusiastically striking the carts with sticks, eager to uncover the nature of these strange vehicles. Duoyin Hina sat in one of the carts, observing Yifeng as he reveled in his display of superiority. Simultaneously, in her arms, little Yixing gazed at Yifeng's figure with admiration. Chapter 751. A love for although merely a year old, little Yixing, having inherited Yifeng's formidable genes, exhibited advanced cognitive development. Dad, Dad, he finally called out, but alas, Yifeng was engulfed in the jubilant cheers, oblivious to his son's voice. As night fell, Chongqing City gleamed with lights, and even the frigid temperature, plunging below 60 degrees, could not dampen the enthusiasm of the Duoyin people. They ignited hundreds of bonfires in the city, gathering around to sing and dance while savoring delectable frozen fish dishes. They enjoyed grilled fish heads, fish head and wild mushroom soup, sashimi, fish porridge, grilled fish intestines, and stewed fish bones. Since the outbreak of the epidemic, the culinary variety of fish had flourished under the creative prowess of Shi Zhengliang, whose culinary skills gradually spread to Chongqing City. In the grand hall of the pyramid, Yi Feng sat in the position of the heavenly Khan, with Wang Zhihai to his left and Duo Yanhina, along with the small Yixing in her arms, to his right. Meanwhile, Meng Yamingxin, the heavenly Khan, could only occupy the first seat at the lower end, with her mother, Bai Dua, beside her. Below them sat the elders, pharmacists, priests, and other dignitaries of Chongqing City. To Yi Feng's right sat Chunin, Duomengd, Ma Gobi, Ma Lebi, Nolan, Meiji, Qinchang, Jin Shi, Jin Yamai, and others. The left side was filled with members from Chongqing City, deemed outsiders, while the right side comprised his own people or those soon to be his subordinates. As for Ding Tuanchuan, unable to endure Wang Zhihai's temperament, she had returned to Hot Spring Island aboard Hot Spring No. 9 a week prior. Important figures like Susan Raimai, Bai Chuxue, Chung Libin, and others were overseeing matters at Hot Spring Island and could not attend the banquet in Chongqing City. Further down, Kazina danced gracefully in her long sleeves, surrounded by several newly promoted dancers. She had come to terms with her position and realized it was unlikely she would become Yi Feng's principal consort. Thus, she found her resolve and devoted herself to the study of dance, even establishing a dance troupe, which Wang Zhihai aptly named Horizontal Great. Here's to you, Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai was adept at creating a vibrant atmosphere. The crowd promptly rose to their feet, to Brother Feng. Well said. Yi Feng downed his drink in one gulp, his gaze becoming entranced by the graceful figure of Kazi Na. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes shifted to the side, landing on Duo Yanhina. During their time in the desert, whenever Yi Feng cast his verdant gaze upon her, she would shyly avert her eyes. However, tonight was different. Duo Yanhina did not shy away from his gaze, but instead, they shared a silent stare. Was there a possibility tonight? Yi Feng's heart surged with joy as he struggled to contain his excitement. Hina, just then, Chunin suddenly leaped into the scene. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. I am quite elated today. I have returned alive from the desert, and I have now set my sights on a beautiful lady. With everyone gathered here, I wish for all to bear witness. After declaring this, Chunin strode confidently toward Qinchang, conjuring a fabric flower in his hand. Qinchang, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was enamored. Please gaze into my sincere eyes. Would you be willing to share your life with me? Qinchang was taken aback and hastily stood up, evading Chun's kneeling form. Fear not, Qinchang. I, Chunin, am a devoted man, unlike Brother Feng, who flits from one love to another. While I may not possess Brother Feng's charm, I assure you of my genuine nature. Together, we shall have many children and live joyfully on the island of Hot Springs. Chunin stated earnestly. In the background, Yi Feng's expression darkened considerably. He discreetly glanced at Duo Yanhina, only to find that she had ceased to meet his gaze. This rascal. I'm sorry, but you are not my type. Qinchang bluntly rejected. Qinchang, I know you have feelings for me. Please do not suppress your true emotions. Let them burst forth. Chun's face flushed crimson. Feeling embarrassed in front of so many. I have no feelings for you at all. How can I burst anything? Get lost. Qinchang retorted without reservation. Immediately, Chunin tossed the flower aside and fled the hall in disarray. Hina, it's getting late. Let us leave these youngsters to their revelry and retire for the night. Yi Feng suggested with a smile. No need. I shall sleep with my son tonight. Duo Yanhina replied coldly. Initially, she had been prepared to comply with Yi Feng's wishes and grant him a second chance, but Chunin's interruption had left her feeling unable to proceed. Now, she harbored resentment not only towards Yi Feng, but also towards Chunin. Why must he voice such sentiments at this time? After a while, Duo Yanhina took Yi Feng's son to the bedroom to sleep. Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings and promptly slapped the table. The dance troupe shall retreat to the 42nd level of the pyramid. I have important matters to announce. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Kazina nodded and led her dancers out of the hall. The raucous chatter gradually subsided, leaving the grand hall enveloped in silence. Upon returning from the temple, I brought forth a considerable bounty for everyone. Jinshi, please carry those sacks over to me, Yi Feng instructed. As you command, Jinshi replied, tossing several burlap sacks into the center of the grand hall, releasing an intense and fragrant aroma. Chapter 752. I am willing to serve you. As King Yi Feng approached slowly, opening the first sack. Inside were countless small vials. He casually opened one, pouring out a pill. I recognize that the absorption of crystal pills can be quite cumbersome. For those of lesser aptitude, it may take years to refine a single crystal pill, which significantly slows your progress. However, what I possess is crystal pellets refined from crystal pills, which are far more conducive to bodily absorption and can elevate your strength in a short time. Now, I shall bestow merits and rewards upon the citizens of Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai, step forward, Yi Feng called out. Yes, Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai hurriedly approached. Having long realized the challenges of crystal pill absorption, and was astonished that Brother Feng had obtained crystal pellets. Open wide, Yi Feng tossed a high-grade pellet into Wang Zhihai's mouth, whose properties were milder and more enduring. In a matter of moments, Wang Zhihai's face flushed crimson, and he appeared rejuvenated, as if he had shed 2 or 3 years. How do you feel? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Brother Feng, could you possibly give me a few more? Wang Zhihai replied, brimming with excitement. There are 27 pellets in this vial. Take it and consume 3 times a year after meals. Understood? Yi Feng replied with a faint smile. Does it really matter if it's before or after meals? Wang Zhihai chuckled. I was just joking with you, Yi Feng said, picking up another small vial and turning his gaze toward Duomengd. Duomengd, step forward. Yes, Duomengd exclaimed joyfully, marching up to Yi Feng. This vial contains approximately 30 pellets, though they are not of the same high grade as Wang Zhihai's. Consume them 3 times a year, and only after the effects have been fully absorbed should you take the second one, understood? Ah, you've already attained the second-tier strength. You have a promising future, Yi Feng said, patting Duomengd on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Feng, Duomengd replied, elated, as he returned to his seat with the vial. Ma Gobai, step forward. In the lower right corner, the Duoyan people, led by Meng Yamingson, gazed with envy at the benefits Yi Feng was distributing. If only I were a citizen of Hot Spring Island. This Khan is not worth the title. After all, he is merely a puppet, Meng Yamingson lamented. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Elder Council shared similar feelings of envy and resentment. Had we known, we would have immigrated to Hot Spring Island sooner. Now it seems we've missed the opportunity. Ma Lubai opened wide, While Yi Feng continued to distribute crystal pellets, he had slain numerous strength kings. And the abundance of crystal pellets at his disposal allowed him to elevate all the significant figures of Hot Spring Island to the first-tier strength level. As for those like Dortmund, who already possess a solid foundation of strength, it is even possible for them to ascend directly to the 9th tier within a year or 2, akin to the realm once held by Meng Yanlai. Kazina was also summoned down from the 42nd level, and Yi Feng graciously bestowed upon her 3 crystal pills. Although the two had shared a fleeting moment of intimacy, she had not made any significant contributions to Hot Spring Island. Thus, Yi Feng felt compelled to maintain fairness in front of so many others. Ultimately, even Balraf received a crystal pill, instantly elevating his power to the 1st tier. Presently, a sack brimming with crystal pills remained, which Yi Feng was reluctant to squander. So he entrusted it entirely to Jin Qi. The remaining sack contained less valuable crystal elixirs, which, while not particularly precious to Yi Feng, were nonetheless invaluable treasures to the inhabitants of Chongqing City. Jin Qi hoisted the sack and hurriedly took it away. Yi Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, paced the hall like a sovereign. Qin Chong, Mei Ji, Jin Yi Mei, you have all assisted me, to varying extents, on the way to the temple. Therefore, I shall write each of you a letter of recommendation. Upon our return to Hot Spring Island, the 500 citizens will cast their votes collectively. As long as the affirmative votes exceed half, you shall qualify for citizenship, Yi Feng stated calmly. At this juncture, Wang Zhihai interjected, Brother Feng. The number of citizens on Hot Spring Island has already grown to 1,800. Is that so? Was this achieved through a fair voting process? Yi Feng inquired in return. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Susan, Wang Zhihai replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Very well. As long as it is a voluntary selection, if these new citizens commit any wrongdoing in the future, we shall not bear the burden of their actions. After all, it was they who chose, and we merely provided letters of recommendation, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, Wang Zhihai quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Meiji stood and said, Brother Feng, as the esteemed island master of Hot Spring Island, do you not possess the authority to directly grant a citizenship? Chinchong similarly rose. Brother Feng, your position as island master seems rather feeble. You are unaware that Hot Spring Island is not a place governed by hierarchy. Even upon my arrival on the island, I must diligently appease the citizens, as the position of island master must be renewed periodically. Should I fail to win their favor, they may cast opposing votes, and I could lose my position. Thus, in our realm, once one becomes a citizen, all are equal. The island master cannot exercise privilege over a mere cleaner, and the cleaner dares to voice dissent against the island master. Otherwise, why do you suppose so many formidable individuals willingly join Hot Spring Island and regard it as home? They understand that should they grow old or suffer grave injuries, no one would dare to bully them, and they possess voting rights, ensuring even the island master cannot disregard their vote, Feng explained earnestly. Meiji shook her head. I fail to comprehend why you choose to do this. It appears rather unbecoming. However, Cheng demonstrated greater understanding, as she, like Feng, hailed from a civilized society. I understand that you aim to transform Hot Spring Island into a paradise, a place where everyone aspires to visit and desires to become a citizen. Once one attains citizenship, even in the face of grievous injury or becoming a mere shell of oneself, there will be care and protection, alleviating fears of persecution, for they possess the right to vote. In essence, this vision seeks to subdue the arrogance of the strong, liberate the weak from their fears, and ensure that the young are nurtured and the elderly cared for. Cheng astutely dissected the essence of Hot Spring Island, and his insights were entirely accurate. Feng raised his thumb in approval. Beside him, Meng Yamingson felt a shiver run through her body. In Eternal Life City, there had always been a rigid hierarchy, with various elders, generals, and commanders under the Heavenly Khan. The 8 sub-khans enjoyed living conditions vastly superior to those of ordinary soldiers. While such a system may initially inspire admiration, over time, she had overheard the murmurs of discontent. Some impoverished citizens had already condemned the Heavenly Khan vehemently, and had it not been for the constraints of force, they might have even contemplated his demise. Turning to Feng's side, the Golden Armor Guards, such as Duomeng and Ma Goubai, who had previously surpassed Feng in strength, willingly pledged their allegiance to him. It became evident that they were not swayed merely by Feng's personal charisma, but were captivated by the environment of Hot Spring Island, ready to risk their lives for it. As a new Heavenly Khan, should there not be lessons to be learned from Hot Spring Island? Otherwise, one would forever remain subjugated. And what was the scale of Hot Spring Island? A mere 2,000 souls, yet they harvested the labor of hundreds of thousands in Eternal Life City. Indeed, after tonight, I shall summon the elders, pharmacists, and priests. It is time for sweeping reforms. Feng swiftly arranged matters concerning personnel, while Wang Zhihai, the bank manager, could only stand by, feeling utterly embarrassed, his face flushed, wishing for a hole to hide in. How foolish he had been to pose as someone of significance in Eternal Life City. He realized how far he was from Feng's realm. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend why individuals like Duomeng had willingly served Feng despite their greater strength. Feng Ge, allow me to address you as the king of Hot Springs. Indeed, Feng Ge, you shall reign. I willingly acknowledge you as my sovereign. Led by Wang Zhihai, the group rose, calling out fervently to Feng. What king or sovereign? To be a king or an ancestor is not the title of my Feng Ge. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as the Emperor of Hot Springs. Feng declared solemnly. Chapter 753. Have you found it? Wang Zhihai, Duomeng, Ma Goubai, Meng Yamingson. Ha! I was merely jesting with you all. Please continue to eat and drink. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, Feng swiftly departed the grand hall, making his way to Duoyen Hina's chamber. Hina, my beloved, please open the door. Your husband has arrived. Feng had already cleaned himself thoroughly and stood outside calling. However, there was no sound in response from within. Very well. Since you choose not to open the door, I shall proceed with my pressing business. Having spoken, Feng proceeded to drag Chunin from the corner, while concealing holy water in his embrace. On the vast, dark prairie, the chilling wind howled and snowflakes danced in the air. A golden figure raced toward Eternal Life City, seemingly undeterred by the cold, moving with remarkable agility through the icy terrain. At this moment, Feng had already settled Chun and aboard the Hot Spring No. 1. Captain, set sail. The vessel roared to life, navigating towards Hot Spring Island. In Green Sand City, amidst the remnants of crumbling walls, 2 cloaked figures walked slowly. The frigid temperature, plummeting to over 60 degrees below zero, brought a slight discomfort to the duo. I never anticipated the southern temperatures to drop to such extremes. I suspect that soon this bitter cold will envelop the entire Green Sea Desert, affecting even our great tree city, remarked the taller figure. Let it be. Our current mission is to search for a king of strength in the southern vicinity of the temple. Once found, we shall shadow him, eavesdrop on his conversations, and even listen to his dreams. The pair conversed as they vanished into the swirling snowflakes. I'm back. I, Chunin, have returned, echoed Chun En's exuberant voice across the dark expanse of Hot Spring Island. He had improved. Although still not on par with a first-tier warrior, his strength was rapidly advancing. Who was that raucous fool? Ding Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes and cracked open a window. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Is that Chunin? He has returned. That means Brother Yi has also returned. Swiftly donning her fur coat, she dashed out of the house. Brother Yi is back. Brother Yi is back. In the distance, a shadow flickered, and the little loyal pup rushed to Ding Tuanshuan's side, nudging her belly with its bear-like nose. Within another wooden cabin, Susan was suddenly roused from her slumber. Elated, she sprinted barefoot out of the cabin. Tweet. A melodious sound resonated in the sky as a giant bird soared aloft, circling above Hot Spring No. 1, expressing its affection for Chun and hello, little bird. Chunin waved vigorously. In a secluded chamber, Boken was nursing Tuba's child. Upon hearing the commotion, she too hurriedly emerged from the wooden cabin, cradling the child in her arms. Whoosh! Two figures leapt from Hot Spring No. 1, making a beeline for the dock. Phone. Susan was the first to rush over, nestling her warm body into Yi Feng's embrace. Brother Yi. Ding Tuanshuan followed suit. Yi Feng, with Susan on his left and Ding Tuanshuan on his right, wore an affectionate smile. Feng, Suyin also approached, prompting Yi Feng to stretch his arms wide. Thus, Suyin nestled into his embrace, followed by Raimai, by Chuxue, and Xiangxue. After a heartfelt reunion, Yi Feng gently pushed the group away. Hey, Tuanshuan, is that you? You've blossomed into a beauty. Yi Feng gazed at Ding Tuanshuan in astonishment. In the past, she was merely adorable, but now, amidst her charm, there was a hint of youthful grace. Of course, I am 18 now, Ding Tuanshuan proudly declared, puffing out her chest. Indeed, I shall find you a good match in the future, Yi Feng chuckled. Hey, Chunin, feeling indignant, exclaimed, you all know Feng Gu, but not me, Chunin? Is there no one here willing to embrace me? His anger was palpable. At that moment, a small sycophant rushed over, wagging its tail and licking his face. Get away from me, Chunin said, visibly disheartened. Yi Feng bent down to gaze at Xiao Ilyan, who, at 16, had blossomed into a poised young lady, standing just a head shorter than him. He believed it wouldn't be long before she transformed into a stunning beauty. Xiao Ilyan, I have a gift for you, he declared, retrieving the cultivation technique of the Shura eye from his pocket. What is this? She inquired. Take it home and study it at your leisure. I am confident you possess a remarkable talent in this regard. Yi Feng initially intended to pat her head, but reconsidered, opting instead to gently pat her shoulder. Acknowledging her maturity, his gaze drifted to the distance, where Bo Kachin was cradling a child near a wooden cabin, beside which lay the body of Tuba. Susan, come with me. The rest of you stay here, Yi Feng commanded, striding towards Bo Kachin. Feng Gu, you're back, she greeted him, her expression betraying unease. Yes, sister-in-law. Hand the child to Susan, and accompany me into Tuba's cabin, he instructed. Have you found him? Bo Kachin asked, astonished. No more questions, Susan. Please take my goddaughter, he replied, entering the cabin with purpose. Inside, frost coated the surroundings, and Tuba lay silently on a bed of ice. Yi Feng couldn't shake the feeling that Tuba's face and body appeared somewhat distorted. Once inside, Bo Kachin carefully closed the door and crouched beside Tuba's body. Sister-in-law, this is holy water. Please hold Tuba's hand and call his name. I was once a skeptic of the metaphysical, but I believe in love. And love can yield miraculous results, Yi Feng said, producing a vial of holy water from his pocket. Bo Kachin grasped Tuba's right hand. Tuba, wake up. Your daughter is nearly a year old. Tuba, please awaken. We are waiting for you to return, she called softly. Sensing the moment was right, Yi Feng removed the cork and poured the entire vial of holy water into Tuba's mouth. However, as he did so, half of it spilled out, for Tuba, being lifeless, lacked the ability to swallow. What should we do? Bo Kachin panicked, frantically wiping the spilled holy water onto Tuba's face. Alas, it's all my fault. I should have anticipated that Tuba couldn't swallow, and now more than half has been wasted. Yi Feng lamented, wishing he could pierce himself in frustration. With the temple destroyed and no clergy to produce holy water, The vial in his possession was the only one left in the world. While he could attempt to create holy water using the methods described on the animal hide, he was uncertain how long that would take. There were hundreds of unfamiliar herbs listed, many of which were rare. Feng good tuba his mouth. Bakxin was taken aback and quickly concealed herself behind Yifeng. Although she was married to Tuba, he had been deceased for nearly 2 years. Chapter 754. Can't you stay a few more days? You've only just returned. Yifeng felt a surge of joy and hurriedly glanced at Tuba's mouth. The skin near his lips appeared markedly different from the surrounding areas, displaying a hint of restored color, in stark contrast to the ghastly pallor of the rest of his skin. Yifeng's heart raced uncontrollably. With his current strength, he could easily overpower a 9th-tier strength king, yet he felt uncertain in the face of the unknown. Moments later, the skin adjacent to Tuba's mouth grew increasingly vibrant, resembling that of a living person. Consequently, Yifeng extended a finger to touch it. Indeed, it regained the elasticity of normal skin. Brother Feng, is it possible for Tuba to come back to life? Bakxin inquired. Let us wait a little longer, Yifeng replied, forcing himself to remain calm as he seated himself beside Tuba. Bakxin glanced at Yifeng and mustered her courage to sit on the other side of Tuba. Time flowed slowly, and soon 2 hours had elapsed. To Yifeng's dismay, the skin near Tuba's mouth began to revert to a zombie-like pallor. What is happening? Yifeng lamented. Brother Feng, it might be due to insufficient medicinal power. To revive Tuba, we would need an abundance of holy water, at least several hundred bottles, to immerse him in, and we must also administer it through his mouth, so that both his interior and exterior can regain vitality, Bakxin explained. Given the circumstances, there was little choice but to proceed in this manner. Very well. I will find a way to gather the herbs required to concoct the holy water, Yifeng declared resolutely. The hope seemed faint, but he felt compelled to try. If he couldn't locate the necessary herbs south of the temple, he would venture north or even break through the Green Sea Desert to seek them elsewhere. Surely, in this vast world, there must be something that Yifeng could find. Brother Feng, I fear that Tuba is already dead. Even if we bathe him in holy water and administer it to him, what of his soul? How can we restore his soul? Even if he comes back, will he still be Tuba? Bakxin suddenly remarked. Yifeng shuddered, as he had considered this very point, yet he was reluctant to dwell on such thoughts. He wished to believe that with enough holy water, Tuba could return to life. Don't think about it too much. Rest assured, Tuba will definitely revive. I can assure you of that, Yifeng stated before striding out of the wooden cabin. In the Black Tree River Valley, the snow had buried the earth to a depth of several meters, submerging small trees in its embrace. At that moment, a towering ice tree unexpectedly splintered into countless fragments, seemingly struck by some unseen force. The temperature had surpassed absolute zero, and all things could shatter. Yifeng returned to the wooden cabin he shared with Susan. Yet he did not engage in any marital activities. Instead, he pored over a piece of animal hide, studying it intently. What is this? The method for concocting holy water. Yifeng replied without looking up. Let me see, Susan said, extending her fair arm to tightly embrace Yifeng's. Together, they focused on the scroll of animal hide. Oh, the shape of this grass seems familiar. I believe I have encountered it in the Black Tree River Basin. And this flower as well. It too has graced my sight in the same region. Indeed, I have seen several varieties there, Susan exclaimed suddenly, her face alight with delight. Really, my dear? Li Feng responded with joy, his thoughts consumed with the urgency of reviving Tuba, for with each passing moment, the hope of restoration dwindled. Of course it's true. Here is the plan. You have been quite exhausted lately. Why not rest at home? Tomorrow, I shall take the hot spring number 1 down the Wolf Creek, traveling as far as I can, and then I will search for these herbs in the Black Tree River Basin, Susan suggested. My love, allow me to undertake this journey instead. The temperatures in the Black Tree River Basin must have plummeted to absolute zero. I fear for your delicate hands, Li Feng remarked, gently caressing the back of Susan's hand. How annoying. By the way, I have devised a plan, Susan said, as she lowered 2 ropes from the ceiling of their chamber. Li Feng was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The following noon, Li Feng and Susan arose, swiftly making their way to the dock. There, Ding Tianchuan was holding Ilian's hand, standing against the wind while whispering sweet nothings. After exchanging a few words, they erupted into giggles, the essence of youthful charm radiating between them. What secrets are you sharing? Might I partake in your conversation? Li Feng approached with a smile. Not a chance. Men are not permitted to listen, Ding Tuanchuan retorted. Li Feng displayed an affectionate smile reminiscent of a doting father. My dear, I shall leave the Jingwan and Jingdan on Hot Spring Island. After my departure, please distribute these among all the citizens of the island, ensuring that everyone receives a share, especially little Tuanchuan and Ilian, Li Feng instructed. Can't you stay a few more days? You've only just returned. Susan sighed, tenderly fastening Li Feng's cloak. There is no other choice. With great power comes great responsibility, Li Feng lamented. After a brief pause, Li Feng boarded the Hot Spring No. 1, setting sail toward the Rage Sea. This time, he did not bring Chunin along due to his frailty in the face of low temperatures. Instead, he planned to enlist a few skilled companions, such as Meiji, Qin Chang, and Jin Yeme. As for Jin Qi, having sustained several serious injuries, Li Feng preferred he recuperate in Eternal Life City before embarking on any further adventures. The Hot Spring No. 1 sliced through the waves. Reaching the Rage Sea in just half a day, Li Feng disembarked with a graceful leap, landing on the dock. Wang Zhihai, I must commend your ingenuity. You have even established a hot spring island enclave in Eternal Life City, he said, striding toward the entrance of the enclave. Who approaches? No documents. No entry into the enclave. It is governed by its own laws, independent of those of Eternal Life City, a straightforward young man warned, raising his crossbow. With a swift motion, a hand struck the back of his head. Ma Lebi emerged. Are you blind? Have you not seen the portrait of Brother Feng? My apologies. Brother Feng, the young man stammered. All is forgiven. Continue to perform your duties faithfully, for I intended to reward you, Li Feng replied, entering the enclave accompanied by Ma Lebi. Is it truly this crowded? Li Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The streets of the concession were remarkably spacious. However, they were lined with numerous stalls selling an array of goods, from frozen fish to crabs, and all manner of herbal remedies. It was a veritable cornucopia. There were even a few alluring women soliciting customers in the open. Oh, is that not Deputy Ambassador Malibi? Come in quickly, we have a new beauty today. Nonsense. As a dignified deputy ambassador, would I engage in such activities on the street? Oh, your demeanor last night was quite different, wasn't he it? With a darkened expression, Malibi swiftly pulled Yi Feng away to another location. Malibi, could you assist me in locating these specific herbs? Yi Feng spread out a hide and pointed to the various shapes of herbs depicted. Indeed, Brother Feng, I am somewhat renowned within the concession. At the mere sound of my command, these vendors will present the herbs with great reverence. Of course, I shall compensate them, Malibi declared, patting his chest. All right, this is a handwritten list. Find as many as you can based on it. Yi Feng assigned the task to Malibi. Chapter 755. Everything is up to Brother Feng. He had not anticipated that the concession would be 1,000 times more bustling than Chongqing City, with a plethora of shops resembling the vibrancy of Mongkok. Some shop entrances were so narrow that one could only enter sideways. Moreover, the buildings in the concession were not mere single-story huts. They were 3 to 4-story stone and wooden structures, some with makeshift roofs that maximized every inch of usable space. If such crowdedness were to occur in Chongqing City, a plague would surely ensue. Yet, the concession was different, equipped with a sewage system and water pipes that ensured sanitation. After wandering for a while, Yi Feng exited the concession. He estimated that if all the inhabitants of the upper floors were to be placed on the ground, they would stack 2 or 3 layers high. The population density was overwhelming. Strangely, however, there was no outbreak of pestilence within. After some time, Yi Feng finally arrived at the pyramid in Chongqing City. Meiji, what a coincidence to encounter you. Could you do me a favor and summon Qin Chang and Jin Yime here? The 3 of you possess considerable strength and could accompany me to the frigid southern lands to procure some items, Yi Feng requested. Certainly, Brother Feng. Before long, the 3 beauties had gathered. After careful consideration, Yi Feng decided to procure 4 war horses. Just as they were about to cross back into the concession, Yi Feng had a sudden inspiration. Since the hot spring currency had become so robust, why not utilize a bounty system to gather the herbs? Let us return to the concession. The 4 riders swiftly entered the concession and soon found Damond in his office. Brother Feng, your esteemed presence graces us. What brings you here? Damond offered his seat to Yi Feng, taking a place beside him. Damond, here is a handwritten list containing numerous herbs. I need you to issue a bounty. For each herb found, reward 100 hot spring coins. If 10 herbs are located, that amounts to 1,000 hot spring coins. When certain herbs become overly abundant, gradually lower the price while continuing to reward those that are more obscure, Yi Feng stated earnestly. Brother Feng, what do you need these herbs for? Are you unwell? Diamond inquired. Am I unwell? I am capable of breaking through the ice layer. These herbs are essential for concocting holy water. With holy water in hand, we can resurrect Tuba, Yangli, and God Mountain, Yi Feng stated solemnly. There was no need for him to lie to the citizens of Hot Spring Island. This was a matter of principle. Naturally, when faced with outsiders, he could easily fabricate tales without a second thought. Very well, I shall attend to this immediately, Duoming nodded in agreement. The four of us are also departing for the Black Tree River Basin. Shortly thereafter, the four riders left the concession. The southern gate of Chongqing City slowly opened, and all the Duoyin people knelt upon the ground. Yi Feng had advocated for these craftsmen, and now they held a deep-seated gratitude and admiration for him. The four riders swiftly departed from Chongqing City, and after traveling several miles southward, the Wolf Creek was completely frozen over. Let us tread upon the ice and head south. Not only is the path smooth, but it also saves us the time of traversing mountains, Yi Feng suggested. We shall follow your lead, Brother Feng, they replied. The three women donned thick animal pelts and heavy cloaks, even covering their mouths with animal skin masks. Yi Feng was no different, revealing only his pair of eyes. After running another 10 kilometers across the ice, Yi Feng suddenly halted, casting his gaze to the side. Having cultivated the second level of the Venerable Saint Demon technique, his senses were exceptionally acute. Could it be that, in such weather, there are still living souls in the wilderness? Which friend lurks in the shadows? Please, reveal yourself. Yi Feng called out loudly to the side. Yet, the direction remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. If you do not come forth, I shall resort to force. Yi Feng exclaimed with fury, extending his right hand clad in deer leather gloves, drawing his curved blade forward. In the next moment, Yi Feng was taken aback. The blade and its sheath had frozen together. Just then, two shadows, one tall and one short, emerged. Cloaked and trembling slightly in the cold wind, they approached. Strength Kings? Yi Feng's expression changed abruptly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Although this ominous feeling emanated from the two Strength Kings, Yi Feng sensed that the situation was far more complex. The second level of the Venerable Saint Demon technique enhanced not only speed and strength, but also provided a comprehensive boost. For instance, the processing speed of the brain, the sharpness of the senses, and a heightened awareness of danger. Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you to the vast grassland? Yi Feng maintained an appropriate level of respect. He discerned that these two figures were merely first or second-tier Strength Kings. If he wished, he could easily eliminate them with a single hand, but there was no necessity. Who could say whether these two had companions? If their allies learned that a Strength King had perished on the Duoyin grassland, it would not take long before a relentless stream of powerful individuals arrived, capable of penetrating Chongqing City and directly locating Hot Spring Island. Oh, we are merely passing through your territory. Are you the chieftain of this vast grassland? The taller one inquired. Certainly not. Our heavenly Khan resides in Chongqing City. I am merely an insignificant individual of the grassland, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two shadows exchanged glances. May I ask, what is the strength of your heavenly Khan? We, the heavenly Khan, lack strength, barely qualifying as first-tier warriors, Yi Feng remarked casually. So weak? As a lord of the land, are you implying that your heavenly Khan's might does not surpass my own? Questioned the short one. If I am not mistaken, even your weakest member must be a ninth-tier warrior, correct? That is a complex matter. Strength is not the sole measure of respect upon the vast grasslands. In truth, our prowess is among the most elite here, and we pledge our unwavering loyalty to the heavenly Khan, Yi Feng retorted, weaving a tale. Very well. Allow me to inquire. Have you ventured into the Great Desert recently? The Great Desert? Yes, I have visited Greensand City. Have you been to the temple? What temple? Yi Feng shrugged. I have heard of grand halls, small chambers, and palaces, yet this temple you speak of is unknown to me. If he claimed to have never been to the desert, that would be an exaggeration. However, he could truthfully assert he had not visited any temple. I shall ask again, within a radius of several thousand miles, do you have any experts of the King of Strength level? The tall warrior inquired. None. From the moment of my birth, the most formidable individual I have encountered was a ninth-tier warrior. You two are the first King of Strength I have ever met. Yi Feng continued his pretense. In truth, he pondered whether he should deal with these two individuals, yet he was wary of any peculiar artifacts they might possess. Should he eliminate them, there existed the possibility that they could alert their kin through some means. Yi Feng had begun to suspect the origins of these two. The land south of the temple was devoid of resources, yet it had attracted two formidable warriors. With their earlier inquiry about the presence of kings of strength nearby, there was a 70% chance they were kin of that young master, seeking the perpetrator of a murder. There remained a 20% chance they belonged to the ancient barbarian tribe, seeking vengeance for Chang'e. The final 10% was reserved for desert bandits. Outsiders, your rationale is valid. However, your eyes betray you, suggesting you are not inclined to speak truthfully. Therefore, I now request that the four of you accompany us. We shall journey to the temple, where a powerful figure will employ soul-searching techniques to unveil your truths, the tall one stated, encircling Yi Feng and his companions. What do you intend to do? Mei Ji gasped, hastily grasping her sword sheath. Jin Yi Mei and Chen Chang remained silent, equally arming themselves. He. I advise you four to resist not. Otherwise, with but a single hand, I can eliminate you all, the tall warrior sneered. Feng Ge. Mei Ji and Chen Chang quickly turned to Yi Feng, seemingly awaiting his directive. Jin Yi Mei, however, remained composed, having witnessed Yi Feng vanquish a 9th-tier king of strength, and sensed that these two lacked the same formidable aura. Mad brother? The short one raised an eyebrow. I suggest you recognize your position, or else your female subordinates may find themselves serving as our foot warmers. Once their duties are fulfilled, they may be put to other uses, such as catching our spittle. Have you heard of the beauty basin? A basin crafted from the essence of beauty. Ha! The tall man could not help but burst into laughter. In the city of giant trees, even those as formidable as they, the Power Kings, were bound by certain constraints. However, upon entering south of the temple, they discovered a realm devoid of any restrictions, filled with mere weaklings. When a place lacks any force to curb their strength, the darker aspects of human nature are laid bare. Junior brother, have you ever seen the Sun Pure illustration? That tome describes a rather macabre approach. Just as one is about to reach the climax, one suddenly slices open their throat, leading to violent convulsions that guarantee an ascendance to the heavens. The tall man no longer feigned restraint, casting a brazen gaze upon the three women. At that moment, even Jin Yi Mei's complexion turned ashen. Very well, let us experiment with this method shortly. The two Power Kings, having concluded their remarks, slowly advanced, tightening the encirclement. Though only two in number, their aura firmly pinned down Yi Feng and his companions. There was no alternative. Gentlemen, since you are so despicable, I have no choice. Yi Feng declared, suddenly striking with a palm. Boom. The shorter man had yet to comprehend the situation when his body was sent hurtling 20 meters away. Simultaneously, the residual energy from the Chongyang technique surged within him, rendering him motionless on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. You? Audacious. The tall man seethed with rage. Yet being a master of the Power King echelon, he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, eyes fixed on Yi Feng, as if seeking to unearth a flower from his visage. Indeed, he was a 4th-tier power master. But how could a mere 4th-tier practitioner inflict such grievous harm upon a Power King? In that moment, realization dawned upon him, and his hand resting on the sword handle trembled slightly. My intention is not to kill you at this moment. Kindly lead the way ahead, Yi Feng spoke calmly. For upon reaching a certain location, we shall require your assistance in clearing the snow. He surmised that the Black Tree River Basin was heavily blanketed in snow, and to locate the herbs growing upon the ground, the snow must be cleared. Yi Feng was unwilling to allow the three beautiful women to undertake such arduous labor. Hence he would impose this task upon the two Power Kings. Mei Ji and Chen Chang exhaled deeply in relief, casting bewildered glances at Yi Feng. During their time together, they had only witnessed Yi Feng vanquish a level 17 sand beast, never imagining he could effortlessly injure a Power King now. Farewell. The tall man hesitated for merely 3 seconds before his figure flickered as he attempted to flee into the distance. Trying to escape? Yi Feng swiftly retrieved a spear from the victor's hook, pulling back his body. Whoosh! The spear unleashed a sonic boom, crashing into the tall man. Ah! He cried in agony, collapsing to the ground. Yi Feng leapt forward, landing before him and seizing his shoulder. Gulp, gulp, gulp. What is this ability of yours? No. Please spare me, spare me. The tall man felt as though the energy he had painstakingly amassed over centuries was being siphoned away by Yi Feng, and terror seized him, prompting continuous pleas for mercy. After absorbing half of his energy, Yifeng finally released his grip on the man's shoulder. Well, I shall reserve half of my strength for you. Now, pave the way ahead. Yifeng delivered a kick to his posterior. Me? The tall man gritted his teeth and could only nod, his eyes darting left and right in search of an escape. At that moment, the short man also rose, the blood at the corner of his mouth frozen into icicles. With a mere palm strike, Yifeng had reduced him from a first-tier power king to a ninth-tier power master. However, it was entirely sufficient for the task at hand. Esteemed gentlemen, I require your assistance with some laborious tasks. If you perform well, I shall grant you a chance at survival. However, should you attempt any clever tricks during this labor, I regret to inform you that I will eliminate you on the spot. You have witnessed my capabilities. A single move is all it takes to resolve you. Therefore, I hope you have no unrealistic notions, Yifeng stated coolly. The two men exchanged glances, a flicker of indignation crossing their faces. Yet what could they do? With their inferior strength, they could only swallow their grievances. Move out, Yifeng commanded, gesturing forward. The two shadows could only stagger ahead to clear the path. Yifeng followed closely behind, accompanied by the three enchanting women, Jin Yimei and her companions. Jin Yimei had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Yet Mei Ji and Chen Chang occasionally cast astonished glances at Yifeng's back. How had he grown so powerful in such a short time? If only they could become his rightful wives. In that moment, the two beauties' imaginations began to stir. After a considerable interval, given Yifeng's strength, they swiftly arrived at the former stone city. The city was now blanketed in snow, and Yifeng recalled that this was once the territory of Mengtua Khan. Regrettably, the stone city was eerily silent, devoid of any figures, with several frozen warhorses scattered across the ground. Moreover, 5 or 6 warships of Duoyan lay anchored in the nearby Duoyan River. Stop! Yifeng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he landed on one of the warships. You two, remain within 10 paces of me, he instructed the two captives, wary that they might seize the opportunity to threaten the 3 women in his absence. Chapter 757. Enough chit-chat. Get on board. The captives exchanged glances and quickly followed behind Yifeng, maintaining a distance of merely 5 meters. Yet, a glint of malice flickered in their eyes, as if they were contemplating an ambush. Yifeng sensed their murderous intent, but remained unfazed. The upper deck of the warship was devoid of any Duoyan personnel, prompting Yifeng to descend into the lower hold. The lower hold was a grim sight, with numerous ship slaves having succumbed to the cold. It appeared that when the Duoyan retreated, they had failed to unshackle them. Some of the frozen corpses were still caught in the act of pulling at their chains, their faces contorted in agony. These Duoyan scoundrels. Yifeng sighed. Brother, kill him. Finish him. Came the fierce shouts from behind, followed by a fist striking the back of Yifeng's head and another landing on his back. Crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Ah, my hand, my hand. 2 individuals staggered back, clutching their right hands in pain. They had intended to ambush Yifeng from behind, but as soon as their fists made contact, a Sanskrit symbol emerged on Yifeng's back, effortlessly deflecting their full-force strike. Although Yifeng stumbled forward slightly from the blow, he felt a dull ache on his back. However, the power of their punches could not breach the defenses of the sacred demonic art. He slowly turned around, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the 2 men. Were it not for their impending task of clearing snow, Yifeng would have already eliminated them. After a moment of groaning and agony, the 2 exchanged fearful glances with Yifeng and retreated 3 steps in unison. You are the concealed powerhouse, the Force Monarch? Yes, it was you who killed our young master, they exclaimed in shock. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and moved with lightning speed. With a swift thrust, he blinded one of them. This is your punishment. Disembark and continue your journey, he commanded before leaping off the warship. He slightly inclined his body, and the 2 captives followed suit. However, the once fine-looking men were now reduced to one-eyed wretches. The 6 of them continued onward, reaching the southwestern outpost of Yongmu, where not a soul was in sight, and the snow lay over a meter thick. The horses' hooves sank deeply into the snow with each step. Brother Feng, I fear our horses cannot proceed further south. Perhaps we should abandon them and walk, Jin Yimei suggested. Agreed. Yifeng nodded, dismounting from his warhorse. Horses, you shall return to Changxing City, he said, patting the horse's head. The 4 steeds raised their heads and neighed before galloping back toward Changxing City. Brother Feng, our pace will likely slow considerably, as the snow will only grow deeper, Meiji remarked. Not necessarily, Yifeng replied as he entered Yongmu's outpost, gathering a few wooden planks and some reins. After a flurry of activity, he crafted 4 makeshift sleds. Ladies, please take a seat on the wooden boards. This is my newly crafted sled, Yifeng announced with a smile. Sleds? Enough chatter, let us get on, he urged. However, the 2 captives protested, my lord. Are there only 4 sleds? What about us? Yifeng smiled slightly, draping the reins over their shoulders and tying a knot. You 2 shall serve as sled dogs. With your strength, you should be able to tread upon the snow without leaving a trace. Remember, when pulling the sleds, maintain a steady pace. If you pull erratically, I shall prod you from behind with my gun, Yifeng warned coldly. The 2 men's faces flushed crimson, tears of humiliation streaming down their cheeks. Before long, the sleds and sled dogs were ready, and Yifeng took his place on the front wooden board. Go, he commanded, prodding the taller man in the rear. Jin Yimei also encouraged the shorter one with a tap of her curved blade. Go. The 6 of them sped swiftly southward, their pace surpassing that of horseback riding by several folds. 2 captives of the Forest Kings shed a tear of regret, lamenting their decision to venture south of the temple, believing it to be devoid of formidable foes, only to encounter a master rivaling the Force Emperor upon their arrival on the vast prairie. No crying, run faster, Meiji exclaimed as she struck a sled dog squarely on the head. She harbored resentment towards the 2 for their earlier repugnant remarks, seizing the opportunity for revenge. The audacity to consider turning women into mere spittoons was utterly outrageous and disgusting. They were acutely aware that had it not been for Yifeng's presence, their fates would likely have been sealed. Now was the time to repay grievances. The 4 sleds swiftly crossed the Duoyan River, revealing the undulating peaks of the cloud mist mountains ahead. Yifeng gazed at the distant snow-capped mountains, a hint of enchantment gracing his countenance. They were nearing the Black Tree River basin. My esteemed companions, I kindly request that you fashion shovels right here and clear the snow for me to uncover whatever treasures lie beneath, Yifeng stated nonchalantly. Clear the snow? Are you certain that what you seek is located here? Inquired the taller of the 2. Uncertain, he replied. And how long will we be shoveling snow? Uncertain. As long as it takes to find what I desire, you may cease your labor. And if we find nothing? With a swift motion, Yifeng struck the taller man, knocking out a front tooth. If we find nothing, you will commence shoveling from this point all the way to the Black Tree River basin, clearing all the snow in your path, he whispered softly in his ear. Before long, the 2 complied, diligently taking up the task of shoveling snow. Speed up. You possess the strength of the Forest Kings, so do not dawdle, Yifeng remarked with a contented expression as he settled back on the sled. He produced animal hides and distributed them to Jin Yimei and the other 2 women. Once the snow is cleared, search the ground for this particular herb, and collect it if found, he instructed, handing out the hides. Yes, Brother Feng. Understood, they replied, showing him the respect due to a senior. One must ponder the extent of Yifeng's strength to effortlessly subdue 2 Force Kings. Even if he did not match the 9th Order Force Kings, he was surely of the 7th Order caliber. Yifeng sighed, aware of his own capabilities. In terms of explosive power, he could easily overpower these Force Kings at any moment. However, in terms of endurance, he still fell significantly short compared to them, unless he could continuously replenish his energy through his blood-sucking technique. It was precisely this extraordinary ability that allowed Yifeng to contend against 9th Order Force Kings without succumbing, so long as he made contact. Unless a 9th Order Force King could eliminate him with a single blow, the tide of their battle would gradually shift. Yifeng would continuously absorb energy to recover his health and stamina, while the 9th Order Force King would steadily deplete theirs. In this ebb and flow, even a Force Emperor would struggle to withstand such a peculiar power. Shoveling snow was a time-consuming endeavor. Yifeng decided to sit cross-legged atop the sled, each hand grasping a high-grade crystal pill. Chapter 758. A day and a night time flowed slowly, transitioning from day to night and back again. The 3 women, Jin Yimei, constructed an ice house nearby and gathered some fuel within it, allowing the temperature inside to stabilize around 0 degrees, thus facilitating a self-circulating warmth. As for the 2 powerful warriors, they possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina, enabling them to labor tirelessly for an entire day and night without respite. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. He had consumed over 30 crystal pills. Yet the second layer of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong required an immense amount of medicinal energy. Not only did it demand the enhancement of physical attributes, But it also necessitated improvements in recovery capabilities, immunity, reaction speed, the sixth sense, and even the soul required nourishment from these pills. In summary, this cultivation method was all-encompassing and adopted a holistic approach. Although the progress was gradual, once mastered, it would be as formidable as a mountain pressing down, utterly unstoppable. In contrast, the Longxiang Gong omitted most processes, permitting swifter cultivation, albeit at the cost of a power disparity that was akin to heaven and earth. Despite consuming a full 30 crystal pills, Yifeng had made nearly no progress in the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong. It was evident that the path to mastering the second layer would be arduous and long. Yifeng soon found solace in this realization. After all, it was a celestial technique, and its difficulty was to be expected. Wait a moment, if the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong is a celestial technique, then what of the blood-sucking great method? It could hardly be described as merely celestial. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words to characterize the blood-sucking great method. Brother Feng, come inside. What are you mumbling about out there? Meiji called from the entrance of the ice house, where a beast skin curtain was drawn to ensure the warmth could circulate within. If I enter the ice house, won't those two escape? Yifeng brushed off the snowflakes from his body and gestured towards the two warriors, who were laboring profusely. These two had been digging for so long and had barely cleared 30 square meters of snow, leaving behind a massive snow pit and a small mound beside it. You can't possibly remain outside forever, Meiji said with concern, worried that Yifeng might freeze. Let me wait a moment. Yifeng approached the edge of the snow pit and peered into its depths. The next moment, he leaped into the 10-meter-deep pit, which had reached the ground where many frozen, withered wild grasses lay. Yifeng unfurled the beast's skin and began comparing the various wild grasses against the images he had. Two herbs match. He swiftly uprooted the two wild grasses and carefully stowed them in the beast's skin pouch. Seizing the opportunity, the two warriors paused to rest. No resting, continue digging. Yifeng commanded coldly. But we've already been digging for an entire day and night. The two protested, their faces drawn. You are power kings. I believe you have yet to expend even 1/10 of your energy. Keep digging. If you dare to stop, I shall sever your noses, Yifeng stated matter-of-factly. With no choice left, the two resumed their labor. After a while, Yifeng leapt out of the snow pit and coldly regarded the backs of the two warriors. These two were so despicable that Yifeng had no intention of leaving them alive. However, he would utilize their worth fully before ending their lives, ensuring they would never return to the north of the temple. Do not attempt to escape the snow pit. Should I catch you doing so, I shall sever your noses, Leaf Maple declared, rubbing his hands together as he entered the ice house. Inside, 3 rudimentary beds were laid out with cloaks, and beneath the animal hides were dried leaves and twigs. At the center of the snow house, a piece of charcoal burned, a precious resource brought from Eternal Life City, intended to last 1 or 2 months if used sparingly. Brother Feng, you look so cold. Come, sleep on my bed, offered Meiji, unabashedly pointing to her own bedding. The expressions of Jin Yi Mei and Chun Chang darkened, casting envious glances at Meiji. No need, I can manage a bed of my own, Leaf Maple replied, shedding his thick cloak and casually spreading it on the ground. The temperature within the ice house had stabilized at 0 degrees, and with his strength, he had no fear of frostbite. Moreover, he took great care in arranging his bed, positioning the foot towards the entrance, allowing him to glance at the snow pit outside, thereby preventing any sudden escape by the two captives. One of you keep watch over the snow pit. If those 2 prisoners attempt to jump out, wake me immediately. I need to rest for a while, Leaf Maple instructed before closing his eyes. The exertion from practicing the sacred demon art had drained him considerably. Even his robust physique was struggling to cope. Brother Feng, why do you say that these herbs can be found in the Haishi River region? Leaf Maple was suddenly jolted awake by a soft presence encroaching upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Meiji nestled beside him. What are you doing here? I may be a gentleman, but aren't you afraid of my intentions? Leaf Maple managed to say with difficulty. I am not afraid, Meiji replied, gazing intently at him. Leaf Maple turned to glance at Jin Yi Mei and Chen Chang. Chen Chang had stepped outside to supervise the 2 laborers, while Jin Yi Mei had buried her head in the blanket, seemingly hoping to escape detection. At that moment, Meiji leaned back against him. Half an hour later, Leaf Maple, filled with frustration, withdrew from the encounter. How infuriating! I came here with a purpose, and yet, here I am again. What a folly! He slapped himself in exasperation. Don't, Brother Feng, Meiji implored, reaching out from beneath the animal hide to grasp his wrist. Why do you feel guilt over such matters? In our giant stone city, such actions are a natural part of being human. We should embrace our nature. She rested her head against his chest. What nature? I am already married, with children. I must return to my family and be a model husband. Yet, here I am, indulging in such wrongdoing. Leaf Maple sighed. Brother Feng, I do not comprehend the logic of Hot Spring Island. All I know is that in our giant stone city, the strong may take many wives, or even forego marriage altogether, as long as the woman consents. It is never forced. What occurred just now was initiated by me, so do not feel guilt. Meiji said gently. Leaf Maple nodded in acknowledgement. This incident had cost him dearly, as ever since he mastered the sacred demon art, he felt as if something within his soul had been completed. Perhaps it could lead to Meiji conceiving his child. If that were to happen, Yifeng would have no choice but to give her a rightful title. After all, he prided himself on being a responsible man. The two embraced tightly, savoring the comfort that followed their passionate encounter. Chapter 759. We shall lend a hand, Brother Feng. Isn't it peculiar? The Green Sea Desert is dotted with numerous oases. Yet these oases lack the herbs we seek. I examined the shapes of the herbs above, and I can confidently say that I have never encountered such plants near our giant stone city, Meiji suddenly remarked. Well, it might be related to the geographical environment. Yifeng replied, but then he was struck by a sudden realization. He quickly pushed Meiji away and sat up in bed, directing his gaze toward the curtain that concealed the outside world. From an aerial perspective, the Blacktree River Basin resembled an immense black tree. The main river represented the trunk, while the tributaries served as the branches, with clusters of leaves symbolizing the pools and small lakes at the ends of these tributaries. Thus, the Blacktree River Basin could be likened to a colossal tree that had toppled onto the ground. Within the various tributaries of this great tree, one could find white fruits, silver fruits, and golden fruits. Might the roots of the Blacktree River draw nourishment from holy water? He recalled that in the temple, many sacred fruits grew near the holy water, indicating that when holy water touched the earth, it would give rise to small trees bearing sacred fruits. This suggested that at the roots of the Blacktree River, particularly at the coastline, there must exist something akin to holy water, nourishing the entire river. Haha. Yifeng suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, indeed. There must be treasures along the coastline. Otherwise, how could such towering trees thrive in the Blacktree River Basin? Moreover, this region is not entirely tropical. Every few years it endures a harsh winter, which means that plant life would struggle to survive. Yes, that's it. Yifeng donned his cloak and stepped out of the icy abode. The method for refining holy water indicated the necessity of a plethora of herbs and the crystal cores of sand beasts. Across the Blacktree River, countless exotic creatures roamed, and their crystal cores would fall to this fertile land upon their demise. Coupled with the herbs found on the hides of these beasts, only the Blacktree River Basin possessed such a bounty. The crystal cores combined with the appropriate herbs thrived in the Blacktree River, which also bore an abundance of sacred fruits. What a remarkable coincidence this all seemed. Indeed, the Blacktree River Basin must harbor a colossal secret. Yifeng was, without a doubt, astute. Meiji emerged from the shadows, cloaked as well. However, her cloak merely draped over her, concealing a body devoid of any garments. Brother Feng, why did you suddenly laugh? Meiji inquired. I have pinpointed the crux of the matter, Yifeng replied with a smile, gently pinching Meiji's cheek. He resolved to venture to the coastline, the very place where he had once been cast away on a deserted island. Perhaps there, he would uncover a staggering secret. At that moment, two figures suddenly emerged from the snow pit. Without the slightest hesitation, one darted eastward while the other sped westward, pushing their speed to the utmost limit. Want to escape? Yifeng's expression turned icy as he swiftly picked up a spear from the ground and hurled it towards the tall figure heading east. After casting the spear, he did not spare a glance back and quickly ran westward. After covering several dozen meters, a chilling scream echoed behind him. Boom! With a few agile movements, Yifeng positioned himself right in front of the short, muscular man, effectively blocking his path. The short man's expression changed drastically. He stumbled backward, his eyes filled with terror. Simultaneously, his right hand, concealed within his sleeve, clutched a beetle. Crazy brother, spare my life. And I promise I won't reveal your secret to the master, the short man pleaded. Apologies, but I cannot take that risk. Yifeng slowly tightened his fist. Damn it, alien. Are you really forcing my hand? The short man exclaimed before crushing the beetle in his grip. This was a mother and child beetle. Upon the child beetle's death, the mother could sense its demise from thousands of miles away, allowing her to locate the spot precisely through a bond of maternal instinct. I will fight you. After crushing the child beetle, the muscular man trembled, launching an assault with both fists. Boom! Yifeng retaliated with a single punch, unleashing the full power of the first layer of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique. The short man's arms exploded, and his body was flung 20 meters away, standing rigidly in place. 3 seconds later, the backlash within him erupted. Boom! His body disintegrated, transforming into a mist of blood. Yifeng then turned his gaze several hundred meters away, confident in his spear. Indeed, it struck the ice layer, and the tall muscular man met a similar fate, his body also dissolving into a sanguine haze. The Brahmin's sacred demon technique, undoubtedly a powerful method once wielded by deities, proved to be extraordinarily formidable. The 3 women landed beside Yifeng, appearing as obedient as schoolchildren. However, Yifeng noticed a flicker of fear in their eyes, causing his heart to sink. He did not wish for the 3 beauties to be afraid of him. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Yifeng remarked playfully. The 3 women forced out faint smiles, yet the fear in their eyes lingered. Although they were attracted to strength, their immediate reaction to Yifeng was that he was a colossal figure capable of easily ending their lives. Sighing at the failure of his plans, Yifeng gestured towards the 2 corpses. Check if they have anything of value. Thoroughly scavenge their belongings, then incinerate the bodies right here. Clean up the battlefield and leave no trace. Understood? Yes. The 3 women obediently set to work. After a while, Meiji cautiously placed a burlap sack before Yifeng. Brother Feng, there are crystal pills, crystal orbs, and several techniques inside. Rest assured, I did not look at the contents of the techniques, Meiji stammered. Having just witnessed Yifeng's terrifying prowess, she was still somewhat shaken. What if this man inadvertently unleashes a flurry of dream punches during the night? Might he endanger his own life? Thus, she resolved that henceforth, after their affairs, they would sleep separately to ensure her safety. Li Feng casually glanced at the contents within the burlap sack before tossing them onto the sled. Moments later, Chen Chang and Jin Yi Mei had also cleared the battlefield, disposing of the corpses in the ice house for cremation, while the blood was buried deep in the snow pit. Let us depart. Li Feng loaded all the items onto the sled, while he himself assumed the role of the sled dog. Such haste, I should have left one alive. As for the 3 beautiful women, Li Feng felt reluctant to have them pull the sled. Brother Feng, allow me. Jin Yi Mei stepped forward voluntarily, assisting Li Feng in pulling the sled. We shall help too. The 3 women crowded around, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Very well, you 3 shall take the lead. Li Feng decided to guide them ahead, as it was their first venture into the Yunwu mountain range, and they were unfamiliar with the path. Furthermore, he harbored concerns about the opposing bank of the Heishu River, where many formidable exotic beasts remained unfrozen, necessitating precaution. At the temple's location, 2 9th-tier power kings were stationed. Chapter 760. I have endured you for long enough. At that moment, one of the power kings suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the 128 iron zombies arranged before him. Within a nearby iron box, a female beetle was fervently flapping its wings, desperately colliding against the confines of the box. It is the brothers Cheongchun and Cheongyang. The 9th-tier power king spoke slowly. The other 9th-tier power king also opened his eyes. Could it be that they accidentally killed the juvenile beetle? Or was it frozen to death? I find that unlikely. The city lord has commanded us to guard the temple. Thus we bear the responsibility to investigate this matter. I shall send my eldest disciple to the south for a look. Indeed, your eldest disciple, Julan, is a 6th-tier power king. With him investigating, the 2 of us old fellows need not venture out ourselves. Before long, a burly man entered the stone chamber. His hair was unkempt, and his back bore a massive hammer. Julan, take the female beetle and head southward to ascertain where the juvenile beetle met its demise. Use that location as a reference and conduct a thorough investigation, commanded the 9th-tier power king. Understood, the burly man replied, seizing the iron box and striding out. Observing the man's retreating figure, the 9th-tier power king displayed a hint of admiration. Julan possessed the awakened abilities of a divine hound, capable of detecting all scents within a kilometer. Even through layers of ice, he could discern what lay beyond. With him heading south, he would undoubtedly uncover valuable information. Does he not feel it a waste to expend his energy on such abilities? Inquired the other. While upgrading is indeed crucial, he currently faces a bottleneck. So it is natural for him to cultivate some extraordinary skills. Well, I believe that if your eldest disciple had not squandered his energy on these abilities, he would likely have already attained the 8th tier, perhaps even risen to our level. Such a talent must be kept in check, otherwise, should he soar to greatness. Will the city lord still favor us? Indeed, thus it was I who encouraged him to actively develop this olfactory ability. The 9th Order Power King wore a sinister smile. On the back mountain of Hot Spring Island, Chung Li Bean was providing his final instructions. The stones must be substantial, and additionally, drill holes into the stones. The heat will permeate through these openings, circulating throughout the entire castle. As the weather grows colder, I have resolved to name this castle the Sun City Castle. You laborers, those who become exemplary models of labor, once the temperature drops to an absolute zero, I shall apply to Feng to allow you to reside in my Sun City Castle. Chung Li Bean's words invigorated the laborers, who began to work fervently. Ding Tuanshuan stood at the dock, gazing at the castle atop the hill, standing approximately 20 meters high and covering over 20,000 square meters. The castle's ground is adorned with massive stones, each hollow within. In the basement of the castle, there lies a colossal boiler, once ignited. It will provide the entire castle with a heating system. As these massive stones are interconnected, once the boiler ignites, the floors, walls, and ceilings of the castle will transform into fireplaces, ensuring their survival through the catastrophic events that occur once every 80 years. Tuanshuan, why are you still dawdling? Sister Susan is distributing high-grade crystal pills in the temporary conference room. Hurry, or you shall miss out on receiving a high-grade crystal pill. Bai Chushue approached and grasped Ding Tuanshuan's small hand. Before long, the two girls vanished from the dock. Inside a vast wooden cabin, Susan and Wang Zhihai occupied the elevated seats, while below, a dense assembly of Hot Spring Island citizens gathered. Previously numbering 1,800, they were now nearing 2,000. Due to the shipyard, ironworks, and firearms factories, labor models and individuals with exceptional talents continuously emerged. Whenever such individuals appeared, Susan would issue them a recommendation letter, followed by a vote from all citizens of Hot Spring Island. Although a considerable portion would be eliminated, the citizenry of Hot Spring Island steadily increased. Wang Zhihai furrowed his brow, surveying the multitude of citizens below, now approximately 1,997. With just 3 more, they would surpass the 2,000 mark. Among these citizens, some cradled children, while others linked arms with their spouses, seated chaotically and occasionally casting sharp glances towards the higher echelons of Hot Spring Island. They scrutinized anyone they deemed unsatisfactory or unworthy of contributing to Hot Spring Island, preparing to vote them out in the next election. There was no choice. This was the right of the citizens. Thus, each one of them stood tall like nobility, their demeanor imbued with an air of disdain towards all, including Wang Zhihai and Susan. What does it matter how impressive you both are? If I am in a foul mood, I can easily rally dozens of citizens to cast opposing votes against you. Next time, you shall find yourself off that table, mingling with us instead. As for Yi Feng, they had not even considered voting against him. After all, the first-generation leader held a revered status within the entire team. Anyone daring to cast a dissenting vote, should they be discovered, would face social ostracism, leading to their ultimate demise. This high-grade crystal pill was consumed by Ilian, who was currently cultivating the surer eye. Susan produced a high-grade crystal pill. I oppose. A robust figure stepped forward, a genius in weaponry capable of forging exquisite, curved blades. I, too, voiced my dissent. Another middle-aged man emerged, a paragon among sanitation workers, who had only 7 days prior cast his vote to become a citizen. I expressed my opposition once more. A woman stood up, having established a center for women's rights on Spring Island, garnering the favor of the island's female citizens, and narrowly secured her citizenship by a margin of 2 votes. This was as Yi Feng had conveyed. Susan interjected. Upon hearing that it was Yi Feng's word, the 3 individuals displayed a trace of relief on their faces. Since it is Brother Feng's directive, we trust in his integrity. Consequently, the trio resumed their seats. Ilian, open wide. Susan gently fed the crystal pill to little Ilian. Wang Zhihai also picked up a premium crystal pill. Mosander, rise. This premium crystal pill is for you. I opposed. A cacophony erupted as at least a dozen individuals stood in dissent. What is the meaning of this? Why oppose? Wang Zhihai, do you think we are oblivious? Mosander is your brother-in-law. Are you attempting to engage in corruption? I am not corrupt. It is purely his turn. Nonsense. The last premium crystal pill went to your wife. And now it's your brother-in-law's turn? What a coincidence. How dare you? I am the second in command of Spring Island, ranked higher than Susan. Do you dare to be disrespectful to me? Wang Zhihai's fury surged. And so what if you were second in command? I have endured your insolence for long enough, you scoundrel. Seize him. A throng of enraged citizens surged up the steps, encircling Wang Zhihai. Do you dare strike me? Wang Zhihai spread his arms wide, sinking into a stance reminiscent of Huang Feihong. Huh. I, Wang Zhihai, am nearing the strength of a first-tier warrior. Do you think a few insignificant ruffians can challenge me? Wang Zhihai sneered coldly. Attack him. A multitude rushed forward. Susan swiftly retreated to a lower position, joining Ding Tuanshuan to witness this internal contest of might. Well fought. Ding Tuanshuan cheered, waving her arms. Indeed, splendid. Susan echoed, her voice rising in enthusiasm. As more participants joined the fray, Wang Zhihai was soon reduced to a battered state. His insignia of Vice Island Master tossed into the gutter. The crowd dispersed, leaving behind a bruised and battered Wang Zhihai. What is the meaning of this? Why such brutality? I am the Vice Island Master of Spring Island, the President of the Spring Bank, and the Commander of the Spring Military Forces. Bang! Another kick landed on his mouth. Thud! Yifeng stepped into the snow, which engulfed him up to his thigh. Thankfully, the snow beneath had solidified. Otherwise, he would have vanished completely. Now, Yifeng found himself at the midstream of the Black Tree River. The towering spruce, reaching a height of 100 meters, still stood resolutely. In other areas, only trees of 40 to 50 meters were visible. The ground was entirely blanketed in snow, concealing any trace of the previous terrain. Let us proceed. Yifeng, in truth, possessed the remarkable skill of stepping on snow without leaving a trace. However, he had to tend to the three women behind him, as well as the various supplies on the sled, such as charcoal, crystal pills, and other items. Brother Feng, let us rest for a moment. I am utterly exhausted. Meiji remarked. What a misfortune. Very well, we shall rest. Let us carve ice and prepare to construct an ice house, Yifeng sighed. Immediately, the four began to clear the snow from the river's surface, digging a pit that extended 30 meters deep before finally revealing the ice layer beneath. Yifeng struck the ice with the back of his knife. Goodness, it seems the water from the river's surface down to its bottom has frozen solid, he mused. Meiji quickly removed her gloves, but soon put on her deerskin gloves again. It is far too cold. The skin on my hands feels as though it has been sliced by a blade upon contact with the air, she exclaimed in terror. Is it truly that severe? Yifeng's expression darkened. He realized that this chilling wave would inevitably sweep over his hot spring island, meaning that everyone there would be at risk of freezing to death. Even if they survived the cold, hunger would likely claim them. Thus, he too removed his gloves to test the temperature. Ouch! Blood welled up on the back of his hand, indicating that the biting wind was as sharp as a knife, triggering his skin's protective mechanism. Oh no, this is disastrous. Even the sand cart would freeze upon arrival, Yifeng lamented, casting his gaze toward the stark, white sky. Fluffy clouds lingered above. Wait a moment, in such frigid weather, how can there still be clouds? Yifeng aimed his spear at the sky and hurled it with great force. Boom! The spear soared for 300 meters before igniting in flames and crashing into the clouds. Oh no! Quickly, take cover! Yifeng urgently urged the three women as they fled in haste. After running several hundred meters, chunks of cloud plummeted from the sky like hailstones the size of grinding wheels. To his astonishment, the temperature had dropped to absolute zero, causing even the clouds to transform into icy formations. This is perilous. Yifeng sighed, cautiously returning to the original spot. Perfect. We can use these large hailstones to construct the ice house, thus eliminating the need to carve ice, he declared. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the three women promptly sprang into action. In the extreme cold, the four figures swiftly erected an ice house. Yifeng then entered the ice house and took considerable time to ignite the charcoal. Meiji hurriedly spread a beast hide to seal the entrance. With the charcoal's warmth, the temperature inside the ice house began to rise rapidly. A hint of relief finally appeared on the faces of the three women. Meiji, your abilities are still too weak. I fear that upon reaching the coastline, you may become frozen sculptures. Therefore, we shall spend the night here, and tomorrow, the three of you shall return home, Yifeng stated, laying his cloak upon the ground. Very well, we have already been of little assistance here. At this moment, my hands and feet feel as though they no longer belong to my body, Meiji nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Feng. By the way, since this is our last night together, perhaps. Jin Yimei began, trailing off, yet her intentions were soon grasped by Meiji. With a charming smile, she approached Yi Feng and said, Brother Feng, how about we all four share a bed tonight? It will keep us warm. And I believe both Jinjia and Qin Chang are quite fond of you. Surely, you wouldn't mind such an arrangement? Nonsense. I, Yi Feng, am a man of integrity. I must insist on maintaining propriety, Yi Feng declared with righteous indignation. The three women exchanged glances and stifled their laughter behind their hands. That night, Yi Feng was far from idle. Point to the soldiers. Whoever I point at shall be my soldier. Once more he commanded, repeating the phrase hundreds of times until he had selected his troops. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Life City, Duoyan Hina had her eyes closed, forming a mystical hand gesture. However, her face was flushed with embarrassment, a mixture of anger and resentment. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and retracted her gesture. Madam Yi, the high priest requests an audience, a maid announced from outside. In a bid to win the favor of Yi Feng's woman, Meng Yamingson had arranged for dozens of maids to serve Duoyan Hina. Let her in, Duoyan Hina replied. Moments later, the high priest of Eternal Life City entered the room gracefully and took a seat beneath Duoyan Hina. High priestess Duoyan, your ancestor was the god of spears, and your mother was the god of poison. I have numerous inquiries regarding poison techniques, and I humbly seek your guidance. The high priest of Eternal Life City spoke with utmost respect. The two priestesses accompanying her could not suppress their astonishment. After all, with dual divine lineage, it was no wonder she possessed such incredible abilities. In the realm of poison techniques alone, Duoyan Hina surpassed them by leaps and bounds. Not to mention her skills in divination, healing arts, and various other disciplines. However, traditionally, a high priestess's powers should not be excessively strong. It is preferable for her to be only slightly more potent than an ordinary person, allowing her to resonate with the common folk. If her abilities were too formidable, she would face limitations while acquiring foundational knowledge. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. Some concepts require continuous learning, understanding of human nature, climate, and even the interconnections among various animals and the formation of biological chains. The breadth of knowledge involved is simply too vast, Duoyan Hina remarked, shaking her head. Yet, each of those subjects demands a lifetime of dedication from an ordinary person to study, and even then, they may not fully comprehend them. The high priest was taken aback. This necessitates innate understanding. Some individuals with strong intuition can grasp in mere days what would take an ordinary person a lifetime to learn. This is not something that can be taught, Duoyan Hina concluded definitively.